everybody, and welcome to yet another international here in 2026. We are back again. It feels like we just left, Lizard. It feels like we just left. Now we're here again for another TI, and I mean, there's nothing more than excitement in my eyes. I feel like this event every year, no matter the prize pool, no matter anything, is something that just always delivers. And day one's always my favorite because I feel like this is a day where everybody expects the favorites to sweep every single series, and then we end up having, you know, a bunch of upsets.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I don't know what time exactly it is for you. What time is it?
It is 9:55 at night. This might be the earliest Chinese casting I've ever done in my life before.
Dude, this is like perfect time for you. Like 10 p.m. You're starting your high peak time for Dota. For me, it's a little bit rougher at 4 a.m., but smiles are up, you know, like you have that TI sensational feeling. It's a holiday. I mean, for us, it's also work, but at the same time, it's like watching the best gamers game it out in Dota and then trying to emulate that a little bit later in your pubs, failing miserably. But of course, it's all about them here, and I can't wait to start. Like, they want it. Sure, every day is great. Like, day one is, I think there's a lot of pressure in the air on day one, and maybe that's why I don't necessarily like it as much, speaking from the talent perspective and the player perspective, because it's kind of rough for players here and there. But day two, smooth sailing. It just gets better from here.
It really does just get better than here. You know, I was getting my my TI form ready to go. I won 11 ranked games in a row. It was some of the best feeling I've ever had in my life before, followed by losing 4 games in a row. So it was terrible. You know, it was great and terrible. So that's the way it goes.
I'm happy for you. I'm far away from that. My goal was to get good again for TI. You know, like I was really spamming a lot of those, watching a lot of those. I went to the goal was 300-ish. You can add a 0 to that with the loss streak that I've been having, but I feel like everyone is the same, especially when it comes to the pro gamers as well. I'm looking at ranks, I'm looking at people that are going into TI, and they have all dropped after the crunch quite significantly. Not every single one, but a lot of them. And we're gonna see some brackets and stuff. Of course, we'll see some of these players on the screen as well, of course. But when it comes to the ones that I'm seeing in my friend list, by the way, which are like maybe 10 to 15, I don't have too many that are currently over there. I've seen them screaming the whole day yesterday. It's just private lobby, private lobby, private lobby, private lobby, you know, like 24/7. Everyone is prepping, everyone. That's why they don't have time to grind MMR like us mortals. They have a bit of a trophy on their mind. One might say a shield, an Aegis, you know, that they want to take home.
Yeah, definitely want to take it home. They definitely want to, you know, lift the Aegis. I feel like it's up there as one of the best feelings of all time in trophy lifts. The Stanley Cup is definitely up there, but the Aegis lift is just
the American with the
thing.
Stanley Cup. Here we go.
Whoa, Stanley Cup's a great trophy. And let me just tell you, that's a Canadian thing. Just before we get started on that, but you know, it's hockey.
I said American. I didn't specify.
Fair enough. But let's take a look at the participating teams here for this year's international. Of course, you know, we kind of know them all. I love this design, by the way. Let me just tell you, the patchwork design of this this TI is super cool. I would hope that they're selling patches like this for every team at TI, but maybe that might be a bit of an issue. But it would be really cool if you could get like Scouts badges. You put on a sash, and then you become a Boy Scout or a Girl Scout of just, you know, loving the international, and that would be really cool. I didn't, in my opinion.
Combo it up with some Attack on Titan kind of garment, you know, like shroud and stuff, and put those patches on. Yeah, I can see it generating some real revenue for us. What do you think about the group stage?
I love this format. I really do love the format of get to 4 and you're in, get to 4 losses, you're out. The way that this has been changed recently and you know, implemented feels really good. And I'm excited. I like it. A lot of these first round matchups look really good.
When you say recently, I feel like time.
Year?
Yeah, time flies for us, right? Like this is the modified Swiss or something, I suppose, right? Like, but when it comes to the schedule, man, we have some bangers upcoming.
Yeah, this is Stream A, of course, the main stream for you. And then, of course, B Stream is next. It's alphabetical order and going flying by as we do throughout the years. And this is all the other streams that we've got as we are going to have round 2 happen later today. You can see this is our stream, Boom Boys, OG, Aurora, GamerLegion, and then, of course, that round 2 is TBD. But on this stream, it's going to be the 01s. On the D stream, it's going to be an 01 as well. And then AB is going to be the 10s, just the way it goes. And a lot of good matchups. Like, I really am excited to see exactly what we get from this TI. Like, I really do think that all these teams, I think there are people who are like, it's not that close, whatever. I think it's closer than a lot of people think. You know, there was a lot of teams that participated in the LAN in Kazakhstan. There was people who participated in Essence. So there are a lot of things out there that made these teams kind of have that ramp up. So I do think that some of those teams are going to be playing a little bit better. But we've got the introductions. The Boom Boys here looking mighty good.
Yeah, you know what? Like, you talked about predictions and how difficult it is to predict this time around. These two teams that are coming up, I mean, I legit don't know what to do with them. Like, when it comes to I stream a lot and everyone is like, can you show us your predictions, your fantasy? I mean, I use the logic from the games that I have seen recently, right? But these guys, if I didn't see the last month, I would put them maybe in the elimination round, right? But after the last month, I don't know what to expect. They've been 2-0ing Falcons in a best of 3. They've been doing pretty damn well recently, and I feel like there's just so much potential behind Scam and the boys. At the same time, on the other side, of course, for the first day, they have to defeat Batbone. You know, it's not an easy task. Like, they're a team that has been experimenting quite a lot, and they're a team that has been like innovating as well. I feel it's a hot take. It's not really a hot take. I feel like you'll hear this take on every single stream from more than less all the analysts. I think IO is coming back through the big doors. Like, IO is back, and IO as a core, not as a support. Like, I've been even playing it and I've been winning with IO after not playing the hero for quite some time. So I think it's in a really, really good spot. It just feels strong. And both of these teams can play it, by the way.
Yeah, both of these teams definitely willing to throw it out there. As you were talking about OG and having themselves a 2-0 win over Falcons. Those games were kind of insane as well. And, you know, it was a very interesting series that we were on, and it was something that was very well fought from them. And I agree with you that we're going to see some of these guys coming in and doing a lot better, or keeping up as tightly as maybe others wouldn't expect coming into this tournament. So, you know, you've got that for OG. Boom Boys, I'm ready to see what they've got. You know, this is a team that I feel like kind of has let people down at times, but their ceiling is so high that I can see them going and winning TI easily. Like, that is not an imagination that I have to like work hard for in my brain. I can see it happening.
You can see it happening. I mean, I can see it. I can basically see anyone winning TI at this stage happening. I think that every single team that got to this point has got it. You know, they just have to find the right sauce, the right ingredients. Of course, it's going to be easier for some teams than for HULIGANI or GamerLegion, right? Like, we have our obvious underdogs, more or less. But at the same time, I feel like you're here, man. You're living the dream. Like, you gotta go all out. Like, you gotta, like, at this point, there's a lot of obstacles in front of you, of course. But you were good enough to get here. Like, it's a very small step that you need to take now to, like, the hardest part is basically over. Like, now is the time to just push it to that extra gear to get to the top.
Right. Yeah, and we'll see what extra gear. Some teams bring out the extra gear. I think last year was a really good example of that. A lot of teams counted, or a lot of people generally counted out Chinese teams, and XG made it to the finals, and Ame lost another BO5 in 5 games. So, maybe there are teams out there that are going to bring their TI moment. And I think that is something that's very probable. A lot of these teams are very good. And I think a lot of them are very close to each other. So it'll be interesting to see what they bring to the table, as we're just kind of waiting for this lobby to get started. But, we are doing our best to keep it going. And, what else is on your mind thinking about coming into this series?
Clash of the Regions is a pretty cool one, right? But at the same time, like this is the international, right? So you want to see,
right.
But this is what you want to see. But at the same time, like we are seeing it very often, and we are seeing it a lot. We see these regions clashing, unfortunately, because everyone is more or less trying to play in Europe, right? And OG have been, they have been screaming there in the Flower House or whatever it's called at this point. So they've been playing a lot of these tournaments. They've been playing a lot of these teams in the pubs as well. They're meeting each other all the time. And I think when it comes to, like when it comes to previous TIs, when you didn't have teams that were constantly screaming in the same region, playing each other, like you could see some flavor coming out from different regions.
Right.
I think that the flavor might be a little bit gone this TI, because everyone has been playing each other maybe in different tournaments here and there, but more or less the same ones in the same region. And most importantly, I can't stress this enough, pubs are really important. And teams playing pubs currently, on the same region, on the same server, are bound to come up with the same ideas. And also what is really important, they're screaming and playing on the same level versus the same level of players. So you might see SEA do extremely well. You might see China do even much better than in the previous TIs. So we're in for a hype one when it comes to these two teams. Like you can see their recent results, not too shabby on both sides.
Yeah, I think something that you talked about is also making it maybe a little bit harder for some of these teams to perform better, where they've lost their regional identity and they're just playing the same Dota that a lot of these teams that are up there at the top echelon are seeing all the time already. But I feel like it's when they bring out those little bit of flavors and those little bit of flair is when they find the most success, right? Like I can see SEA when they bring out things that maybe the European region is not as used to, that's very C specific, is something that might be the thing that tips the scales in their favor. But we had this conversation, I think last event that we worked together, that this regional flair is kind of just leaving. It's something that I think was very apparent during the DPC, where Chinese teams definitely had their own thing, C definitely had their own thing, and then North America had whatever they were doing. But I think that there is a lot of things that have kind of been left behind that I'd like to see make an appearance here. But we'll see. I'm really hoping.
I love your North America had its thing going, whatever it is. It has its thing.
It was doing its thing.
It's the black sheep of the Dota community, eventually. Like it comes up with something, it just leave it in the corner, let it play with its Legos. But yeah, overall, every region had this thing, that's true. But unfortunately, like in the past, it has been proven for the last 15 TIs, more or less. There are two regions that really stood on top. Like, you could argue some other as well, but with players from the international scene, and that was basically, in my opinion, because of course these kids grew up in those regions playing Dota, so they had a little bit of an advantage, but also they had way more data to work with. It's like this ChatGPT 18.0 versus the first one when it came out. When you ask him a question, like, it just has more data to work with, so it becomes better. And when you're a player, it's kind of similar. When you're playing 15 pubs versus top tier players, and every time these players are different, like, you get exposed to many more ideas, so it's easier to play. And that's why I go back to this. OG being here, XG as well, like all these Chinese teams playing in Europe is like they're exposed to more data because they're not confined to like 50 to tier 1 players. I mean, 50 tier 1 players is a lot. 10 tier 1 players that they're constantly playing against in pubs, and then you play against them in scrims. Like, how many times do I have to play versus Inkyu? You know, if you're some Chinese player, you're like, okay, I know what he's doing. Can I get exposed to anything else? I think so, they have more data to work with now, basically. Rant completed.
Yeah. I think that's like one of the things that maybe hurts some of these metas is just the data gets a little bit too much. I think there's just too much available and teams get found out, and it's hard to kind of be this innovative squad like you were saying. So, you know, I'm hoping that there is sort of this save strats, you know, reality. Sometimes I feel like that's a meme. Like, oh no, they're just saving strats for TI. Are they? Or is this just where they're at, you know? We talked to Falcons during the last event we covered, and they did use that event to kind of try some things. They talked about it, where they treated that event as, you know, albeit taking second, professional scrims and, you know, more professional environment scrims. Because scrims is not the same thing as playing in a tournament, whether or not the prize pool is heavy or not. I feel like that there's a bit of a difference in the way that you're going to treat it. So that, you know, that's good in terms of what they were bringing to the table. And I think there were other teams in there that were maybe trying a couple things out. You know, some teams didn't exactly stay in the tournament that long. You know, OG getting top 6 in a 10-team tournament. They looked all right at times. I feel like there were moments where they kind of just, you know, fell off a little bit. But this is also a rematch of that tournament. They played against Boom Boys and lost 2-1. So, you know, this is very recent, where that was a long series. You know, we joke about long games all the time, but that was 67 minutes, 57 minutes, and then a 41-minute game in that last one. And there was that IO that was played by Karatich in that game. So things that were a little bit out there and looking a little bit different if you're not keeping your eye on the meta at all times.
Yeah, like it's been what, 10 days since they matched up, like you said. So it's gonna be interesting to continue the same series. I think the meta hasn't really, like you mentioned, it hasn't really changed all too much since then. Like maybe hiding strategies. I honestly, like you said, maybe in scrims you can definitely. You are doing it, by the way. They definitely are. In tournaments, I think it's kind of hard. It's hard to do it because, like, you want to go all out. There's, at least the way I see it, it's really, especially when you think about it, there's just so many things that are pressuring you to perform the best that you can at all times. Unless you, unless you own the organization, basically, is what I'm getting to. You're probably not testing strats in tournaments, because you know that you have to prove yourself over and over again to your teammates, to the org, to your fans. And with all these things combined, you want to perform the best that you can. And to be honest, hiding strats is kind of 2015 at this point. Like, you play a hero, after like 2 hours, everyone knows what you've done. Everyone has an analyst. Everyone is already adapting to the hero, finding out the bans, or finding out the player that can play it on their team as well to take it away.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like, there's just so much information. It's kind of overwhelming. And you are seeing teams pick up more analytical coaches. You know, Liquid's got, what, 3 guys or something like that? So it is kind of... interesting to see teams now evolving and just kind of like we said earlier, just feeling as though it is a complete find out of teams. So we'll see how it ends up going as we continue to work through the tournament, and we'll have to figure it out, because there are a lot of things here that I think we'll see day 1 that we might not see day 2, or even in round 2. Like, I think that usually this first round series is the series in which, a lot of things end out, showing up. So we'll have to see. I'm not really sure what we're going to get, but it'll be something interesting.
we're gonna get some Dota, man. We're gonna get some TI Dota. We're gonna get some. I don't know. I can't say 100% which hero will market. I feel like Dota overall is cyclical, and we're in for an IO carry-esque TI, or maybe even a mid. But I think a carry right now looks maybe a bit stronger. We shall see. But overall, we're in for what else? When it comes to heroes, there's just the meta has been pretty stable the last couple of weeks, the last months. I feel like that isn't necessarily a bad thing because its depth is also pretty good. I feel like we have a lot of heroes that are being played currently. We have a lot of heroes that are kind of coming into the meta pre-TI, even though nothing has changed to them. You know, like people starting to pick them up. So overall, I'm excited. I want to see how we do and what we get from the first day and the last day. We're going to see a lot of differences because it is a pretty long TI. So I'm hyped. I'm hyped. When it comes to these two teams, by the way, I got to say one thing. I feel like that, Boom Boys coming into the tournament, they have been experimenting a bit more perhaps than OG. And that's something where I'll give them an edge. I'm not saying that their experiments were hiding strats. I feel like their experiments were basically to figure out what's the best, to figure out the best strats going into TI. And like I meanwhile, OG, I think they were sticking to their guns, basically, just keeping it as strong as possible at all times, just playing the comfort zone.
Yeah. It is TI. I am hyped. I agree. I'm just, I'm getting anxious. I'm getting fidgety in my chair. I want this to just let's get going. I feel like we're always waiting for it to finally start. It is a weird time to have TI. Just like time of the day wise, right? Like I read some comment. I immediately went to Reddit and I looked and I was like, all right, cool. Let's take a little look at how everybody's feeling about TI, and a lot of people were just like, oh, wow, it's really weird watching TI in the early morning. And I'm thinking to myself,
that's not for you.
That kind of normal? Like,
yeah.
I mean, for me, it's usually at all different hours, unless it's in Seattle. And even then, that's 3 hours behind me. But overall, TI, especially when it's in Europe, is about 7 hours. It starts at like 5 a.m. or something for me. But now it's in China, and now it's 10 p.m. start. Perfect time, by the way, for like the U.S. East Coast, West Coast. But great time to watch some Dota. Maybe you're snuggled up with your favorite stuffed animal, and you're ready to watch some Dota. I don't know if you guys still do that. You guys don't have stuffed animals anymore? Just me? Do you? No, you're gonna leave me hanging? All right, just me. All right. Well, that's I guess
you might see
the
my
way
cat.
The cookie crumbles.
You might see a real animal come in here and mess with me while we're on live. But besides that, I'm trying to take your stuffed animals and combo it back to Dota, but I really can't. I have I did see a Largo stuffed animal, by the way, or a stuffed hero Largo. Like that looked pretty damn good in the secret shop. So there you go. I brought it back. Thank me now.
All right, cool. I will thank you. I think I heard in my ear we are taking a little bit of a break while we get ourselves situated. So we'll see you in a second. Welcome back, everybody. We are here with the first series of the day still. We're getting back into it and hoping to jump into this one. As you see the draft below us, we are live and ready to go. Boom Boys against OG Lizard. It is on. It is, we're in. We're here. What are you expecting? What has already shocked you in these first phase of bans? What's out there that's made you go...
Slow down, kid. Slow down. I see a lot of pent up wishes to watch the draft, to watch the game. I know they've been delayed a little bit, but yeah, let's take it easy. Like when it comes to the bans so far, they are quite a bit different from what we have seen in previous tournaments between these two teams, and it's already shaping up to be very interesting, by the way, of a start. I know that people are multi-streaming, watching other streams as well right now. I saw the Huskar first faced by Falcons too, so let's see how this one goes. I don't think we'll see a first face Huskar. Wyvern being banned is an interesting one. I think this hero actually, when I talked about heroes that will be contested, I think that this hero is a really good support right now. Like on a position 5, Wyvern feels almost you remember Jakiro and how he was broken when you could just couldn't lane against him? Wyvern feels very much alike when it comes to a 5. Like if you want to win a lane, you pick Wyvern, you're not losing that lane. You have too many resources to work with. Like it feels like he never runs out of mana. And it doesn't feel like it is that way. Like you never run out of mana, and you can constantly spam your Q and E. So you basically don't play around Splinter Blast, you play around Cold Embrace and Arctic Burn. Arctic Burn deals way too much damage, and Cold Embrace just heals your carry to almost full HP every time. So it's she's in a good position, and banning it out is interesting to me because Coddle is in, Centaur is in. There's just so many other heroes that are still left in the pool, you know, that you also have to kind of worry about.
And I think we might be remaking the lobby.
I see.
I think so. Everybody disconnected. I was wondering why it was taking so long to get another ban, but I can't.
Yeah, the ping is high.
I think the lobby. I can't even leave the lobby. So I gotta restart my Dota real quick. Oh, I guess we could do that as well.
If you have console, you can just write disconnect, and you can leave the lobby.
I never knew that. I don't ever have this issue, but hopefully it's fixed for me. But I think we are making another lobby. I don't think this is real because that's them running out of reserve time. I wonder what heroes they'll random here.
What did they random? Yeah. I want to know.
We'll see what heroes they random. All right, there we go. Now I can leave the game. But yeah, we're getting into another lobby. I think that the ping was pretty high when they were doing that. So let's just put that there. Put that little thing there.
Just a
now I'm back
classic
in the lobby.
200 ping.
Easy.
Nothing
what, you
wrong.
don't play on 200 ping?
I try not to. Not to.
Come on, you gotta play on some 200 ping and play better Dota this way. Well, let's take a look at some of these players. Ketomi, I don't know if he's still recovering from the injury that he had, but it wasn't like a hand or anything crazy. I think it was his kneecap, which is kind of rough considering I hurt my knee and I was in a bad way, and I still am in a bad way, so I understand the pain. But yeah, you know, taking a look at these guys, and they seem to be in high spirits, and if they didn't get the rest immediately that they would have liked to get today as they're playing the first series of the day, you know, everybody's playing early, maybe they got a little bit of a nap in the tech break that we took.
Yeah, at least if you know you just talk through everything with the team. I always hate these breaks, by the way, just so as a player, like the thing is like you get so much anxiety to start the game, and then it gets delayed and you're just waiting there chilling. At the same time, that I would say that is for most tournaments, but when it comes to TI, I feel like you just want to be there a bit longer, you know? Like it's TI, it's your time, you know? It's your 15 minutes of fame, or 1 hour and 15 minutes of fame if you get delayed a bit. So it's fun. It's nice to be there.
It is nice. It's good until, I don't know if they do it anymore, but until they fade your banner. Remember the older TIs, your banner would be hanging in the arena, and then if you got eliminated, they turn the light off on your banner.
It's a cool, you know, it's a cool thing to have. Not just your banner is still there, of course, because you were present, even though it might be a bit dimmed and not necessarily in the spotlight as it was before. It's still an achievement just to get your banner, to get your name over there.
It's a good way to look at it. And this is not a real draft, by the way, but that is a crazy first random here for OG. Like that's almost
meta.
real.
Actually, meta pick.
Meta random coming into this lobby.
10 seconds.
We should have just kept the coaches in the lobby, have them draft, and then remake in all pick. It would be let the coaches play 5 heroes. Techies.
Hey!
We're actually meta picking right now.
They're meta randoming. This is
meta
crazy.
randoming, yeah. Meta.
I've never seen something like this before.
Adjusted randoms.
What do you think they're gonna pick? Well, it's bans now, so they won't even ban.
I think Drow, by the way, let's analyze this properly. I think Drow right now is in a good spot. And remember, Drow with the Gust, she can deal with the Techies blast off, so you have that going for you as well. So as Techies, you sometimes start playing around the sticky mines and Taser. I was gonna say Razor Taser instead. So overall,
Taser. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, very. What do you mean go on? I'm BSing through a random draft. Go
No, go on.
No, I will not. I refuse. You go on. You talk about this.
Well, you know, this Techie's first pick coming out. Was Techie's picked in the Essence tournament? I believe it was not. Unpicked, unbanned. One of the heroes that was not picked up in that tournament.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like it's still playable. Like it did get nerfed quite a bit, but still playable.
English production? They're not in the lobby either. But
yeah.
another non-ban.
Yeah, these two teams, when they random, they don't random bans. They just don't care about these randoms. They allow you to have everything that you want.
You imagine a team actually did this? Like they were just not banning heroes.
I'm pretty sure.
This is still meta. What is going on? This is some crazy randoming. When do we get like the weird pick?
You know what?
Like,
actually meta, and actually another good pick in this game.
Remaining.
Like not bad at all.
5 seconds remaining.
If I saw Techie's Ember on my team as the first 2 picks, I'd be alright with it. Tiny, okay, I mean...
This is crazy.
Yeah. Put this
I can't believe the randoms are this good. Yeah.
I mean, okay, the Tiny, if he goes mid or 4, playable, of course. Still playable for OG.
10 seconds remaining.
Just so you know, guys, in the chat and everything like that, this is not this lobby was abandoned. We're remaking, so these picks and bans, this is still a real draft. Off lane Tiny and mid Lina, safe lane Drow. This is a good draft so far. This is an all random draft.
Like legit good draft for OG, legit. They just got a random. Even if they just random 2 supports right now, it's playable. You know, as long as they don't random some cores. But I feel like they're gonna. I mean, even if you random some cores, my only wish is for these 2 drafts to be playable. That's all. Sounds, dude. Like, I mean, not the best hero right now, but okay. You got the 2 supports on Boom Boys. Yeah.
It's viable. I mean,
viable,
like you said,
sure.
not the best, but viable. it's something I could
10
see
seconds remaining.
happening. It's not like Silencer went unpicked during,
5
or no, he did go
seconds
unpicked.
remaining.
He was
It
unpicked.
doesn't
on
matter.
Gaming,
Like
yes.
the hero is if you find
OG's turn.
if you find the right and the undying offlane. I mean, this
Off lane, yeah.
is like
still
super
works.
meta, by the way, from Boom Boys. Like so far, so good for them.
Yeah.
I honestly, I'm ready to watch this random game.
man.
Is this TI or bot TI once again? If you remember the good old bot TIs, like
Abaddon defend his championship.
yeah, exactly.
don't
That
know.
by the way, that grand finals was incredible.
Peak.
Like
You
peak.
probably saw it on Reddit earlier today as well.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
What a day.
The moment I saw, I don't want to do any spoilers here, but I could instantly see a plot twist. You know, I knew that there's something extra to that finals. It was a really good finals.
Yeah, it was a really good finals. Bot TI would be pretty cool if we did get that going again. Maybe if somebody wants to take it upon themselves, as I would say the bots in the game are probably way more evolved than they were. It'd be interesting to see with neutrals and all that. I don't even remember what was in the game at that point. It was so long ago. Bot TI was what, 2018? Was it that far along? I
feel like
can't
it
even
was
remember.
a long time ago. Yeah.
Oh, there were.
It's
Were there 3 bot TIs? There were. Oh. I did not
been a while.
establish a connection to the lobby.
For me, it's loading. It's establishing.
Mhm.
It's unknown yet if I'm gonna get in or not. But
It wasn't
the
me, I swear.
connection is trying to be made at least.
Yeah, you guys will hear in a moment. I almost guarantee it. But yeah, bot TI was pretty cool. There was the Toilet Bowl All-Star. That was Wind Ranger, Invoker, Chen, Nature's Prophet at the time, back in 2019. I'm just looking at all the bot TIs. I remember. Bot TI 2020. Gosh, what a day.
By the way, on the other streams, of course, we have some games going, at least on line A. So I can see that Falcons and LGD are duking it all already with Huskar versus Wind Ranger mid, by the way. So, I mean, Huskar picks, Falcons, you know, not super surprising. This is a hero that everyone usually bans from them in the first stage. So I'm legit a bit surprised by LGD and them leaving it in. Gotta say one extra thing, by the way. Competitively, 0 PL games, or no, but a very low amount of PL games that I have seen recently, right? Like in the last month. At the same time, when it comes to high tier pubs in Europe, PL is, it doesn't feel like a free win, but it's almost a free win. It's like whatever team has a PL feels like is, at least always has a chance to win. Like this hero is in an incredible spot right now. I feel like a carry really needs to breathe not to win with a PL. Like your laning is good enough, your post laning stage is also pretty damn great. It takes some time to ramp up on that hero, but I know we spoke about Io and how good he is. I think PL is legit in the best spot he has been in years.
Damn. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I believe it. I believe you. I wouldn't be too shocked. You know, I see PLs in my pubs. They're terrible. But that's much lower MMR PL. I'm not disagreeing with you. I was just making a joke that it's lower MMR, it doesn't work out. But higher MMR certainly seems very viable. I feel like I watch a lot of your stream and I see it a lot. Didn't you have like a PL in like 4 straight games or something like that the other day?
I'm having PL at every game, almost. Like I haven't banned as well. Wizards, could you try to read? Oh, it's me. Okay, it's me. I'm the reason.
I thought it was gonna be me, honestly. I'm surprised it was not me.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm restarting
Bot
as
TI was very fun. It felt one of the cooler events, and I'm hoping we get it back. I don't know. That's all I got. A little bot TI for you. I feel like we've talked about what could happen in this series ad nauseum, so it's pretty much once we get in there, we'll get it. It'll be a fun day of Dota ahead of us. That's the thing. And we're just anxious and awaiting everything that we're looking for on Dota. I think there's a lot of anxiousness happening in the chat, a lot of anxiousness happening for all of us out there. I know for me, I started out hot. You said I came in a little bit too energetic, and now I've toned it down because I'm waiting. Now I gotta conserve the energy. I'm a little worried. I'm looking at that clock over there. It's 11:30, so I gotta conserve here for this this series because I know this one's gonna be a banger. I'm gonna tell you that right now, and I'm gonna say something you guys may not want to hear it. It's going 3 games. Sorry, it's not gonna be a short one. It's going 3 games. I'm gonna put my legend rank approved badge on that one, and if I'm wrong, that's why I'm a legend player. So pretty simple. Yeah, I did not connect to that lobby
Same.
that time either. So yeah,
Same.
Figure it's
By the glimpse of my eye, I think when we started connecting, I saw US East, like server
yeah. They
US
said
East.
it says that, but it's not
But it's not. Okay.
that
I
or
see.
something. I don't know. To put my mind at ease, I wish it did say Shanghai, but that would be maybe something they try. I don't know. They said it's on land, so it doesn't really matter. or
Yeah.
something like that.
Of course.
I don't know.
If it's just maybe it's just the routing that we get to it. But in any case, this series, the last time they matched up, like you mentioned it, right? Like it lasted like just the first game was over an hour, and the second game is an hour, and it went all 3. The last one wasn't either. So these are 2 very evenly matched teams. We shall see just how that plays into TI as well. Like most, I would say, would value Boom Boys a little bit higher or rank them a little bit higher than OG. And if you looked at predictions, some people would even predict Boom Boys to take the whole thing. I feel like there is a chance. Like if like there's a chance for OG, of course, as well. Like they're a good lineup right now, but yeah, I'm not sure. Like Boom Boys, they've been doing very well through the year. They've been having some fantastic performances, and going into the series versus OG, they are the favorites. But the only thing that remains is to see if OG have sneakily crafted something new. Sneaky, cheeky, breaky in the last couple of weeks. Maybe they made some new strats.
Yeah, I would be pretty happy to see something a little bit different. I was hoping that teams give us a little bit of a new look, but right now I'm just kind of hoping that the look that we get is a look at a lobby, a look at a little draft. So we're gonna have to wait for that, but yeah, it's how we do it here. We just kind of fill and wait for a little bit of Dota. I don't know if that's me. I feel like I'm hearing hero sounds just in my ear, but
maybe it's because of you're in Dota. Maybe you have the stream on.
Oh, maybe it's just automatically on. Yeah, that is right.
Yeah.
No, it's muted.
Yeah.
It's muted. That's weird, huh?
You can't mute. You can't mute some of these heroes. They go through the mute.
They go through the mute. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'll ask you this: while we're waiting, while we're trying to get into this loaded lobby, could you give me your best introduction of a team?
What do you mean? Like
if
please
you were
welcome
yeah,
team. I suck at that. Like
hey, it might be why I asked the question. Who knows? I've heard you do it before.
There was that. Wasn't it one of the playgrounds or whatnot where I was doing that for introduction? Like, I got better as time passed, but no, bro, no. Get someone else to do it. Let me play and analyze some Dota. That's it.
That's fair. That's fair. That's what next time we'll have to add it to the old contract. Has to introduce teams verbally on a stream instead of
OG versus Boom Boys.
Yeah,
We can do
see
it.
that
We
little
can do it
neck
together.
strain. There it is. I like to see that. That's what it's all about. Getting hyped for these games. If you were to be shocked by a hero being picked, finding its way into the meta right now, that isn't really seeing a lot of play, which hero would that be?
Meepo. Or Arc Warden. I'd be shocked. I'd love to see it, especially because OG plays it. Like they played some Meepo, so I'd love to see it again.
Okay, I'll be down for
Maybe
that.
a game or two of the good old Geomancer. It wouldn't be too bad. But I'd be shocked to see a lobby up, by the way. That would shock me. The lobby is up, but I would be shocked to have the game starting as well. Of course, we do have some problems on the probably internet side or maybe DOTA server side. I'm not really sure right now, but
Fingers crossed.
other servers are working, so probably we should start very soon ourselves as well. It's a pretty good series, by the way, so worth the wait.
Yeah, definitely worth the wait. We saw it like we've been talking about. We've seen it a couple times, and that's kind of just been where we've been at. And I'm waiting for this to be ready and willing to go. It might be us. Who knows? We might need to finagle the lobbies, finagle the cords. Maybe somebody tripped on an Ethernet cord. I'm not going to name names or anything, but I'm not at liberty to say who might have tripped an Ethernet cable. But I don't think it was me. But
It's always you. It's always
it's
you.
definitely not
It's definitely you. You from NA tripped on a cable, which basically the link of these chain events bled to us here, you know.
All right.
I'm the one, by the way. It seems like okay, it should work fine if we start without Lizard. Feels bad, man. But okay,
That's how it goes. I can't believe it's you. But I guess we're gonna try it this way. So we're both gonna just do PGM and see if this works out.
I left the lobby. Maybe you should just stay in it, just so we see if it's you or me. Maybe it's I'm out of the lobby.
Well,
I left. Yep.
Yeah. We are both out of the lobby hoping at it. It pops up for us, but they're probably going to give it a shot in a couple seconds. So you got to do the whole type in the chat. You guys ready? The production ready? The team's ready? It's like when the ref comes out for a mixed martial arts fight. They point at the fighter, are you ready? Are you ready? And then they clap, and then they get to hopefully that clap is the lobby loading.
It's interesting that if it would be us, because it already started with us, right? Like we were in the lobby when it started earlier, so
that is true.
It was just
I
the
don't
ping
think
that
it's
the players. It's just the stuff always when it comes to Perfect World, and like just even watching the games, it can be a bit rough sometimes. So we shall see if lobby starts without us. Hopefully it will. Not going to be able to click on heroes and items, but overall, who needs that? Like we have some gorgeous observers, of course, with us here, so they'll show everything.
Yeah, they'll give us the look here if we need it, and we'll have to figure out getting into the lobby and all that. But I assume they're going to try it pretty soon. I'm hoping that it all works out and we get ourselves a draft. It looks like it got a lobby list and it has started. Whether or not it's actually going to hold, have to see. Hope that that's the case, because I'm ready to cast some Dota. I am ready here right now. Right here, right now. I'm going to put that prayer up out there. I am going to put it up to the Dota gods and hey, we're getting a lobby. We're going to get a lobby. It's going to be good. It's going to be nice. I don't know if you agree or not, but hopefully we don't see that lobby show up back on the list. Like, unfortunately, I just refreshed the list and it's back up there. So
it's back up, so it's not us.
It was not us. Hey, that makes me feel a lot better. My anxiety's not peaking anymore. I feel perfectly fine with the way that
dude,
this has gone.
I'm joining that lobby with haste and with anger and with
Damn.
vindication as well. You were kicked from the lobby by the game. Okay,
Like, still
it's
be
not
you.
me, dude. Like, you didn't start. Not me. Let me join the lobby.
It still might be you.
It still might be
It
me.
could have.
Yeah.
It could have been you outside the lobby.
It's the residue of me being in the lobby, you know, that lingered,
Exactly.
prevented it from loading. Yeah. Unfortunate. What can you do? Like, these things do happen. So gotta wait a little while longer. Overall, you guys can of course catch up on the other games that are being played right now. I'm actually, while I'm talking, I'm also in game in Dota, and I'm watching the line A. So looking at how Thompson is doing with LGD on the Wind Ranger. Not too bad. Like, he's keeping up, by the way. Between him and there's like 500 net worth difference. And overall, like, if you're 500 net worth difference with Huskar, minute 13, 14, I think that's a pretty good place to be in. You know, like, it's a really, because this hero is meant to dominate the lanes. It's like evening out versus a Viper. It's never good for a Viper or a Huskar. These heroes want to have 3 levels advantage and zone you out completely.
Right. And looking at there's a Mars on a Mar. This is a hero that we're not seeing a lot of. Mars has been, I think he got picked once or twice by Falcons during the tournament, but overall, this is a hero that used to exist all the time, and now I don't think it doesn't get picked that much at all. But showing and seeing it here, definitely interesting, especially with the Crystal Maiden with it. Like, dude, this is Crystal Maiden Shadow Demon as your support duo in that A stream, and that looks pretty cool.
One thing I gotta say about the CM as well. There's like in EU, there's a couple of CM spammers currently, which is weird to say a Crystal Maiden spammer. Who the hell spams CM? But there's a couple of Crystal Maiden spammers playing her not only on support, playing her mid. And I know it sounds, damn, we're getting a draft. CM aside, that's a different game and a different match. The same game, different match. We have a draft of our own.
Yeah, we finally have a draft. We are here and ready to go. And it's the same bands, but that Earth Spirit and that Coddle band. And the first pick of the Hoodwink is here for OG, which is pretty standard. This is a hero that gets picked up a lot, especially, I would say, most notably by like Falcons. It's a crit hero, but how do you respond to a hero like this? Is Hoodwink a hero in your mind that warrants a first pick? And then I'm going to ask you the same question for this Undying. Is that a hero that warrants a first pick?
Undying is. Like, when it comes to first phase Benzor picks, Undying is definitely up there. This hero is just ridiculously strong right now as a support or as a core. I kind of like it on an offlane position a bit more right now, but even as a 5, he's completely fine because you can play Kataomi Undying and you'll be in a really good spot, like super comfortable for him, and just a lot of combos that you can combo it up with, like an SF on Kiritich, or even the IO, by the way, that we talked about. So just a lot of good things coming for BB on one side. When it comes to OG, like, okay, holding first and foremost, not too shabby at all. Like, you asked about this hero and do you need to respond to it? Is it the first phase material? I feel like between Hoodwink and Undying, there's a clear difference. You're picking Undying because he's really strong right now, and there's like 2 positions that you can play him in. 3 if you count both supporting positions. Hoodwink on the other side, I feel like this is like a jack of all trades that isn't really... She's strong, but she's not broken. She's strong though, and she's good in almost any draft. Like, whenever you're playing Dota, I feel like if you pick Hoodwink and you need a position 4, you're not gonna go very wrong. Like, she lacks a little bit of disable, which she can mitigate by either buying like eventually a Yule's Atos or something like that, which still isn't instant, but it helps. Overall, she's not that great when you have to catch heroes like Puck, but in general, it's a very strong support that gives you stuns. It's hard to kill. It gives you a lot of damage in the lane, and it gives you a a break as well, which is of course pretty damn good through the match.
Something we saw a lot with this Hoodwink, which has not been banned yet, is that Centaur. That was a hero that I feel like we saw a lot of in the Essence tournament that we were covering, and a hero that I think did relatively well. I don't actually have the statistics on that because they were on another tab, but I'm going to find that for you. It actually only had a 44% win rate. That's a little bit surprising, although a crazy number, if you want to hear the breakdown from the Essence tournament, is Radiant side, Centaur had a 62% win rate, but on Dire, it only had a 25% win rate, and that's in 12 games. Like, that's not a small sample size on the Dire. That's 3 wins, 9 losses. What would possibly, is that just like coincidence, or what would cause that?
Is the teams playing it, right? Like, I don't think that has much to do with anything else, but the teams that are playing it. Like, sometimes when you are working with these sets that are like 20 characters long, like, you don't necessarily have the best data to work off of, and it's like maybe Falcons played Centaur on Radiant 10 games and everyone else played it on Dire. So overall, I don't think it matters a lot for the Cent. I feel like playing Dire or Radiant is good for him in a good game. There are games that aren't that great for Centaur, games where he can't really lane that well versus an opponent, but I feel like those are very few. Like, you don't see those games very often. We have a lone druid, by the way, on BB. So, like, when it comes to the OPs right now of the patch, on one side we get the lone, on the other we get the Lina. I would say out of all of these heroes, they are probably the most contested right now in high tier pubs as well. SF, by the way, completely going through untouched. Some other heroes as well, like Coral, by the way, completely untouched, even though everyone was first phasing it recently. Actually, I'm blind. Coral did get banned, so Coral is out. Ember gets picked, Enigma as well. We're rushing through this draft, by the way.
Yeah, their picks are coming in double time. The Lina Mirana was like a quick double pick, and the Mirana is a very strong hero. We've talked about how strong this hero is. Starstorm very early feels amazing, but then now your lockdown is pretty good, I think, for OG. Whereas right now for Boom Boys, it's Searing Chains and Shackle hitting, and the route from whatever you're going to get here from Lone Druid. I don't know if it's amazing, but definitely something to work with. And I'm curious what boxes you think need to be checked still from either team.
Yeah, like, you know what, like, when you look at the shackles themselves and just the chains, it doesn't feel like a lot, but it's not too bad. Like, they still have most likely an offlane position available for them to pick. So the Ember matchup versus the Lina is going to be an interesting one. I think if Lina is played mid, which I feel like she's the best in, they can do the GPK Lina, they can do the Heritage Lina on carry as well, by the way. But on both positions, this hero just looks insanely powerful. But let's see. They still have a couple of picks to go through. When it comes to OG, like, about the Underlord is good. I'd like to see some, maybe some ban on a BKB piercing offlaner. You know, something that can always deal with the black hole would be nice. So there's a lot of them on the offlane that are usually being played. Beastmaster as well being one of those. Miero Beastmaster, maybe not his like first pick material, you know, if you think about all of the offlaners, but overall it's an option. We'll see what they go for. There are other ways of playing versus Enigma. Right now Enigma is more about drums into Vlads anyway, into like burying them blink. This hero is more about just overwhelming you than necessarily just always using that black hole at the right time, at least in the early stages. You can do the utility, or you can do this kind of a build. They ban the Night Stalker. The other approach, if you don't get to play against Enigma in the late game with BKBs and blinks and everything, is to overwhelm the game early enough so that the Enigma isn't really a problem. You play the tempo faster, and that's why the Night Stalker and the Underlord bans, by the way.
Leaves open offlaners like the Centaur that are a possibility. in this moment. One last ban for the Boom Boys as they... Could they just throw this Undying 3 if they wanted to? Or would it not work against this lineup?
They could, like, if they feel that they can answer the Enigma in some way in the lane, like they could, like if you have some like Enchantress idea or something like that, you know, that can take the Eidolons.
Ooh.
Because yeah, Sven banned out,
Kez
because picked
final
up.
pick. This is a hero that I had just seen a post saying whether or not we were going to see Kez at TI. And well, Series 1, Game 1, we see a Kez final pick for OG, which isn't unheard of. I think we saw Kez a couple of times during the Essence tournament that we covered together, and it did okay.
Oh.
And there's a Legion.
Oh, now we're
Wow,
cooking.
we're cooking.
Now we're cooking.
That was an unpicked hero in that last tournament, unbanned hero, so completely ignored hero. Now coming in, first series, first game, we get a Legion commander. I mean, that's something that I'm thinking is like, all right, that's pocket. We had that ready to go, and here we are with a Legion commander. What do you think about this hero?
It's an interesting one, you know. It's BKB piercing ability, by the way, that comes from the offlane. It's a tempo hero as well. It's a hero that can also, I would say, just one shot all of the Eidolons if you want to be a bit crazy with the laning setup, right? Like maybe there is something that can be done there as well. I don't think it will. I think we'll just have a normal lanes, of course, and let's see how it goes. Like overall, I like the pick if for no other reason, just for the flex. You know, they're flexing Legion Commander at TI, and we haven't really seen this hero at all. Like in pubs, from the couple of games that I have seen, she looked all right. Like this is a hero that's in a pretty decent spot right now.
I couldn't really tell you, at least in my pubs, because one, they're irrelevant to the conversation, but two, you know, we just don't see this hero so much, and it's something that I'm kind of excited to see. My one question is, we saw a lot of like super late games with these two teams. How do you think a hero like Legion, obviously scaling, gets those duels out? How do you think a hero like that holds up going late game?
I think it's a really good hero overall for this game, because you have too many. I mean, maybe having too many targets is not the best, but you have. What I'm trying to say is you have a lot of good targets to lock down with the Legion. Like you talked about their lockdown and that it might not be the best, but now with the Legion, you literally have as much lockdown as you want, especially if you get the attacks eventually too. So if Kez becomes a problem, duel him. If Enigma is a problem, a bit harder hero to find and duel, of course, but it's doable. And Lina, she basically, this hero lives or dies by being this outskirts of the fight. I burst you and then I fly around, try to get away, right? Like I reposition myself. That's how Lina is playing right now. I think Legion just stops that gameplay. If you can find the right Legion angles, the right maneuvers, I think she just completely stops Lina from playing that way. But you gotta be on point, you gotta get the blink blade mail very early on, and it's usually not that simple and easy.
Yeah, and we'll see how it goes, how the Lina does. I mean, I'm kind of excited to see it, and I guess we're here to take a look. Game number 1 coming into it, OG against Boom Boys. I'm so excited for this Legion. I'm so excited for TI. All right, let me get the energy out right now. It's TI. I'm hyped. I don't care what time it is. We started doing this at 10 p.m. for me. Now it's midnight. I am hyped. Let's do this. We're getting into game number 1. OG against Boom Boys. Coming into Shanghai TI. It rhymes for a reason, guys. It rhymes because it is exciting. It is great. And we are here ready to go. Cathelomie already showing off the Trail of the Burning Doom glitch cosmetic. I got to talk about it because it is so sweet.
Please do.
All right. So I'll get it out of my face before we get deep into this game. But glitch cosmetics were a thing that happened in the early 2010s. Talents used to get self-made and players used to get self-made items and they would use those to glitch in the courier gems, and it would end up that they could make them into items. So the Undying's got himself Trail of the Burning Doom, which was in a courier. Tombstone down early on. They're going to try and go in onto Raven looking for this Enigma, and they will get first blood as Kiritich is the one who kills him with the Lone Druid. So dropping down that early Tombstone and making well good use of it early on. And mid Yopaj, a lot of people's idols. He's going to be on this Lina.
Yeah,
I'm ready to see him up against GPK. This is a great matchup.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool matchup in which I would say Lina should have a little bit of course, like you outrange, you can spam the Ember from distance. Like your damage over time is insane, even through the Flame Guard. I think this is a good lane for Lina. But eventually Ember does have something to show for, right? Like after the laning is over, if you survive on Ember with a decent amount of experience and gold, all you need is level 6 and you can hunt her down. You need +1. Basically, this kind of, you see this? Like this right here is my life 24/7. Everyone's life 24/7. Whoever plays against Lina knows this feeling. She's literally sitting on your high ground. You cannot approach the wave. It's very difficult. Even though GPK so far keeping up, you know, like he's finding some last hits. He's keeping his distance. He can still poke with Slight, by the way, which isn't that bad. Like this kind of a build on Ember, you can play versus Coddles, versus Quops, versus a lot of these long-distance glass cannons.
It's hard though, right? Because you, like you said, it's just Lina going to be dominating. You're in this situation where it's like one of the longest range heroes with spells in the game, and finding yourself just getting constantly pressured. And you can see, talking about pressure, you got salves here, blood grenade.
Oh, the blood grenade.
Oh,
Doesn't connect.
tried.
At the tip as well.
What a quick attempt here. As Natsumi, he's just on this Kez, and not a hero we're seeing so much of, but definitely a hero that we're seeing some favoring.
I think Kez is still in a really good spot. Like overall, this hero is like, he scales really well against a lot of carries right now, and if he's given to the right player, always has some impact in the game. And what I really like about Kez as well is he can play multiple roles from position 1. He can be the hard carry or the playmaker as well.
Definitely can be. Kataomi, he has to be very careful in this bottom lane. I want to give up a kill, especially as they grab that first buff for the Lone Druid. And these are games that have been going later for both these teams. In that last series, they had that first game go 65 minutes. Definitely Lone Druid, a hero that's ready for something late. And I feel like maybe Enigma fits that bill, where it gets more exciting as the games go later. But do the rest of these cores hold up? Does Kez hold up? Does Lina hold up?
I think, like, whenever you have Enigma, if the Enigma is unanswered, which sort of more or less the hero is at this point, as long as you have any sort of scaling, you should be fine, and they do. Like, I think Lina scales extremely well. I would say the same for Kez. I think this is a very playable game for OG. We might be in for a longer one, at least, you know, when you're playing with the Enigma. When it comes to Ember Spirit, like, you are going for your standard build. This is most likely like a Mage Slayer kind of a build. When it comes to Lina, it's travel Ags almost every single game. Like, you go travel, you go get yourself some kills on the map, because you can join basically. You just want to be farming the jungle, not showing yourself, and then traveling to the lane that needs assistance.
Sitting here, topping that CS chart, no surprise. And, you know, Emperor's bottom of the cores, but at least kind of holding his own a little bit. They're going to go for Yopaj. Blood grenade out, but the bushwhack maybe saving Yopaj. They had an arrow fly in, a turnaround with a Starstorm. This is trouble for GPK. He will lose his life, and that'll be a kill for the side of OG.
just a beautiful turnaround, right? Like both of these teams knowing very well that you gotta rotate around mid lane on the rune mark, so they do. They save the Lina. Like, you could argue that Lina is definitely the easier kill out of the two, but nice bushwhack. I would say, like, when it comes to the two supports, by the way, infinitely stronger on OG at this point in the game. Maybe not infinitely because of the Undying, I take that back a little bit, but in general, when it comes to the damage output, Mirana right now is kind of insane as well. Like, just the Starfall being maxed out. Right now, I believe I saw he's on 111. But, dude, this hero with Starfall at the moment, it's like 300 damage if both of them connect on level 2. Level 1, perhaps not as strong, but still significant. And eventually you can go for Axe. Like, even if you're a 5, like, you can go for Axe. Arrow.
And Arrow connects. Laguna Blade's there, and that is a kill for Yopaj, taking out Save.
This hero, by the way, when played on a support, was all about the arrows, right? Like, if the arrows connected, basically you're either a god gamer or a dog gamer when it came to playing Mirana. Right now, arrow is, I feel like, just a bonus. That's it. Like, if they connect, great. If they don't, nobody really cares, because all you gotta do is spam the Starfall in the lane. And of course, post-laning stage, if you do get that agonyms, as long as the arrow is flying high, you'll be getting those. You'll be getting the damage out of it.
They are bringing Kathomi over. He's going to come through and try and steal this Wisdom Shrine, but as we get to the 7-minute mark, Kathomi is going to drop this Tombstone. Maybe there's an opportunity, but with Yopaj coming over, that opportunity is gone.
It's gone, but still, I'm going to steal that spot for the Tombstone. It's really hard
Yeah, it's not a bad spot.
It's really hard to get to keep vision on it and to kill it at the same time. So, of course, as an Undying, your job is to fight 5 heroes at the same time when it's early game. The more heroes you fight, the better it is for you.
Try to get those decays out, try to hope that your Tombstone does work. They're going to push this top tier 1 tower. Miero here on the Legion Commander having a good time in the offlane, so available at access. And first item for him is going to be this Blade Mail, so it's not going to be that Blink Dagger Initiator. Just looking to get that Blade Mail early on and hopefully reflect a bit of that damage that helps them get a couple of these kills, as they were looking to get that bottom rune at the 8-minute mark. But it is a shield rune top being saved here for the Boom Boys.
He did have to use some remnant charges at least to get it, but which is a plus side for OG. But for BB, of course, getting the shield rune is pretty damn good on the Ember, secures him from any sort of aggression from now on.
Bottom lane is Mirana. Skim thinking about coming through, but they have not been able to get after this lone druid yet. That's always a little bit of a scary proposition, whether or not you're going to be able to handle a lone druid that's got himself a little bit of farm. And Sumi going to clear up some stacks. There's also a couple of bounty runes ready for him with Kathomi. He doesn't want to give this up so easily. He'll drop down the Tombstone, and this might help him steal a couple of creeps. But let's see if there's any reaction coming in from OG. Right now, they're not even willing to go after Kathomi, as the Legion stepping forward a second. Natsumi needs to be just a touch careful. Doesn't want to get caught by a duel.
Hello, guys. Is this legal? Why is there position 5 stealing my stacks, guys? Team? We're team.
Anybody gonna show up for me? Help?
Stole all the stacks. Of course, Lina not necessarily super ready just yet to make moves. Enigma definitely not a hero that should be connecting top to help you. Like, the only two heroes that could have helped were the supports, but they were also not in the greatest vicinity, so they might be losing the tier 1 bottle.
Definitely might be. Raven just pushing it in. Laguna Blade got used. They're trying to get a kill here on the save, but he's able to get behind the tier 2 tower. But the damage is definitely felt, but it's not a kill.
Yeah. It's It's like when you're playing versus Lina, and when she burns you, you cannot dispel it, by the way. So it just goes through everything. Tim's, by the way, another hero that's when you're playing Hoodwink, actually, like I mentioned, the puck and the spirit heroes that you can't really catch, right? That can't really usually set up on. They set up on you very nicely, so it works badly for you in multiple ways, because they can get on top of you. They can always chase you through the trees. Like Hoodwink likes to play versus these. The hero is made for the bulk boys, you know, the vipers, the bristles. You have an easy setup for them. You know, you just have a lot of things that work well against them. Versus the spirits and high mobility heroes, it can be a bit rough sometimes.
Definitely can be a bit rough, and they are showing a little bit of that high ability as they were able to kill off that Hoodwink. GPK just sitting over mid, and again, he is sitting bottom of the net worth for the cores at the moment, keeping up, I guess, in terms with Kez. But overall, when you look at the mid matchup and the mid diff that's happened so far, Yopaj having a very good start. We'll see how much this Lina can really parlay this into maybe something a little bit more if he can move around the map and get himself a couple of kills as GPK backs off to grab some stacks. With Tim's, it's certainly possible. I mean, this is a duo that, if they move around in unison, bushwhack into an LSA with a Laguna, right now, I don't think many heroes are surviving that on the map. It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy to survive. It's also not super easy to catch for OG. I feel like that's one thing that... you see this push on mid lane, I mean, with the Eidolons and Enigma rotating really early on. This is one way to play when you don't necessarily have insane catch. You just overwhelm them and you pressure all the time.
Use that Moonlight Shadow. And, you know, you think about what they're going to be able to pull off here for OG, and they've had a couple of games like this, I think, in recent tournaments where they've got these early leads and have been able to get themselves something going and have kind of not been able to capitalize on this advantage for themselves. But for right now, keep this lead. They'll lose this top tier 1, though.
The thing is, like, you have to think about it in a different way also. They have taken what they can take off of the map. It's not like this lead that they kind of got. It's not even really a lead. I think this was a given. Like, it had to happen. Like, you're playing versus the Lone Druid, you have to pressure him out of the lane. It's standard Dota. You're also playing with Enigma, and this hero just likes to pressure one tower after another with utility, with drums, with bearing, with Vlads. They got the mid tier 1 tower, and they got the bot tier 1 tower. The map is now over.
They're gonna go for the duel. Try to get this Enigma, and this is an easy kill.
And I was legit leading into this. The question is now, how do you play the map, and what do you do with the space that you've been given? You've opened up the tier 1 mid, you've opened up the tier 1 bottom. Now what? Like, what is the play style? How can you protect the Enigma from, or the mid laner from any rotations that might happen from BB? Because BB, they have some pretty good lockdown with duel. Every time they have duel, they'll be hunting you. So let's see. It's a very interesting game when it comes to like the strategic aspect of it.
Jump in onto this Legion, and just an easy way in with that Laguna and that Echo Slash coming through from the Kez. Yopaj starting to make those movements, and something that he really needs to do. Looks like you gotta put some pressure onto this Lone Druid. Time is always a danger against Lone Druid.
That sounded like some Iliad proverb, you know, or something. But Yopaj gets killed, by the way, on the mid lane. It's the biggest kill of the game so far. They get, of course, the Ember early on, and now they do get the Lina. So basically, they managed to kill the Enigma bottom. They killed the Lina mid while losing LC in the last couple of minutes. When it comes to like tempo, I feel like LC is probably the hero that wants to have the most of it, right? Because of all the dual damages that can rack up.
And it was the kill there onto the Lina, slowing down that streak. Already a streak, you know, only 4 kills, and they had a streak to grab. Boom Boys doing everything they can to try and pull this one back, but still now top of the net worth. It finally falls below the Lone Druid, and I feel like that's the scary point here. proverb again, time is the danger of the lone druid. And
Yeah.
something that is going to be very, very true. But
Yeah,
Legion
especially when
starting us off, trying to get some more stats.
What's the danger with alone? It's the Aghanim's Mjolnir, right? Like that's the time when his
Yeah.
farming speed really racks up, and that's basically what you want to delay as long as possible. So far, has it been delayed? Not really. He's top network together with Lina. Like they're sitting on more or less the same. Overall, I feel like, yeah, it's. You could say it's a bit dangerous for OG, even though they do scale well. It's not about scaling necessarily only. It's about the difficulty that you have when you gotta play versus a fat lone druid. Right? You know that this hero will just be constantly annoying you, attacking you from behind with the bear. Like he will be scouting you with the bear as well. The playstyle itself is what makes this so hard. And he's blocking camps with the bear. You're seeing this, right? Like he's keeping Mjolnir in the hero to farm with. Meanwhile, he's blocking Enigma's camp with the bear in some places, and then he switches. Like he's really min-maxing this hero.
Doing his best to try and continue to maintain this lead and honestly slow down this Enigma. One of those heroes that I feel like gets to a point where it feels super strong, and that's going to be an illusion dual victory, but got the illusion. Good move by Opash.
I love how he. Did you see after he got the kill, he stayed there for like a half of a second. He's like, "What?"
Oh man.
Then he realized, like, yeah, not bad. Good bait, good bait.
Honestly, a great bait. Something that he needs to do because this Lina feeling a little bit fragile in my eyes, at least in the situationship of this game, because this feels like if Lina dies 2, maybe 3 more times, that Lone Druid just takes over, and Lina's not as much of a factor as we'd like it to be, at least if you're rooting for OG in that sense. So avoiding that duel is something that I think is actually way more of an impact in this game than it looks, and you know, he just killed an illusion.
It's a huge impact. Keep in mind that was a smoke as well, I believe, right? So just a lot of things coming together and making this Lina's life a little bit nicer. Top lane.
Gonna get the kill on a Tim's. He's running away, but the focus fire is on him.
Duel.
Got a Legion Commander ready with a duel and a Blade Mail, and that will be a duel victory. This time, not an illusion.
Right, but they're smoked up behind. Look at this. Boots of Bearing as well. Ooh, this is...
One more toy. Laguna Blade Legion is going to be dead, and they will get this kill, but they're going to look for one more. Wind running away, though, is saved. They're not going to be able to get the kill into the Wind Ranger, and that will at least be a return kill. One of greater value, certainly.
Look at this, though.
But Tombstone on the high ground while they come through the Twin Gate. Didn't get anything from this. TP attempt out. Not really much he could do about that. If he had a +1, maybe. I think Ember was nearby, but didn't make the reaction to go and get this Enigma.
If Ember was a bit closer for the chains, at least to cancel it, it would be a different story. But you know, there's a clear difference between the moves that are being made on these two sides. On one side, BB, they're using 2 heroes, maybe in this situation, even one Undying, forcing the Enigma to TP out and not play the map, right? Meanwhile, on OG, who did they need to kill the Legion? Everyone, right? Like, they brought literally 5 heroes top to kill him. So, it's a lot of space, a lot of map is given to the Ember, to the Lone, and they're just continuously abusing it. They're just farming up a storm.
And doing a really good job on this Lone Druid, top of that net worth, constantly bouncing back with the Lina. Though Kez, he's sort of keeping up. 1,000 behind isn't a bad place to be in, especially as a Kez. Currently, I feel like your late game is going to compete with this Lone Druid if they're close enough. And you can see these Eidolons pushing and farming away. Offlaners pretty much even so far for both these teams, and I'm not surprised. It's only a 2,000 net worth lead, but Raven, he's got these Boots of Bearing and the Force Staff. With the Tumbler's Toy, this is a lot of mobility.
Yeah, a lot of mobility, but mobility without blink.
Yeah.
Very interesting, by the way, with the Force. Let's see how he uses it. I'm honestly like... I'm not sure about the Force. mean, it can work, of course. It's just mobility for Enigma. As long as you can get yourself in the right position, it's good. Like, it's a bit better versus, of course, versus Roots, but generally, if you're scouted and you're playing Enigma, it doesn't help you if you reposition yourself a little bit, because you just die, or your black hole will not be as significant because they know where you are. They're not going to like keep on sticking together or something. So it's a bit harder to play and to execute with the force staff, but it's a bit selfless, because you can also use it on others. You can maybe help out Dolina if she gets gone off.
Do you think the
course,
expenditure,
the shard,
though, on a force staff is going to be worth it, where you'd rather one more item?
I'm not really sure. Let's see. Like, he has force and blink, so a lot of mobility on the Enigma soon. But by the way, did you see the shard on Undying? It's being delivered on the courier. He's getting it basically as soon as possible. It's a point and click save. You click Tombstone, you click the hero is hidden in the Tombstone. But
Shadow, they're going to try and make a move. Bushwhack misses, but they've got the mules. Maybe this is a chance here. Force staff into that black hole. They're going to try and get the kill onto this Ember. GPK, though, he's going to be able to survive this for the moment. Now you're thinking maybe you got to turn around.
No, black hole. You definitely can if you want to. You need more heroes. They're all so low, plus no black hole. If they leave, this is a free tormentor for BB, basically.
Tombstone shard already proven to be very strong. I got that Aghanim Scepter here with the Lone Druid, so you've hit that point where the map's going to be pressured pretty hard. This bear is going to be out there pushing lanes, getting farm, and doing his thing, and he is starting to really pull away from the Lina. That is a scary proposition.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they didn't go for the Tormi. Like, they just used not only Black Hole, but Mirana ult as well, but instead they're hunting for kills. Okay, like, this is a play as well. They expect you to be tormentoring, so tormentoring, that's a new word. So you are instead using that as a setup maybe on Kez. But he's wise to it, like he already mantas out. Good read, very good read by Kez.
See me getting all the way back behind the gate. Miro, that is an illusion. Won't be going for that one this time. But again, coming over now with the smoke, the black hole, and they will find save for a moment, but there are heroes here that are going to be able to fight this back. GPK goes inside for Searing Chains. That's going to be locking up the Enigma for a second stun. Sharpshooter, Laguna Blade, onto the Ember. Can they save him? No, they're going to go to the Legion Commander with the duel. They're going to kill the Opage, and Ember survives. I can't believe he's able to make his way out of that one, eating that Laguna Blade, and somehow surviving the onslaught coming his way.
Was the Tombstone used? Couldn't tell. But in any case, another attempt on GPK's life. This time.
We're gonna go again.
This time.
Oh, surely. Yeah, this time it's done.
Yeah, they got him. And the smoke up straight up. So was it cooldown or was it used? I couldn't really tell. But in any case, 1-for-1 in the end. Just because the resilience was there on OG's side, right? Like, they smoked up immediately after a failed attempt, and they catch the Ember out of position. Like, a really cool heads-up play. Most teams, after losing their mid, would just bail and continue playing scatter and continue just the farming game, you know. But not them. They, if you fail, just get up and do it again, and make it a little bit cleaner.
You don't stop riding a bike just because you fell off. You go again, get up, let's keep going.
Unless you hurt yourself, then you have to stop.
Okay, well, fair enough. Fair enough. I guess maybe my analogy doesn't work that well. But, oh, we take a look. 25 minutes in, just about. And I'm not too surprised at where the game is net worth. I'm more surprised considering the two teams where the game is kills-wise. 6-6, 24 minutes in. I swear both these two teams are bloodbath kind of teams. But this game is pretty slow in terms of, like, big action.
Yeah, I think it's the nature of the heroes. You're basically reliant on long cooldowns to catch, and that's it. Like, if you can't catch properly, like, you can't get a lot of kills, and you don't want to even be trying, because usually you just get baited and punished. So as the game progresses, I think we might see something different.
Go for the bear, and they will try to be victorious against this bear, but the shackle does good amount of work. That stops them from getting this kill, and bear's just able to TP out.
Very good shackle right there. Overall, we didn't maybe talk about it extensively, but one of the best Wind Ranger 4s in the world, right? Like, when it comes to playing this hero on a support, he's been doing an exceptional job this game, but almost every game when he plays it. At some point, it was banned constantly against him as well. Right. And on a 5, by the way, when it comes to 4 and a 5, I don't think they could have had maybe some hero, but no, I think this is like full comfort zone for the 2 supports on BB.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, Kataomi, he is one of those guys that definitely is very strong on his son dying. He is going to die, though.
Yeah.
We'll Caster's curse him a little bit, but he's back alive, so we never even noticed.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. He has that innate to work with. On the other side, by the way, speaking of supports, Mirana Scam, I mean, it's a hero he has played at this point, I feel like, on every single position in Dota through his career. Competitively, he's buying the Antagonist Scepter, so the damage output will rack up quite a bit. Like, I mean, when it comes to damage on OG, I don't feel that they're lacking it even now. Like, it's still pretty high, but Axe Mirana is just gonna make it even higher. Straight into the pit, huh?
Gonna try and make a play. Go for this first Aegis. Make a move, and it doesn't look like there's much of a reaction, although I say that now the Enigma finally TPing over.
They're kind of slow. This isn't really going well for them. Tombstone, though.
Now the sharpshooter. They find their way into a move. They know now that they're scouted out on this. It's so hard to commit in. Nigma might be a problem with the wrapping around the back. They've got this Kez coming over. They just don't make the move in time. GPK gets himself an Aegis. They go to the silence. It's through on a save, but the arrow is going to be off the mark. Now the Remnant's over. They'll find themselves the Hoodwink. They might be able to get the kill, but there is the Black Hole onto the Legion Commander. They get the kill there on a Miero. Sad for the Hoodwink at the moment, but the Enigma is now trying to get away. They've got the stun. It's onto the bear. They're trying to run away, but they'll lose their life to this Ember. Got this Aegis who's doing work. LSA thrown down onto the bear to at least get that, but GPK still moving, still grooving. Moonlight Shadow comes inside of his Searing Chains, hits onto the Mirana one more time. They'll hit the silence out of GPK, try to take out this Aegis. The grappling claw on him locks him out and takes away that first life. Do they want to commit for another one? The arrow lands on timing, and now they might just commit to this. Can they get a second kill on a GPK? They're going to jump in with Sheen. He's got himself the shackle. The focus fire is there. They'll take out Natsumi. The bear comes back, and they get this kill onto the Kez, who is looking to take out the Ember a second time.
That from him on Kez, that was extremely greedy. Maybe from the whole team too. Just going for the Ember twice, killing. I honestly think if after the kill on Ember, they just bail after the Aegis, it's maybe evenish. Not done yet. Woo. Nice kill. Of course, so much damage coming from Mirana. This is what I talked about. Like, the maxed out Starfall now is just absolutely insane for heroes like Wind Ranger that are naturally on the squish side. But when it comes to this team fight, a very even team fight, even with the Aegis being picked up by BB, if they left after the Ember kill. I feel like with the Ember respawning and killing Kez, it definitely benefits BB a bit more, because Black Hole was also committed. The longest cooldown out of all of these things that have been used.
They show that they can blow somebody up within that black hole. Obviously, they've got the Laguna Blade ready to go and to drop down that damage. But after that, your control is quite limited here for OG. You're hoping to land a bushwhack. You're hoping to land an arrow. Honestly, kind of maybe even hoping to land an LSA. Obviously, that's probably the easiest of the three at that point. So it's very tough to, like, have that second breath when you're OG in these fights. And we see it here. They run out of gas, they run out of air, and they get overwhelmed. They do get a kill onto a couple of heroes, and now they find Yopai, so get another kill on him. Miero's got himself another dual victory, but Natsumi's going to try and chase and just cannot keep up.
I think this game right now is a lot easier to play on pickoffs if you're a BB. If you're OG, pickoff gaming is hard for you. Like, not only are you like a heavy committal team, like you have to use the black hole to get like an easy kill, but even that doesn't secure it because you have Undying to save. You even have some Legion commander that can use the heal, the dispel on a target if you go on someone with anything else but the black hole. So overall, I think the game is at least in an easier state to play that way for BB. But when it comes to taking big objectives and going high ground, it's not easy for one side or the other because you are still playing versus Hoodwink. You're still playing versus Enigma, of course, eventually. So pickoffs, sure. Big fights, it's kind of even right now.
Tormenting is the name of the game for OG. Shard is going to be essentially one of these two supports. And it will drop down for Tim. So Tim's gets
a much better one
on the Hoodwink.
When you look at the two shards, you definitely want it on the Hoodwink over the Mirana. Like, this is a shard on Hoodwink that you naturally buy. It's, by the way, not that bad on Mirana right now either, considering how much DPS this hero dishes out. It just helps in that aspect as well, with the bonus arrow charges. I mean, the right-click charges, not the actual sacred arrow. But yeah, in general, you just want it on Hoodwink at all times.
Because Boomerang, I think when it was originally put was so strong.
It still
strong.
is. Yeah, it went from what, 25 to 20 or from 30 to 25. I can't remember the exact numbers, but like overall,
it was a crazy number when it was first in the game.
Yeah, I can't even. The craziest part to me is I had to argue with professional players that this is broken. Actually argue with pros. Guys, trust me, this is goddamn broken. It's like an increase for 1400 gold that is unheard of in the game. Like, it makes everything easier, right? Like, just anything that you do on a hero is going to basically lead into a kill if you apply the boomerang. But in any case, we do have it here in a bit of a lesser state, of course, but it's still there.
When you were telling people it was broken, which pro were you talking to? Support pros? Because obviously they're going to tell you it's not. Shut up! You're going to get this thing nerfed.
Yeah.
Stop saying it's broken.
The worst part, it was sports.
Yeah, exactly. My moneymaker.
A year ago, by the way, exactly. It was at TI, by the way, just so we understand each other. Because the last TI, people weren't really sure about Hood. Like, at least at the beginning of the tournament. And then Crit just won every single game with it, so it became a bit apparent. But what's apparent is that we do have a BKB now on Enigma. So casting the black hole itself is not necessarily the problem anymore. The problem is actually killing the target through Tombstone in the black hole. They have Lina with the attack speed, they have Kez with the attack speed, but they gotta get rid of the Tombstone immediately to get those kills.
It's gonna be tough. Gotta keep an eye on this Undying, and you were talking about it earlier, how Kathomi feels like his strongest hero, and they're gonna jump in. Oh, there's the save immediately! With that Tombstone, Kathomi just showing why he's gonna be there and saving everybody. Meanwhile, this Kez drops to the Bear and Legion combo. Immediately just taken away. They thought they got a kill with the black hole. BKB is going to be used to TP out, and that is just the cheapest counter to a black hole, truthfully, is that 1400 gold spent to just Tombstone and take away your target.
Yeah, I absolutely don't think they can play the game this way. Like, pickoffs for BB are so much easier. Teamfights maybe are better for OG, but if established in a different way. I think that they're the ones that need to be gone on. They can't be the ones going on a target, which is not most of the time not really what you want. But their response is much stronger than their actual action. So let's see. Another BKB forced with the blade mill popped. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Talking about cheapest black hole counters being 1400 gold. Cheapest BKB.
Yeah.
Force ever. Although, minus only to accidentally fat finger. Rush comes in, gives them a lot of vision, but the Bushwhack connects. They've got themselves the Sharpshooter as well as the arrow that lands onto the Legion Commander. The Laguna Blade. Oh, come on, Kathomi. That's just not fair. That is just cheating, dude.
You get
Quick
a tip.
fingers.
You get a tip. Yeah. I mean, Laguna is one of those spells like Lion's Finger that you can dodge if you're quick enough, but that was beautiful. I mean, and honestly, like Kathomi has always been this guy. Like he's always been the Tombstone, the Bane Sleep Saver, you know, like he's always been that guy. There's a couple of players in Eastern Europe that do that really, really well and that are known for. Another Shrine, of course, with the bear, you can snatch them through the game. Or you can just take yours as well if you aren't playing your map. Like a pretty high level bear. Just saying.
Yeah.
BKB coming up as well.
He's just him. Raptor dance. He did the dance, but could he save his allies? Not at the moment. They'll lose that Marana, but they will get saved.
Can he get away though?
Coming around the band, LSA on top of himself, and there's the duel. That's going to catch themselves the Opage, and GPK is going to get the kill. They'll look for Tim's. Not going to get any more than that at this current junction, but another kill and another duel victory coming through for the Legion Commander.
Maybe another Lincoln's needed on, I don't know, on the Lina at this point. They have it, but yeah, overall, it's just doesn't feel that great. Like Ember has it on his side, but on the other side, I feel like they need it even more because they're the ones playing into duel. It's kind of rough out there, you know. When you look at OG and the way they want to structure their fights, the moment they show any one of their cores is the moment that same core has to start juking and jiving and finding out different ways to play the map because you know that Legion is coming at you, right? Like she's coming for you. If you show yourself to Laguna Blade the support, you're like 99% getting gold after, so it's really difficult for them to structure the fight properly.
Right. Has to be perfect positioning, perfect timings on what they're kind of throwing their way, and honestly, having all the information on where Boom Boys are in these moments, because as we've seen, if you don't know where the Undying is and you throw that black hole, you're just going to end up losing yourself. GPK walking over. He's got himself an Aegis once again.
Yep. Of course, he gets the Aegis
Natsumi.
because he has the Lone Druid, right? So.
Yep. Bear immediately just goes after the Kez. And just ripping him up, and he's forced to Ravensvale to get out of there.
Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, Shadow also getting expended just to make sure that these heroes can leave. With the Remnant forward, they're still looking. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, they go to the dust. They've got the Shackle, and that should be an easy kill. They're holding him hostage while they're waiting for the duel. They had him out still.
Holding him hostage. They locked him in. Yep. Another win. That's a lot of numbers that I see on the dual damage, by the way. I don't see the exact number, but it's a lot of numbers for the Legion. He's big. Overall, yeah, I feel like they did kill him in the laning stage, and with some rotations, sure, but he's been pressuring the map so hard.
Yopaj losing that Lincoln's on the courier.
Oh, that's sad.
Not that he would have had the gold immediately. He's very close to it, though, and that would have been one way to kind of keep himself alive. The thing is, now you're worrying about this Lincoln's, and there's just the issue, okay, you've blocked the duel, but will you block the bear? And that's the biggest problem. We talked about it. Even when this game was tied at about 1,000-ish net worth, and things looked okay for OG, you had that inkling, you had that feeling like, hey, you know, maybe we can't really beat this bear if he's going to continue to just run at us the way he has and get this kind of farm, because he was up about 2,000-3,000 at that point in the game. Now he's up 8,000 over this Lina. He's up 9,000 over this Kez.
Mm-hmm. You've got some percentage-based damage versus him, though. So it's not only like when you look at OG, every single hero is bringing something to the table when it comes to the damage output. Like you have the extra damage from the Hoodwink, then on top of that you have the Ags on the Mirana. You also have, of course, the Midnight Pulse from Enigma, which will be dishing out the majority of the damage, by the way, in these defense scenarios where you don't really want to use the BKB on the bear anyway. So yeah, overall, I think that they can hold, but it has to be like a high ground hold at this point.
Hoodwink found by the bear, and they're still chasing. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains forcing the Manta out of Natsumi already with the Moonlight Shadow. The chase is on. They're looking for the Lina. They're looking for anything they can get their hands on. They're even going to blink in and go to the Doom, but they got themselves the Black Hole onto 2. It's technically the Legion as well as the Bear, but they've got themselves the Tombstone to get the save onto the Legion Commander with the BKB popped here by Kez. They'll look and focus this Bear. The Raptor dances out, but the Bear's still not dead, finally falling. Nobody really dead other than the Bear. That duel, not Doom, the duel used, but then needing to turn this around and get the save of the Tombstone after the Black Hole got committed on top of the Legion Commander.
Yeah, the big win for BB is probably the Hoodwink buyback, right? Like, that's the one thing they got out of the fight. And, of course, the Black Hole being used. Thank you, Observer, for showing that to us. But you could see, of course, that the high ground defense from OG is a viable option, right? Like, the high ground defense, when they're the ones being attacked on, like you can do something about it. Like, Enigma can catch the backlines. If they could catch the Undying somehow at the same time to prevent this Tombstone from destroying your Black Hole potential, that would be optimal. But it's so hard to catch Katomi. He's always far behind.
There's truly no reason for him to be close.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because they're not killing anybody who's in that Black Hole quick enough where he can't just step forward a little bit and drop that Tombstone on.
Like, that's why I'm saying the only way they catch them if they dive a little bit too much, you know, if they overcommit on someone, and then Enigma can catch the backlines.
Duel committed, hits the Kez. He is in so much trouble to lose Natsumi. He's going to be dead with buyback, but this is looking grim.
This is looking like it might be, honestly, ending very soon. The only question is, like, do they want to commit completely? They know that the Black Hole is still on cooldown, so no reason to go back.
Even using it to save the Bear. BKB, Lincoln's popped. Trying to go for Yopaj, not going to land the LSA.
Saving the Bear actually gives an opening to OG, because there's no Tombstone. At least it won't be point-and-click Tombstone. They still don't have Black Hole, though, so even though Tombstone did get used, it's tough. By the way, that's one of the reasons, like, I know we, on the other stream, we probably finished game 1, I didn't really catch it, but that's another one of those reasons why I feel PL is okay right now, because it's one of those heroes that just completely demolishes Undying. Like, your Tombstone disappears to illusions immediately.
Hoping we do end up seeing that PL sometime.
I hope not. I'm seeing enough of him as is. Ember's in.
Ember's in. Ember's caught for a second. Magnum Scepter now picked up for the Enigma, who's going to have one chance at this massive Black Hole. Maybe something enough to pull in this Undying if they're able to go to the Black Hole, but it's going to be Mega Creeps here. LSA onto the Bear. The Bear will push back the Kez. Still, though, Marana stands in the face of GPK. Searing Chains down to half health with the Vessel on him, and they're down to just their 4s and their Throne holding up for OG.
Holding on for now, but there's a resummon on the Bear. They can still go in.
They're gonna try and go. Jump in, duel comes through. There's the Black Hole. It's gonna be on the 2. Can the Undying get the sting? Tombstone's gonna be dropped down. They'll look to get the kill. They'll take out this Marana, who's gonna buy back immediately. Hoodwink still dead without the buyback. Enigma already used the Black Hole, as they're now trying to turn this around with the right-click damage coming out from Yopaj, but it's just not enough to get the kill into GPK. The LSA lands out of the Bear. Bear stunned up. Arrow following it up. The kill of the Bear, so they'll take that out, but Yule's into the air is this save Wind Ranger, and they will find the follow-up to the Bear kill, as well as getting a Tombstone here. So a little bit of a hold, but still up against these Mega Creep, and it's an immediate resummon that comes through for the side of Boon Boy. So yeah, you got the kill on that Bear, but again, you've got Bear once more, and you know now there's no Black Hole.
Yep, there's no Black Hole, there's no buyback on Mirana now as well. It was a hold, an expensive hold, but it was a hold. And you could see, by the way, Enigma, I believe that was an Aghanims, right? Like, if I saw correctly, so they were getting pulled into the Black Hole a little bit. It's cool. It becomes harder to use these saving spells when you kind of have to be close, but not too close because you get pulled in.
Right.
Still, though, Kataomi is just on point. He has Lens and Blink just because of that. Like this build, by the way, Lens Blink Shard, you don't really see this every single game on Dying's really good.
Running forward, GPK going in, trying to finish this game with a fight right here, right now. Can they find anybody? Natsumi is going to grab him, claw it down to the ground, try and get the Laguna Blade is going to be through. And they finish him off. Now they've got the Tombstone to get the save once again with the BKB popped here by Miero. They destroy the Tombstone, but eventually Miero falls. Bear is inside that bit. He's some work out of the tier 4 towers. They are chasing. They're going to BKB and TP out on this Lina while the Bear is doing work. Get Natsumi away, the Remnant forward, the Searing Chain, they all connect, they'll pop the Lincolns, they hit the Shackle, they'll get the kill, they'll take him out, down goes the Enigma, is gonna fall, buyback, but GG is gonna be called here by OG. They've been overwhelmed by Boom Boys, and game 1 goes to BB.
Yeah, the only reason this last fight looked even remotely possible for OG is because the Bear wasn't there. He was taking their base, he was trying to end, which he realistically did do, because some of them needed to go back to defend against Rat Bears, some of them needed fighting, couldn't get away, so yeah, overall a really good performance by Boom Boys, and it comes down to the pace of the game, which was presented and possible from one team and not from the other. Even though it didn't look that way at the start. But I raised this question immediately, if you remember. After the laning stage is over, Enigma buys Bearing, takes the tier 1 mid, takes the tier 1 bottom, right? I legit don't know how OG played this game. Like legit, it's hard. If you to find pickoffs with Nirvana Hoodwink is next to impossible versus an Ember. I think that's maybe their downfall this game. The lack of catch, and even if you have the catch, it's either Mirana with the Yules with a long setup. By the time you set up with that Yules on Mirana, there is a save coming. There is not speaking of, but of the Tombstone or of the Legion commander saving the target. So it was a really difficult game to play for OG. And I wonder, could an item have changed that? Like maybe if Lina had some sort of a Shadow Blade earlier so that she can perhaps just hunt heroes down the map unnoticed. Like I think this Lina had like a pretty good start, like top of the network, like dominate lane as well, but the build was good. The build was generic from her. I just wonder if maybe something different could have changed things. I'm not saying it says if she made a mistake by the build that she went for. It's just that the game was really, really hard for them to play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe it's the pressuring that they didn't really commit to in the early parts of this game. You got to remember there was only 6 kills for them at about 24 minutes. Yep. So it's become a point where, oh, you know, OG aren't exactly shutting down the map against these heroes, and Lone Druid took advantage of that. Not that there was really too much that they can do, because they were being pulled by Boom Boys, by the Bear, by these heroes, by Legion, getting these pickoffs. There wasn't a lot of kills for Boom Boys either. But in the moments that they did get those kills, it forces OG to kind of react a little bit differently, opens it up for Lone Druid, and he gets that kind of farm. And then GPK as well as Miro are getting farm off these pickoffs. And we see this last fight, like you talked about, the Bear, he's doing the work. He's getting this throne, making sure that he's forcing somebody back or forcing an uneven reaction because they're still fighting. They end up getting the kill on a Natsumi. And, you know, this is the thing with OG where it's just like, all right, cool. Well, normally people spend 5 nights with Freddy's, but we had to spend 45 minutes with Freddy Fazbear, and we lost the game pretty quickly off that. He goes 6-0-8, and Lone Druid, you look at his net worth, 38,000. Like, this is no joke from Boom Boys. They looked really good. The laning was good from OG to start overall, but they need to find a way to transition that into filling the gaps and making sure that they can win this game and expand on their lead.
Yeah, I think the game style, the draft itself, when it comes to OG, is not easy to execute versus what Boom Boys have got, right? Like, I gotta reiterate this. At the same time, they managed to bait out 1 duel plus smoke with the Lina illusion. I wonder if they could have done that a bit more times. The problem is, like, you're playing this draft where you are the ones hunted, right? Like, you're kind of setting up to defend versus an eventual hunt. You cannot be the ones hunting properly, but you're playing versus a Lone Druid. So wait, you can't get kills, you can't set the pace of the game, and you're also playing versus a hero that is arguably the biggest problem late game that any hero can be at this point. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Like looking at the game and watching it play out, like after the first 1-2 towers fell, I could see this problem arising already. But I expected them to maybe win off of some crazy black holes. If the game went a little bit better, by the way, maybe this draft was super playable. If they dodge a couple of dual wins, if they kill Miro a couple of extra times, maybe this lineup of theirs has like a refresher Aghanims Enigma much earlier, and then you have 2 black holes that you have to worry about, or an Octarine, whatever, you know? Like, it's hard to blame it on just the draft. I feel like when it comes to BB, they had a wonderful draft, a wonderful performance December as well. GPK survived mid, and he managed to like constantly scout out the backlines. And I think that's what this hero does much better than the Lina. Like Lina needs someone to. That's one thing that I gotta say from them. Like they're 4 heroes: Hoodwink, Mirana, Enigma, and Lina. All 4 heroes want someone else to start for you. And like you just don't have that guy. Like Kaz, maybe, but even he doesn't want to be first head in when you're playing versus a Legion.
Yeah, definitely the truth. And Boom Boys have played us alone 4 games in a row or something of the sort. So it might be time to just get rid of it in that first phase if they don't want to be up against it again. But we're going to see that in game number 2. We're going to take a quick break. Be back with game number 2 in just a moment. So stay tuned.
I'm here with Raven from OG. Raven, nice to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, I've been seeing you for a long time. You've been at TI since 2016.
Yeah.
You've been to a whole bunch of them. Does this one feel any different, or does this just feel like, oh, it's TI again, I'm back?
No, I think this one is different because my team is like better, and the way we think about the game is much more better than before. So yeah, I think it's different.
So you joined the team in June.
Yeah.
So you haven't been with them very long. What has it been like getting settled in? I mean, you know some of these players anyway, so
yeah.
I mean, you know Natsumi and Tim, so did it feel like just slipping into a team that you were already comfortable with, or was there a lot of work to do there? How did that go?
I think it's a little bit work to do because before that, I'm actually not really playing competitively. I think with Tim's, he helping me a lot in the game and even in our lane, so I think it's doing good now.
Do you think that having played as a carry, it helps you play offlane because you know what carries hate and you can annoy them even more than most offlaners would?
I think it kind of does that because I have like knowledge on how to play certain heroes and who I don't want to play against. And I know that also, so I think it helps.
You know the pain of a carry player in a bad matchup, right?
Yes, I know.
So let's talk about the meta in general. It always feels like people have a meta that they think they understand, and then once the tournament starts, it completely changes after a few matches. Do you think the meta is quite settled, or do you expect it to be very changeable?
Every team is different. That's why it changes, because who's the better team will become like that. So I think that happens a lot.
So you think people look at what the better teams are doing and steal their strat?
Yeah, they always do that.
So which teams do you think at this TI are the teams that people are going to be watching the most closely?
I think that it's going to be Team Vision and Liquid, because they really have like a rule to follow. They have like how they play, they already know it.
Let's talk about your teammates. Obviously, you know some of them very well. You haven't been on the roster that long. How are they? What are they like? Describe them to me.
I think 4 of them is just really the same. So easy to talk to and very much like a trash talker, I guess. And I think they're very hardworking, and I think they're really good also.
What would it mean to you after coming to TI for all this time? First of all, what would you see as a success at this TI? And what would it mean to you to win TI?
For me, if I see the success on me, I think at least top 4. It's good enough for me. And I hope that we can go playoffs and be much more better as a team.
So making that main stage, making top 4.
Yeah.
But let's imagine you won the whole thing. What would that feel like after doing this for 10 years?
I think it's going to be so much, I don't know what to say, but it's going to be a lot. Because I've been playing this game for so long, and you know, winning that title has always been a dream.
And what would you say has been the TI highlight so far? You might make a new one at this TI, But after all the TIs that you've played, what was your highlight across all of them?
I think there's some highlights that I've been playing good, but I always remember just the TI6, the TNC. But
Yeah.
so that one is a lot.
That's a big memory for you.
Yeah.
Well, look, I hope that you can make some new memories at this TI. We look forward to seeing you guys. Raven, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Guys, it's game number 2 here of the International 2026 between OG and the side of Boom Boys. They booming. They're doing their thing. They're cooking. They're working it. And well, game 1, Lone Druid proved to be the maker of this game. And well, OG, they're gonna have to find a way around that because this is definitely a tough situation to be up against one. Not something you really want to be doing. That's for sure. When you're sitting at the potential chance of being 0-1. Because I think some of the 0-1 1-0s are going to be played today as well. And if you end up playing one of those 0-1s, you can find yourself 0-2 day 1, which could be insane. Like, that just puts you in a position where you just don't want to be. And OG trying to hold on and trying to hold out. They're going to have to turn this one around. And where do they start?
Banning out the Lone Druid, I feel like, is always a good start. Like, when it comes to this patch, when it comes to this meta, I think getting rid of the loner is, you know, like, make things easier for yourself. Lone Druid is a hero that is basically on a level of IO or Meepo or Arc Warden. You know, when they're broken, when they're strong, these Tinker-esque heroes, they're just very difficult to play against. It's hard to find real ways of playing against those guys. So I'd like to see that happening, by the way. I'd like to see something a bit different from both teams, but specifically I'd like to see if Boom Boys will be as strong without the Lone Druid, because this game, by the way, was played not so long ago and it went the full stretch and went to game 3, but it was never as convincing in the last series as it was right now. I feel like this was on a different level and Boom Boys were just not only outplaying them, I think it was a clear outdraft, but also a clear outplay through the game to make that draft work. Speaking of some other drafts, by the way, you saw that LGD won versus Falcons game 1, by the way.
Yeah, and then they game 2 have picked Gyro mid, which
it's the duality of Thompson, I swear. It's the duality of Thompson. One game he is gonna be a god gamer and he's gonna pick like a normal mid laner, and then he'll be like, guys, trust me, pick me line mid, I got this. I've seen enough of his streams. I've seen and been in enough of his pubs and played against him, by the way, in the past enough to know how that
guys, it's working in my pubs, I swear. I got this. Make this all work. Lion mid. What else is gonna be that weird mid that he apparition mid? Is that gonna be the play? You gonna just throw out some crazy ones?
Where's Crow? You know, trust me, guys. Just pick me AA. I got this.
Is that how the sentence always goes? It always starts with "trust me, guys."
Of course.
Trust me, trust caps. Trust me.
Mm-hmm. When you say trust me, everyone trusts you. That's how it works. So
That is pretty funny.
But they are experimenting a bit, which you see, and the gyro, yeah, like as a mid laner, there are worse things. Like this is a hero that can work. Maybe we'll see it here as well. I don't think this is a very popular or a very strong hero in meta, though. That's the problem. Like I think he was actually a bit stronger at times than he is right now. But it is what it is. As the lobby started, I see a little connecting there for me, so I think I'll be PGMing it once again because I'm unstable. My
So he's you.
Yeah.
Although I wasn't kicked from the lobby. I left on my own accord in solidarity with you. I said I'm not.
You can stay.
Lobby that my co-caster is not going to be in.
You can stay in the lobby. So at least we have one guy there, you know.
I'll give it a shot. I'll see if I load, because it might be me as well.
I'll be removing myself momentarily if it was truly. I mean, I joined the lobby the first time. I was in it. Like I got into the game, so I don't think it was only me. But in any case, there's also to cast off of. So basically, to explain to our dear chat out there, you can either be in the game or you can just see the same things that you guys are seeing and just talk about what's on the screen. What's on the screen kind of limits you, but it limits you in a fun way. Like you can, I think you're a bit more connected to what everyone else is seeing, and you don't have to talk about the second branch that was picked up by a support, you know, and how it makes a difference in the grand scheme of things. You can focus on some more focal points, you know.
Why do I feel like I'm being quoted here? Whoa, like that felt like I never said how a second branch would ever. Maybe I have. I can't in full faith say I've never said that before. I know I'm very prone to asking dumb things, but you know, I ask what the chat would ask. Chat, you know, that's how you feel. It's okay, but some of us got to be there. Sometimes gotta be asking questions that. All right, well, I'm just gonna. It might have been me as well. I'm not gonna be in this. They tried it again, and they did not. I did not load this time.
I'm so happy.
I'm going
so
to be PGMing it.
Yeah.
For all of you guys who don't know PGMing it, there's one of two ways we could be watching DOTA. It's either in the game or in the PGM. So
thank you for explaining that. They probably never heard that before, but no one explained it.
I feel a lot more connected with what everybody's watching.
That's what it is. You have to be in all. You like it this way a bit more. I get it.
Yeah, I do like it this way. They did say I was not loading as well, so I'm just gonna hit the old dusty trail lobby and get myself out of there. And yeah, we'll
defeated male lead. Like overall, yeah, it's gonna. One was fine, so I'm sure that we can handle the rest of the series as well. Like overall, when it comes to the game one, and my biggest takeaway would be to perhaps, if they are going for as kind of a mid laner, getting something that isn't really afraid of just rolling in there and creating chaos would be better. Like even look, it's easy to blame the draft, of course, always, but let's say if they have like some clock or some spirit breaker or something stupid, you know, like a fat frontliner that's kind of dumb, you know, that just goes in there and creates a mess. I think those kind of heroes are really good when you have glass cannon mids, because these kind of glass cannon mids, there's one brilliant thing from Boom Boys that I gotta give to them, of course, pick. Like the Legion pick, literally every I'm saying comes back to the Legion being in the game. If Legion is not in the game, I think it's much easier to play the Legion. We just don't care. So what if there is Underlord on the other side? So what if you get a bit of malice on your head when you can BKB and fly out, right? Legion, on the other hand, like there is no way. Like the moment you're gone on, you're dead.
Yeah, I think I'm shocked by the Legion pick overall, but it's nice to see that the Legion ends up doing work in a situation like this. Very exciting to see, and we'll see if we see something a little bit out there from Boom Boys again. Like, will there be something similar to a Legion Commander that makes its way into the game? What's something that I would say, what's something that's similar to Legion that we don't see that much that you think that boys would pull out here?
Axe. I think that's another hero that is. I
Max
mean,
gets picked, right?
you see it all. I mean, I'm covering one of your criteria. The other one I'm not.
Okay, that's fair.
You know, like Axe is definitely played, especially by Boom Boys. Like they played quite a bit. But where I was going with this is, Axe is another hero that has a BKB piercing ability that you can't really evade, and you can't really do much about it. Like unless someone on your team buys a Wind Waker, like you're just stuck there, right? So you're stuck there while everyone is hitting you, and plus you're hitting yourself through the blade mill. So overall, I believe that both of these heroes kind of need to go at this point after watching the game, or you have to find a better save because there's another approach, by the way. There's just Dota is such a beautiful game because to the same problem you can find 5 different solutions and all of them might be good, right? But you need to find them. And we spoke about how they could have had like a front line that creates chaos, that prevents Legion from going in first. Then you can maybe play around that. Another approach is perhaps getting a real save for the Legion duels, or for that instant initiation on the Lina. Basically anything that could reset things so that Lina can run away. Even the tombstone that we saw in the light, like if you had the Undying, if you had something like that that can actually prevent the Lina from instantly being killed off, you can play off of that. Oracle, Wyvern, by the way, in the pool as well. Last game was banned, but these kind of heroes.
All right, well, we'll have to see if we do see those heroes. We shifted up for a second. I thought we had a...
Yeah, me too. I got in position, you know, like I was, let's go.
Yeah, you got to adjust the shrimping. You got to be ready here. Yeah. Set yourself up, ready to go, and put yourself in postured position, which is something that, you know, you go from that beginning of the game, pre-horn, and then all of a sudden you grab that first bounty rune and you just are leaning in very quickly. And we're in a draft. Hey, look at that. Boom Boys with the Undying Lina. So they're the ones taking the Lina this time, and then Hoodwink Tiny on the other side for OG. There's a swap here, at least in terms of the Lina and the just the Lina here for Boom Boys, but now Tiny, Hoodwink coming through. Lone Druid, shockingly, I will say this, Lone Druid shockingly not first phase banned and didn't get picked.
Yeah, they didn't get instantly picked. Like overall, the hero can be. I won't say he can be dealt with, but if he's picked late, you cannot deal with him. If really, maybe there's some tech that you can work around. When it comes to Boom Boys, you can already see a little bit of an approach to the Lina being a bit different, that is, from them, because they already have the save in the Undying with the shards, right? And then you have Terrorize as well. That's something that's with. But I gotta say, OG already with these two heroes, they have the damage to blow any hero up from the face of the Dota scape. Because like you have Hoodwink with Bushwhack with ult, you have Tiny, which is most likely going to be played on safe lane, right? This is basically where I like to see him the most. So yeah, I like their opening. I think it's very burst heavy. You have a lot of control. Nothing really missing from these two. Just got to make sure that they have a decent laning stage on top as well. And I think OG are already set to have, at least when it comes to pickoffs, a much better game.
Well, when we take a look, Dark Willow getting picked was pretty popular at the Essence tournament. 17 overall picks, 7-10 overall in that tournament. As OG spending a lot of time, a lot of reserve time on this pick, and they go to the Axe, something we talked about, similar to the Legion Commander in the sense of wanting to be that blink hold down hero, and something that early on, especially with this Hoodwink, can make your life pretty miserable in that safely. You know, with the battle hunger, with the fact that you're going to be dealing with Bushwhack, Acorn Shot, constant pressure, maybe they get that opportunity to start cutting these lanes depending on the lane that they do put out there for Boom Boys. Because I think you talked about it, you know, Kiritich and GPK, they are very willing to put some of these heroes safe lane. Is Lina one of those from the Boom Boys that Kiritich and GPK will hand off to each other?
Yeah, like Lina is also a hero that they can swap very comfortably. The thing is, like, this Axe pick, by the way, is maybe something where you might want a different carry. And that bounty hunter as well. God damn, this lineup is nasty from OG.
Wow.
But this probably means that you don't want to lane anymore. So it's going to be Hoodwink and Tiny on the safe lane and Axe plus Bounty on the offlane. And if it is an Axe plus Bounty on the offlane, it's a much easier lane to deal with for the Undying plus Lina. However, with one caveat, of course, like one difference is you cannot stop the creep skipping if it's Undying plus Lina, right? Like you cannot stop the creep skipping. Like Bounty will be buying boots and just killing your couriers and trying to make a mess of that lane so that Axe gets his levels and gets his Blade Mail Blink without even fighting the Undying. There are two approaches though. If you put Hoodwink, I think you just spam him with Battle Hunger and Hood hitting him. And it's actually not even a weak lane versus the Undying. But okay, for now we don't even know where Undying is going. We're assuming it's Kataomi, but it could still be switched up. Like this, when it comes to BB, the only hero I would say maybe with 99% certainty is that the Dark Willow is position 4. Everything else is still in the air. Like it could be just a Necro versus Axe safe lane with Lina mid with Undying off lane. It could be Necro safe lane with the Undying. It could be Lina safe lane with the Undying and Necro mid, even though I don't see the reason why they would do that. So I think this is most likely going to be like some Kiritich Necro with Lina mid. And what makes me say that is I truly think that they need an offlane as their last pick. They need stuns. They need hero. Like you could play like an Undying offlane and then pick something else on a 5 that brings you those stuns as well. Like yeah, sure. But yeah, I mean that's possible too.
Would like to see more stuns, and we'll see if we see that. Martha getting banned out here by Boom Boys. A hero that, in the case of OG, would have probably been in the 1 position. With
yeah, for sure. Top. They banned out Muerta, of course, because they picked the Necro, right? Like it's one of the best, one of the best counters to it, if not the best in the game.
Ench kind of hinted at that as well, right? Because we've seen a lot of that Ench into the Necro. Not that, well, I mean, could you really even fit an Ench into this lineup at this point? Not really, but that ban obviously coming before the last phase of picks. Now they banned that Puck, something that would have given them mid-team fight and get a little bit of lockdown with that Dream Coil. Largo, what's the reasoning behind the Largo ban, you think?
I think weren't they the ones that lost? Yeah, I think BB were the ones that lost Largo twice versus Iron Wing, right? Like in essence. So overall, I feel like that the hero is, when played on offlane, not that weak for certain players. Like just a strong laner that transitions well. And the main reason, by the way, would still be the Croak of Genius. That's why they ban it out. And of course, you have get rid of the Bounty Hunters track to get rid of the Bushwhack as well. Like catch your lick overall on Largo is the way to go right now. So it will be like we guessed. So most likely Necro safe lane, Lina mid with the Centaur on offlane. I think that does make the most sense for them. Not an easy last pick for OG to go for here, by the way. They need their mid, and they kind of know the matchup.
5 seconds remaining.
But what do you pick into the Lina? Do you Ember it up the way they did? You cannot, because then Necro goes mid and you just get destroyed. Like a lot of these heroes that OG could pick versus the Lina are actually pretty weak versus Necro. So swapping things around might not be an option. You can't go for ties pick. Is this a tiny mid
tiny
then?
Mid?
Yeah, seems like it. I mean, okay. I think they kind of solved 2 issues with this pick, and got one. The issue that they solved is scaling and the laning stage versus the Centaur. I think for TA it should be good enough, right? The issue that they got is you have a tiny mid now versus a Lina. The lane itself might be hard. Like eventually when you get the blink, it's better, but the laning stage itself is pretty hard on paper, at least. We'll see how it turns out. And you're not necessarily as active as an Ember, because you do need to get to that Blink Dagger timing.
I'm never the biggest fan of multiple Invis heroes being picked like this. Obviously, that's like such a small factor in this matchup. But also, you're picking this Templar Assassin into a team that I feel like does well with getting your, refractions away from you and kind of getting on top of you if you're this Templar Assassin. Stampede's going to definitely make some moves. Aghanim Scepter's going to be making GPK available for making that jump as well. And then at a certain point, you get that shard for what is now that safely Necro. Kiritich, he's going to have that Radiance going. He's going to have himself going, his passive as well as having Deathseeker to maybe close the gap. I'm not really sold on this Templar Assassin as the final pick, but when we were looking at what the possibilities were that they were going to get something out of this that felt really that good, there really weren't many options. So Templar Assassin maybe is your best option in terms of maybe a hero that can get itself a decent amount of farm quick enough, right? So game number 2, let's get into it. And
let's see.
Let's take a look as we get the second one. OG looking to keep this series alive. Boom Boys looking to take it to 2-0.
Yeah, what are they waiting for on the high ground? They know Bounty Hunter might be scouting them, so they're not just showing anywhere. Okay, this is the funniest start that I have seen. The most giga-brain start that I have seen in a long time. Usually you wait for 45 sure to smoke out, but they waited on their high ground this whole time. That was next level. I like it a lot. Yeah, when it comes to the drafts, I think both are very, very playable, by the way. Like, I think maybe the biggest difference is this Necro top into the Axe in the laning itself, but on paper you won't be laning. On paper like this shouldn't be like a normal lane. It should be probably, just messing with the lane equilibrium and just dealing with it that way. That's what I'm expecting at least, because laning Necro plus Undying is literally... Ooh, it's not really what you want in your game. Ever.
Yeah. Something you're always trying to avoid, if you can. Few bad piece. No fighting just yet, but 3 heroes here looking to just grab themselves this range creep.
By the way, so it will be Hoodwink then top with the Axe. This changes things a little bit. Like, if Hoodwink remains top and Bounty goes bottom, like, maybe you can play around the Undying with some Battle Hunger spam plus hitting him with Tims. Like, I think this changes things a tiny bit. It's still a hard lane for Axe, but let's see. I'm still very reluctant to say this is a lot better than the Bounty plus Axe. At least you could have pulled if you were doing that. If you'd done it that way. You can still pull with Hoodwink, I suppose.
See how these lanes end up going. GPK this time going to be trying to pull the Yopaj and have a good start onto this lane. Taking some relatively high damage as they do use that Avalanche.
Yeah, a bit different from
Yopaj.
A bit different start from GPK as well, as he started with LSA, by the way, and not with the Dragon Slave that we see very often right now on the mid lane, where Lina just shows up on your high ground level 1 and spams you with it. So, a bit different. Of course, versus Tiny, when you're playing Lina, you can do what he's doing right now, but you gotta be careful once the tosses start coming in. The thing is, like, do Tinys even skill toss early on right now? I don't think they do. Like, at least not the carry ones. The mid lane Tiny might have to.
This Bounty Hunter, definitely a hero of feast and famine. We've seen this hero just kind of wash out real quick, especially if the team's not getting a lot of kills, and it's something that kind of worries me, especially with the pacing of last game. Like, OG, if they get themselves 6 kills in 24 minutes, surely this Bounty has not done his job.
Okay, just one question. You see that deep Radiant ward behind the tier 2 on mid lane, right? Like, what's the point of this ward if the Bounty isn't going to be playing the position 4 on off lane? Hunting the couriers and skipping the waves all the time. I mean, because you see this, it's not as optimal as with a Bounty that has boots. Like, Hoodwink, you see, Necro actually connects the wave. Hoodwink loses HP, Axe loses HP. Hoodwink is pretty squishy and not really super mobile without boots. Bounty, meanwhile, he can tank 2 waves. He has like 6 armor level 1 or some crazy amount like that. So it's a bit of a different story. I wonder why they decided to completely switch it up.
Does make me wonder what the idea here is in general with the Bounty Hunter, right? Because it's not a hero that we're seeing a lot of. It was played one time by GamerLegion in a win during that Essence tournament, but overall not a hero we're seeing anything of the sort on. And
Yep.
the idea doesn't exactly seem like it's built on all cylinders, at least currently.
Yeah, we
I
shall
need
see. We shall see. There's probably like a bigger picture that we are not really seeing here. So these are professional gamers gaming. So I expect to see something like this. By the way, what we talked about as well. Battle
Pushback
Hunger.
hits.
Yeah,
Getting a kill.
very good.
Trying to get some help from the Dark Willow as Raven is on the run, and maybe they get this kill. You do have this obs that throw the blood grenade. The chase is on. Necro, is he going to cut him off at the pass? He's thinking about it, but he's got this creep wave, so Axe kind of understands where he's going to be at. TP comes through, now starting to spin with Battle Hunger on, though. Goes into the Shadow Realm and finally gets the kill out onto Raven. Took a while, but he got there.
Yeah. He's doomed either way, right? Like, if you run, you get picked off by the Necro. If you don't run, Undying eventually TPs in and kills you, so...
Tombstone down. The commitment onto Natsumi, they want to go with 3 of these heroes.
Ooh, the Brambles, though, they didn't connect, so... Just walk it off as the TA. Might take some damage on the tier 1 tower. I think this is a really good rotation from Kataomi because I don't know if you can contest the Necro anymore. I think this guy can just solo versus 3 heroes. If you bring the Axe, the Hoodwink, and the Bounty top, I think Necro is chill. You know, he just stays top and wins the lane.
You're dealing with a Necro that's going to have that kind of farm, and then Centaur is one of those that eventually just is a beefy tower. The guy goes Helmet the Dominator into the heart from what we've been seeing, and now they've got to kill into the Bounty Hunter, who's still not doing much. They're going to rotate, but it may not be worth enough. They actually end up keeping that courier alive. Tim's trying to make a move happen, but quite honestly, they just don't have the damage at the moment, and now Necro is able to run at Raven, and he's going to need to be careful. Ghost Shroud's on him. The chase is on. They want to get the kill here onto the Axe, trying to throw these Death Pulses on all the way through. Got to be a little bit careful about how close you get to him, but he doesn't need to get that close. He can just chase, and eventually he will just tick out. This Death Pulse is coming. You'd rather take himself out a little bit quicker onto the tier 3 tower, and this is exactly what you were talking about in terms of what do you do against this Necro. Mid lane, meanwhile, LSA is going to miss. They've got the toss. It's back towards the tower, and Skem's here with Tim's. Laguna Blade, though, takes care of that Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, he's got high armor, but not a lot of HP, so Laguna Blade and these kind of spells really do hurt. That tossback was on the Radiant high ground, which is usually what you want to do versus the Lina, but in this situation, there was just no follow-up. The silver lining for the Axe on top lane is that they did manage to mess with the lane equilibrium. Unlucky. Yopaj just not catching a break on the mid lane. I'm seeing 2 double-digit numbers on Lina, by the way, when it comes to CS. Am I correct? It's rough
39
out there.
and 20. It is. Well, 42 and 21. But overall, again, Necro just coming forward, and there's not much that can stop him. This is them looking to invade and trying to get at least another kill here. Necro's going to be met by 3 heroes, but he's got the help. There really isn't much here for OG unless they get even more. Tombstone's down to the high ground. They think about pushing the Tiny in. The Avalanche doesn't do anything, and OG just cannot compete with what they've got going for the side of Boom Boys.
Oh man, this is a very good back off from OG. I gotta give it to them because you bring in 4 heroes and you still don't go for the kill. Of course, the situation is, by the way, absolutely terrible what they're in at the moment, but at least you don't feed kills to the Necro because so many teams would try and get in there, you know, like your mid lane rotates, you outnumber them. I just don't think they win that fight.
Laguna Blade Dragon Slave and putting the damage onto the Tiny with the creep there. He can go into the tower, but chooses not to immediately. And now they're going to focus their attention onto Tim's. Pushback back lands on 2 heroes, but he's got the Cursed Crown, which means that sets up for the Dragon Slave from GPK. And that will be another kill for the side of Boom Boys, putting this one at 6-1. This is much better starting from Boom Boys. And Bounty's not, in my opinion, and this could be wrong, call me out the second I say something stupid.
Yep.
Bounty's not one of those heroes that, like, excels. Oh, damn it. Bounty is not one of those heroes that really excels from a behind position. This is a hero that wants to get ahead and stay ahead, right? You want to get that track and use it to push your advantage. And instead, they're behind and they are not finding ways out. This is already so much pressure coming in from Boom Boys, and they got to make something happen over behind this tier 1 tower. But they'll go to the Stampede. They will lock down this Templar Assassin. Even the Reaper Scythe comes in. It's Brazil in this first engagement down towards bottom, but man, Natsumi just cannot find himself a way out. And it is just all Boom Boys.
Scam does manage to at least get away here for now. Maybe I cursed him. We'll see. Has no boots, just a Windlace to work with, so it's kind of not the fastest bounty hunter out there. But yeah, overall, you're absolutely right. They're absolutely abusing the state of the game and the heroes that they've got. I think preventing Axe from getting this Helm of Iron Will with the Necro rotation on top of him was crucial too, to prevent him from scaling. He's going for the good old Helm of Dawn build, by the way, on Axe. I mean, this build was popular on the hero for quite some time when your Battle Hunger scaled so much from the armor. Now that it doesn't necessarily anymore, it's not as great, but it's a recovery item. I think the general idea right now for OG is to just recover. Try and recover, because their scaling is pretty good, but they need to get there. They need like a blink. They need a Blade Mill on Axe. They need a blink on Tiny. It's just, they need level 6 on Bounty. Just so many things are necessary.
I hate to say it, but he is level 4 currently, and when you don't get those shrines, especially as a hero like Bounty, it seems like you're waiting until that minute 14 shrine to even have hopes of hitting that level 6. So he's got to find some experience somewhere, and the problem is he's kind of roaming around, and now I'm blocking camps, but not really finding creeps to get some sort of suction of experience. It's not good. He's in such a tough way, and all 3 of these lanes were a win for Boom Boys.
Pretty much. Usually when you win 3 lanes, Dota is very simple afterwards. You just control the map, you choke them in, you take the tier 2s as well. You set up those perimeters around the triangle and the bot lane where you board it all up, and you just starve them out, right? Like, you get way more out of the map. You don't have to make any crazy moves. So far, it's looking like it's going that way, and even the creep falls. The moment it gets picked up, it dies as well. The build that I really like is the Kiritage's Travels, by the way, helping out, of course, with that first kill on the TA down bottom with the Reaper side, but also in general, it's kind of nice not to greed out in Radiance in some games. You know, just you might farm a bit slower, but you're way more active and way more valuable as a hero like this.
Especially with how much they're just playing around the map at the moment. They are up 5,000 net worth. Have themselves in a very, very fortunate position. What do OG have in the moment? Like you said, they do need that level 6 for the bounty hunter. He's trying as hard as he can, but is the early tracks even enough? Like, what do you follow up with that? He's still level 4. Like, this is gonna be some time.
They basically need him with the track, and they need a combo of Tiny plus Bushwhack Sharpshooter. I think the damage is actually there. The damage is there for a lot of these heroes besides the Centaur. I think they can kill between the Tiny and the Hoodwink. I think they have the kill power. If you combo that up with track, maybe the network difference will not look as grim in a couple of minutes. But yeah, you gotta get there. You gotta get to the position in which you are able to do so. And they, by the way, did scout the bounty, so he might even die.
Reaper Scythe Kiritich putting himself on the killing spree, and as Centaurs do, they just run in towers. He's got the help, though, as well. Make sure that they just grab another tier 1 tower. That's going to be the mid tower down. And stuck on 1 kill. And not exactly making it look like they're going to get another one anytime soon.
It looked like that pulse on Bounty took half of his HP, by the way. Like just one death pulse. I mean, he was decayed as well, and he isn't really working with a lot. The couple of blood grenades, I love that for him, by the way. You go, champ, you stack those blood grenades. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. Like, blood grenades are the most cost-efficient HP item, so he's just trying to, like we said, a lot of armor, a very low amount of HP. If he's seen, he's basically dead. Whatever they cast on him, he's just gone immediately.
Smoke play coming through from Boom Boys. Once again, Axe trying to farm into this Blink Dagger. We're getting towards that timing. And if they don't get this shrine, Bounty's not going to be level 6 till 20. He is getting nothing out of the map. LSA connects. Curse Crown's going to be coming through. That'll pop eventually, and that means it's going to be a dead Axe. He'll spin a little bit, but not really much doing it for him. Meld strikes in. They finally get a kill. They double up on their kill total. Laguna Blade thrown out onto the Tiny, and now they need to retreat. This is a Tiny walking over and trying to do some damage with this Amplify. They want to be able to get this shrine, but the Bramble's placed perfectly. That means they've got their shrine, they got their objective, and there's not much OG can do about it. And that's going to be another OG shrine taken away by Boom Boys.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate for OG that they didn't have the blink on Tiny. Like, if this blink was a bit closer, and he's not really that far away from it, right? Like, when you look at this blink, Tiny, it's 200 goldish away. So that's the silver lining, even though they lose this shrine and everything. The proof of concept, you can kill them, you have the damage, and now you have the means as well with a blink being picked up by the Tiny. So, yeah, sure, it's a grim game. It's a really hard game to play. But if they play their cards right now with the track, plus the Tiny, plus the Hoodwink, you still have to wait for Axe, of course, but honestly, I can see it swinging at least a little bit back if they play it right.
You're going to have to get there. And TA doing a good job of continuing to keep up and farm, something a Templar Assassin obviously does. Gets into that Desolator, looking for a Blink Dagger, so they are trying to gap close a little bit. And now they've got that level 6 on the Bounty Hunter to try and make moves here and use that track. But that's the thing. They've got to use this track to get themselves that gold and get themselves back in. And that all starts with the Tiny. And right now, Tiny is sitting within the jungle, continuing to farm up, not working with this Bounty Hunter just yet.
Yeah, I feel like the main reason, or one of the main reasons why Tiny has been stopped from, like, just overall, you don't really see it on mid that much. You see it on safe lane. And that's the Blink Dagger timing, right? Like, on safe lane, when you're going Echo Saber into Blink, it's fine because you have a playmaker for you. Someone is making like things happen on the map in the first 15-16 minutes. If you're playing on mid, this Blink needs to be there like minute 12. If it isn't, I feel like the game is just so damn slow for your team.
Dire are scattered.
And you saw he just queued up BKB. Blink BKB for Tiny. Natsumi maybe looking for an opportunity. He's got Scam nearby, but this is not the hero you want to be taking out, especially Katomi. Ready to help.
Yeah, the Radiance
Walking forward of
Manta
this
build, by the way.
Bounty. Trying to get the vision. Avalanche comes in, and now maybe they get the kill, and they will. Kiritich blown up. That's exactly what they needed to start this one off, but Yopaj looking like he's going to be the trade at the end of the day. It is Tim's who got the kill on a Kiritich. They'll look for the Terrorize. They don't land it, but the LSA comes through, and Tim's going to be dead in return too. So that ends up being a 2-for-1, but at least a glimmer of hope here for OG as they got that kill on a Kiritich. Top of the net worth hero that they need to slow down just as much as they can.
Yeah, just a perfect way to stack up those 2 AoE spells, by the way, so that no one can escape. But it's a big game, right? Like, Necro was the big game, things that we forget about on the Bounty Hunter, so a bit of extra value for the kill. And overall, if they can trade 1 for 2 with big game tracks, I feel like that's good on OG. If they trade 1 for 3, maybe it's yeah, not as amazing.
Truly amazing. We get a pause.
Is Lina with the spike going to go for a right click build, by the way? I wonder. Because he went for a pike. I feel like this is a right click build. I mean, overall, she can go one way or the other. I'm just wondering which one is better. Because I kind of like the right click idea from the Lina. Because you already have the Necro for the extra magic damage from the safe lane, right? So you can mitigate the power of TA with the refractions by also going for the right click on Lina. I don't think right click Lina in general is strong as the magic damage dealing Lina right now, but yeah, he queues up the crit. I think for this particular game, when you have the Necro, this is better.
What would be the giveaway here is just the Hurricane Pike. Ooh, right clicks come through. Whee! Drop down the trap, get that kill.
Get that courier, boy.
We'll get the courier too. Get that courier, boy. Yay! Hey!
The last courier.
All right. Go north. Go north. Get out of here.
I love how the last courier is just like microed to the north of the map immediately. Taking no risks.
Don't want to be involved in any of that. Worked out though. And they get a couple of couriers. They get a kill. Still trying to bring back this net worth now. 3K is the difference. It's starting to claw its way back. All these numbers starting to claw their way back. Curve of the graph doing a lot of talking right now. Maybe OG have their way back in.
Telling you, like, this is playable, this is possible, and we haven't even seen the Axe, by the way, being active in this game, right? Like, so far, he's also, when you think about the course of OG, he's also been very quiet. He's been just farming, getting his blink, getting his blade mail, so we are yet to see a game in which Axe is, or a fight in which Axe is actually utilized. They have a lot of catch, a lot of back reach, a lot of vision between the traps and the bounty hunter. No blink just yet on him. He's going for a pipe instead. I mean, okay. Oh, I see it. You have a blink on Tiny. You go for a pipe on Axe. It's... They are playing versus Necro, by the way, so they do need the pipe. Absolutely. If you see this hero in your games and you're playing some offlane, you buy pipe. It's pretty simple.
Easy answer. And meanwhile, the Boom Boys, they're in on Roche. They want this early Aegis. Centaur tanky enough, of course. He went Helm of the Dom into that heart, but he's also got that Blink Dagger. Kind of disgusting when it comes down to it. Natsumi's going to grab himself a tower. Aegis, of course, for GPK. And Centaur, he is rolling, like I said. Yeah, and that next item on the list is that Lotus into the Shard. The Shard feels like it can really make or break a lot of this mid-game from OG.
Yeah, maybe this big game from Bounty Hunter should work on the amount of HP you've got. Big game, so it would make sense. The more HP the hero has, the more gold you get for taking him down.
Oh.
It would help out versus Centaur a little bit at least.
They get a little bit of a whiff. They're wondering.
They know.
There it is. They found him. Tim's trying to hide within the trees, unable to stay hidden. Not only are they going to get that kill, but they're also going to get a Tormentor, and that will be a Shard for GPK. All right, cool. He just gets all the objectives. Gets himself an Aegis, gets himself a Shard. Still courier hunting. That's small game hunting.
Yeah. The smallest possible, by the way. But he'll find one.
Hey.
It's annoying, you know, like these kind of plays, they are also inflicting emotional damage, you know, like it's guerrilla warfare coming from the Bounty Hunter. It's not necessarily about just taking fights and stuff. It's just making them think twice about using the couriers, waste their time, because they are still buying time for themselves. This team on OG is still not ready to take a fight. They need a blink at least on Axe before they do so, even though maybe with the pipe they could cook a little bit.
Gonna turn that stove up to high. See if they can cook on high heat. But the risks of cooking on high heat means you might burn out a bit quicker. Jump in. They have found this Templar assassin and trying to get away, but the terrorized lands. They've got the cursed crown. They have the damage needed to get the kill. They'll take the Natsumi Templar assassin. Decay hits onto the axe, but they won't chase for more. All they need is to get that carry and take him out of the fight. He's the top of the net worth hero. Why not? Skem's going to put some vision on a GPK, and they are going to start to make their movements over towards top. He's done a little bit before he does have this Aegis, but they will go to the track. They've got the bushwhack and the landing damage here with Tiny coming in. But he survives for a little bit longer. The damage coming back out on Yopaj might be overwhelming. GPK still alive here with this track on him. They couldn't even get the first life out of his hands. The blink into the Centaur stomp. And this is going to be Hoodwink in a lot of trouble. The double edge will rip him in half. Centaur versus Squirrel. It went the way we all thought it would.
There's no... I cannot believe that they didn't have the firepower to take down Lina. Or maybe they saved something and didn't really use everything, because look at her inventory. Like, she's got some stats, and sure, it's Alina. She's a bit tankier than she looks like. But overall, Tiny, Hoodwink, like, those heroes, the two of them alone should be able to take down the Lina. And she pikes into them, by the way, after, to continue the chase. Of course, she had the Aegis, so even if they get the kill, you have to bail immediately after.
Poor man's shield doing work.
Yeah, I guess. Every small little thing, you know, it helps out a bit.
That's why it's not a real item anymore. It's a neutral. Avalanche toss with the right clicks. They'll blow up this Undying, but because he hasn't died in a long time, well, he's going to be back alive immediately. They get the kill to Skem. That means there's not going to be any more tracks. They're going to try and get a kill here onto the Templar Assassin. Cursed Crown terrorized on top of the TA, but a good bushwhack to save the life of Natsumi. The TP attempt out's not going to be successful here from Raven, but Tim's with a big save with a bushwhack to keep this Templar Assassin and a lot of the hopes of OG alive with that save.
Yeah, very good bushwhack, very good force staff as well to keep the TA away. So overall, it's a trade, but like I said, if they can trade 1 for 2 or something like that, it's not terrible. The problem is, are you going to be losing a lot of your objectives after? And speaking of Lina, I think he recognized the same thing. If he gets gone on by the Tiny plus Hoodwink, he's most likely dead, even though he didn't die the last time. So he's itemizing to tank up, going straight up for the Satanic after the pike.
Give me that built-in second life, if you can, with the Satanic. Gonna lose this Aegis. And now maybe you're gonna wait for that next Roche. Don't need to force any moves here. The Boom Boys are in a good enough lead where they don't have to give anything away if they don't want to from themselves to OG. If they do take a fight that doesn't go their way, don't want to be giving anything back on that track. But Tiny and Tim's, they are looking and hunting. Can they find somebody to kill? You don't want to be going into a Centaur. I will say that. He's not the hero you want. He is not the hero you're even going to kill. And I guarantee that.
What do you think? If they use everything they've got, they probably can take him down, right? Like with some track amp damage.
Maybe.
Can they?
No, he's got a Lotus.
With 5 heroes. With 5 heroes hitting him. If he forgets to use the Essence Ring, maybe.
Catch him after the Stampede.
Yeah, it's rough.
Oh, I don't know. Feel like I'm lying though. I do know. It's a no. it ain't happening.
Yeah. We gotta keep things a bit interesting. Scam. Keeping things interesting, of course, as well as he makes them well, hunt him for a little
Yeah,
bit.
go on.
I was gonna say hunt him and chase him around, but yeah, that was way too quick.
A double edge did a lot of work. There's the Satanic finished here for the Lina. 17-5. Something I talked about early in the game is how does a bounty with track help you get back into the game if you're not getting kills? And that's one of the things here. They are not getting that track gold in. The Death Seeker right on top of the Axe. Axe trying to spin, but they go to the Stampede. They hit the call. It's onto the Necro. The Bedlam on top. Did they get the Reaper Scythe out? No, the call is long enough for him to TP away. And They will find the bounty again. And just like 2 seconds ago, you did see him die, but this is not a replay. You'll see him die again.
Yeah, just the unfortunate life of our dear bounty hunter. When you're playing versus heroes that have high nuke, magical damage nukes or pure damage nukes, like you're just... It's impossible for this hero to have a really good impact. And they have a gem, of course, so...
Yeah.
You can't even run around anymore. You don't really have map vision to work with.
It's the very poor life of bounty hunter. The exact opposite of the sweet life of Zach and Cody. Because it ain't going well right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe with some high ground mistakes from BB, but for now I feel like we're already in a spot in which we are waiting for those. We're waiting for some high ground pushes, for some the last tier to fall, and to see how the high ground defense goes with the tiny tossbacks, with the blinks from the axe as well. Okay, they smoke up. Maybe they can, if they can find Lina. Should be a perfect kill.
Jump in, Avalanche, Meld Strike with the call, and Culling Blade early, but it doesn't quite matter. They'll still get this kill. There's a big streak to take. Getting GPK and taking away the Unstoppable. Natsumi being the creditor of that gold. Big gold for him, and keeping this TA viable throughout this game.
They got the gem, but there's one ward they didn't ward, right? Like, and that's the most obvious one, the ward that is showing their triangle, which is what killed Lina in the end. Even with the heart, by the way. I talked about it, like how squishy this hero is and how she's preventing these kind of deaths, or is trying to prevent these kind of deaths with the Satanic, but realistically, if everyone goes on Lina, she's just gone. She's not a Centaur. This is just not possible to stay alive against.
Caught Scam, and that will be another kill here. This time for Miero. Bounty not having a fun time. That is 0-7-3 for him now.
All he has to do on a bounty though... Oh, that terrorize was close. That was really close. All he has to do in this game on bounty is track people, right? So if you have 10k net worth, or if you have 5k net worth, like, of course you'd rather have some utility on top, but your value is... Your value is mostly in the track and just having this invis to run around the map and give some vision. If you die while giving vision, that's also fine. Your position is to feed. It's the feed hunter.
Can you explain that to my teammates next time?
I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it. I heard you have a fun time.
I don't. Bushwhack connects here onto the Centaur, but they'll Stampede to follow this one up, try and get a kill on the Tims. If you can sharpshooter down on the low end, he might be safe. The chase is on onto this tiny end. 1 click, 2 click, and that is going to be a dead clicked Undying. Easily done. The damage from TA definitely felt.
I just love how much they're doing with how little they are given in this game on Radiant.
Yeah.
Like, they're making this game very interesting considering what they had to face up against in the lanes. And I wonder if this Lina's build is actually going to hurt her long-term prospects when it comes to scaling, because there's no Mjolnir or anything like that, right? Like, you're going for right click, but you're going for right click with Pike plus Satanic. So it's a little bit of a slower farming build, at least.
Looking at top here, GPK just pushing it in. Meanwhile, you know, they are getting these kills on Taketomi. They got a kill again on him. He's got 4 deaths, but Miero's undead, and GPK, Karatich, just 1 kill each. So they're not killing off these heroes a lot, but they are getting a little bit out of it for the side of OG. They've got this Daedalus for the Templar Assassin with the BKB TA, a definitely viable force in fighting Boom Boys. But they've been getting the pickoffs. They've been getting the one guy. But can they find a full fight here for OG to bring this game back? Feeling like they're on the edge of this one, trying to force their way into this comeback, and they're going to do their best to move around and maybe find an opportunity to fight. They've not been able to kill Miero yet, and he might not be able to die at all. Smoke's gonna break here. Shiva's, and they get the stun. It's onto the bounty. There's one right click on the strike from Natsumi. Makes him turn tail.
Now Necro is... Lina, though. Lina in the
Call
back.
connects. Lena's caught. And these shots coming off the trap. Sideblade's doing some damage on the GPK, but it's not going to be enough. The Reaper Scythe comes in with the BKB pop. They'll get the save onto the axe, but now he's trying to run away from GPK. The right click is in. That's going to stop his blink out for a second and might stop his blink enough where they're able to catch up. GPK so quick, and he runs him down with the right click damage that he's got. They'll find themselves the Tiny, the Death Seeker through the toss up into the air in the Avalanche, but can they get away? No, they can't. This is going to be a dead Tiny and another kill here for the side of Boom Boys. They had already gotten the Bounty Hunter. And that is going to be 3 on their death list.
Like these layers of tankiness on OG. Like, what the hell do you do, B-Cop? Like you have this insane centaur with 10,000 HP running you down, right? Or you think you can kill him, you go on him, he moves back a little bit to reset with the heart, it heals him up completely. Meanwhile, Necro is then running at you with all of his HP, right? So you can't go on one or the other. Like, the only option in this game is to kill the Lina and find her. And they found her. But even that fails, because she's too tanky, she has allies around, and the TA couldn't commit. Like, if TA committed, she would die. But okay, the blink out, she should be fine. So far, I mean, he is surviving on TA. He's doing, like, really well considering the state of the game. I'm just wondering if the map is going to shrink a little bit too much for him to continue this kind of a play style.
Right. And the biggest issue is surviving is just not enough. You can survive, you can get all this net worth, but if you can't use that net worth effectively, then it doesn't quite matter. And they're going to get another kill on a Skem. He will die here to be 0-9-3.
Yep,
TA hasn't been given that opportunity to really throw that damage out so hard just yet.
Yep, he's trying, like, in that last fight as well. He tried to keep his distance, but get Psyblades out, at least from the trap. But overall, it's much more difficult for them. Maybe some tossbacks on the Lina way behind. But eventually, you got to think about the Agnums on Centaur, right? Like, if you're thinking about only going for one target Lina, like, they have Tombstone with the Undying, Centaur with tags eventually.
BKB gets used here from the Tiny. Centaur is in, and now the blink into the call. That's going to be on the 2. Can the Tia get the damage out of the Centaur? No. There's the save. Katomi getting that one with this Tombstone. Right clicks coming in from the Lina. The BKB's already been used by the Templar. It's going to be such a tough fight coming in to defend this top set. And with that save, Centaur not dying. They put a lot on him. That blink call into 2 heroes looking like it was going to do some work, but ultimately doesn't do enough. And there he is. Jumps out of the Tombstone, ready to go. Stampede, he was hiding in there the whole time. Maybe they forgot about him, but they'll get that kill to the axe. He's got no buyback. Neither does this Hoodwink. Tim's, Raven, both dead. Move to the mid set, and this might just be it with no BKBs. Like I said, this is so hard to fight.
Yeah, I forgot about him, by the way. I legit forgot.
I thought maybe he had just gone somewhere else.
Like,
he was still in there.
He was doing some decorating, you know, internal decoration of that Tombstone. He made some changes while he was in. I can imagine the Centaur staying at home, you know, and just making it cooking a little bit. He has that pan that he carries on one of the sets as well. Yeah,
Just
overall,
hiding there.
I feel like BB, they made this look a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I didn't expect like a really difficult high ground push, but I expected maybe OG with some toss back into a call in the backlines play, but they're just way too big. It's like Shiva's heart AC at this point.
Jump in. Hook stop connects. BKB is going to be forced early. They go to the blink and into the call, and they'll get the Aegis out of the hands of GPK. But again, committing on that, how much are they going to get after this Aegis is now used and they're back alive? They can continue to try and fight. But can they get that blink call combo to go in one more time to get a kill here onto GPK? And is it going to be enough to really move itself into more than just one kill? Necro moving forward. Avalanche now down to half health, but immediately the Tombstone, the second he gets into trouble, he'll use it, he'll drop it down. And don't forget, it's not Hat's game. There's only one Tombstone. They'll get that kill on a Tim's. They'll take out the Hoodwink. So
There's no
fast
buy.
on the damage.
Yeah, straight up, this is basically mega creeps. you could see the concept, jumping the Lina, blowing her up first, then you can fight after, of course, but she had the Aegis. And BB, they kind of allowed that to happen because of the Aegis. Who do you jump now? Without the hoodwink, like, there's just not enough control. Call is good.
Good call, good call. The damage, though, it's just not there. Templar Assassin cannot get the damage out. Raven's gonna die. All that net worth at the end of the day doesn't do much for him. They'll call GG, and it's gonna be a 2-0 for Boom Boys over OG.
Yeah, G's are called up. Rough game once again for OG. I feel like the draft itself was maybe lacking a little bit. I really have to admit this time around. Maybe in the first game you could blame the play style as well. This second game, I think they got caught by a lot of things off guard. Like not only, I would say 3 cores that were given to, like if I look at the 3 cores on one side and 3 cores on the other, I feel like the 3 cores that were given to Batboom are just infinitely stronger in the current state of the game. Like you're playing with Necro, that is one of the most contested heroes right now. You're playing with Centaur, which is basically the same on the offlane. You're playing against Lina, which is like the same from the mid. So three positions, 3 of the strongest cores that are currently played. On the other side, you're kind of reacting, or you're trying to react, but the reaction doesn't even work. The Axe versus Necro is a pretty difficult lane to play. Then you have the Tiny into mid that's struggling, that doesn't have the Blink Dagger on time. You can't contest your Wisdom Shrines at minute 7 or minute 14. I feel like 90% of the games where you lose minute 7 are already doomed, but minute 7 and minute 14, I just don't see the way to win. Like, your supports are XP starved. It's too hard to come back into the game.
Yeah, it felt very hard. It felt like there was opportunities, but not enough to really put themselves all the way back in. And it's unfortunate for them as you take a look at Natsumi 4-3 and 2 didn't die a lot, but at the end of the day, just, you know, with even the net worth that he had, wasn't able to output it at all. Kiritich, top of the net worth. And these heroes from the side of Boom Boys just overwhelming OG, never really having opportunities to work with this track, never getting this bounty hunter to a point where he can really make something happen. And, you know, standout player here, Miero, never dying. Never felt like he was gonna die. He got down to half health like once, and then Kethomi said, all right, enough of that damage. I'm gonna just throw you in this tombstone. And that was about as low as he got the entire game.
Yeah, the difference between the last game and this one when it comes to Kataomi and playing this Undying is, like, in the last game you're playing Undying and you have to be quick on your fingers, right? Like, the moment they someone gets gone on, you have to use that tombstone to save them. This game, like, he can sip his coffee, you know, just look around a little bit, like, pinky out, you know, like, sip his tea. Okay, now I'll use the tombstone, you know, like he can literally decide when to use it. So it's a very different game when you have 2 cores that are like literally unkillable. As long as you, I mean, even without the tombstone, they're probably unkillable.
God, could have taken a shower and all that time as well, just before he needs to get the tombstone down. He had a lot of time. I love it. And I think both those scenarios truthfully show how strong Undying is. And honestly, might be one of those heroes that you might need to start thinking about first phase banning, especially when you're thinking about a lineup in which you need to blow somebody up, that if there's a 1,400 gold item that gets bought and all of a sudden you're just like, all right, well, I guess we just can't kill heroes anymore if we can't even take care of a tombstone. So it's definitely something that these teams are going to need to think about. But overall, a great series for Boom Boys. They end up taking the 2-0 over OG. They move up to the 1-0 while OG, of course, drop down to the 0-1s. Got 2 more series on this channel. It's going to be with MLP and John X Fire. We're going to be back with a quick break, but we'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the group stages of the International once again. It's MLP, Dota, and John X5. Jonathan, welcome, sir. International is once again upon us. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mikey. You know, we had a fantastic first series. I say fantastic as someone who just literally did the voice for the OG video thing, that hype video they had. That's quite the showing on day one there for OG, allowing Lone Druid out, you know, stuff like that, getting 2-0'd, all according to the script, I'm sure. We'll see if that does improve later on for OG, as we do have a Swiss modified group stage, and that does mean there's a few more opportunities later on. So, not the worst start. I mean, it's a pretty bad start, but there are chances there, Mikey.
You did I didn't know you did a voiceover, John. That's very nice. How'd you do it, John? I didn't listen to it. How'd you do? Did it sound good?
Not as good as your 6-7 voice line, I'll tell you, Mikey. You know, let's you know, man. I mean, come on. You know that voice line. It's been so hot. It's been so hot. I haven't heard it on the stream yet, which is sad. You know, I really hope that some of our players here have some taste. Pick up the Mike LaPhoenix voice line. You know, spam it in your games, spam it in your pubs. Let everyone know that you've got taste in memes. You know, because it's a classy one, Mikey. It's a classy voice line. What can I say? You've got
it. Sure is.
The class.
I apologize, by the way, Jonathan. I've got to reconnect to the lobby. My fault, ladies and gentlemen. I'm coming. I promise. Go on, John.
Yeah.
Tell me a story.
We'll have you in short enough. You know, this is just one of the consequences. You know, you make a big voice line like the 6-7, one of the 6 casters who made 7 voice lines here. Mike LaPhoenix right there. You know, Mr. 6-7. He makes a big voice line that gets popular. Now he's too big to join the lobby. He's too big to reply to messages. He's too big to He's too big to, you know, just wake up in the morning and exist. He's beyond all of that. He's on the next dimension, Mike LaPhoenix. Just beyond all of us mere mortals here. How do you do it, Mike? What was the inspiration for that 6-7 voice line? I would love to know. What inspired
There was no inspiration, John. You were there, you know. It was the French. The French did it to me, you know. I don't want to get into it, John. It's so embarrassing. It's so cringe. Reddit didn't like it, John. They got so upset about it, you know. I agreed with every comment, by the way. If any Redditors out there, I agreed with every single comment. Hopefully, again, we can get into our game number 1 here, Jonathan, and talk about some actual Dota 2 instead of cringy voice lines, if we can. Otherwise, if this doesn't work, I'm just casting straight off the PGM, you know?
Yeah.
Don't worry about the lobby, Jonathan.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's always this little routing issue. Of course, for our series, like I mentioned at the start, Aurora up against GamerLegion. And Aurora is a team that has looked solid, right? Overall, they carried like 2 of the strongest players from Southeast Asia who got exported, Mikado and WS. You've got this foundation with Mira alongside Kaori. They've been looking really good. Nightfall and Pause 1 has been looking really solid as well. And this is a lineup that just feels like should be placing high. I think a lot of people expect them to at least make it through into the playoffs, depending, right? They can also be a little bit hit or miss. Feels like every now and again, they're still figuring out what they want to do. For GamerLegion, it's kind of in the opposite end, right? Where it's just this kind of thing where they have been consistent in getting the North American slot. They have been consistently trying to, you know, place higher, but it's not really panned out. Now, mind you, I feel like every single time we see them on LAN, it has looked better, right? Like you think about the World Cup that came up, and they've managed to win some series here and there. We even got to talk to RCY, right? The one thing lacking for them is, as well, just that consistency, like that way of being able to consistently find their wins, consistently get themselves in games that feel good, in games that play in their direction, and you know, whether or not they find that here, we'll have to see.
I hope they do, Jonathan. I mean, I say this every tournament we cast GamerLegion, but this is one of the teams where I love seeing these guys perform. Obviously, it's against a team like Aurora. It's not going to be so simple, Jonathan. We go over this every single time, but they've surprised us multiple times. And as you said, just in the World Cup alone, they were pulling off some surprising results. So hopefully we do get to see that here today. Jonathan, I'm not in the lobby, so I have no idea if we're starting the... You're going to have to advise me what's going on with this.
I'm not in the lobby now either, so, you know.
Oh!
We're in the same boat, you know, we're in the same boat now. So we'll find out when we get there. You know, we'll cross that bridge when it comes up, Mikey. Just like we crossed under multiple bridges in the Sen, and you know, you got inspired to do your voice line. You know, it was a wonderful time. Seeing the thought process, seeing your face, the expressions you were making, it's like, it was like I could see the inspiration, Mike. You know, truly.
Be honest with me.
And what does that lead to you? Yeah, Mike.
Be honest. But when you saw the voice line, did that annoy you? Knowing how much I hated seeing people enjoying it?
No,
meme?
no, I laughed. I laughed like heck when I saw that. And again, we're seeing the differences in results. Aurora having a lot of second placements, top 6 at minimum. Whereas for GamerLegion, again, it's been a little bit rougher just going out of survival stage for a lot of them. So it's been a tougher road for them, and a lot of people will be looking at Aurora as one of the favorites going into TI, even maybe not to win it, but certainly like a top 6 placement at TI is something most people would expect for Aurora. I feel like top 8 minimum. So again, a tougher matchup here for GamerLegion. And again, Aurora, it's just been pretty steady throughout the year. They've just looked very consistent, and you know, again, they carry the flag. In a way, they do carry a little bit of that flag for Southeast Asia as well. So, you know, you can kind of lean on Aurora if OG continue to, you know, draft like
every single time.
I don't know how to say it, but those drafts are something, I guess.
There's something, Jonathan. They are something. It doesn't matter, John. Don't worry about it. I'm sure we'll have some fantastic drafts coming right up here in this game number 1 of Aurora against GamerLegion. Any particular heroes you think we need to be worried about? I mean, I've been seeing a lot of Undying, a lot of Lifestealer talk. Anything you think these two teams might be fighting? Are you worried about the Lycan of GamerLegion, John? We talk about this all the time, the Fade Lycan. Do you need to worry about this in Aurora?
I mean, that certainly is a tool that can just come out from nowhere. And I think it can fit in. It's not been a top tier pick, but certainly up against GamerLegion. That is where they've found some of their success for sure. I'm more curious about what we start to see emphasized on, say, mid, or, you know, what starts to get emphasized in those first phase bans, because we've been seeing teams, again, leaving out Lone Druid. We've been seeing Necrophos kind of jumping back in, and it's always fascinating to me when Lone Druid is kind of allowed through. I think that hero, I mean, there's been some answers. You and I saw it, like Spirit Breaker's one, but I don't know if that's, again, consideration. Certainly for this matchup, at least, if there is one thing Aurora should do, it's probably to ban out that Fade Lycan, because the guys just played so much Lycan throughout like multiple years now, since the NADPC for good old Fade. So that's something that can kind of get out of hand. And it's been a very solid foundation for GamerLegion. Like, the lane dominance has been good. The push pressure has been great. We'll be able to see relatively soon. As spoiler alert, Mike, I've rejoined the lobby, and we do have that draft on hand. So we have some for bans. Wow. I love the expression you had there. You were just salivating for the draft, Mike. So excited for some Dota, aren't we?
Well, you know, it's been a while, Jonathan. I've been dealing with crying kids and, you know, angry wife and all this. I just want some Dota 2 action, John, you know? I just want to block it all out. I want to block reality out. I want to, dare I say, 6-7 a little bit here, Jonathan, in this game number 1. And, well, here we go. Aurora, a lot, John. Unsurprisingly, they've gone down the Lina route, which is another hero I didn't really talk about much at all, but it has been very popular, as I've noticed in my pub games, Jonathan, because my mid laners keep picking it, and we just keep losing. They're just not good enough. But these pro players are.
That they are. And, you know, when it's on Aurora, when it's on Mikado, right, like, that is the Mikado Lina, and I'd say he's like the top Lina ever since, like, irrelevant now, but since Talon days, right, if you remember, even Boom days, all the way back. You drag it all the way back there, like, even his Boom esports days. I think Mikado's always been like a top Lina. I mean, what can I do? That he was on Talon, so it's worth mentioning all the way back. It's just a history. So, pretty decent counter here for RCY. His Earth Spirit has been looking pretty amazing coming up here. In the build-up to this tournament, you know, again, we saw this a little bit in the World Cup. It looked pretty solid. Matchup against Lina is decent enough. Lina still has some good poke, but you do have the gap close, at least for the Earth Spirit. First 2 levels could be a little bit rough. So I'm keen on seeing if there's any way you kind of mitigate that on the side of GamerLegion. For Aurora, again, Lina doesn't reveal much. There is still a little bit of flex as well if you want to throw this away from Mikado. So you always have the option of running it on safe lane. It doesn't feel necessary. Certainly doesn't feel like the most Nightfall heroes out there as well. So you'd probably just want some little bit more tempo here for him. And I do have to say, in terms of the bans, like, seeing the Undying ban, I you know, like I don't mean to punch a team when they're down, but you know, OG had one game against the Kataomi Undying, and they saw the shard, and they left it alone for game 2, and they saw the shard again. I mean, you know, it's like there are no words, man, no words. That was fascinating, truly.
It's gonna be. I think all our talking points are going to be very often around OG and what mistakes they've made here at TI, Jonathan. More than likely. Final bans to come out here from this side of GamerLegion. A team that surely is not going to upset us here today, John Xfire. I'm sure they're not going to, you know, let Undying go through with constantly here against Aurora, as we already see for game number 1. GamerLegion. We were always speaking about OG. I couldn't help but notice Raven in an interview was saying this TI is different because he's with a good team now, and I was like, well, hold on, Raven, let's calm down there. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, Raven. Right? Let's not say anything silly now, Raven.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're a good team, OG. I think. I
mean, they won 2
sometimes...
TIs, you know.
The org, sure, you can't even hold a steady face saying that. That's the sad part. We're on cams and you can't even hold this flat face to carry that joke.
We've got a lager coming up for GamerLegion. What is it, John? Just let me have
we're
my
not
moment.
even. Yeah, I mean I mean, I'm sorry, it's just the last series, but it's just kind of rough that that's our talking point. The last series, and it just so happened to be a 2-0. And you know, the Stream A, again, you know, we had a little bit of a longer start. Stream A is on game 3, our series 2. It started later than Stream A, and it still ended faster. I don't know what that says, man. Anyway, like you said, Largo comes out, and that could potentially be our fatal hero on the offlane. It's nice and tanky. We've seen some really impactful Largos. If the laning phase goes well, I think that's a big caveat here. Like, if Largo does have a rougher lane and you're kind of sitting back farming, the hero can feel kind of dead weight, right? Like, because you have an offlane farming, you have this mid-earth spirit who wants to connect with someone. Chances are you're not going to be looking for making early connections with Ghost just by virtue of how Ghost plays. You know, after watching the guy play for all these years, he is not the highest tempo carry. He can be, depending on the hero. I'm not sure if that's where you'll draft here on GamerLegion. I love this from Aurora. We've seen a lot of Winter Wyvern coming out in the most recent tournament in Kazakhstan. This hero has kind of shown up in a big way, and it also prevents, say, a Naga Siren pickup here for Ghost, which he does enjoy. So it's a soft block for, say, some illusion heroes. It's really good against the high physical hero carries that Ghost might want to consider. And it's just overall such a menace in lane as well. There's so much poke potential coming out here from Aurora.
There certainly is. Aurora already looking pretty devastating here with this draft. It's certainly the landing stage is not going to be very fun, I don't think, for GamerLegion. GamerLegion, third pick to be made. Having a think about it, they'll go down the Dark Willow route. Fair enough, we do tend to see that quite a lot. I think Bignum in particular loves running this Dark Willow, so not too surprising, I suppose, for GamerLegion.
Yeah, it's been a support that's kind of gone back into meta, right? Like maybe like 2 months ago, maybe even a month ago, this hero wasn't top tier pickup. Now it's kind of showing up again. The team fight potential is great. Laning phase is pretty solid as well. I think just having this really solid way of initiating and disengaging is quite strong. The Mirana pickup is fascinating here as well for the side of GamerLegion. We have seen that hero pop up already on our first series, and again in previous tournaments that happened right before TI. We've seen a lot of Mirana. The most steady setups for Mirana here, I guess the Bramble could kind of count, but it's not like a solid kind of foundation. Maybe a Lick into Arrow, we've seen a couple of times as well. Again, not very stable, but the Mirana does have a ton of damage. Just getting this Quiver for free at level 1, going for the Star Storm nowadays, the Ags build up even on support. Like, this hero just stalls out games by pushing back waves with her arrows so well. Will GamerLegion get full value? Like, will you be looking for these early rotations? One would hope. It's just, again, your setup here isn't the most ideal. You're not looking at like a Bane Mirana. DK's kind of dead. You don't have a Sven on hand. So kind of trying to hunt from afar can be a little bit trickier here for GamerLegion.
Yeah, it certainly can be. This Mirana, it can be a bit hit and miss. Excuse the pun, I suppose, Jonathan. Well, we'll see as the final banouts are going to come out. Necrophos being removed. Of course, GamerLegion now looking for what feels like an offlane ban here against Aurora. Of course, WS, one of my favorite offlane players right now, Jonathan. Very, very scary indeed.
Yep. Being very
GamerLegion.
stable on the offlane. Overall. What are we looking for even on that offlane? Like, we've seen Mars come out from Falcons, but it didn't feel the best there. It still feels like that hero's in a rough spot. Do we still have... does look like we still have Axe in the pool. It fits into GamerLegion's better, but again, you're looking for a safe lane now for Ghost more than likely. There, Dawnbreaker's banned out. Necro's banned, pretty straightforward. One of Ghost's more up-tempo heroes on the safe lane here, being banned out by Aurora. I don't think you even care about like the PL Naga at this point. With the Tiny on hand and with the Winter Wyvern, you should have enough for some of these illusions. For WS, I don't know, like a Darkseer looks stable, right? Darkseer Tusk Lane is pretty nice to play. Vac Wall into this kind of lineup looks solid. You can follow through or set up for the Winter's Curse quite nicely. And that all kind of ties in. You have a lot of AoE. I wouldn't mind it for WS if you played something more boring like a Darkseer. I think it just does everything you'd want here on Aurora. Like Nightfall on the Tiny is fine. I know you and I tend to meme about Tiny Paws 1, but when you have a Lina that tends to act as your carry on mid for Mikado, as we've always said, Tiny 1 isn't the worst thing, right? You can actually afford to go for Blink Echo Saber or Blink Shadow Blade and just play higher tempo on Tiny, allow the Lina to kind of scale up depending on what Mikado's build-up is. So it kind of balances out. And again, you just need a stable offlane for WS here somehow, which if GamerLegion don't ban Darkseer next, I would just kind of look at it that way. Or if not, there is a cheeky world where Timbersaw is a good hero here. Into Earth Spirit, there's not a lot of magical nuke. At least not very fast burst for something like the Timbersaw. So Tim can rip apart the Largo, rip apart the Dark Willow, and she's in the Shadow Realm. Could be a good game for that if they'd want to go that direction.
10 seconds.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a bad idea. Just save final ban to come.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I like the Darkseer you brought up earlier as well. Just seems really nice when you've got Tiny Wyvern. GamerLegion still looking for that final ban out. I'll say a little bit, this GamerLegion draft, it does feel a little bit on the, I don't want to say on the passive side, but you do kind of question whether they're going to have the damage output in these team fights. There's an Enigma ban, just in case against WS. I still like both the Timber and Darkseer you brought up. I think both of them do fit the bill if they do want.
I mean, if you want to play... Yeah, Timbersaw. It's such a clean game for it. It's WS. You know he loves his Timb. You hit your
That's a good
Kaya
pick.
timing here, you're pretty fine. Is there any range carry matchup that scares Timber nowadays? There's like Drow still available. I guess that's the only one that kind of fits.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, you Drow. What else? I'm just looking for another answer here. Like, it is WS. I don't think he's going to be concerned no matter what he's against.
No.
It doesn't really feel like there's that much to be afraid of. Like a Pos 5 Dark Willow or Pos 5 Mirana doesn't really matter. We'll see. We'll see what they want to do here, GamerLegion.
I'm a straight shooter.
Okay, they're going to go down the Wind Ranger route, which I believe we have been seeing a bit of thanks to Thompson. So here we go again. Wind Ranger is here. Ghost will pick it up. Of course, we did see Ghost playing a lot of Wind Ranger as well in the previous tournaments that we did watch with GamerLegion. John, you know I don't like it, right? We're not going to hide it. You know I don't like this hero. I don't think it's good here either, quite frankly.
No.
But I think Ghost is one of those players that likes to go for comfort picks and that's fine as well. Sometimes you just don't be reactionary, just play what you think is best for yourself.
Yeah, I guess a couple of things that work out here for the Wind Ranger pick, right? Like, if someone gets cursed up, you're likely no one's gonna die because there's no real right click to come out. You need focus fire to damage on the Wind Ranger.
That's fair.
10 seconds.
Right? Like, that's one idea on hand. The evasion's gonna be great against Lina, who doesn't necessarily want to go for early MKB. When you go for like your hybrid magic right click kind of build, so fitting the MKB there can kind of stall you out in that. Lane matchup against Timbersaw, you're focused on power shot anyhow, so you don't care about reactive, right? Like there are certain ways this Wind Ranger fits the bill. in what you want to do against Aurora. My concern is, if you have all these heroes at, say, all these cores at equal farm levels, I would probably feel better on Aurora's lineup, right, on an even game. Just because this Lina, you only really have, what, your Earth Spirit who can kind of roll up, and maybe you can combine your stun plus arrow combo or shackle plus arrow combo onto like the Lina or onto the Timbersaw. And it's, again, not the most reliable way to get things done. RCY can find the targets. The issue is, can you actually get the follow? Can Speed find the angles here for the arrow? Can Ghost kind of line up for these shackles? And the lanes as well, like you were saying, right? Because you've got this Dark Willow Mirana support duo. You've got a Mirana Wind Ranger support duo. So the arrow lane actually becoming a reality. I don't think we've ever seen that one with two skill shots with arrows. So that's kind of cool. At the same time, is it going to do enough against him? Maybe in the first 2 levels. All right. You know what? Thinking about it, the quiver is a lot of damage. So WS won't enjoy his first 2 levels. Maybe even his first 3 levels for sure. If Speed does actually go for maybe just Leap plus Starstorm, that is a painful lane for Tim. So if you can mitigate WS's lane, get Ghost rolling early on, I believe the buildup has been Power Treads, as we've heard of, into still the Javelin, Maelstrom. You should be happy enough. I think the one thing as well is that Fade on the Largo has to have at least an even lane, because like we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
Largo from a behind position just doesn't feel good. And you have a Wind Ranger 1 as well. So you need to be able to do more. For Mike, says Speed.
Nope. Is that me?
Is that you? Is that
No,
a
it's
different
not me.
Mike?
It's got to be
can't
for someone else. It's IX Mike or something. It's not me.
Yeah, probably something like that.
I mean,
it can't be you. Surely
oh,
not.
can't it? I mean,
big star like you.
know,
For the 6-7?
Oh, shut up, John. Shut up.
Just what I was
Gonna be, I mean, if he used that crappy voice line, I would say it's probably for me, but it's not, Jonathan. It's probably IX Mike or something. Shout out to him.
Yeah,
You know.
sure. Yeah.
I mean, I've got a mustache too, John. I guess it could be me.
Well,
Not that glorious though. It's really not that
does
glorious.
it count as a mustache when it's integrated to your beard? I just consider
Yes,
the whole
John.
unit a beard. Really?
No. Yes, it does, John. Yes, it
But
does.
if you shave your mustache, your beard is less impressive. Mike.
Ghost.
Oh.
He's being aggressed on right now, but shards are not going to lock him in. He will be okay. Speed. Looks like he's going to try and retreat and should be fine to do so. I apologize, Jonathan. It is a little bit laggy for me. I might have to
Yeah.
quickly refresh.
No problems. Do end up with a 2-for-2 in the Bounty Rune trade here, WS. Yeah, you are seeing some of that early magical damage coming in, right? Like the Celestial Quiver, bonus 8 magic damage. Doesn't sound impressive, but it's free. It's free damage on Mirana. Doesn't take a skill point, doesn't take any sort of investments. You've always just got a free source of harass. They're already trying to cut off a little bit here with Mira, but not going to be able to really do much to stop the lanes, and should see if the pulls are successful. This is one of the slower sort of Tusk combination lanes as well down bot. Right? Let's see later on. Top lane, of course, Fade on that Largo like we were talking about. Maybe has to try to find as much as possible. And it's not going to be easy when you're playing against this Winter Wyvern of Kauri. Right? You pop the Arctic Burn, you get some free harass. You're fairly tanky here on Largo at least, so you're not going to be harassed out of lane, but how much you can pressure Nightfall doesn't feel like you can do too much. Maybe if Bignum gets some levels. Just a Shadow Realm alone is really just poke and defense. So until you have like this Bramble Lick combination, probably not going to be able to do too much to make this annoying for the Tiny here.
Absolutely. Bit of a chase down a bottom lane. I mean, this Mirana damage, it is just absolutely insane at the level 1 mark. And I'll tell you what, I got a bit of PTSD, John. I was just playing a pub with a Mirana, and yeah, it's just the classic level 1 arrow. Never use it. Here we go. Speed. Here's the PTSD kicking in again, John. He's okay.
That's fine.
He's going to be
Speed. Do you
is
not
Speed.
trust Speed, Mikey? This game's for you. Trust Speed
I would
to
never,
know what he's doing.
I would never doubt Speed. You know that, John.
Yeah, I know.
Never.
He helped you grind, his tips. Make sure you check out Speed's. I'm sure he doesn't have time to update that, but I'm sure he still has some useful
Game Leap,
information there.
Jonathan.
Yeah, his game leap. Still,
It's broken.
it absolutely
does.
is, bro. Does he actually still? That's crazy, man.
I think
got the
he
time?
still uploads. I haven't checked, but I think he does. Bottom lane, we do see Ghost picking up a kill. Speaking of the Devil, Speed, of course, helping set up a first blood for Ghost.
You really gotta love that Mirana just has so much damage. Star Storm, Quiver. Once you have the leap as well, you're hard to pin down, especially for like Tusk Timb. So you wouldn't find speed in that same circumstance ever again. Again, the laning starts feeling pretty good. I can't believe we have mouse issues we had mouse issues in the last series. Ghost has mouse issues as well. What's up with Southeast Asians and mice, man? Every time.
I'm glad you read that out to me because I actually can't read it either.
Yeah, no, I see it. Yeah.
Too many pixels for me, John. Too many pixels for my system. What is it?
We got the speed voice line. All right, that's got to be broken. You know, you got to check that out. Check out the GamerLegion pack right there. He's got the voice line in. Good old speed. Yeah, it's worth the investment for sure. Mira's asking what's up. Speed. And again, just to clarify, mouse issues because Ghost types it out himself. Mouse. What's your reach? All right, Speed, calm down. No need to make everyone. All right, I guess we're making connections in the pause time, networking a little bit. You know, starting early.
Very smart.
I mean, TI just started. Normally, you know, you start making these connections after, but it never hurts to start early, I guess. Make friends.
Get it done now, boys.
You know, swap some stickers. Those stickers are pretty fun. I find some good stickers, Mikey, on WeChat. Pretty good.
You have been finding some very nice stickers, Jonathan. You have been. I've been watching them. I've been seeing.
Fun.
Oh.
Couldn't find a good 6-7. Sorry, Mikey. Just couldn't find it.
John. Stop it, John.
You brought this upon yourself. You know who you're casting with. You knew the moment you sent that voice line to me and like, what do you think about this? And I just laughed my ass off. You knew you were going to be in for this the entire year. 1 year.
I should have cast as Beacop or something. Yeah, Beacop's still around, surely. RCY.
Oh!
RCY in trouble. Very nice. Blocks here from our Tusk, and of course Makoto going to be very happy to secure a freebie.
Yeah. Nice little swing around here from good old Mira. And they've got the wards kind of watch out on the water rune movement as well. Still got the pickup on Mikado, still fully topped up. Going to be able to lane quite nicely. Up top, a little bit of aggression here. Not really amounting to too much.
That's what I'm kind of saying with the draft of GamerLegion. Like, it's a bit, you know, on the passive side when it comes to damage. You know, you've got setup, but you don't really have the follow-up to it.
No.
Bottom, and again, speed is okay. WS, he's the one in danger now. One more will do it, and they're going to find it. WS, he will drop once again. Ghost finding a secondary kill on the +1 Wind Ranger.
Yeah, and this lane for WS just not panning out for much, right? Again, all of the magic damage in lane. Not much Mira can really do to alleviate that pressure. Either as a Tusk, double melee into double range doesn't feel great. For WS, it feels like these first 3 levels now, again, are just kind of rough. You're going to be looking at least level 4, maybe even level 5, where you can actually just kind of chain around and get some farm top, though.
Nightfall.
Dropping
pretty low, though. Hit the blood grenade, but not going to be quite enough. Carry successfully zones them away. But in some sense, you'd rather keep Nightfall on low HP anyway. Just let him suffer at that top lane.
Yeah. Just keep him hanging. You do have the Cold Embrace at least to alleviate some of this pressure on Nightfall. So you will be topped up and ready to go. And you are starting to run low on resources for GamerLegion to keep that aggression up. So you're not going to be able to constantly go for those plays. But level 2... Frog Stomp up. There is some good damage here. And again, this cheeky Bramble Maze Lake combination does do a lot of damage. Nightfall, he's just standing there.
Nightfall. I mean, not much else he can do. He's got to try and farm or get something done. They'll find him eventually. Bignum able to secure the kill. Nightfall, not much he can do. The laning stage looking very strong thus far for GamerLegion. Only the mid lane perhaps is the one kind of whitewash here for Aurora.
And it is, which is to be expected. Again, the matchup for Earth Spirit, not ideal. Everything else is working out. Like the top lane, probably the lane that you and I, again, didn't expect the most of. They are getting max value. I think it's down to the fact that Kaori is forced to go for early Cold Embrace. There's no Splinter Blast to try to harass him out a bit. Now the Arctic Burn is nice and steady.
Bit of a chase. Shard's going to land, but again, the follow-up not there. Nightfall, he'll get an avalanche out. Bignum proving to be very pesky on the Willow as Cowrie will finally secure on this winter wyvern. Props to GamerLegion so far during this laning stage, making life very challenging for the side of Aurora.
They are. They've left WS alone bot. He's at level 4, so it's at that point where he
Nice shackle.
can kind of sustain. But again, just that magical poke. Like, there's no presence on the Thermostar. You're forced to go, what, 1-0-2 at level 3? You just don't have a way of farming the lane either. Trying to look for something on mid with Bignum, but don't think you have quite enough on RCY. They've done a great job of really just standing by Mikado for Aurora, right? And we were talking about this with the Lina pickup. This is your big win condition. You're finding everything you could ask for on Mikado. He's getting power rune control as well. It's just a matter now for Aurora of whether or not Mikado can deliver. And again, considering his experience on his old teams, this is basically pretty much how every Mikado team seems to work out. Everyone just kind of sacks their lane, and Mikado has a good time and kind of makes up for it.
Pretty much. That's about the story of Mikado. RCY. Pretty rough time for him on the Earth Spirit. Bignum pops the Laguna immediately from Mikado. Absolutely zero wasting time. So they will try the RCY as well. RCY going to be able to retreat as they do bring in Speed. Speed, not really going to be able to find much of a kill here. In fact, they'll turn back around with the snowball. Meanwhile, RCY does secure the life of Cowrie. So 1-for-1 in the end. Not really the biggest deal here for either side, but Aurora, they are punishing by pushing in that T1 mid tower pretty early on. That siege creep still alive just a little bit longer. And Mikado, again, doing God's work here in this mid lane. So they will finally arrow the siege creep. But the damage, it has been done.
And it has. Again, you don't need to commit as much in terms of heavy resources on Aurora. I think RCY had to use, what, 2 to 3 stone remnants out. He had to pop Magnetize, so he's not going to be a factor for at least a minute here, where you're not going to be as effective. You have half stones. Still on a little bit of a chase here. Good old Mira, but not going to be able to do too much, and they do eventually just deny off mid. So at least the goal doesn't spread out, but the map is opening up now. And we've seen how aggressive the Aurora supports are willing to be in terms of swinging around the map. Curious to see what timing they're going to be looking for next. I mean, you're not quite fully set in terms of early items on Mikado, of course. It's still 7 minutes in, so you're still needing a little bit more time. Gets the other power rune now, the haste rune as well, and just very disciplined on Aurora for these. But again, the side lanes are still feeling pretty good for the side of GamerLegion. Like, Ghost is still having a great time on that Lina. They are rotating some supports down there, though, but
they are really trying. Bottom. Focus fire is out. WS taking a lot of damage here on the Timber. Doesn't really see a good way out of this, and he will die as Bignum. Does make the rotation to ensure they do secure that kill. Top lane, looks like Nightfall's gonna have a crack at Fade, but Fade, he's a tanky boy. Ultimately, they will not have quite enough damage to get the job done. Fade will be just fine. It was funny too, because I was saying earlier that it was Aurora that should be aggressive. Well, here we go. They will try again onto Ghost, but Ghost is just going to windrun his way out of there. Desperate plays, it feels like. They'll lose Mirror now, and Mikado, unfortunately, just did not have enough follow-up to the Laguna.
No, just not there. And these Brambles have been on point from Bignum as well, just constantly cutting them off, even without the lick combination as well to drag them in. Maybe a bit of an intercept here up top. Kaori is watching the gate, but
he's just going to get work onto Cowrie, and Cowrie, I mean, they are going to try and turn back onto Bignum. Bignum will just try to commit onto Cowrie, but it looks like Cowrie will be okay, as now Bignum eventually going to be chased down and does get taken out. Happy days for Nightfall, able to secure a kill for himself on this time.
That's a bit optimistic. Really good position for Kaori to spot out right after the kills down bot for the support swing top. They're not going to be able to get too much more, and it does feel like at least, you know, you're relieving some of that pressure on Fade. You're allowing this Largo to just soak up the XP, get some free creeps, get some farm going. Still bottom, not bottom network on the course. That's actually WS. They find one more.
They're going to find Mirror. Snowball, it's going to buy some time, but not really enough, as RCY now able to secure a quick one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Again, I love what I'm seeing from GamerLegion. So far, fantastic work. Ghost is still sitting at the top of the net worth board as well on the Wind Ranger, so you really couldn't ask for too much more. Sure, your mid and off lane, you know, they are looking a bit on the lackluster side right now, but you give a bit of time for RCY to catch up. He'll get there eventually. And this Fade Largo, like, Largo doesn't really need too much to be effective. He plays songs, Jonathan. He plays music, this bloke. He's got an arts degree.
Yeah. And he makes good use of it, you know, more successful than my arts degree.
That'll make two of us, John. That'll make two of us.
Oh, yeah.
Don't do arts, ladies and gentlemen. It's not worth it. You'll become Dota 2 casters.
I mean, if it's your passion, you know, I won't discourage you. You just be ready for the reality.
Don't do it, John. Don't do it.
I mean, I don't want to discourage people from following their passion, man. You know, there's something to be said about that, right? Like, aren't all these pros pursuing their passion? You know, would you discourage them? You wouldn't.
Well, I mean, you know, John, if your passion is working at a fast food place, you know, maybe do the arts degree. RCY?
RCY?
Oh! He's in trouble. Mirror, gonna get turned on with the Magnetize. Maybe they at least trade, but no. Cold Embrace is gonna fly out. Still Bignum trying, does secure, but it's probably gonna cost his own life. Don't know. A nice terrorize out from Bignum will allow him to get his way out of there. And that'll be all she wrote. 1 for 1, certainly in the favor of Aurora.
Pretty good attempt from the side of GamerLegion and trying to turn, right? Like the Moonlight Shadow being thrown out there by Speed. RCY actually getting, I think, an extra 2 Remnants out to refresh the Magnetize off of that Fade duration. Does buy enough damage at least get a little bit going there. Not particularly amazing throwing out and just finding like a support kill, but better than no kill at all in terms of that exchange. So mitigating the damage here a little bit. We're starting to see Mikado really start to scale up in that Lina though. And this is your big issue later down the line. A little bit of a clump up top.
Yeah, they'll try onto this Largo. Fade. Using that arts degree. Not looking too good for him though. It's Fade. It's just not enough. Not quite enough. Makoto will take his life away.
Just
how dare you?
It is surprising how yes, what?
How dare you subject people to a degree like that? You know it's completely useless. Don't lie to them.
No, I mean, like something like animation isn't completely useless, you know? Like the industry is just it sucks.
But we got it. But data centers, we got AI now. AI can do it.
Don't start in that crap right now, Mikey. All right, I'm having a good day here. Having a good day. It's a good smoke.
Makoto, be careful. AI can do this too. But he's all right. He's okay. Oh, maybe he's not. Curse Crown is out. It will land. Dive in as well. Makoto, he's barely alive. Surely not for long, though, as the Magnetize should take him up the Cold Embrace. But the Boulder Smash will get the job done as now Speed just jumping right in. Big Starstorm. They'll take down Carry eventually, I think. It's now even Nightfall in between a rock and a hard place, but he will walk his way out of there. They'll move back onto Speed. Speed eventually going to get trapped in the shards. The Starstorm, but Nightfall couldn't give a crap. They'll take out Speed. Meanwhile, Ghost looking at WS. Focus Fire committed, the Shrine of Wisdom being fought over. WS refusing to back away. Ghost lands the power shot. It's not going to be enough, though. Has to leave the Shrine of Wisdom alone. And Ghost will somehow make it out alive from this.
Yeah, I mean, he dances around a 1v2, basically. Almost even finds WS. Just a little bit more damage for the Wind Ranger. Would have gotten the job done, but not quite there. I mean, again, not the Wind Ranger of old, when universal stats were a little bit higher in terms of damage translation. Still, 10-8, Aurora can finding ways to keep this game really even. I think your weak points right now on GamerLegion is the fact that there might be some damage issues later on. They are keeping that pressure up to try to play while they're strong, but again, the follow-through isn't the cleanest. If RCY is not around to follow through from the Brambles and all of these setups you have, it's a bit daunting to expect your Speed to always connect an arrow through Bramble, because considering the range and the stun duration on Bramble, it's just not not easy for Mirana to kind of always get that connection here.
Well, top lane looks like they are going to continue trying to set up for this top tier 1 tower. At least GamerLegion is, but Aurora... I mean, they've got Kaori around for a defense. And it's not going to be the greatest defense. Fortunately for Kaori, he does get caught by RCY. So that'll be your top tier 1 tower surely going down, but they are going to make a rotation down bottom while they're at it. See if they can snipe Makoto, but Makoto, good game sense, does look to retreat and does get the TP away, no problem.
Yep. That's the one kill they really want to keep hunting down, right? Especially while Makoto doesn't have the full Ags up. They get a quick snipe onto Ghost on the mid lane as well.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Concerning. This Ghost does go down on his own, and Nightfall, of course, going to be extremely happy with that kill.
Yeah, maybe less of a game sense that he needs to back off there for Makoto, instead traveling to mid to get the punishment. And Ghost maybe revealing himself alone a little bit too early does cost him that kill opportunity and his own life. So, happy days again for Aurora. Not going to be able to get too much more on GamerLegion, but GamerLegion are playing around, again, their strongest piece of equipment right now, which is RCY. It has to be playing with the Earth Spirit, and that's where your game really stands right now. And it's going to get a lot tougher with that full Ags on Mikado. He's got the flying movement. He can kind of zip in and out. He's got a lot of burst damage on hand. If you can get the jump here, perhaps.
Well, they're going to catch Kaori. Not quite the one they would have liked in Nightfall, but they'll take the freebie. Makoto does get there, but ultimately is too darn late. And so Aurora back to the drawing board. Still a very even game in terms of net worth. And I dare say for Aurora, like, they've got a draft that should feel a lot more confident going into the later stages of the game here up against what GamerLegion are providing. GamerLegion looking like the ones that might need to be applying the pressure a little bit earlier on. They have popped the smoke. They'll rotate through the dire jungle, hoping for a nice pick-off here. Kaori, though, in position again to break the smoke if they do run towards this Tiny. And they will not. They'll just get some wards down in the dire jungle, and that'll be all she wrote, it looks like.
Don't want to overstep their welcome when potential clump-ups there. Go with the Moonlight, though.
And they're going to see WS, but he's got friends around. They'll try to burst him down ASAP. WS does eventually die, but now the Winter's Curse. Going to hold them all together. They'll move in with Nightfall. Nightfall with a toss out, but it kills nobody. Kaori and WS, the ones to go down. Aurora finding nothing for their trouble. Just looking to retreat, and that what they will do. But GamerLegion, they'll get away with murder.
Yeah. Again, a very clean hit and run. Again, exploiting the weak points here of the side of Aurora, which is that WS has no game himself. We were talking about the Largo not having a game. You've had a pretty decent start for Fade in comparison to WS, who just doesn't have the durability required yet to actually copy his ganks, right? He's going to need a little bit more armor, maybe even some magic res at some point. The win probability, despite all these early victories for the side of GamerLegion, though, isn't really beyond a 50-50 for them, right? It's still dead even. They still have to play high tempo, and the risk is that you reach that late game scenario, Nightfall and Mikado, again, are going to be monsters, and eventually, if the game does drag on, like, WS will be a tanky little Timbersaw anyhow, right? Like, if he gets a Lotus, a BKB, or even a Shiva's BKB, just a little armor, plus some debuff immunity, I mean, how are you going to stop him? You have nothing to pierce through that. You're reliant on Magnetize right now to actually find these pickoffs. The BKB timings are where this really starts to turn in Aurora's favor heavily. So there is pressure here on GamerLegion to keep playing the hit and run. Maybe when they've got a few more ults up, they can try to consider. They've still got some spikes left in terms of itemization for sure. Like Ghost number 1 has the full Maelstrom going for his own BKB. Would want to start seeing more straight up physical damage there. Maybe just the Daedalus kind of pickup, or even, I believe, like, Hydra Spread has been pretty popular on the Wind Ranger, you know, kind of trying to bring back the Whirlwind days, which could be fine as well with the high HP heroes here. Could be one way, but not quite the burst that you're really hunting for. We'll have to see what Ghost's consideration is after the BKB is up and running. I would like to see maybe a faster Ags as well on speed. Again, just trying to get as much damage as you can early on, just because you need it. And once once BKB timing start to become a reality, this game just multiplies in difficulty for GamerLegion. And I don't see an easy way of alleviating some of those issues once BKBs do get farmed up.
Oh, well, for now, at the very least, they're coming along. I certainly agree, though, that those BKBs are going to cause some issues here for GamerLegion as they do come up. Still in somewhat control of this game, GamerLegion. But again, the problem is that this draft, I mean, it is going to start out scaling you rather soon. Makoto now with the Kaya up. Again, Aurora seemingly more than happy to play a nice, slow game. Ghost is top of the net worth board, at least on the Wid Ranger, so still having a fantastic time for himself. Just kind of wonder what build up you go into as this Wind Ranger to be able to keep scaling. Obviously the BKB to come out next. We'll see what he does intend to do. Carry. He's gonna see speed. Speed does just jump his way out of it.
Yeah, it's fine. I wonder what we were working on WS. Yeah, it's just the quick BKB we were talking about. Has the Kaya Sanj, so there's some damage here. Maybe some armor just to help a little bit against the Wind Ranger. You don't need too much here. Even just a casual plate mail. And kind of decide if you'd want the Shivas or Lotus here. A little bit of a smoke out from Aurora, trying to hunt around with Nightfall and Mikato. Looking like they're just looking to swing around on mid. No one close by yet. Ghost makes the mindful choice of just walking into his high ground. So let's stay away from that danger, but you can see the willingness of the side of Aurora to take these fights. They want to pick off into Roshan, so they'll need to find that kill first. Speed not the ideal, and there's still the tier 1 protecting somehow up top. It's a little bit of a harder swing.
They're just hanging about this top tier 1 tower, hoping somebody shows up for that creep wave, but nobody can reveal themselves. As now GamerLegion, they are going to go for the 3-man smoke up through the mid lane. Ag's now available on our Largo as well. Make that a 4-man smoke, as they will cross the river eventually.
Radiant's top tower is under
They're not quite spotting anyone yet. Eventually they could run into Kaori. Kaori does break the smoke of speed, but it seems as though that's going to be quite enough. Maybe you just hope to snipe the Winter Wyvern here. It doesn't really seem like they'll even try for that. They are lacking a bit of information, a bit of vision. Not willing to force something just for a Winter Wyvern kill. They'll leave him be. WS in the meantime did pick up his BKB now on the Timber Saw, so you might be kind of making the cue to go. As Aurora, Moonlight Shadow will be forced out from GamerLegion, still looking to try and force a fight. They'll wrap around again through the river, up towards the top lane. They are going to see speed on that Mirana there for a moment. It is a bit of a pincer maneuver though. RCY, he's going to find Makoto on that leaner. Makoto, between a rock and a hard place, the arrow as well going to land from speed, and Makoto is just gone. Oh, it's just a horrible fight already for Aurora. WS forced the BKB to run, but Ghost is on his tail. Focus firing him up, forcing the TP away. WS barely going to make it out. Hell, even Nightfall, not out of the woods yet either. Forced the BKB and TP out of there. But GamerLegion, a fantastic team fight just coming in from all sides and finding the primary pickup in Makoto.
I'm surprised by the lack of vision from Aurora. Right, like they broke the smoke. I don't think they actually had vision to see that smoke break earlier on. They reclump near their tier 1 tower location up top in that jungle. And they don't have sentries set around, right? Like, so it's a perfect swing, just a casual walk up here. Like, look at the position for RC. He walks up to Mikato. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. Then you get the silence combinations off. And with the Magnetize running, Mikato not getting his own BKB, he is still a sitting duck. Like, that's the key BKB. You've got 2 on these big cores on Aurora. But if the Lina can't stand there and do some damage, and it doesn't matter as much because, again, the Timbersaw isn't fully farmed up. Nightfall can't just stand and right-click heroes down yet. Still needs more attack speed for that as well. And GamerLegion, they're playing to their draft strength perfectly throughout this game so far.
Oh, they are going to at least catch speed out. Not going to make up for that previous team fight, but it's certainly a kill that they can secure quickly. That'll be all she wrote. Aurora will look to retreat once again and get back to the drawing board. I mean, geez, we've got to just be so cautious. I mean, GamerLegion, they've just been doing God's work here in this game one. They might be in for another fight as well. It looks like Nightfall has a Shadow Blade up, is going to pop and run directly towards Fade. Hasn't quite found a target he'd like, though. He did try to go onto RCY, but doesn't quite get there in time. RCY now keeping up the vision as well. Nightfall. We'll just Shadow Blade and run the hell out of there.
Look at the vision game again here from the side of GamerLegion as well. They've got sentries set up in the area where they'd expect to start fighting, so they could easily spot out the Shadow Blade. They've been really good at just playing on positional plays, right? Like just finding the right spot, finding the right time to take these fights has been pretty smooth. Again, for Aurora, despite this deficit right now at around 10k, it isn't impossible to play up against, right? Like they still have a lot of time to farm up. They've still got this lineup that scales up extremely well. Mikado is just one part away from his BKB. And then that's when the game should start to stabilize a lot more. Like you've got the double blinks on your supports, you've got the snowball saves, you've got the curses that can come in. You do have to play into the BKBs as well here of GamerLegion, and that is going to cut off some of that damage. But Nightfall does start to get some right click going here.
Well, speed going to be found out by Nightfall. That right-click damage unfortunately not proving to be enough as Nightfall blinking to the high ground rather than the low. WS will take a Curse Crown to the face. Won't be too concerned about it though. Does manage to retreat. Spade gonna run into him, and now Ghost will move in as well, but a very nice curse. Will put an end to the damage of Ghost, but can they actually get them out? In fact, they're gonna jump back in. They'll try to force the fight. Ghost is gone. Fade is gone, a bird. It's the kind of fight you love to see if you're Aurora. They'll try to get RCY now. RCY does manage to get out of there, but it's a 3-for-1 trade as they also pick off speed. And a fantastic setup from Cowrie. In fact, Nightfall, he's found another in Bignum, but Bignum gonna get the Shadow Realm and Blink TP away. We'll be fine. But Cowrie really saving the day.
That he does, but even with that play onto WS as well, it takes such a long time to kill him off. Right? And I don't think he even has any casual armor item up. Nothing like that plate mail we were discussing. Just still stuck in that BKB. Is going for more HP anyhow. Just trying to go for the straight heart. So the damage issues will linger. And if you look at WS, if that curse was any later, like he was stunned for like a million years. They got the arrow follow-up as well. The roll control coming in. Just the curse cutting them off. That big teamfight potential. RCY not popping BKB before rolling as well. Like maybe you can get a couple of spells off, and then, you know, if you find that kill on Mira on WS, that fight feels a lot more even. And despite the sacrifices you're making, so long as RCY again finds both of those kills, but not the way it pans out here in Aurora. They swing back into the game. They take Aegis off the back of that fight. They've got the net worth lead now. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit uncomfortable for the side of GamerLegion, where the question now stands, do they have enough damage? Because, again, trying to jump WS, he has no armor. He's just relying on reactive plus that Reaver. You've got this Tiny with like 1 million HP plus decent armor as well from Grow. And your easiest target is that Lina, which, and if you can kind of sneak up to Mikado, that's still a valid way to start fights. It just gets harder and harder to see that angle coming in as the game goes on. Tormentor to be taken now as well, so double objectives for the side of Aurora. Huge wins overall. And for GamerLegion, it feels like the way they have to play now is doubling down on Croak of Genius combinations, right? Like getting the Croak out either to RCY or to Ghost, and playing around with that added percent-based damage. And that could be the way to get the things done. Again, it's not bursty enough, it feels. But it is a good chunk of scaling damage, at least. It's just, do you have enough time in that window to actually get these kills? I'm not sure.
Only time will tell. Nightfall. We'll run past Fade. Fade actually saw him in the vision, but Nightfall, he's going to jump in anyway. No hesitation from him. Terrorize, though, going to land very nicely here from Bignum. And the turnaround back onto Mirror. GamerLegion getting away with murder once again. Chase is on now for another. Cowrie, he's also going to get caught out on the Wyvern and will get sniped. RCY, unstoppable now on the Earth Strip. Jumping again from Nightfall, trying, in fact, Ghost! Gets taken down, Makoto and Nightfall just making short work of him. I mean, it was looking really good, but Ghost, once he gets avalanche tossed, he just can't survive it.
No. Couldn't pop the BKB on as well. And the big difference for Aurora is that that was a move by Nightfall and Miro without Makoto being close enough. Right? You need a Selena's burst damage. The Tiny just doesn't have it. Again, this is something we've discussed on why Tiny hasn't felt great since he lost his facets. You know, without that crash landing equivalent, the hero's burst is just not there. You're at the point in the game where that burst doesn't exist anyhow, and the right click isn't as formed up as it would be if you had maybe a Daedalus at this point. Then you can start talking. A little bit of a deep chase out. A little bit far here.
Try. This little Brambles maze is going to ensure they cannot continue. With that, it seems like Aurora... Oh, they're in the driver's seat now. They're looking confident. They want more kills.
Yep.
Tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Does end up going down. Not great if you're GamerLegion, that's for sure.
And they played such a good early game as well. It's just that they needed more than just a good early game. With this kind of draft, it needed to be non-stop suppression on the side of Aurora, no room to breathe, and just a couple of rest periods here and there. And again, just one bad team fight with a curse coming into play, and things just swing outside of your control. Bit of a camp out here.
Yeah, mid lane. Speed. He actually gets the leap away. Oh, it's not going to be enough though. Nightfall. Still able to finish off the kill. So Aurora, again, more than happy to continue this aggression. What is it, Jonathan?
Yeah, alright. Dagons and Mikado. Alright, so he is going full magical, which, I mean, it's fair. You went the Ags, you've got the Kayayasha. You might as well get your cast range up with Dagon. Why not? Alright, BKB starts to fade down. It's not like you have a Pipe or a Mage Slayer as well in this kind of game.
Bottom. Makoto. They're going to see Ghost again. Ghost! Going to get cursed through the BKB, but it's not going to last quite long enough. He's going to be okay. But if you could force another fight from Aurora now, you could almost guarantee Ghost probably just dies in the middle of it. No BKB available for him. Meanwhile, as you can see, WS has the full Heart of Tarrasque, so not really as concerned about dying on the Timbersaw anymore.
No.
And this is that stage where you were talking about at the game where you're like, well, now what do you do? You know, you're running out of options here as GamerLegion, as we do see WS take an arrow to the knee.
And he does. Not enough to take him out, you know. He's got a career ahead, unlike our Skyrim guards, which is fair.
Thank you, John.
That's such an old reference. I bet you there are people who play Dota now, a few, that don't even know that reference. Well, they would, because Skyrim was re-released like 20 times, so never mind. They probably do know the reference. Can't believe that game's been re-released like 20 times, man.
It's a good game. Ghost?
Ghost?
Oh, Ghost. He's got no BKB this time to play with. They will try to use the catch elixir to get him out. The tree throw. It's not going to be enough. He survives. He does survive. WS does kill off Bignum. Meanwhile, Makoto forced to BKB and look for the TP away, though RCY going to roll in, but it's not enough. Makoto narrowly surviving as well.
Yeah, just barely gets to swing out, same way that Ghost barely gets to survive. You are seeing some good durability coming out from the Wind Ranger for sure. It doesn't feel like maybe if you got follow through from WS a little bit earlier, like if the Tim got to throw a chop from out, perhaps that kill's a little bit more set in stone. So that does keep the high ground hopes alive here for the side of GamerLegion. No threat onto objectives without a pick-off. Roche still a ways off as well until we get that next spawn. More utility out in these supports, so BKB fully up for Mira. So your Tusk is now much more free to try to get some snowball saves, get some good shard usage out, get the punch up to go through the BKBs to stun someone up. They're playing poke with RCY. Like, the one thing for GamerLegion is that RCY has had a perfect game, right? Like, he has really put GamerLegion into this position where they actually do have some angles to even consider in this game so far. But there's only so much one guy can do. Right? Maybe RCY can, but it's still so hard to see that path. It just feels so much easier for Aurora.
Bottom lane, jump in. They aren't going to find Ghost quite yet. Ghost will get the BKB off and turn around for the focus fire onto WS, but he's too tanky. Bignum will be the one to go down. They do at least allow Ghost to get out of there. However, Nightfall, he's found RCY. The high ground, RCY down, though does have buyback now. Cowrie in with the curse, trying to lock down Ghost. The kick away, no, it was the Walrus Punch. The catchy leak dragging him back. Ghost will make it out of speed now, jumping back in with the buyback of RCY, trying to set up for a big team fight. They do find Mira, they'll find Cowrie. Now looking at WS, WS does not get the chains off. It will land on nothing. Suddenly 4 down for Aurora. Is the buyback of RCY really paying dividends here for GamerLegion?
And it is. I do appreciate the way that Ghost is doing damage in this kind of game as well, right? Like, he's relying on pretty much Mjolnir and MKB proc. So he's relying on all of this magical damage to pierce right through WS. And it is kind of getting the work done so long as there's nothing stunning up Ghost. Like, even with a heart and the full Shiva's up, there's still no magic mitigation here on the side of Aurora either. So your game plan on GamerLegion to rely on magical hits still does kind of work out. And they've got a window for Roshan now as well, which is huge. They've got like a 40-second window without Tiny, without Timbersaw, where they can try to take this Rosh. It doesn't feel like they take this quick enough, though, with or without Ghost. It's not the quickest Rosh.
Absolutely not. Roshan will eventually, slowly but surely, be taken down by GamerLegion. Surely, and they will get it. So we are seeing the tail end of that team fight now. Can RCY able to buy back and make a lot happen here on the Earth Spirit. So now the Aegis up onto Ghost. I mean, they dove so deep, trying to get the kill onto the Wind Ranger, just not having quite enough. Issue is as well, these Winter's Curses, like you get the solo curse off and it's just not long enough to actually set up onto Ghost. You do want to couple around him if you can. And Ghost has been very good at staying away from his team, not allowing the setup to happen. Akari, he's been desperately trying throughout this game. Not to be dissuaded though, I mean, Aurora, even losing the Aegis, I don't think you're too concerned about the state of this game. You know?
No. You're still in a very playable spot. You're still in a... You still understand that, yes, they've got scaling on the side of Aurora. I think what's really maybe catching them off guard is just how disciplined GamerLegion is, right? Because look at how RCY is trying to take these fights, right? Like, he's actually allowing Ghost to be a bait. He's looking for the backline. He's trying to hunt down Cowrie, trying to hunt down Mira first to take care of speed. And there's a Miranda down, but does have buyback if need be. RCY?
RCY gonna get his BKB off. That's kind of what you're kind of talking about though, right? Like Aurora, again, they don't have the Aegis. It's Ghost that has it, but they're the ones making these little plays happen. As Nightfall once again gonna find Bignum this time. Both supports being taken out for GamerLegion, and now Aurora, they might just keep pressuring. I mean, why not? You're really not that afraid of this Wind Ranger. No. It's not that big of a deal.
Really isn't. I mean, 2 supports down. You can't get...
Jump in again. Avalanche and tosses out. Ghost will be okay, but they force the buyback committal from Bignum as now... Oh, Makoto!
Instant dieback!
Instant dieback! Makoto just bursting him down. The Laguna Dagon. A classic.
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see this build paying off for Mikado. All in on the magic. The high ground's just fully open without the AoE control and Bignum. What do you do?
That's horrible. That is just a horrible feeling here for Bignum. The Shackles out. Look, this is no damage. Ghost with the focus fire doing literally nothing to this Tiny. And I think Aurora, once again, they can happily just continue to ignore what Ghost is doing in the middle of the team fight and just keep going as they do actually jump in onto Ghost with the toss back, but the wind runaway will be just fine. So Aurora, looks like they've finally had enough. They will retreat eventually.
They head back out. Mikado is inching towards his level 5 Dagon, so fun days ahead. They do get some catch here.
They certainly do. Speed does go down. Carry
Nightfall?
looking for a curse, not finding it. Nightfall actually just getting taken out. Ghost getting the damage off this time around. Nightfall's gone, so is RCY, but they've also taken down Cowrie. He's now WS, trying to chain, but misses again. Doesn't matter though, he's still alive. Eventually gets the chains away. Mirror will run as well. Makoto's still around if they want to try into Ghost without the BKB. Makoto thinking about turning. Light Strike Array does land. They'll break the Lincolns, but Ghost, he's going to be just fine. They'll pop the Laguna onto Fade, but Fade tanks through it. WS, he has gone down. Now GamerLegion, not to be outdone, really starting to give it back the way of Aurora. And you just, once Nightfall is gone, Aurora, they just don't want to keep the fight going.
No, I mean, really good swing around by WS to at least get the dieback on RCY going. So they find that Earth Spirit kill. That does mean GamerLegion can't hunt for as much as they'd want with this kind of swing back. However, for the side of Aurora, and you are seeing some of the damage start to come in from GamerLegion. It's the fact that you don't have a way of mitigating these magical combinations, right? Like Croak of Genius being thrown out to RCY or to Ghost with Focus Fire down with a Maelstrom or the Mjolnir and MKB procs. It's actually a lot of damage. Like the armor on WS doesn't count for much. The armor on Nightfall doesn't count for much when Ghost is just freely hitting. And he's going to start to scale up now. He's going for that full Daedalus. He's going to have some physical burst damage as well to play with. So there are ways that GamerLegion can start to feasibly find some bigger wins. Aurora still maintain the 11k lead, and again, they're the ones with a Rax advantage so far. So they're not going to be feeling the pressure yet. They'll find... Oof. That is a quick one.
Yeah, it certainly was. Bignum can do nothing about it, unfortunately. Just one of those games for poor old Bignum.
Game's a banger.
That'll be all she wrote for now. Moonlight Shadow's going to be forced out because they did spot Makoto, but Makoto's already got his way out of there just fine. So Moonlight not really going to amount to too much. Although I say that, they are still directly running towards the side of Aurora. So maybe you could still hope for a team fight. It seems like it is all too late to try and sneak in. They'll have to run in the old-fashioned way. Meanwhile, Aurora, they'll hold onto the high ground of the Twin Gate. You've got the Tormentor if you do want it. And it seems like they will probably just get started on the Tormy. And that they will. Nice easy one. GamerLegion around the corner, but had no information about the Tormentor being taken. So it will be a nice free shards now for Makoto.
You get a little bit more going with the Fiery Soul now. Not that he's particularly focused on right-click, but the added utility is always a little bit welcome here for the most part. Again, 13k lead still being maintained by Aurora, but GamerLegion doing a pretty fantastic job to actually still provide threats onto Aurora. And this magical output of Ghost is quite high. And Fade's sustain is starting to really ramp up. He's got the Krellis Crozier as well, which is an item that, again, has kind of gotten touched up in the latest sub-patch. It's not the most common. It does feel fantastic, though, in cutting off healing. So now even the Cold Embrace is going to feel a little bit less effective. Fade's going to be a little bit tankier up front. It's a good amount of HP and stats. And finding the backline for that pesky Largo with all these catchy repositional saves is actually quite challenging for Aurora. Because you don't want to overcommit with all of your supports. You kind of need Kaori to hang back again, holding on to that curse. We'll see, they are smoked up. Roche still a ways off from the respawn. And GamerLegion again hanging out on a different side of the map. The Vision game not quite being there. They might have been caught on the edge of that ward as well in that top jungle. So just no joy so far for Aurora. Again, that's kind of been the story of this game though. The Vision game from GamerLegion has been pretty solid. They've been utilizing the gem they stole away from Aurora quite nicely. And it's just allowing them to be on the right side of the map every single time.
Oh, here we go. Aurora smoked up. It is going to wear off. Moonlight Shadow going to be forced now by GamerLegion.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Both sides just hanging on either side of the mid lane at the moment. Aurora not able to find a target. Neither will GamerLegion. So perhaps they commit for the top tier 3 tower and try to force a fight that way. Seems like they are paying their respects though to GamerLegion. Not willing to force it too much here in this game 1. And in fact, they have backed off. Aurora not really seeing the opening they would have asked for. It's fair enough, because one bad team fight could really just throw this game the other way.
Yep.
It's back to the drawing board. Nightfall now working towards, I believe, a Satanic. Roshan is available, though, on a very nice arrow from Speed. Land onto Mirror. Mirror's going to be okay, though. There's your smoke committal by GamerLegion. They want to fight into this Roshan. Wrap around, it looks like, through the dire jungle. Aurora, meanwhile, they will continue holding the high ground of the dire triangle. Nightfall is farming the dire jungle, though, so they could potentially run into this Tiny on his own. But GamerLegion instead, might TWS first as he does blink in, but chains away. Shackle will lock him down. Here comes Nightfall, though, jumping onto Ghost. Can they burst him down? They can!
There's no buyback.
Ghost, he never got the BKB off. No buyback available for him on this Wind Ranger. It's now WS moving forward, trying to find some more targets. Unable to burst down Bignum. Shards out here from Mirror. Mirror, though, playing very carefully, trying not to get sniped himself. Is RCY going to jump back in? Not able to find a kill quite yet, but gets a big magnetize off. They will not find the Tusk yet, though he is pretty much as good as dead. Nightfall dropping really low to RCY. Is forced to back away, but WS jumping back in, though. RCY still proving to just be doing so much damage. Does actually take... in fact, they all died. What? RCY. He's got all the damage. And he wants all the smoke. As they will continue chasing for another. It's just Mirror left and he is gone.
Huh?
No, RCY. The Earth Spirit, John. It's too much damage.
It's way too much damage for the Conjurer's Catalyst. I'm more surprised how Mikado died. He was basically alone there playing tag with, looked like Bignum. I didn't expect that from Lena whatsoever. And that's the big one that's just surprising. All of that damage being inflicted there from RCY from a mile away, still connecting onto the Lena. And you're just not able to disengage hard enough. Again, BKBs are fading down. The magical damage is still highly relevant. You don't have anyone on your side of Aurora as well that can kind of build Mage Slayer, so it's always going to be relevant. You don't have a pipe mid-set of racks set to fall, and that's going to equalize the game. GamerLegion hanging in there, playing their cards just right. It's been so tough for Kaori to find these angles for curses. We've just not been seeing them. And it feels like we've boiled the game down to that point where if you don't get a good curse, then your team fight is going to be pretty hard to pull off because of how wide an area RCY can just influence. Right? He has just so much reach with the Magnetize, with all of these remnants being thrown out. He's going to get his Ag soon for some save as well. Roshan is being cleared out here by Ghost. And we will have that secondary life now to cover for our Wind Ranger, along with a refresh and the banner and the cheese. So everything you could possibly ask for. And Aurora, they're not necessarily out of it at all in this game, but you can feel the pressure mounting up. It's just so reliant on playing to your lineup strength. And GamerLegion, despite it being, on paper a bit more challenging to find these circumstances, they've been finding them. Aurora, it's just been a challenge to even find a curse. And it feels like that's where your team fight is kind of focused on now. Like either a curse or a pickoff, and GamerLegion aren't giving you free pickoffs outside of the supports now.
It's just insane to think they lost their pause one that early, and RCY just still feeling the confidence to just jump in and make all this happen. And you're seeing just a big team fight where this Magnetize can just continue going and going and going. It's just such a scary thing. Props to the young man himself, RCY. They'll chase onto Mirror again, forcing a BKB out of the Tusk. Well, GamerLegion still looking like they could pull off this Game 1 victory. Aurora, the one, starting to look a little bit more afraid, I think. It's just got to be so demoralized. Like, you'd think you had the team fight in the bag once the Wind Ranger was just down, but not quite the case. Just not it. And now, the Dota plus win probability is just completely swung the other way.
And again, you had that early high ground advantage coming out for Aurora. It just felt like you had so much damage coming in from Mikado and from Nightfall. Now you have to wonder, is this burst play for Mikado paying off? Because I don't know if the magical burst is going to be doing enough, really, in comparison to maybe a right-click Lina here to cover your bases from Nightfall when he does get maybe caught off guard. You might have been happier with a right-click Lina, we'll see. It's going to be like the Int Blink coming up next as they will Moonlight Shadow here.
Yeah, they're going to give this a crack. Who are they going for first? Looks like they are going to try and to Bignum though with the Aeon Disc. Going to be able to survive the onslaught from our Lina. Everyone else from Aurora just trying to retreat. They are eventually going to see Cowrie, and Cowrie will go for the Cold Embrace, but it's only going to buy a little bit of time. The speed will secure the kill on this Mirana. And GamerLegion again, well and truly in the driver's seat of this Game 1 now. Feels like it's their game to throw. Aurora, you start to wonder what they're doing now. But what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, look, high ground defense with Tiny does feel pretty good. You've always got the toss back plays. You've got a Tusk that can try to eventually kick someone back. It's still, I mean, you've got the gold here on Mirror. It's just whether or not you want to risk losing buyback. Almost catch speed.
Makoto? Well, they are going to try into RCY, but he's just such a tanky boy. Mirror? Arrow? Not going to make. Meanwhile, they are trying onto this Largo, but Fade is just so tanky with that Crozier. He's just not going to die. Ghost, however, he's not quite as tanky. Ghost is going to die at least the first time. Mirror looking to set up with a kickback. Doesn't quite get it. The question is, do GamerLegion want to continue this push?
It's such a risk. They're showing a lot of respect for, again, the fact that high ground into Winter Wyvern, who's up, is still a challenge. You're still scared of that curse. It's the one thing that can turn things back to Aurora. They're not gonna risk it. Did use up their Aegis. I believe they ate up their cheese as well. So they don't really have the tools to mitigate these risks. Just gonna have to go back and maybe wait out a little bit more. Maybe Aurora gets impatient and starts to dig outside of high ground. But again, GamerLegion, they're doing a fantastic job of just making this so awkward for Aurora. They're never clumped up too hard. RCY is just so disruptive on this Earth Spirit, catching the back line, always ensuring that you never know when you have to throw out this curse here on Cowrie. It's just been uncomfy. Again, you've got the gold here for the kickback on Mira, but he's trying to hold out for the buyback, and without the Ags, he does buy it out, but no buyback for him now. But maybe now, with tossback plus kick, you can try to isolate one? Question is if you can even find an easy one back. You've seen how tanky they are in GamerLegion now. They're really damn tanky with the Aeon Discs up under supports even.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Or GamerLegion. Gonna move in through that mid lane. They'll go top. Fade will reveal himself. Jump in from WS, but there's no real threat here for Fade. He understands just how tanky he is right now. We are going to have a quick pause being thrown out. I'll tell you, these Conjurer's Catalysts, they are making life so hard for Aurora. Just so much spell damage being thrown out constantly.
Oh, yeah.
At least they were.
It's so surprising. It's so surprising it's a tier 4, you know? Like, same thing with Prophet's Pendulum. It's so surprising it's tier 4. These two, I think, really stand out in tier 4. And then tier 5 just feels really lackluster in comparison. Like, you do have some bangers in there. Like, there's some games where Witchbane can feel good. Some games where the Desolator. Even the Book of the Dead can feel good, Mikey. There you go. You know, the item you would eventually point out. Yes, it can feel good in some games, but almost every single time where you're here that can use the Catalyst, it's always going to feel so bad to lose out in tier 5. And the Prophet's Pendulum as well. Like, it's just so much durability. Not quite enough for Nightfall, at least, to feel amazing on the Tiny, but there is something to be said about that item as well. Back into the game, a very even state of affairs. Network has just completely disappeared into a net slate of, well, even. GamerLegion still holding on to an 82% win probability after getting a bit of a roller coaster for game. Wouldn't expect anything else from North America's finest, of course. And this would send a statement. You know, beating out Aurora in game 1, I don't think anyone has ever had that in their cards. But like you and I say about GamerLegion, you can never, ever underestimate GamerLegion. They've just been improving every single turn that they've gone to. And it feels like this is the culmination of that again. Like, this is a level of GamerLegion I don't think we've seen yet. And it feels like they had such a good early game. They were itemizing and playing around this late game scenario really well. It's just a matter of, can they close it out? Because, you know, when you're in this advantage, you give a mistake away to Aurora, that's where things can get scary. Again, high ground is a bit of a threat here with the tossbacks, with the kickbacks. There are ways to try to punish.
Can they make it happen? Is the big question for me. Like, just your GamerLegion, they're just playing such a great game here in this game 1. Well, we shall see. For now, both teams are sitting back a little bit. Mirror's going to see Speed. He'll jump in. Quick Walrus punch out. Speed, though, with the leap away and the BKB forced out from Mirror, just to be able to TP away safely. Meanwhile, Ghost almost running into Nightfall, but Nightfall able to avoid him with the Silver's Edge. It's going to be okay for now. In fact, though, RCY looking to spot him out. Think he saw him there for a second. In fact, Ghost is going to run into him. BKB forced out with the TP. Nightfall going to be okay. A lot of BKB TPs now from Aurora.
Yeah. As some would say, a lot of Nightfall specials happening.
Yeah.
Not just for Nightfall, but, you know, it does tend to happen. Still, I mean, they're hanging on, right? Like, you don't want to give these kills away randomly. You're just trying to work the map out right now. Trying to hold up until Roshan presents itself. These arrows make it so hard to play the map, though. Just the vision game is insane from Speed. I'll at least be able to blink away on Cowrie, but anyway, it's this late game point for Marana Ags with the level 25 talent, where you walk close by to the side of the Marana team for GamerLegion, and chances are you're just going to cop a random arrow, you're going to get spotted out with no wards, just this really spammable spell giving a lot of information out. WS does have the full sight of Vice. Maybe that simplifies the initiation now. Some tool to catch him off guard before BKBs fly on here from GamerLegion. Some much needed hold. We'll have to see.
WS, they're going to see the Timber. 4th Roshan of the game now officially available. Of course, RCY will go ahead and scout it out for his side. We're approaching that tier 5 item mark as well. Aurora. Well, you definitely don't want to give this Roshan away, but you're kind of wondering how they even fight it at this point. GamerLegion, they're going to smoke up as 5. Aurora smoked up as 3. WS will run into them eventually. They have found Bignum. Aeon Disc is going to be proper. Makoto!
Makoto?
BKB, he's going to fly himself out of there. That's your BKB of the Lena forced out, so now GamerLegion, they might just keep the fight going, and in fact they will. RCY, he has been caught in the back, but there's just not enough damage. There is just not enough quite yet, as they will Rollers punch him up. RCY still in the middle, but gets the Magnetize off. They have nothing in the way of bursting anyone down here. Aurora just need to retreat. Mirror looking like the one to go down first, surely. He will snowball away. Meanwhile, Makoto still trying for Bignum. Bignum finally goes down, but Mirror will drop as well. A 1-for-1 on the supports. Just, it feels like they've got infinite sustain on GamerLegion.
I mean, they've got the Largo out. You know, there's a lot of sustain from this arts degree, Mike. He's paying off. Look at that. Who would have thought? The investment takes a while. You know, it takes 60 minutes of a Dota 2 match, which I guess in Dota years is like, I don't know, 10 years past graduation, but it pays off for this guy.
Yeah.
After struggling in college, you know, busking on the streets, Fade is the star of the show now. With the heart, with a full Kai Sanj, and again, that Crozier is just doing a lot of work sapping away, along with having a Prophet's Pendulum. Right? So we're at that 60-minute mark. Ghost, he did invest in the Bauble. He could keep the Bauble, but he's got the Stygian. It always feels awful when you pick up Bauble and you're like, yeah, it's not going to be worth it. Just take the Stygian, take the might. It's so bad. Still, what's not so bad is taking Roshan. Got the Ags on Cowrie to try to sneak around, but...
Oh, Nightfall's going to jump in. They'll try for the Largo burst down, but it's not enough yet. They've got him eventually, though. Fade will go down.
No buyback.
No buyback available. This could be the fight for Aurora. They will kite in and out, though, being a little bit wary of RCY, because RCY, he's hitting them like a truck. Cowrie trying to fly away. WS will chain out of there. Meanwhile, Nightfall now moving back in onto RCY. Will blow up the Aeon Disc, but can they actually do with him? No. He'll enchant himself and just kick himself out. Roshan's still up. Jump in again now from WS. Not finding quite enough. The Laguna is going to catch Ghost. Ghost is down. He's got buyback available. He might be forced to commit it, though. Bignum also falling. RCY continuing to enchant himself and kick himself out. But Roshan will now go the way of Aurora.
And there's no way you're contesting this on the side of GamerLegion. Just with the two heroes. If RCY could, you know, if Refresh Shard still give you maybe Refresh BKB Aeon Disc, perhaps, but it's not the way the game is anymore. Aegis, Refresh, Cheese coming out for the side of Aurora, along with a banner. Secondary life up for Nightfall. And Fade just kind of getting bursted down, getting focused down, taking away that sustain. Did simplify this for the side of Aurora. 14k lead swinging back their way, and look at the win probability. It's back to 55-45, so almost dead even. What a game we have here for game one, Mikey.
Yeah, fantastic game number one as always. Well, there we go, Aurora. We'll find one lane of barracks, moving on to more. They want to get as much as they possibly can while they can. The openings have just not been available here up against GamerLegion. Jump in, trying to find this Largo. Fade, he's just so tanky though, it's not going to be that simple. Mirror forced to BKB and trying to run away. Meanwhile, Nightfall jumping in onto RCY, forcing a BKB of his own. WS starting to drop pretty darn low on the Timber. Will chain his way out, but the magnetized damage is doing so much. It's WS. Oh, they're going to lose Nightfall. The Aegis is gone. Roll back in, but a nice blink out of it. They won't quite time the roll perfectly. Is now Makoto trying to start the fight once again, but the magnetizer is still going. Arrow gonna land onto Makoto in the back, but he's all right. Nightfall again looking to move in. Does go for the bottom lane of Barracks. Will secure it. And just TPs away as the Megas are now finally up. Hallelujah.
Takes a heck lot of effort. Aurora finally have the game state where they've got the big advantage. They get a good snipe on a courier as well here from RCY. It looked like his build up into what should be his Octarine. His refresh. So No refreshes of his own, no way to get free magnetized, get all your remnants back up. Gonna cut deep here for 3 minutes for RCY. It's a lot of time for Aurora to feel very comfy here. You're hitting scaling on Aurora in different ways too. Like I mentioned, Cowrie, he's got the Axe and the Winter Wyvern, is going back for the Witchblade. So maybe less reliant on the curse, more reliant on just killing these damn heroes himself, or at least helping to poke down a little bit here. You've got a Nullifier coming out for Nightfall, and you're pretty much fully slotted up on Makoto as he has been for a while. Does have the Divine Regalia to help boost up the spell damage here as well. And for GamerLegion, again, it's hard to see them swinging back from here, but we've said at multiple points of the game, and they've always found a way. And Megas is a bit of a harder line, though. Look at Aurora. They're confident now. They're smoking. If they get this fight in the high ground, that could be the end of this first game here.
That it could be. WS at least chipping away at the Aeon Disc of Bignum. Mega Creeps now in the base. And you've got plenty in the way of defense, though. Aurora still playing a lot of respect here against the side of GamerLegion in this game one. This could be a long series between these two if the next game's anything like this one. WS trying to force what he can, but it's just going to be so hard to get through this wall. They are going to try, though. Speed, he's going to have his Aeon Disc procced as well. Nightfall will back his way up. Meanwhile, Mira jumping in with the Aura's Punch and the kickback onto Fade, but Fade's just so darn tanky. Curse is out now, locking Fade down a little bit. They just can't kill him. Fade will be alright. Nobody down from either side.
No.
Speed will lose a Scythe device recipe. That's unfortunate.
Pretty big to lose out on. Still, I think again, if you maybe had a refresh up on RCY at this point, you might have gotten a little bit more punishment out. So that earlier snipe on RCY's career, still doing some work here. Still got some wiggle room to try to re-engage with some of the Aeon Discs down if you'd like on Aurora, but they really don't want to take the risk. I think they're showing a lot of respect to GamerLegion and how well GamerLegion has played in every phase of the game. That looking for the straight end it just feels so risky despite having this advantage on the side of Aurora. Next Shirosh, still a ways off though. And you don't have much to play for on the map. Same thing goes for GamerLegion. RCY's courier's up, you get the refresh. You don't really have any way of sneaking outside your high ground up against Megas. You do need full commitment to clear out these creeps. So it's harder to try to sneak out with a Smoke, Moonlight, Shadow Plate. At this point, you're just banking on Aurora to make a misstep again. And for that, again, you kind of need to wait for almost all of your Aeon Discs to be back up. A smoke from Aurora, though, maybe they can sneak around, force something out. Again, they're just one team fight away, it feels like, from an end here.
Away we go. Jump in. They're going to try again for Fade. Fade this time around is going to go down. He's got buyback, though. But they'll be happy to try and force it. Onto the tier 4 towers. Roll in from RCY. He got himself Nightfall with that roll. With the BKB TP away from Nightfall, it surely will be enough, and it will be. Aurora want none of this. There's magnetizers popping left, right, and center. They are going to find at least one in the form of Cowrie. Cowrie to go down. Mira also left behind as Makoto just trying to kite in and out of this one. They jump back in now into Bignum, but Bignum with the Aeon is going to survive through the Laguna. RCY continuing the chase onto Makoto. Speed also chasing him down, but Makoto does fly himself out of there. Bignum does die in the meantime. Not out of this game yet, GamerLegion. They're fighting back. They're still very scary here, Joe.
They are. The output, again, coming out here from RCY, just quite ridiculous, even with his right clicks at this point when he's got the remnants all banked up. You have to show a lot of respect. Again, these Aeon Discs you have to worry about. You don't have anyone. You only have one Nullifier to help take care of it. It's such a complex game at this point for both sides. Like the way they both have to approach these fights is very atypical of what most teams have to get done in a late game scenario for sure. Still poking in though onto the high ground.
They are trying. WS will avoid the roll from RCY. In fact, to jump back in from Nightfall onto this Wind Ranger, but Ghost is going to be fine. It's now Nightfall. He's dropping really low on this Tiny.
Oh,
Nightfall is down. He's got buyback, but it's just RCY. He's such a nuisance. They're so afraid of this Earth Spirit. And rightfully so, John.
Yeah, man. Look, there's a whole bunch of stuff in the Philippines that we call like the Filipino Fist, Manny Pacquiao. We got the Filipino Sniper, which is good old Tim's back in the day.
Yeah.
The Filipino Boulder should definitely go to RCY. Like this guy has been the bedrock for GamerLegion this game. I mean, the entirety of GamerLegion has played really well. I was looking for a chance to sneak that in, but the entirety of GamerLegion really has played like a fantastic game one. No matter what happens here, whoever wins like the one pivotal team fight, I think you can say it. Just the fact that GamerLegion makes it this scary up against Aurora, this is this looks like a different team.
Leap away, not going to be enough. Speed does go down. Meanwhile, though, Curse is out. RCY.
Curse.
Aeon Disc is going to save, but the Laguna, no, it's not even available.
Oh,
Still RCY. They've got enough ultimately in the end. He does go down, but he's got buyback if he needs it. Well, you're at the point where the supports are carrying as well. I mean, everyone's doing so much damage. Fade will try to retreat once again. He will be able to do so for now, but Carry, he's such a menace on this Wyvern now. With this Stygian, he just continues to move forward. Still trying, but they will eventually find him here with Ghost. Carry is down. He's got buyback. Now onto the task. They'll find Mirror to boot. He's also got buyback. Everybody has buyback. Roshan's available. They'll lose a tier 4 tower in the meantime for GamerLegion. There's Roshan. How is it always us, John? How is it always us getting these long games?
I mean, I love it,
So do I.
Look, it's action-packed. It's a blessing. I haven't had to resort to 6-7 chokes as they jump.
No, please don't. RCY will look to roll away. Does make it out. Bignum, meanwhile, being dragged back. Surely does go down. Bignum. Not dead yet, but finally does get Dagon down as LRCY gets the magnetized pop, and that's what's really scary. WS, BKB run away, but Ghost is on the chase. WS surely to go down, but gets up to the high ground. Do they continue to chase? No. WS will be allowed to walk away. Meanwhile, tier 4 towers under siege again, I do believe, by our creeps. They've got to get back and defend the Ancients exposed.
He wants to go in this.
Ghost.
Cowrie.
Carry's on the Ancient. Carry's trying to end the game.
The right clicks.
He's trying to end the game. Meanwhile, Fade trying to run. Fade will go down, surely. He will die. No buyback available. Ghost trying to save this game. The Ancient, though, going down. Ghost will drop.
Oh,
no buyback. That's a dieback on him. That'll be RCY, surely to go down. We'll see if he can make magic happen. He'll roll out of there. Magnetize left, right, and center. Aegis is gone. They want to take down RCY. Carry's just focused on the Ancient. He could not give a crap. That'll be RCY down. And the game is over. It's got to be over. But they want to bully Speed a little bit more. They'll get him. And there's the GG call. So Aurora, they've done it. And look at the excitement on their faces, John. They look like they've been terrorized.
No,
they hated every part of this game.
Hey, look, Cowrie looks like he had a little bit of a grin on his face, good old Cowrie. He knows what he did because he went back, he TP'd to the Ancient, forced Ghost back, broke up the team fight that potentially GamerLegion might have had more impact if Ghost was actually able to dish out the damage because they were so threatened by the Ancient being open. They lose one hero in that fight, you kind of start falling apart there. And like you said, they start carrying on every single one. I mean, Aurora, they had to pull something sneaky out to clean that up. For GamerLegion, again, I don't think this was a bad game at all from them. Maybe, again, that slip up in decision-making for Ghost to be the one to respond to Winter Wyvern alone. Perhaps that is something you can look at, but beyond that, I think this entire game has just been very clean. We talked about Fade not having great lane and Largo not feeling good until it gets farm. It didn't matter. You know, the space created by RCY bought them so much early tempo that you reach that point where you do manage to get damage, you do manage to hit this Ags, this Octarine, this Carlos Crozier, and get all of the work done. And again, RCY just showing just how good he is on that mid. And the Filipino bowler just wrecking faces, rolling around. I mean, he's a billiards player, you know? Philippines billiards is pretty big here. Efren Reyes Jr., a legend himself. Looks like RCY is kind of connecting, landing his shots as well. And a very close match. Like, I didn't expect this to be as close, you know? Despite us always talking up GamerLegion, it's Aurora. They've made it top 2 in so many tournaments. They've been very consistent in the year. And for GamerLegion to show up like this on their first game at TI, yeah, it's a loss, but it does send a strong message to Aurora. My question now is, will GamerLegion have the same kind of close game into Game 2? Because Aurora's seen this Earth Spirit. Aurora knows to ban it out. Will it be the same showing from them? Because I feel like Aurora's the kind of team to take a hard-fought Game 1 and simplify that Game 2 to a really great extent. Like, they're a very adaptive team that will learn a lot from this Game 1 here.
They certainly have. GamerLegion, again, at least surprising me here, Jonathan, in this Game 1. I thought this draft just wouldn't be able to contest going into this stage of the game, but they were just making magic happen over and over again, as the highlights, of course, just never going to end here, John. This Game 1, such a banger of a game to start us off here for the group stages of TI, at least for you and I. And I genuinely thought the GamerLegion, they might just have it. You know, once those megas came up, obviously the game just became infinitely harder to try and come back from. You're always just having to worry about what's happening in the Radiant base, but it really felt like they had Aurora's number here in this game number 1. And I'll tell you what, it is a best of 3, so, you know, back to the drawing board, you know, revise what went wrong in that Game 1 and try to not allow it to happen in Game 2. I don't know what you fixed, though, I'll be frank with you, John. I think they had a fantastic time. You know?
Yeah.
Even that laning stage, I thought that was going to go badly for GamerLegion. That really wasn't the case. It was only the mid lane that went bad.
Yeah, that was basically it. And even the mid lane matchup, even with how bad it went for RCY, he still, again, delivered the goods. This is the moment where, again, we saw that split up fight. We saw them kind of trying to go around, go for the defense, and kicked around, and just the way they connected on Aurora in the end is what matters. And maybe this is, you know, one weakness for GamerLegion. How many games have they had to reach this really high pressure point, right, where every small mistake you make does amplify in the game? And Kaori really just playing through. Look at how focused he is. Gets the curse, focuses on the
He had to do
it. Again, TPC. I mean, you really did open up that fight by Dragon Ghost way earlier, though. Just breaking up that engagement. And a very hard-fought victory for Aurora. And they show up when it matters the most, but GamerLegion bringing up such a big fight against Aurora as well, I think will send notes to Aurora. I'm curious to see what changes into that game too, and I'm curious to know what your thoughts, Mike. Who do you think stands out here? Because despite Aurora winning, I still feel like it's for RCY's performance still stands out the most, but I know who to say is the standout for Aurora. I feel like they all had to work together to make that work.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know. I don't think there was any particular player that really... I mean, maybe Carry, I guess, because he's the one that forces it, right? In the end, Carry is the guy that kind of made it so they had to take this awkward team fight.
Yeah.
But certainly, it just felt as though... And there you go, there's your standout. I don't know. I agree with you. I almost wanted to say RCY. He's not even part of the damn team. It's just... RC, you know, he was the real standout of this game, and... Aurora, I mean, you saw the faces at the end of the game. It's basically the same faces they have right now, John. And there you go. There's the standout players. I mean, it really was just a fantastic game here for this Game 1. Again, this is a best of 3 series, John. You know, I dare say Aurora probably has more to talk about than GamerLegion does. You know?
That they do.
If you're GamerLegion, you're probably just saying, guys, we almost had that. Just do it again. You know, clean up a little bit. Aurora maybe have some words to say.
For sure. I think what I'm expecting for Game 2 now, Earth Spirit has to be banned out. You know, you've got to take that hero away because RCY, even in the matchup that just is bad, like for the most part, pretty bad for Earth Spirit, he still finds a way to play the game. I think there's also going to be thoughts about Mirana. I think laning phase of speed was insane. because of that quiver, because of the Story Storm build. We talked about this theoretical WS going for the last pick Timb, and it just really had no game into the Mirana and the Wind Ranger. So I think there's a lot that Aurora will have to think about. There's a lot that I'm sure GamerLegion now, it's like, all right, we pulled out the Earth Spirit boys. Let's pull out something special. And let's get the Lycan next game, Mikey.
I mean, well, why not? We'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 2 draft between GamerLegion and, of course, Aurora.
I'm here with Aurora's carry player, Nightfall, and we're going to talk a little bit about TI. So, Nightfall, coming into this one, firstly, when you look back to last TI and how that all went, what do you think about that situation now?
For last TI, it was, I'd say, like the roughest TI for me. I mean, just didn't really go our way, but we played like elimination game, and we kind of threw quite easy game, but what can you do? Life goes on. So I'm hoping to do better at this one.
Do you feel like you learned anything there which you're now taking into this TI?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
just play better.
Just play better. Easy. So you have 3 new players on the team. Has that kind of changed how your core gameplay works? Has it changed your sort of overall strategy, or is it still the same team?
I'd say it changes, especially depends on your trio, of course. I'd say each core playstyle can be different in other teams, and depends on what you really need. But I'd say just my gameplay with time became more active.
I see. So are you going to be sort of leaning towards the greedier style of gameplay now then?
Yeah, just kind of what Dota makes you now.
And is that what you like to play, or do you like to go fight? Do you like to go hit people?
Kind of depends on the mood. But I guess hitting people and taking a lot of risks is more funny gameplay.
That is true. So with the international team, you've got a lot of new voices coming in. What have they sort of brought to the team? What has WS brought to the team, and what's Kaori brought to the team in particular?
If I take WS, I think he brought just some confidence, and he also making calls around his hero. And for Kaori, I'd say he bring, some calmness inside of our comms, and he also bring a strong laning phase for our safe lane, even stronger than it was, I guess.
You and Mira have been playing together a pretty long time now. Why do you think you guys are so compatible with each other?
I mean, it's just nice to play with Mira. He's I'd say one of the best teammates I had in my career. Such a nice human being.
And obviously you want to lift the Aegis yourself, but is there any part of you that gets more motivation from thinking about, giving Mira a 3rd Aegis and having him be the 1st?
If I wouldn't think about myself lifting it and it's being dream, I guess the second thought it will be for Mira, for the one, yeah.
But ultimately, lifting the Aegis is your #1 goal as a player, isn't it? Great. And is there any carry player you think is playing very well right now and you've sort of been watching a bit?
I'd say which I can highlight is probably Satanic and Mickey. Mickey been playing good, I'd say, recent month. And Satanic just won in Paris, so he played, I think, amazing as a tournament.
And what's it been like having KP on as a coach as well? How's his sort of impact on the team?
Having KP is nice. I think he's one of the best at analyzing games and just making good replay analysis out of all coaches, and he can make it kind of informative and quick, and at the same time productive.
Brilliant. Well, Nightfall, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at the International.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft between Aurora and GamerLegion. And in case you weren't watching, John, how long was that Game 1? I couldn't even see the clock. How long was it?
That was 1 hour, 12 minutes, Mikey, so 72 minutes here. Nice.
It's a good start. I mean, you were making jokes as well earlier about us being here all night, John. You're welcome. Here we are, John. You've done it again. Another fantastic banger of a game for us here. And it really was a banger between Aurora and GamerLegion. Dare I ask you, John Xfire, the question which you 100% can't answer me, what's a GamerLegion change? Right? Well, what do they fix here, John?
Look, I think it's more that what will Aurora allow true now? Because they've seen this Earth Spirit. They know that RCY is a menace on it. I think chances are we are not going to get Earth Spirit into Game 2. If not, maybe Mikado steals it himself. That's one way to go about it. So I don't think we'll see that. I do feel like this Fade Lycan is your next tool. It's your next pocket pick. Like if Fade Lycan or a Ghost Illusion hero, right? Maybe you ban out the Winter Wyvern, allow Ghost to actually play like the Naga, the PL if he wants to, and maybe that's the way to go forward with the Lycan off, right? So maybe that's the way, but the one thing I know is that Aurora, like we were saying at the end of that Game 1, Mikey, where Aurora is the one that's going to have a lot of things to say about what they should do in Game 2 to make it not like Game 1, where it's a lot closer, it's a lot more back and forth, it's a lot more complicated. Aurora does not like playing complicated Dota. They like winning their lanes, and they like having a steady, solid mid-game. They like taking these objectives, and having Mikado just run around and kind of be that win condition wasn't quite that same story in Game 1 for the most part, right? So what will GamerLegion get away with? I don't think that Earth Spirit's coming back, though. The Filipino Boulder has to be banned out.
He certainly does, Jonathan. The Filipino Boulder. I mean, it's not too bad, Jonathan. Not too bad, honestly. You don't get to name things too often, so I'm impressed, John. I'm impressed. Well done, well done. Are we going into Game 1? Is the draft starting, Jonathan? I'm not in the lobby with you. You're gonna have to update. Okay.
Not yet.
All right.
I have some lobby leaks. Okay. We got Bignum saying a bathroom, a little bathroom break. The 10 minutes wasn't quite enough. They had a discussion a little bit, because they can't just stand up. We don't have a pause for mid bathroom break. So got to go out now, just like what you should do before a flight. You go into a wide body jet sharing 8 lavatories with 300 people, go to the bathroom before you board. So you got to go now. Go, Mike.
You just gave me trouble. You know how much I hate it when I board a plane, which isn't very often, by the way, Jonathan, let me tell you. But when I do board a plane and I see people that just boarded rush to the toilet, I automatically hate those people. Like instantly hate them. Not even dislike. I hate those people. You know why, John? Because they're the kind of people that are trying to get any kind of value out of their ticket that they can. Anything they can get. And to them, I don't know, I've thought about this, right? While I'm anxiously, waiting for the plane to start going, because you know how much I hate flying. Well, why would you wait to board the plane to then go to the toilet? It just makes me sick, It's like people that enjoy plane food. It's like, what do you mean you enjoy it? What are you talking about? I'd rather eat at a hospital, John. What are you guys talking about? Is that wrong of me to say, John? I know you probably disagree.
Yeah, I'm not a hateful, spiteful person, Mikey. I mean, to be fair, I do agree that again, I just said it. Use the toilet before you go on a plane. It's just good advice because you're not walking there while people are boarding. You're gonna hold up the line while people are boarding. Just go before you go on. While you're on the plane, that's a different story. When you're up in the air, sure, you can't help it. It's biological, whatever. I do have to say, what's wrong with someone that, I mean, I get it if you're like, oh, airplane food's the best. It's really not. But what's wrong with enjoying something that you already have anyway? What's wrong with enjoying it? Mike, what's wrong with enjoying things, Mike?
It's not
for
enjoyable.
You. Because you're a hard-to-please man. I know you, Mikey. You're a 5-star Michelin critique person, Mikey.
John.
You have standards that are beyond human means. Mike, one must find satisfaction in themselves. Mikey, one must find a way to just relax and, just enjoy life, Mikey. If it's not enjoyable, then don't enjoy it. But you don't need to bring people down because they're having fun and you're not, Mikey. That's not the way to go.
Fun. That's what
And
I'm
then look at
saying,
you.
like-
When we were on the Sen, Mikey, you know, I saw the
Yeah.
expression, it was like, and it was this. And guess what your voice line is? What's your voice line, Mikey? Riddle me this. What is Michael Phoenix's voice line? Ladies and gentlemen, open up your Dota 2 client and check the talent bundles and look for Michael Phoenix and click that first voice line right now and let me know. I'm not sure what it was. I know it was a banger though.
Yeah. It does say every time I open airplane food, I take a moment to apologize to the animal that died, Jonathan, for what they've what they did to that poor animal, whatever it was. Horrible. Have we got a draft on the way, Jonathan? Before I really
I was told to reconnect, so I restart my game before we eventually kick me out. So I have done that right now, and I'm just typing the password, which I will not leak to you, wonderful viewers. I'm not at that point of my mind where I have to say my password out loud yet. So here we go. Let's see if this works.
Okay. Thank you, John. It's just makes me sick. While we're away, it just really does make me sick. Like
I can't get over it.
it's just so sickening. So what are you talking about? Because this is how they get away with it, John. This is how they get away with cheaping out on you. When people just pretend to enjoy things that aren't enjoyable. Don't enjoy it. Complain. Talk. I don't even eat the food. I literally say I don't want it. I'd rather starve for 14 hours. That's what I say to them. And they look at me like the flight attendants look at me like I'm the crazy one. So you eat it. You sit there and eat it.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But again, like Mikey, just because your standards are high doesn't mean everyone else has to suffer and be unhappy and, just be miserable. Michael Phoenix, just let people be. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with this concept of just everything sucks? It's like just try to enjoy life. That's why you're so unhappy, Mike. And I've been trying to tell you for so many years. Just relax.
Do I look unhappy?
Just relax, Mikey. Why does it have to be such a big deal? It's like, all right, don't eat, but you don't need to get mad. Someone else is like eating their food. It's like, oh, why are you eating that trash? It's like, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. 3-star Michelin critique man. 6-7. Sorry about that, by the way. Calm down, Mike. Calm down. We've got the draft. It's okay. Everything's right in the world. We see the Treant and Lone Druid banned out by Aurora and the Lina, so they're leaving that Earth Spirit in for now, but they could ban it next. GamerLegion, for their part, again, taking care of some key things. They take care of the Largo first, so they're not going to give that to Fade and not give it to Aurora. Take care of the Undying, which I feel like it has to be a ban. Like, the Shard has proven time and time and again that it is just ridiculous to play into Undying if you have a good Undying player who can just save in the middle of these fights. Save from black holes. That was... the worst part, just circling back to that last series here from OG, I'm pretty sure we were casting some Talon game where WS was also Nigma, and it was Team Spirit, it was Miposhka on Undying, and he was also doing the same thing. Undying and then the Shadow Demon, so it's a generational trauma for Southeast Asia on saves on black holes, but it is what it is. We get the Invoker out here, that should be our RCY hero early. Yes.
I thought you were going to talk about game 1, John, of this series, but we went right back to OG and Talon somehow.
No, because I'm just pointing out that for Southeast Asia, it's so traumatic to play into Undying, and we witnessed that ourselves twice now because I was watching last series, so I'm just equally traumatized today. So it's good on GamerLegion. Rather fascinating that we do switch into the Invoker here for GamerLegion, though. Like, instead of just starting with the Earth Spirit, they go with the Invoker. Maybe they have some idea to connect this. I don't think we've seen a lot of big Invoker combinations with Ags Rush. I don't think that's the way the hero's really been run nowadays. I think it's been back to like Meteor Hammer because of the Kaya upgrades. And then Travels and maybe like Urn Spirit Vessel as well. More of like an early tempo hero. So perhaps RCY wants to kind of kick up his game a bit. Laning wise, it's kind of fine. Although if you're laning into a Kotl, that could be a little bit annoying for the Invoker. Kotl stands far back enough. He's not going to get hit by Forge Spirits. He's not really going to get controlled up by the Cold Snap as well. So it should just be a farming lane overall. I'm curious if that is the plan for Aurora, if they're keeping things open and looking for like Kotl combos. Because if you keep this Kotl support, you do have room for like
5 seconds.
this crazy Mikado Storm, Mikado Ember, even again Earth Spirit as well. Although into the Ember, into the Invoker, maybe not as smooth going out of all these Spirit Brothers, but certainly could be a way to go here for Aurora.
Could be. Have a think about it. So far, though, again, the Spirit not quite banned yet. I do appreciate they did respect banning out the Largo. At least, you know, we saw how potent that Largo can be in the right hands. Mind you, it was Fade playing it last game around, but obviously not willing to hand it away. There's your Ember Spirit ban out now by GamerLegion.
10 seconds remaining.
Right.
5 seconds remaining.
We saw an SF ban, maybe another a carry ban to come out here for Ghost. We'll see.
I don't know. I feel like if you're up against GamerLegion, surely you recognize like the Lycan pick, right? Like maybe you tried to pocket it for last pick on GamerLegion, so you've got like 2 more bans after your picks here on Aurora, but I think you can kind of try to sneak it in if the draft allows for it. Like already into Kotl, that kind of looks okay for a Lycan to try to bully out. Then again, I mean, WS also plays a mean Lycan. They could also try to line up for it. See the Tiny band out, so just Ghost Heroes overall being taken care of. Now you kind of have to start to reveal what you want to do with a Kotl, which GamerLegion is reading as a support. So, what safe bets are there? Like, Hoodwink's still there. If you want to kind of just go back into a support pick, can kind of play into Invoker fine. You're pretty pesky. You can scurry around the trees, let the Invoker miss some hits when he's trying to cold snap you. It's been something we've been seeing before, even despite the nerfs on her innate, still really pesky. So, the Bane has kind of faded out. There's no real reason to pick it when you're into Invoker either, and Bane Kotl just seems weak. We'll go with a Void Spirit mid for Mikado, so that's your Kotl combo somewhat. It's not the most amazing, say, spell spamming combination for Kotl, but it's solid enough for Aurora. Lane matchup into Invoker is also pretty stable here, so Mikado shouldn't struggle too much. There is like a point where RCY can be a little bit more annoying, but you've got some durability on the Void Spirit, at least to sustain through the lane if things get rough anyhow. Oh.
Well, there's a bounty hunt to pick up.
Oh.
Do you like it, John? This BH. No, you don't, do you?
I mean,
it's one of those heroes.
It depends what kind of lanes they get out here, because bounty level 1 and 2 is just not particularly great. Even level 3 is not really like this huge, insane power spike. So I'm curious to see how much they can kind of work this bounty hunter in the laning phase. If it does have a decent game, hits level 6 at a good point, then this can feel pretty good. You get some track kills going, track into Sunstrikes with some setup, just get the gold flowing for your team. And the Mirana coming out again, I don't fault them for this on GamerLegion. We saw how much damage Speed had, right? Like the Quiver, the Starstorm nowadays, it's just so oppressive in lane. So I do like seeing this for the side of GamerLegion. The Bounty Hunter, though, I know. I'm curious to see what Bignum does with his hero, because, well, at the least it's not pause 5. Again, going back to some trauma a while ago, but
yeah,
if you caught that game 2, Mikey, that was
nope. No.
That game 2 was something, let me say. Pause 5 for Schem was a Bounty Hunter, so yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Beastmaster out for WS. This is an offlane that doesn't get prioritized as much, but this is the straightforward Kotl combo, right? It is the straightforward Kotl combo. Axe spam is there with Chakra. Pretty oppressive lane. You can kind of ignore, well, you can't fully ignore the Mirana, but you can at least throw a boar in front of the range creep if you're looking for snipes here on the Mirana, so you can kind of try to cancel it out every single time and go for the deny, even out the EXP still. Curious to see what WS's build is. For the most part, we've been seeing the typical Overlord, and then depending on the game, like, you know, Blink BKB, sometimes the Ags. I'm curious to see what, you know, what's the need here in this game. Probably just the Overlord so far. but we shall see. This is one way to apply that laning pressure. Even the Jakiro, so there's a lot of laning pressure, a lot of early objective pressure from Aurora in contrast to game 1.
You made that Jakiro pick just sound so hyped, John. You're so hyped about it. You loved it.
Because they're melting towers, Mikey. They're pushing out the waves, Mikey. Wow.
If you got somewhere to be, do you, John? You got a flight to catch?
Nah, I'm here all night, Mikey.
Looking forward to that plane food, John? Is that why?
Yeah, I'm not... You don't even get plane food when you're flying domestic here. You know that, Mikey? Because the flights aren't that long, so... I got like little snacks.
I didn't say
I'm not going anywhere international. You think I'm made of money? Why do you think I'm here, Mikey? What do you think? I can just take a flight abroad? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. 6'7" thinks I'm famous? Oh, please. Be more humble, Mike. Oh, you're so humble. No way I'm more famous than Mr. 6'7". I'm surprised no one's used the voice line yet. I'm so disappointed. As the Necros comes out, this is a ghost hero. Very stable ghost hero as well. So happy. It should be. For the most part. For the most part, yes. From across all the GamerLegion games we've seen. And for the most part, Necros 1 has been the way to go. In this game, it's not too bad laning into Beastmaster. You're fine. You can sustain through for the most part. Maybe weaker lane overall. Like, even with the possibility of a Necrophos tree, like Necrophos Bounty is also a do-nothing lane. Necrophos Mirana can maybe do something with like Starstorm, Death Pulse spam. There's some potential, but not a lot. I'm curious to see how much Ghost can get. Like if you... This is very tempo heavy on the side of GamerLegion, right? It's about Reaper's Sight and Track. And that's it. Like you hit level 6 on your Necrophos, you hit level 6 on your Bounty, run together, look for a hero, just instantly snipe them. Heck, just Reaper's Sight into Arrow with Track, right? Like, just get that ball rolling very quick on GamerLegion. That's the idea here. And into the draft of Aurora, you can kind of get that done. There's not heavy sustain. Kotl does have some sustain on hand, but it's not like extreme like a Largo would provide, so there is that at least here for GamerLegion.
Let's see what these final bans do look like. The Doom being removed now by GamerLegion. Aurora. We'll get rid of that Axe. A few offlane bans to come here against Fade, as we'll see the Lifestealer removal by GamerLegion as well. Nightfall, he had a decent game last game around. I mean, it was a bit awkward at times, you know, just classic tiny things, but eventually got there. Wondering what he'd love to play now against the Necrophos, though. Necrophos can be a rather awkward hero to play against. No. You know, the Doom would have been pretty damn nice had he had the opportunity, but he will not.
We sometimes see Drow, right, with Ag's build. But Drow has been pretty nerfed. It's still in an okay spot. I don't know if that's the way you'd want to go. There's some weird pickups as well that work into Necro. Right, like a very weird one is like Sven Ags with a Dispel. It's not really what you see against Necro, but could be a consideration. I think Drow is more straightforward. You get the Underlord pickup, so something stable for Fade. Just a way of bringing the fight along, you know, getting the setup. That is one way. Once you get the Ags up on the Underlord, that is some crazy pseudo-global setup, right? So Ags, Ags Gate into Arrow, into Sunstrike. You could kind of blow someone up across the map. That is one way to go. It's weird. It's not really the ideal way to play the game, but it's one way.
Here we go. Wind Ranger picked up now for Aurora's side of things. I still hate it, John. But Nightfall will go ahead and take it for himself. Is this the kind of hero you want against a character like Necrophos? Like, is this the style of answer you're looking for?
I think it's okay against Necro. It can kind of build up Nullifier. It's not amazing, but you could go for it for your team. Even like Disperser, a basic Dispel, if you time it right, you can still take care of Ghost if need be. It's just not a continuous Dispel, which might be preferable, so you don't really care about the timing of the Shroud. I think the big thing is the Wind Ranger does solve your laning issue into the Underlord, because, again, Power Shot, it's a lot of damage. You don't care for Atrophy. You can stand far back away from the Firestorm here. So Fade is not going to be able to pressure our Wind Ranger as much, and might be under some pressure as well. as you are playing into a Wind Ranger Jakiro lane, so there's a lot of magical damage to pump out onto the Underlord. Sort of like what we saw WS have to contend with in Game 1. Right? Like, Timbersaw just getting poked out with a lot of magic damage from Mirana and Wind Ranger. Now it's the Underlord. Now it's Fade that has to kind of get that experience himself. Looking at these drafts closed out, though, I'm not sure which way I'd lean. I think I'd maybe lean towards Aurora a little bit more because it's more forgiving. I think the one risk with GamerLegion, it's so explosive, but it relies on like hitting level 6 on your Necro at a good point. You have to hit level 6 on your Bounty Hunter at a pretty good point. It is a 5 Bounty Hunter as well, so there's some trauma coming back here, Mikey, some PTSD, but it's GamerLegion, you know, it's speed. He knows what's absolutely broken. Maybe it's better here. We'll have to see, Mikey, but yeah, the last series didn't really show that Bounty Hunter 5 too well. That felt like a Bounty Hunter 7. Maybe a 6 as well in there. Ha. Aha.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong?
What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You chose that voice line. Nothing wrong with me. It's you, Mikey. It's your choice.
Can we get me into game number 2, please? Get me into game 2.
Yeah,
I don't want to see this guy anymore.
Woo! Game 2! Oh.
Take me to the game, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Game number 2. We'll see if GamerLegion can force us to a third game. Again, in case you weren't watching, Game 1 was an absolute slugfest. Very, very close, dragging it all the way to an hour and I think 12 minutes is what you said earlier, John.
Yes, sir.
A fantastic Game 1 is what we enjoyed, but we'd love to enjoy a fantastic Game 2.
And we would. Nice sneaky ward from Speed. Catches the boar out, at least, but doesn't catch the smoke. So they're going to be able to try to sneak around. No smoke break from Speed as well. It's going to be a little bit rough in trying to maybe get some action out. The late smoke out from GamerLegion as well. And they're going to force the issue, it looks like. Both sides are clumping around. It is scary to go into Aurora, though. They have a lot of damage here.
They certainly do. GamerLegion, they're still going to posture. Vision being dropped around the mid lane. Looks like Speed's going to hang around this top side, see if he can sneak a bounty rune away from WS and Makoto. And he will not, unfortunately. However, bottom, looks like they have found themselves a Wind Ranger. Nightfall not looking too healthy. Eventually should be taken out as Bignum, securing the kill for himself. He didn't want the kill, by the way, John. They were trying to gift it to RCY, but unfortunately, that added a bit of damage, proving to be enough.
Yeah, I think maybe didn't quite turn off the quiver. RCY was holding back on a right click, so miss out on the opportunity. But we do see that combination instantly. The Pit of Malice, the arrow, the Sunstrike. And that is, again, something that they'll try to pull off with, say, the Ags down the line from Fade. Take a look lane, so Ghost on the Necrophos is going to have to deal with a Beastmaster Coddle lane, which isn't the most fantastic of times. There's a lot of pressure that can come out here from WS and Mira. Speed doing a good job of just being pesky, though, but Ghost is so soft at this point.
Yeah, he's really soft. He'll get away just barely with the Fairy Fire. They'll keep him on very low HP. Speed, look at a trade, does actually get him. Speed, getting a lot of work done here in the bounty already. Able to set up onto Mira. Mira probably not going to be too happy about that.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised, but going for the Boars level 1 does mean you don't have that safe axe spam, so there's a lot of room to actually wiggle around here for Speed. And he is just sneaking forward. They do have the sentries, but now the lane's pretty shoved out, away from the sentry range. And again, Speed is just such a menace. Stealing some gold now with the Janata, giving Ghost some space to breed. Once you hit level 2, level 3 here, level 3 in particular, with the Axis, it does kind of simplify for Aurora, but it's going to be a while until that point. Really good movement out from Speed early, and that's already a good sign for Bounty Hunter, because and the last time we saw it, didn't look too good in the stream. Looking far better now. Even a rune denial. So he's even getting max value out, cutting off the rune refill for Mikado. Now, all these little wins with a bounty, you've got to find them.
He's doing great work already. very annoying indeed here for the side of Aurora up at this top lane. As they'll finally get the D ward off onto that large cap, just trying to control the lane as best they possibly can. Speed, trying to protect the courier of Ghost. It will still be lost, but Mira gonna have to walk his way out of there. Again, the bounty just proving to be such a nuisance at these early levels. And Mira just can't really even close the gap onto the creep wave. Can't really stick around to try and abuse Ghost on the Necrophos. And Speed once again will get the D ward on the large camp. I mean, as the levels do come up, you know, this lane does start to get a little bit annoying for GamerLegion, but in the initial levels, it's not proving to be too fun.
No, certainly not. But again, they've got sentries starting to set up. They're hitting level 2, level 3. The axe spam starts to kick in, and it does become manageable. That bot lane here, like we were talking about, a lot of magic damage you do have to be concerned about on Fade. You do have a Miranda that can kind of poke back here for Bignum. He does start with the arrow because of that level 1 kill. But doesn't quite have the Storm up yet. Is holding on to the skill point just in case. Are still seeing that poking and prodding up top. I think the big thing for Speed is that he's keeping it very awkward for Mira. So he's not able to try to go around, play with blinding light, try to reposition Ghost. And that is making it maybe a bit tougher to try to maximize the level 2 wild access with the Chakra. And again, because you have a Necrophos safe, you can swing out as a support, so 4-minute water runes once more being spotted here by the bounty. No top-ups for Mikoto again.
Mid lane, Mikoto. When you hunted down, Speed will show up. Doesn't really have quite enough to threaten the life of Mikoto, but he can just kind of make his presence known on the bounty. Just make it well known that Mikoto is never really safe as long as Speed's missing off the map. The Speed now looking to reconnect back up the top lane to try and abuse Mira, but this is kind of what you do. You just bounce between lanes, be a nuisance, never let mid lane feel comfortable. That's the strength of the bounty hunt.
That is. Again, he's doing a great job of it on Speed. Goes to top of CS just because, again, there's no pressure to reach out when this bounty has just been so annoying onto Mira. You're not able to play with that blinding light. You're not able to try to knock people around. Now Ghost looking for the swing through the gates, and there's no ward to watch this. This can maybe start to be a menace down bot. And a little bit slower for Fade. But again, to be expected when you're laning into Jakiro and the Wind Ranger. Still, Sunstrike. Good blocks.
I'm going to try and move in onto Nightfall, but of course the Wind Run away will make it so he's just fine. Arrow narrowly avoided as well by Nightfalls. They'll try to turn back on a Speed. Speed with the Shadow Work is going to be just fine to walk out of there. But it's just the constant fear of this BH being around you at any time. It's the fear of God, Jonathan, is what Speed's putting into it.
And he is. A little bit unfortunate that the arrow from Bignum was just a tad bit too late to connect with the Pit of Malice. I think he didn't quite have an angle with creeps in the way. They do miss out on a bit of an opportunity. See the lines being drawn. They need to relieve some of this pressure on Mikoto. The Power Rune would be one big way to get that done, because he's not gotten Water Rune top up at all. See if he gets lucky on that bot rune spawn. Speed isn't in the area either, so looks like not gonna be able to try to sneak around with extra. And they don't. SY just takes away the rune instead. They'll find Bignum, but no rune still for Mikoto. That's 6 minutes with no rune here for the Void Spirit.
Happy days here for Mikoto.
Are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So far 1-2, a slight lead for GamerLegion. Not really too much to write home about. Mikoto, nice little snipe on the Forge Spirit. Here we go again, our pesky bounty hunter, having a look around to see what he can find. We'll take note of the stacks being made as well here for WS. So you have an opportunity to fight over those a little bit later on. It's Mikoto. Does get caught trying to make a rotation up top lane. The information being provided here by Speed proving to be very valuable, as they are going to look for a fight over these shrines. Arrow not going to land, unfortunately, here for GamerLegion, but the chase will continue on to Mira. Sunstrike does come in with the Reaper's Sight. And they do manage to at least trade on the Shrines of Wisdom.
Yep. Let's take freebie kills.
Top tower.
Again, with all the solo EXP for Ghost, getting that fast Reaper sight is massive. Did have the other shrine being taken away though by Cowrie, so it's still an even 1-for-1. Again, this early start for GamerLegion looking pretty sharp. This time it's kind of the bot lane that's maybe getting the short end of the stick. Fade just not doing enough to really slow down Nightfall at this point. Wind Ranger's starting to get quite a fair bit early on. Does have the Bracer Null plus the Power Treads, a lot of stats to play with. We're getting the swing across the map though for Bignum and Speed once more.
Speed keeping tabs onto Nightfall now.
Dire's middle tower.
Not really going to be able to set up for too much. Well, I say that. Hit of Malice going to land. Firestorm and the arrow as well from the back, and Nightfall will eventually get taken down. And I say he couldn't set up, John, but just the vision game is enough.
Does get the job done. They are, however, allowing this pressure to accumulate on mid. Cowrie, along with Mira, helping out Mikado for a bit of a shove in. Not much RCY can really do to stop this at this point. Does have the ward set up for when the tower eventually falls at the least. So they are set up for the eventuality of a tier 1 mid falling. Don't know if you can make these connections without the Pit of Malice. It does look like they'll just accept the chip damage, back off. And your aggression on Aurora is also kind of held back as well, but you do have some big stacks from Mira. Which again, Speed did scout out. He could kind of make it awkward to try to build those stacks up. He'll block it.
Yeah, he's being very annoying, his Speed. And these stacks going to be so important for WS as well to really allow him to escalate quickly into that Helm of the Overlord. But again, Speed just being a nuisance, just blocking consistently. As Makoto's going to show up now. They should be able to find him. He is underneath Sentry Vision, at least for a second he was. They try not to react to bait him forward, but Speed, just too clever, will narrowly avoid being caught out here in the Radiant Triangle. But at least they ensure that WS does get away with taking these stacks. Now, he doesn't have to be worried about a pesky BH soaking XP or stealing any gold away.
No. Get their injection going for WS, going into that full Overlord. Again, it's been a pretty passive lane for him up against Ghost for the most part when they have been left 1v1.
Jump in again, Speed. This time they might finally get the punish on the BH, and they will. Makoto very happy to pick him up.
Yeah. Takes a while. Do take care of it. Still no power rune for Mikado. Amp damage coming out for Bignum, so they're just snagging away every single time, and that is holding back this Void Spirit, right? He's not able to rotate, not look for that aggression. They get the control onto Fade, but this is an Underlord that is fairly tanky, even with just the bracers up, right by the tier 1. So again, a quieter game for Aurora, just needing that ramp up into initial items. I think what is maybe concerning for Aurora, again, is the start for Mikado. Like, he's not doing too bad in terms of net worth, but Void Spirit is one of those mid-heroes that, again, kind of wants some tempo. Spirit Vessel's coming in. You've got 2 charges up at least. You could try to make a play, but without something like a power rune to help augment you, it's not exactly the simplest thing.
Top. Oh, the Ghost, he's a big target, but he's going to be hard to take down. They don't have quite enough yet. Reaper's Scythe not going to quite finish the job on WS either. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade thus far. Scoury looking to just retreat out of here. Speed will keep tabs. In fact, Speed, ooh, just so much damage once you have that Solar Bind and the Macropire. Meanwhile, bottom Nightfall going for a quick chase onto Fade, but doesn't quite have enough damage even with the Javelin up. We'll have to watch Nightfall, Fade walk away. But some great kills coming out now for Aurora. Getting heated up here in this top lane. Bottom, they'll land a Shackle back on a Fade, looking to move in once again, but the focus fire's worn off. And Fade does actually find a nice little deny onto that tier 1 bottom.
It was a bit unfortunate right before all of these fights broke out, right? On the mid, when RCY and Bignum tried to make that play onto Mikado. The combination looked clean. Tornado into Arrow, into a Meteor Hammer follow-up. Just a little bit too long in the Meteor Hammer channel. It needs to be very quick. Get that perfect combo. They miss out the Arrow with the Tornado.
They do. Makoto, he actually jumps back in. Trying for Bignum. Can't quite get it. The deafening blast not going to land either. And Makoto really playing on the edge, trying for a kill. Couldn't quite make it happen, but does at least walk out with his life intact.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The rough part is, Mikado still hasn't gotten a power rune. That was the illusion rune for Bignum again. So it's one of those games for Mikado where he's being heavily targeted on mid, not given any way of getting any sort of tool to try to snowball. And that is some good mitigation work here from the side of GamerLegion. But it's not enough to really give them a big advantage. Again, Ghost is kind of running away with the game. Radiance is pretty much set to fly in. It's a very quick Radiance timing on her Necro. But can you kind of tie into that? They've done a great job with some of these early plays. And they do have track up now on speed. You'd want to start to really apply the pressure now, right? Like, get Ghost in a position where he can get a nice quick Reaper Sight, Sunstrike, Arrow, track kill, and just rinse and repeat every single time. A big snipe from speed. The full Overlord for WS stalled out now. He's only about 370 gold away as well, so not too much time, but gonna be stalled up by a full minute and a half for that laning pressure now.
Yeah, I think this is where the value of the bounty hunter does come into play, right? Like, not every game's going to look amazing, but these kind of games where you're just providing all this information, these courier snipes, even the lane domination, where WS once again being chased down his speed, not letting him get away. And WS has no choice but to accept his death. Just Reaper Sights from Ghost will get the job done. Now, I'll tell you what, I mean, whether it pays off later on is another question entirely, but for now, this hero has just done fantastic work. GamerLegion, looking for more. Nightfall, eventually going to be spotted, can't really fight for the shrine. Will turn around, trying to take down this bounty hunter. Speed should eventually fall as Makoto does jump in and gets the job done. Now looking for a little bit more on this Void Spirit. He'll jump onto Ghost, hits him with the Aether Remnant. Nice shackle as well from Nightfall, landing on the two of them. And Ghost is not going to be able to make his way out. He will die. Going to be a successful team fight this time for Aurora.
And they clean up nicely. This is where the tempo that you have to find in GamerLegion is just so sensitive. You can't afford to actually bleed out like that. Right? Like, you have to be so careful about taking these early game losses because your heroes do need to snowball hard off of this track. That kill they got on WS is still nice. It's a big game kill, right? So you get the bonus gold here onto your bounty with his innate. A little bit more for him to start to build up, but you also just, your pressure isn't constant on the side of GamerLegion. It's tied into cooldowns. It's tied into Reaper Sight for Ghost. Without that, I don't think you take the risk to really go forward until you maybe have a couple of tank items up on this Necrophos just yet. So good punishment out from Aurora. They even out the game. All the cores are having a pretty decent time, really. Just, again, it's Ghost that's the outlier here, but everyone else has kind of recovered, especially Mikado. Like, we talked about his lane, talked about how focused he was on being denied power runes. He does get the 14-minute one at the least. He might get himself the 16-minute power rune as well. Shield rune's pretty big to start diving. Full Spirit Vessel up. Cuts into the region of that Necrophos. So the tools are forming up here. It's GamerLegion that has to kind of execute on their own per-tier draft. For them, their timing is going to have to be the Ags on the Underlord as well. Roche does begin for the side of Aurora though, and there's not a lot you can do to stop this one on the side of GamerLegion.
No, not quite. Aurora, you make short work of it. Not that short, short enough. Aegis now up onto Nightfall. You still got Ghost sitting at the top of the net worth board on this Necrophos, and again, he's had a fantastic time this far. Does need a fair bit more though to feel like the Necrophos that really just feels impossible to kill. Bottom lane, they will try to secure the Keeper of the Light. Mira will eventually die, but it might be at the cost of Fade's life, and in fact the Macropie is going to make sure of it. So much damage early on. So a very nice trade once again for Aurora, and with the Helm of the Dom up, or rather the Helm of the Overlord up, these tower pushes, they're pretty darn easy.
They are. And you've got the Jakiro on hand as well. Attack speed slow onto the tower, it just makes it so quick with the damage as well. And again, you don't have the most answers on GamerLegion to stop this push. Your lineup just doesn't clear out these creep waves that well at all. So every single time you bleed a kill like that right by an objective, it's just gonna melt. And the one big thing for the side of GamerLegion is they are finding track kills. Right? Every single time, even on these supports, it is going to be worth a fair bit. They get the combo, Mikado.
Do Mikado. He's gonna go down. Big pick off. Speed will be the one to take it. And you really just cannot underestimate how much Speed's been providing this game.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Finds a courier as well. That'll be the Blink TP. Gone for WS.
Blink being taken away, I mean, the initiation angles for Aurora are mildly limited, right? Like, you can't overcommit with just Mikado. You do need more. They'll find themselves that Overlord creep as well. Some bit of gold coming out here for Ghost. And again, you're finding some nice movement from Speed, but this has to keep going. They get the dust, clip in the sentry here, Speed.
He's gonna try and go for a run. No, it's gonna be a pretty hard chase to actually make happen with the haste. Looks like he's gonna be just fine. They do not have the catch potential here. Instead, mid lane, Mira trying to set up on a Bignum. Blinding Light not really helping his cause too much, but it won't matter. WS is around to secure the kill for himself on the Beastmaster. Because we are still seeing Speed here in this Radiant jungle, just keeping tabs of what everyone's up to. Such a nuisance, this man.
He is. I mean, it's a decent pick-off for Aurora. Their big issue is that despite getting these kills, they can't really go onto the objectives yet. Like the creep waves are shoved out. They're not looking for the full commit. Speed's doing a great job of just getting the information they need out. And they're going to hit this crucial time where Ghost gets himself one defensive item. With a wraps up, he can kind of stand forward way more. You've got the Ags for Fade flying out now, so this is where things start to come together. It has to be about the Fiend's Gate, Reaper's Sight track, Sunstrike, Arrow. Everyone kind of throwing their part in to get that one kill. My concern for GamerLegion is down the line, all you will find is just one kill. Right? Reaper's Sight's such a massive cooldown. Your control piece outside of the Pit of Malice is mainly onto one hero. Once that gravy train of ganks starts to melt away, I don't know if you have enough to take a wider team fight into what Aurora has. If the game reaches that point. If you roll fast enough in GamerLegion, you might not even have to be concerned about that point anyhow. But they do have to get that ball rolling. With the wraps and the Ags fully up. See if they start to find some more angles. Speed is still kind of just being that nuisance. I mean, the tracks are doing some work. Just no one close by. Right? Like if you had your Mirana kind of walking with Speed, you get the Fiend's Gate, you get the Sunstrike, you got the Arrow, and that could be one way. But not quite there.
Not quite. Tormented to be taken here by WS solo.
Dire are scanning.
So Aurora still well and truly in control of this game, number 2. You just kind of bide your time as GamerLegion right now. Like you haven't really got what it takes to force these fights. I mean, you've got a BKB up on RCY, so maybe you can try to force something to happen, and they are going to indeed go for a quick gank by the Shrine of Wisdom. The Mirror's making it really hard to actually kill him off, but eventually they do get him. Meanwhile, though, the cavalry is incoming. They want to force the fight, and Fade got roared up in the middle of all that. So it's still going to be a pretty bad trade at the end. I suppose you call it worth with the Shrine of Wisdom on top. But they do find the off-lane of Fade.
That's a worthwhile trade in the end. Your issue for GamerLegion is that you don't have Bignum hang around with Speed. Like, these are the two heroes that need to be up front for the global gank to work. Maybe they find WS still?
Be a big one if they can. WS has been caught. In fact, they are going to find him. Great pickup here for RCY now. Again, the BH has been the one real nuisance to everyone on the side of Aurora. They will finally find him at the very least. Speed, though, making it hard to actually kill him off, but he's trapped. Surely, they do get him. It's just so annoying. Even for me, John, as a bounty hunter enjoyer, it's just so annoying to watch that happen.
It is. If Speed walked left as well after being knocked down by the blinding light, he might have been able to bail out. Because Nightfall couldn't get the hits in, and Mir barely clipped him with Illuminate. If he just didn't walk straight back, he could have snuck away. The one issue I have for GamerLegion, outside of, again, some of these ganks not having Bignum, is that for some reason Ghost isn't comfy joining in. Again, he's going for one more tank item as well. The Lotus Orb's coming out, but there's been like 2 kills where he could have feasibly like traveled in, get a Reaper sight off with a setup from his team, just go back to the farm game. Like, you do need all of the wins you can find on GamerLegion. You don't really have a net worth lead. Aurora, they've smoked up. Again, Roshan is still like a minute away at minimum. See if they can find a way of opening up here. Fresh BKB on Mikado. It's going to get hard to hold him down. RCY.
Trying for RCY. Mikado will keep the chase up. RCY, even with the BKB, having a lot of trouble getting out of this, and he's barely going to make it. Just barely. Not the greatest feeling when it's that close, though. I'll tell you what, John. Not the greatest.
No. He held out for a long time. Does at least keep them and their attention up top. So there's some room to farm here on the side of GamerLegion. Some players being sniped by Speed as well. The Menace.
Indeed. Just never.
Oh, he's in a sneaky spot as well. Look at that tree line from Force Staff.
Oh, of course.
You can't see that.
Oh, he's loving life, Speed. He's having a great old time. Mirror will hand over the tip.
Oh,
there's nothing they can do about it. That's all right.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough for the side of Aurora and trying to get the punishment. But again, they don't need to be too concerned. They're still finding the farm. They're still keeping it an even game. If you check the win probability, it is 61% going the way of GamerLegion. It does feel like we have to start to see Ghost get involved. Showing up bot, taking a quick tier 1. He's got his shard. He's got the Lotus Orb. Perhaps everything you could ask for. So to get a slow siege up top. Fade is at least holding creep wave back, but gotta see some Reaper Sight kick in here from Ghost. Maybe now.
If at least find one, Carry's going to go down, but Speed does also die.
Dire's middle tower is under
You find a one-for-one trade. I dare say Aurora not too unhappy about it. I'm finding Fade now on the tail end, but Makoto's just trying to retreat away from Ghost. Does get there eventually. Seems like Aurora, they do want to keep the push going, perhaps the top lane. The Nightfall has retreated down bottom. Makoto's still moving up with WS. That'll be all she wrote. They won't force anything too much. Still respecting the output of GamerLegion, and in fairness, again, with these BKBs up, it does make life a little bit more challenging here for Aurora. It's like lines are being drawn down bottom. No, that'll be it. They'll sit back.
I'd say for GamerLegion, again, at what point do you try to play this early tempo, right? Because Necros is a little bit more of a mid-game kind of carry. Do you really wait out the full heart? I mean, Ghost is making some good progress to it. It just feels like you're also getting progression in Aurora, right? You've got the Daedalus being farmed up by Nightfall. You still have that fresh BKB on Mikado, still at 9 seconds. You got another Roshan being cleared out. They do spot it out with a Sunstrike, but will you be able to get there in time? Fiend's Gate only a few seconds away at least.
Roshan's still going. They won't have too much time to react to this with Speed. He's going to get the vision. It's too late. Roshan is gone. Nightfall will grab the Aegis for himself. And it seems as though GamerLegion, in fact, they might lose one, but no. Kodo lacking the vision for the Mirana kill. Speed still hanging around here in this Moonlight Shadow as well. He's just loving life. He's not even playing Dota.
No. he's playing some sort of what do you call them? Immersive sim. You know, he's sneaking around the world, he's being a pest, he's finding new routes to accomplish his objective. Being a pest. Certainly is. And Ghost, I mean, he's only 2 parts away from the heart. You know, we haven't seen a Reaper sight in a long time. It feels like they've been building up to this point where they should just be assassinating heroes one by one, but Aurora's starting to clump up now. BKB on Fade. Maybe, oh, Ghost. Ooh.
The Shackle not going to be great. The Lotus Orb bouncing it back. Still Makoto going to happily jump in anyway. Trying to set up on the Necrophos, but not quite enough. As Ghost does casually walk out of there. Nightfall in the middle of nowhere. He's going to get Reaper's Sight, but he'll survive through it. He still has the Aegis as he does lose his first life. BKB still available for him as they'll look to turn now back onto Ghost. Ghost trying to fight back. In fact, just walking away. They don't have enough output to actually deal with the Necrophos at the moment. Ghost will be alright. BKBs do wear off. And that'll be all she wrote. GamerLegion not really giving up any. In fact, they might go for a kill into WS. 4 staffs away from Mirror. WS still in pretty big danger. These Pit of Malice is proving to be a pretty big nuisance, and Ghost does jump in to ensure they secure the kill.
They get some of the big kills they were looking for anyhow. Right, they take care of the Aegis, they get a bonus on WS. You're not quite getting the Reaper cycles you'd want. Again, you are still keeping that tempo your way on the side of GamerLegion. And they still have some room to grow, right? You've got the shard for RCY, he's got the protection with the Lincolns up. It has felt like he's the primary roar target. Ghost showing off why the Lotus Orb is something he really wanted before joining in. And now the full heart is only about 500 gold away. And that's where things get scary. You only really have the Spirit Vessel here on Makoto to mitigate some of that healing. And you don't have a Dispel to take care of the Ghost Shroud still. So Ghost still has a lot of ways of just maintaining his presence up front. I wonder if we'll see, again, a nullifier at some point here on any of these heroes. Or it's a weirder one, but the Dispersers, well, could serve the same purpose. But, again, doesn't seem like that's a concern yet for Nightfall and company. We'll see. Still a very even game. 12-12, 1k lead being maintained by GamerLegion. Ghost still 3k above what you're seeing here from Nightfall. Fade, the only core that's kind of lagging behind, but somewhat to be expected for the Underlord, having to just dip into the jungle.
Really playing around here with Nightfall. Eventually, Ghost will make his way as well, though. A big macro pyre. RCY getting locked down, although they might at least find Nightfall as a trade, and they will. So decent trade for GamerLegion. Carry will make his way out of there just fine. I suppose you accept the trade because you have to as Aurora, but I doubt they'll be too happy about losing their win range like that.
No. A nice little pickup. I think trading for RCY in the grand scheme of things isn't that bad, but it also just doesn't feel great when you're feeding out track kills on core. Right, again, speed's getting a little bit more coming out with Big Game Hunter. It's track level 2 now, so it's a fair bit more gold compared to level 1. Makoto, though.
Makoto? Well, speed looks like he's getting caught out. Makoto will find himself a freebie. Still a very close game, though, I must say, between these two sides. We did see that in Game 1, and we're seeing it once again in Game 2. Just, GamerLegion, you kind of anticipated they'd have a bit more of a struggle here against Aurora, but they are putting up a fantastic fight. Currently leading this Game 2 once again. And Aurora forced to play a bit slower than they'd like, I'm sure. It's like a... Was that a nullifier build-up coming out of the WS is what I'm seeing?
Oh, it's... Alright. So they'll let WS do that work. Fair enough. I mean, he is going for more of just a frontline jump. Maybe just looking for, let's say, Aurora, Nullify, and Ghost. Take care of this really tanky target that's just draining everyone for HP. Could be the way to go. A little bit of a moonlight out from the side of GamerLegion. I'm wondering how else they scale. Right, because got that nullifier up. Amp damage is being presented up front.
They have found WS, they'll force the BKB up. WS going to be just fine. Not too happy about the BKB committal, but thankfully there's nothing like a Roshan to play for right now. GamerLegion though, seeing the BKB committal, they'll smoke up as 4. Love to force a fight here against Aurora. While they have this little advantage, you know, they're going to see Makoto. Pit of Malice not going to come out in time though. Makoto will be okay. He has his own BKB anyway in case he needs it. But they will continue to try and hunt him down. Speed is going to get spotted. Speed will die. Makoto able to find one, but now the Pit of Malice to lock him, but no, they can't actually break the gap to try and go after this Void Spirit safely. So now they look to retreat. Ghost playing on the front. Raw is committed, but the Lotus Orb bounce back is there. Makoto though jumping in, and Ghost, he does get taken down quickly. Fade trying to continue this fight, will eventually BKB TP away, but he can't make it. They've got the damage output. And once you see Ghost die, the fight is well and truly over. That's the one guy you can't afford to see die early.
No. And Ghost is just swinging back now, queues up the Lincolns just to protect from at least the nullifier. That's the big one. Even blocking the roar, perhaps you could try to pulse away with your shard. Could be one way as well, but it does feel like that big threat now from the Necro is nullified out with a nullifier. It's just not as threatening anymore. Trying to snipe a little bit there with RC1, but doesn't quite manage to snag the Tormentor. Mir still finds it for himself. And this is where the concern starts to go for GamerLegion. Do you have enough to keep scaling here? Because it feels like you sit out and farm a little bit too much, which allows Aurora to hit this point where this Wind Ranger deals like 1,000,000 damage with a Daedalus. You have that nullifier answer, you have a few BKBs on hand, and you didn't really abuse track as much as we'd expect. Oh,
they're going again. RCY will be able to escape with his BKB. Aurora really trying to pressure while Ghost is unavailable. They can't quite find any more. And again, Roshan not ready to be played for yet. It's just not up and running. So GamerLegion, they're not losing too much. Speed will be spotted by Makoto, but does narrowly avoid the 8th Remnant. Still, Makoto continuing to move in, hoping for a quick snipe, and he actually does get it. Happy days for Makoto.
And they're starting to break the side of GamerLegion apart just a bit. They're not able to be as sneaky now in catching one more Fade.
They have found another Makoto. He's really on fire on this Void Spirit. BKB, it only helps so much here for Fade. He can't make it. Fade, he knows he's down. And Makoto, he's still hunting for more. He's refusing to back away.
And there's no reason to at this point. Because GamerLegion, it felt like this draft was built for one thing. It was built for these quick hero snipes with track, with like this global Pit of Malice, with the Ags and the Underlord, with the Arrow, with the Sunstrike. And we saw that like a few times, but not nearly as much as you'd want to see for kind of going all in with your draft plan with like 3-4 heroes kind of going into that strategy. Your Necrophos is still finding a lot of farm, like 24k here for Ghost, still 3k above the next hero in Mikado. It just doesn't feel like you're matching up well enough, right? Because again, it's all about single target. If you Reaper sight down Nightfall, perhaps, or even Mikado at this point, perhaps, and these fights start to feel better, you get the BKB up for Ghost, so at least some protection out. We can kind of BKB before the Nullifier hits him, he's pretty safe. Just all about timing, because that Blink Roar will still catch him off guard if he's not careful from WS. And a Blink Nullify isn't the longest cast point anyhow as well, so whether or not you can actually BKB before the Nullifier projectile hits, it's very sensitive for Ghost. And again, it's getting a little bit complicated for GamerLegion once more, as it was in Game 1.
Certainly not the easiest of games here for GamerLegion. Smoke on smoke situation. Roshan again not quite available yet.
Dire's middle
GamerLegion, they're wrapping up through the bottom. There's your Roshan now respawning for the third time this game. Aurora, they head directly north. They might run into Fade, who's defending his base. But Fade not going to move onto the low ground, so it doesn't get caught.
has been killed.
They'll just take down the Courier of Speech, which did actually have his shards and wards on it, so there is some value there.
Dire's middle
Legion still holding out. They have found themselves a Makoto Void Spirit, though he's found them, it looks like. He'll take down Speed on his own with his BKB active. Now a big pit of Malice, though, catching out 3 targets. The Nightfall, he'll just force his own BKB and run. So nothing to come of this yet. Now Makoto jumping back in. He found RCY. And just so much damage output right now from Makoto. So they'll move on to Fade as well. Fade really starting to melt. Ghost forced to just TP out of there. But it's 3 down for GamerLegion. And Aurora, they can just go for a quick Roshan.
You've got all the tools on Aurora. This really quick ags as well from Kaori makes these team fights so dangerous. Because BKB's not going to save you from the damage. The slow holding you into that area is just massive as well. Just so much throughput to counteract all of the sustain that GamerLegion is relying on. And for GamerLegion, it almost feels like they've kind of missed their timing. Right? This Necrophos had such a strong start. Ghost did not opt to join in when he got the wraps, he was still farming up. When he got the Lotus Orb, he joined one fight, then went back to farming. When he got the Heart, they tried, and again, it just feels like you stalled out your timings way too long. 11k advantage for Aurora at this point, 72% chance to win, and the high ground doesn't take too long with this lineup. They do have the damage to just melt objectives.
They are. Not much to be done about it. Tier 3 tower to drop. Bottom racks will go down quite fast as well. They can move on to more racks to boot. It doesn't really feel like there's too much to be afraid about in this game for Aurora. There's the mid racks now. At least the tier 3 tower going to be under siege. They could opt to play it safe if they really want to, but with an Aegis and Roshan banner available, there's not really too much of a reason to do so. Because that'll be your mid-racks, also slowly but surely dropping. They'll jump in for a fight. Ghost on the front lines once again. Nightfall's already popped his BKB though, so it makes it pretty hard to actually do anything about him. And after 2 racks, of course, they will just look to simply retreat. No reason to force this anymore.
No. And you're not in a rush at this point for Aurora. As this game does drag on, your lineup gets stronger and stronger, and your options here on GamerLegion are just so limited, right? Because, again, your draft centered around the single target pickoff. Your draft centered around getting a track, getting an arrow set up with a global pit of malice, and sunstriking to get that last bit of damage in, and just kind of going from there, building up from track. But they never had a big advantage in terms of gold here for the side of GamerLegion. They'd find maybe 1 or 2 track kills every 2 to 3 minutes, which is just super slow. You kind of want to find a track kill every time you have track, in an ideal circumstance. It's kind of crazy to get that. But at least, you know, a track kill per minute, you snowball that way. You get a Reaper Sight kill every time it's off cooldown, and that's just not the game we got here from GamerLegion. It's a lot more controlled. Speed was doing a great job of keeping that scouting game forward, but you stall this game long enough, you have issues with a Void Spirit in terms of holding them down, all of the control coming out from WS, the damage coming in from Nightfall, even just the Ags macro fire here on Kaori is doing a ton of work now as well. GamerLegion, again, they're not out of it yet, but the path forward just feels so difficult with this draft they have.
They'll jump in again. Raw Ghost, he's the one to get caught. BKB's out, he's not going to die straight off the bat, but Makoto just right-clicking him to death slowly but surely. Makoto, relentless. This Ghost still unable to get away. He's going to surely die here, though they will force-staff him out just barely. He will make it. However, RCY cannot get out. At least they got the Necrophos out of there. That's the one positive about this. The mid-racks finally finished off. Now the Yules will save the day for the Void Spirit. They can't Reaper Sight them down. RCY, he bought back for this, but he's also going to die another time. Immediate dieback for RCY. A perfect shackle here from Nightfall as well, catching another 2. Speed will go down in the meantime to Makoto. Ghost desperately trying, but they're just ignoring him. Double kill from Makoto, taking down Fate to boot. And now Ghost, between a rock and a hard place, will also drop. He's got buyback, but he's lacking teammates here, John. It's not looking good for GamerLegion.
No. Oh, fountain dive?
Maybe a bit of a fountain dive, though, could fix things. But maybe not. Nightfall's still okay to escape, it looks like. They can just do that. Oh, boy. Ghost. Oh, Ghost.
Yeah.
That'll be all she wrote. GG's called. GamerLegion, they put up a great fight during Game 1, but unfortunately for Game 2, it was a much more dominant affair in Aurora. I mean, I'd say they should be happy, John. They look much more relieved than anything.
That they do. I think, look, GamerLegion, I don't think this was an outdraft by any means. They did a great job in the early game. Speed was such a menace early on as well, getting all of those courier snipes, dragging off this attention to himself, right? Like managing to force out a lot of movement onto him. They also did a great job here in controlling up Mikado. He had no power rune until what, 12 minutes? Was when he actually got his first bottle top-up from Rune. So it was not an easy game for Aurora to play, but I think for GamerLegion, again, it's the same issue, where they were finding some good connections with, say, Pit of Malice, Sunstrike Arrow, track kills, but they didn't find enough. And I'm just so curious as to what happened with Ghost, because he had a decent start, he joins one bad fight, and then suddenly he's going back to farm, what was it? Raps, Lotus, Heart, before they really start to make plays again, which at that point, you're talking about what? Almost like 8k net worth? Like, that's a lot of time you're giving away on a lineup that's just so tempo heavy. And Aurora's lineup is a lineup that just needed build-up. You know, like Mikado just needed some recovery farm, he just needed some gold to come out, WS just got the nullifier for his team, and suddenly this Necrophos just wasn't the hero. So I think the idea was sound. I think the idea in this draft was very sound from GamerLegion. They executed on this draft before. It's just this time, they played a little bit too safe. I think you have to take those risks when you're running this draft, right? Especially with Ghost. Like when he had that travels timing, they already had level 6 coming up as we saw that crazy Wind Waker usage out from Mira. But they already had the travels up on Ghost when they had level 6 in their bounty. You just go at that point, right? You just follow your bounty, you have Bignum track, go along with a bounty as well, get some track setup kills. Try to just keep that network going, suppress the side of Aurora. Not the game we got, and you give Aurora a little bit of breathing room like that, they just take control of the game.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did, Aurora. Looking much more like Aurora during that game too. Very, very dominant here. From this side, and props to Makoto in particular, John, just proving to be way too much when it came to this Void Spirit. Just constantly just diving whoever the hell he can see. And that's another game where Bounty Hunter loses, which I'm sure in some ways makes you kind of happy, John. You know?
No. It does not make me happy, because the teams that pick the Bounty Hunter are teams that I'm cheering for. So it's not something that makes me happy. I mean, you know, I like Aurora as well. I don't really have too big of a dog in this fight because I love both teams. But after it's such a great game one, it's not even the Bounty Hunter's fault here. I don't know why you're pinning this on Speed. He did a great job as the Bounty. It was actually impressive.
I didn't say it was his fault, John. I just said he lost. That's all I said.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was on him, though. I think they should have played faster. Aurora, though, they play nice, patient. They take their time. They know that those early kills weren't enough, and they hold out. Standout player, I mean, it's so easy to just say Mikado, right? He had no... It's not that he didn't have a lane. He really was, right? Like, he gets his first power rune at 12. It was, I think the shield rune was his first actual rune. And then they just all start to collapse with him. They get tempo off of him. I think everyone in Aurora played pretty clean. Like, again, you saw that Wind Waker save from Mira, the itemization on Kauri to hit Ags, WS getting the nullifier for his team. Everyone worked as a unit here, and they performed spectacularly. And again, they just kind of outplay the side of GamerLegion. So, well played to them. Starting off a modified Swiss with a 2-0 victory feels great. Even just a series win overall just feels excellent, of course, because you only need 3 wins to go into TI main stage. So they're 2 wins away for the side of Aurora. Feels good. For GamerLegion, it's not the end of the world. You do have some leeway here. You can afford to take some losses, but not much. And again, considering what they showed us in Game 1, I think a lot of teams will be looking at GamerLegion and be like, we have to kind of watch ourselves in that. Game 2, maybe, and again, not the most impressive, unfortunately. There were some ideas, just didn't quite pan out, but I think a lot of teams will now have to think twice when they go up against these guys on the 0-1 start for our next sort of series, Mike.
Speaking of our format, John, do we happen to know what the next series is? Right, because we had to wait for the results.
I believe we were messaged. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
We did start off with Boom Boys up against OG 2-0. Aurora up against GamerLegion 2-0 for Aurora, and we are getting ourselves a bit of a treat. LGD up against Team Resilience. This is a fun one because I just I was watching that tournament that was in Kazakhstan. Team Resilience surprised me. They went pretty far in that tournament, and LGD, they're a team that a lot of people have their eyes on. They did manage to get a 1 win over Falcons in their series, I believe, earlier today. So this should be a pretty good series lined up for us, Mike.
I can't wait to see it. Well, we'll head to a break, and right after the break, we'll be back with our third series of the night. We'll see you soon.
The Speed from GamerLegion, and we're going to chat about the international Speed. Welcome. So my first question is, looking back on your last international, you got into the elimination round and you got knocked out by Vision. How do you feel looking back on that international and your performance there?
Considering it was my first ever TI and one of my first lands at that, we were super stoked. We did pretty well against Team Vision. We almost took a game off them, which at the time was like insane for us. So yeah, it was pretty good, and hopefully we can do it again, or even better.
Maybe. I mean, how do you feel differently coming into it, considering last year, you're a wild card, this year you're GamerLegion? What's different?
I mean, we're way more experienced. Like I said, like last TI, it was one of our first lands. I mean, we got destroyed every qualifier before that by Shopify, and we like clutched up and made it to TI. So we kind of just like came into TI, right? Sort of randomly. This time we've played a ton of lands throughout the year. We have a lot of experience, so yeah.
We're going back to, I believe it was after Birmingham, where Ghost joined the team. How did that sort of change things?
It changes a lot, right? Because, I mean, we went from Yamson to Shad to Ghost in a very short period of time. You're dealing with different people. They see the game differently, different skill levels. So yeah, it changes a lot. You have to learn to communicate. Ghost had to get on board with a lot of our ideas. So yeah, it takes some time to get used to new players for sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, throughout the season, of course, what would you say was sort of the biggest challenge for you guys to overcome?
Kind of everything. Like we had to learn how to play against good teams, which is insanely difficult. I don't think people realize how the level keeps going up and up and up as you even move from like tier 2 to tier 1.5 to tier 1. It's like the game keeps changing and changing and changing. We're obviously still trying to work on all these things. So that mental, playing on stages, playing in lands is way different than playing online, just mentally, stress-wise. So yeah, it's very different, very hard.
Awesome. Well, in this international, you're definitely seen as an underdog. Do you embrace that title, and do you think that gives you sort of some freedom in how you can play?
Yeah, I think it's nice, right? Just a little bit less stress, but I wouldn't say it's easier than for me for last TI. I think last TI I really had like no expectations. This TI I do feel like I want to make it to playoffs. I feel like we are capable regardless of our last few tournaments. So maybe there's a bit more pressure there just because it's not our first TI. We had some decent results throughout the year. We keep getting, we've gotten pretty close to playoffs multiple times now. So yeah, I really want to break through. Yeah.
You want to see that stage?
Yeah, I really do. Especially this stage. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Playing Shanghai on the stage, I mean, that's quite the honor. So yeah.
I noticed outside of the game, you guys tend to do quite a lot as well. I see on the socials, you guys like going on walks and going to bars and stuff. Do you feel like that's good for the team, and who's sort of leading that?
The walks is Mongoose, our coach. That was his idea. He got that into the team, which is great. It gets, it's good vibes, gets the circadian rhythm set when you're traveling. We're from NA, so like our traveling is crazy throughout the year. It's pretty ridiculous how much jet lag we have. And then Maggie helps organize, our manager helps organize a lot of like the out of game stuff, like going to bars, events, whatever. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, last thing, I've seen a lot of predictions, on Reddit or on X and stuff, and people, I'm afraid to say they do put you
No, I know.
in the bottom 3 quite
like
a lot.
1-4.
So
Yeah, we're 1-4. Like great, everyone's 1-4. And no, I get it. Like, frankly, if I wasn't us, I'd put us 1-4 too. Look at our last 2 tournaments. I mean, let's be real. We did bad. Like, it is what it is.
all right. Mr. Speed, I really, really hope I get to see you on that main stage. That would be awesome. Thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at the
Thank you.
International.
Thanks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our third series of the day. Jonathan, it's the exciting one. We've got LGD, we've got Tops, and he's here. He's going to be up against, well, what's the team, the PR, John? What's it stand for?
TR.
This team that you love
Team
so
Resilience.
much? Excuse me, Team Resilience. I apologize. Team Resilience. How exciting. What an exciting series we have coming up.
It is fun. And again, Team Resilience surprised when they were playing in Kazakhstan. They went pretty far. I think all of the Chinese teams actually went quite far in that tournament. So I'm curious to see if that translates here of obviously these teams. Just for your information, this is a modified Swiss group stage. This third series for our stream on Stream C and Stream D, we are featuring the 0-1 teams so far. So these are teams that have taken an initial loss from their first series and are kind of in not really the danger zone, but are inching towards the danger zone. You know, another loss here and they're down to one loss and they're out. So, you know, things start to get a little bit spicy and you do want to start looking for wins. And it's going to be interesting to see because I think when you look at those past series, right, when you look at some of the games played today, again, we saw LGD up against Falcons on the main stream and LGD did actually take a game off Falcons. I think that alone does send a pretty good message, despite playing with, you know, a stand-in and Thompson. You might argue, yeah, but it's Thompson. At the same time, they haven't had time to gel with him. You know, they haven't had time to readapt or kind of try to integrate him into their playstyle. So I think that's a bigger feat than you'd actually give credit for. That is quite the feat to adapt in that way and take a game off of Falcons in such a manner. I think it does prove a point. And for Team Resilience as well, right? Like they took a game off of Team Vision, a team that a lot of people are putting as their undefeated team in group stage, just going straight for that slot into the playoffs here for the international. So the fact that they took a game off what theoretically is among the strongest teams here in TI, that also says a lot about Resilience. I don't think you can underestimate either side, and we should have ourselves a pretty exciting match here, Mikey.
Yeah, it could be an absolute banger of a match here between these two sides. Like you said, both of them fighting one game off arguably two of the favorite teams here of the whole international. So could be a very exciting one. Hopefully for you and I's sake, it's going to be a very exciting matchup. Jonathan, of course, we already had one very long game, as is kind of tradition for you and I. Hopefully a couple more long games to come between these two sides. If you had to pick a favorite, I'm guessing you want to side with Team Resilience, John X Fire? Or do you err the side of LGD?
I would actually lean into LGD more so. I feel like readapting to a mid is a pretty big deal. At the same time, the key part of what made LGD like really amazing has been everyone else anyhow. I feel like, yeah, individually, Tai Lung was a really good player, but when it comes to gelling this team together, it feels like it's really been KJ, right? Like that's kind of been really impressing. You've been getting some solid performances out from Whisper overall. And I think all of that still stands. Teal Licor has been looking fantastic on that Pause 4. Whereas for Team Resilience, they are a wild card in that, again, I don't think a lot of teams have managed to play up against them outside of the Chinese teams themselves, right? Like this is a team that hasn't been on land. The players haven't been on the biggest stages in a while for the most part. So I think they can kind of surprise us. And again, I think the big shining part for Resilience when I was watching those games, Echoes has looked pretty impressive on mid. Echoes and New and his pool on offlane have looked pretty solid. So that's kind of the factors that I'm looking at for Resilience. Whereas for LGD, again, it feels more like team play. Like if Teal Licor and KJ can kind of set themselves up for some good lanes on Yuma and Whisper, it doesn't matter if Thompson's a stand-in, I think. So long as Thompson has a comfy game, which, knowing Thompson, he always finds a way to make any matchup comfy for himself anyhow. So I don't think it's the biggest issue whatsoever, for sure.
No, I'm sure the boys from LGD are very happy to be playing with Thompson, Jonathan. I'm sure, considering the circumstances especially, I'm sure they're very, very happy right now. Nonetheless, again, Team Resilience probably not going to be the easiest team to try and beat. Jonathan, I do hear they are quite resilient of a team, but we'll see what LGD can get done. Of course, you do want every win you can get, Jonathan. This Swiss group format, it's not forgiving. You know, it's not as forgiving as you'd like. It can be quite brutal in some sense, and every single win does really, really matter. And if you lose this one, unfortunately, you end up in the 0-2 bracket, which is the really ugly part.
That it is. And again, you still have some safety nets. I think you're allowed. There's still a match for the 0-3, but you really don't want to have to get all the way down there. Of course, you don't want to complicate your road to the main stage here for the international for sure. So, you know, we'll have to see if you can kind of start to reel in some wins early on. I mean, it's day one. It's just with this kind of format, every single series really, really does count, which is why we love this kind of format. And we'll see if either one, because both of these teams feel like they are teams that should find some wins. And we will eventually find out. Just as a heads up, this is my fault that we're not yet in the draft because I'm being told to restart my client. Caster, start the game. I'm trying. Please
What's
wait.
wrong
I'm
with
getting
you?
in.
It's
getting
TI,
in.
John. What's wrong with you? Get it together,
Everything's
Jonathan.
wrong with me.
Get it together.
Everything's
What are you
wrong
just-
with me. Everything's wrong. It's all good.
Oh, we have a chance. If anyone wants to
yes.
donate John some RAM, we'd really appreciate it. John apparently having some RAM issues right now.
Yeah, my PC's dying.
Hey, AI is worth it. It's worth it, John. Don't worry about it. We're not going to need you soon. I promise.
Well, I hope so. I don't want to be needed. Still, what we will be needing is a draft, and we should be getting into that relatively soon. I've hit the start button. We're in, guys.
Thank you.
We're all set.
Thank you, John.
It's all good. So we can finally see what Resilience and LGD will want to do here. Initial bans from LGD, banning out the Puck and the Ember, so very targeted mid ban outs up against Echoes, which, again, he's been pretty much the star. Not the star, but the highest performer. Like, he has looked extremely impressive back in that mid. Good old Echoes. It's been a while since you and I have even said his name, if you would recall, so I'm glad to see that
John.
form is there. Yeah,
You
but it's been a
assume
while
I'm
since
that
you've said
old
his
that I
name,
just...
right?
I can't remember any of the players' names. Like, I'm that old to
No,
you, am I, John?
I'm not saying you forgot. It's just been a while since we said his name. That's literally the statement. How did you get Io? We're so old. It's been a while since we've seen him.
I
That's what
would
I'm
never
saying.
forget the Chinese scene from back in the day, Jonathan. I would never. That's
I still think about
It's
Red
not
Panda
forgettable.
all the time. You know, think of Red Panda and that support faces Void. Someday it will make its appearance. You know,
man, those were the days. That was incredible.
and they would win. That was the best part. They would win, and that was before Time Zone support faces Void, ladies and gents. You know, that was classic Slasher's Way Chrono, right? So that was a treat. We get the Earth Spirit out, and again, we saw how much an Earth Spirit can do in mid, and this is probably our tops in Earth Spirit mid. There's some flex for Tio, right? But it should just be Thompson's hero.
No, there's no flex, John. He knows there's no flex. It's Thompson's Earth Spirit. Come on now. We saw how great Earth Spirit is as well. I mean, RCY showed us in Game 1 just how effective the hero can be, especially in the later stages of the game. The damage output starts to get pretty incredible. The scaling of this hero just seemingly infinite right now. It's just great. It's amazing. Thompson, I'm sure, going to have a very good time playing this hero here in game number 1. Team Resilience, they go for the front. You know, the arts degree major himself, there he is, with his guitar and everything, Jonathan. We saw how effective this hero can be, especially with that Crozier build-up. It can be kind of dumb.
It can be. It's so hard to kill when he pops that Crozier, starts strumming along, saps all your regen bonuses for himself, and it's funny that Crozier is just basically Ghost Shroud as an item, which is so weird. But it's been buffed up, and more people are picking it up and recognize how good it is. So I'm curious to see if that's something you pick up here. Maybe a bit more annoying into Earth Spirit. I mean, there is some magic damage here to kind of make use of it still. It's open enough, and this should be our new hero on the off lane. It's flexible enough that it could just be Planet's hero, but I don't think we've really seen a lot of support Largos nowadays, so I am expecting just the core coming out here. I do see more bans. Of course, Slardar being taken out by LGD. We saw, again, the Treant Invoker along with the Lone Druid and Kotl being taken care of by Team Resilience. So I'm wondering what their answer is for the mid, because LGD is just banning straightforward ones. Centaur mid's been something we've seen popping up. Slaughter mid against Earth Spirit's pretty stable. Is there anything else you're kind of concerned about? Y'all took care of Ember Puck. Void Spirit's there along with Storm. But we've seen the Void Spirit from Mikado just in the last game. Storm less so in the opening salvo of TI. And yeah, it's just Sand King. So all the melee matchups that annoy Earth Spirit are gone at least, but perhaps a Storm could be good. Maybe. Depends on Echoes, but Echoes Storm doesn't sound too bad.
Oh, let's see.
10 seconds remaining.
One more ban to come.
5 seconds remaining.
By the way, Mikey, do you want us to keep saying YSR 04E, or are we going to call him Erica?
John,
I mean, we could roll with YSR.
The conditions I'm casting in right now, right? You ask for these stupid questions. Did you not see the screenshot I sent you? Of my, I think I'll call him Erica if that's okay with you, John. If that's all right.
I mean, I got a screenshot for you, baby, and you're gonna enjoy this one. The audience will get it someday. You kids will get that joke in like 10 years, whenever that is.
What is that?
Of course, 10 years is in 10 years' time. That's what I was casting off of when I was doing that other one. So you tell me. You tell me. I was doing play-by-play. You tell me how I'm supposed to guess that. Audience, just imagine 1 pixel. Just imagine 1 pixel stretched to 1440p. That's all you need to know, guys.
I apologize, sir. I wasn't aware. I apologize.
We're fine, Mikey. We're fine. You're sure taking your time on these picks, though, on the side of resilience. Very resilient with her patience here.
5 seconds.
That they are. That they are, my friend. I think there's a lot on the line here. Like, you really don't want to put yourself in the O2 bracket if you can. There's your Hoodwink pickup, which isn't overly surprising. This hero is still pretty darn popular.
And it is. It's been doing so much work. I feel like it's just so tanky for
10 seconds remaining.
how it's been deceptively tanky because of its innate. It does really good damage in the laning phase still. Bushwhack just feels so oppressive if you manage to connect it from fog every single time. So those are some of the big tools. Now, potentially with a Largo Hoodwink lane as well, pretty easy to just get a lick into a Bushwhack on top. Like we were seeing, what was it, Dark Willow Brambles into lick in the last series. Now you've got just Bushwhack a little bit easier to set up for. Some good pressure coming out in that lane. I do like this combination from the side of Resilience. For LGD, again, it's a pretty open book as to what they'd want. You should start to hammer in like the KJTO kind of heroes now. Some supports of their own. No option for Hoodwink. Mirana's still there, which has been surprisingly popular today. They'll go with the Grimstroke first. So something nice and stable. Love our animations here on the draft as well. Horrifically red on Grimstroke. Love it.
Indeed. Indeed he is.
10 seconds remaining.
What else do we go with this already? Grimstrike pickup, not really a lot. I mean, Grimstrike is pretty nice when you combine it with the Earth Spirit, of course. It's a nasty little combination. Never really fun as well if you get soulbinded into the Magnetize. See if they want to combine anything else with it. And they do. They'll get the Bane pickup, which is, you know, one of my favorites, Jonathan. Love me a double Fiend script.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen the Bane. This hero has been less prioritized in the most recent weeks in some of the other tournaments happening. It's not been as present. And I think the one thing with Bane is that picking it into Hoodwink can feel a little bit awkward, right? Bushwhack can kind of reach pretty far. You can kind of just Bushwhack the Bane. Even with Ags, a well-positioned Bushwhack with at least one AoE item, maybe the Gleipnir, can be enough in a pretty well-positioned tree. So there are ways to stop grip. At the same time, like you said, double grip is pretty darn good. Double Nightmare, double Enfeeble even just double Enfeeble can be so painful for a lot of teams to play into. The less cast range, less in damage, it just really neuters your output here for the side of Team Resilience. So I do like seeing this on the side of LGD. It's decent enough catch as well. We do get the Undying surprisingly sliding through. So you've got that shard timing to be worried about. And now you get the Shaker mid for Echoes. So Echoes has his Echo Slam and a mid matchup against Earth Spirit that used to be pretty good, right? Like back in the day when facets were there, you take the AoE facet, you'd max out Aftershock, and you'd link pretty all right into Earth Spirit. You just farm. Nowadays, though, with your innate Slugger, it's not as amazing. So I'm curious to see what build Echoes will go for. I think the last time he played as mid, he did go for 1-3-1 or actually a 0-3-2 build. So probably just going to focus on that farm and try to harass when he can.
It's surprising, though, at least for me, that the Undying makes its way through. Like, we've seen how potent this hero can be. It's popular right now, that's for sure. And nonetheless, they'll bring it out. LGD, see if they're going to be too concerned about this in the next pickups. 2 calls to come. LGD, they'll go for the Timber Saw pickup. So maybe that's why you've got all these strength calls already. Go for the Timber Saw. Just so much value being provided there for LGD's end of things. Mind you, we saw WS's Timber Saw struggling a little bit earlier on, even with those strength hero matchups. So you can make the argument that it didn't look so amazing in the last series, but yeah, new team. We'll see what they can get done.
I think this is a much better game for it overall, though. Right, like the lane partnership, Grimstroke, Timbersaw is really good. Inkswell combination. You can, if you're up against a lane which doesn't have a lot of magic damage, which with a Hoodwink 5 you wouldn't be. Maybe into an Undying 5 it would be more annoying. And you certainly can play a little bit more aggressive here. Yeah, they are banning to protect for the Timbersaw, Draugon, maybe even take care of the Wind Ranger as well, as that the power shot does feel really oppressive for Timb. So that could be the way to kind of protect this pickup now. And this is also just, you know, when you think of Tim, for us in Southeast Asia, you know, you think WS, FBZ. When you think of South America, it's Whisper, right? It's always Whisper. And him getting to pick this one up, I mean, it's a specialty of his for a reason. He's had so many great performances on this hero. So I do like seeing it for the side of LGD. I think, again, their lanes look good. They're banning to protect for it. I wouldn't mind the Wind Ranger ban if you are really concerned about long-range poke here. And you kind of go from there. I want to point out as well, we've seen a lot of the Sven ban. And this hero is something that I feel like is just kind of underrated. Like, look, they banned the Sven, even though they have, like, Undying to sap strength. They have ways of kiting. They just don't want to see that Sven. The damage the hero does is insane. Like, you hit with your innate at level even 12, I think you're close to amp damage levels. And by level 15, you basically have free double damage without God Strength. So I do like seeing teams are banning it out. I would want to see it in the game. And that's considering, again, you have some ways of kiting out the Sven here. You just really don't want to deal with that at all right now in Team Resilience, which is fair.
Well, one more ban to come. Team Resilience. Still looking for that final carry ban.
I mean, what else is left? Like, the most common is the Wind Ranger. Maybe there's some surprising stuff here for Yuma, like Nature's Prophet. I don't think it's a great CK game, which is one of his specialties. They just ban out the SF instead, so they do leave the Wind Ranger on hand for either side to consider. I wonder what the call for Yuma is. Wind Ranger on his side, not too bad. Again, long range poke, play with power shot. You're not going to be threatened too much here by the Largo. Or potentially, there's a swing here for Resilience where New could pick up the offlane Undying as well. And that could be maybe some flex on hand. Go with the TA for Yuma. So nice and stable. Good scaling coming out. Again, doesn't mind the Largo too much. There is some consistent burn for the shield, but not the quickest. That is manageable enough.
We'll see what Team Resilience want to do about it. I mean, the Yuma, one of the Yuma specials, the TA does make its appearance. Team Resilience still looking for their own position 1 to pick up. And they're going to go down the Spectre. This is one way to do it. Of course, this hero has been relatively popular as of late as well. Do I like it? I don't know yet, John. We're going to have to wait and see. It feels okay. It feels okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what you hear for Erica. Like, what hero do you actually try to haunt on? Because going on to Bane, you get Nightmared. Going to Grimstroke, probably your best bet. Laning-wise, this is not a fantastic lane for Spectre. I mean, you're going into a Timbersaw. If you walk up, you're just going to get Whirling Death down. ZZQ is going to have to really pump in the work to zone out this Tim, to like maximize his first full mana bar, and like completely drain it, keep decaying, keep zoning out Whisper for the first 2 levels to try to give Erica some initial farm, and then try to get some, initial stat items up onto that Spectre because you're just going to get shredded down by Tim. I think for LGD, the lanes look pretty solid. My biggest takeaway here is that Whisper's lane, it looks really, really solid. Right? Outside of the threat of the Undying with the K, like this Whirling Death onto Spectre, the Inkswell on top, you have a lot you can play with here. Still, you see the stats in that Undying. Day 1 alone, 7 wins already with the Undying, 87.5% win rate. I mean, yeah.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I mean, 7-1 on day 1.
Yep.
My God. I mean, how is it even being allowed to be picked up if it's that? I mean, that's a bit too much.
It is. And mind you, this is post shard nerfs, right? Like they nerfed that shard multiple times. It's still good, is the issue overall. So you're always going to get value there. And yeah, I mean, I'm expecting more Undying bans as the days go on. But again,
that's
outside of the Undying, I do feel like you should have a good time in Whisper. Question is, will you have a good time against Undying? Probably not. And that's where the question mark really lies here.
Well, let's see if it's going to be another win for this Undying, Jonathan. Let's see if we can make it 90+% here as we do get into game 1 between LGD and Team Resilience. And yeah, I mean, if it's that darn good, like, I mean, it might just be worth first banning every single time. It's a bit much, I think. But let's see. LGD surely feeling pretty confident going into it, allowing it to be picked up here by a Team Resilience, unless they simply forgot, which I highly doubt.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Jonathan, nobody using my voice line yet. Very happy.
It's been a blessing, hasn't it? I've had to deal with it. Can you imagine the 1 pixel casting and then your voice is blasting in my ear? That was horrendous. That was actually terrible. You understand now. That's why I'm really giving it to you. I had to deal with that for 4 days, Mikey. Oh, bless. That was something.
Thankfully, no one's stupid enough to use it here at TI.
Not yet.
At least for day 1. Not yet. Let's hope it never comes, John.
Oh.
A bit of a chase here into Whisper. It's actually a fair bit of damage with these Spectres these days, I'll tell you. That's a lot of damage, in fact. Onto Whisper. Whisper. Keep running, sir. Whisper.
Oh.
Whisper. They actually get first blood on a KJ. Whisper. No. Oh my God.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, that's just sad. That's just sad.
You gotta love Desolate being an innate. You know, it's a ton of damage. You gotta love that. It's great, isn't it? I mean, again, if Whisper literally just TP'd away, you probably wouldn't be dead. You'd probably go into the lane. You can try to go Whirling Death or Timber Chain, and you have a game. But again, he's laning into ZZQ with the Undying. He's gonna lose strength stacks. It's not gonna feel comfy. Seeing a bit of a chase around already. Yeah, see the first blood. Getting that little bit of a pickup there on good old KJ. The mid lane that we were taking a peek at hasn't been the smoothest for Echoes. Again, Shaker is just not the same with Slugger being so severely nerfed. Your presence against this melee matchup just isn't fantastic. Thompson's going to be able to get control in that lane fine. In bot lane, you're still having a lot of presence here. I mean, Desolate, what a spell. What an innate.
It's pretty ridiculous. It just doesn't seem fair, does it, Chop? Like, why is this why is that allowed?
Why not?
That's too much. That's too darn much.
What do you mean? Why not? It's good.
I mean, it's not as much as Black Ritual was, at least. You know, thank God they removed that. You know?
Shut up. That's so awful. They didn't. I wouldn't mind if they took it away. If they actually gave him something unique. You're working. Is this what I get?
John, think about it. He gets imps, John. Think about it. How good is it? 20 explosion damage? Dude, that's
so bad.
That's broken.
It's so bad. It's so awful. It's like, oh well. Yeah, it is what it is. Maybe the next patch, Warlock will be
I doubt it.
fun again. Yeah, I doubt it too. Still, pretty fun start for Resilience. 3-0 so far. Only the mid lane struggling here for Echoes. which is to be expected. Although he does hit level 3, level 2 enchant, and start playing more down bot, trying to get the combo.
And they've just made. Tombstone's going to be dropped though. Whisper, he does at least kill off ZZQ, but can't do much against the Spectre. And oh my god.
Oh, you gotta love that.
I take back my doubts, by the way, about the Spectre hero, Jonathan. I take. You know what it is? These pub players I keep playing with, they make it look horrible, John. They make it look so bad. And you're watching Erica, and you're like, how are they not just destroying people? What's wrong with you people?
Yeah, I mean those are the pub games, Mikey. You know, they are not real games of Dota. No, the real games are here.
I hate them.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the. I mean, again, we've seen Spectre in some of these tournaments building up to TI, but I don't think we've seen such a strong Spectre start. And again, that's mainly because you've got the Undying to help soften up to a huge extent on the support duo, which, again, they're trying their best here. They're trying to play with the Inkswells. It's just that Whisper really can't do much. He's losing so much EHP with every decay. It's just not a very comfy spot to be in. Already very quick timing, lining up for the Urn. That's a 2-minute 48. That's quite the wild timing for Urn. But yeah, there you go. Erica with 3 kills. What can you do?
That's incredible. Incredible signs here, at least for Team Resilience. You'll love to see it. Other lanes are going pretty well as well. I mean, for Team Resilience, like this Largo off lane is going swimmingly well. Not really any pressure to be applied. And Ponsfire Bane, it is a lane dominant hero, but against Largo Hoodwink, you really can't get too close. He's got so much nuke damage and so much disable. They'll just leave him alone. Mid lane, at least Thompson's having a pretty good time. You already talked about it, the ES versus ES matchup. Not so bad since the Slugger is not quite as potent as it used to be. And Thompson, he is a player that tends to be pretty active. So you do kind of anticipate once the runes have started, he'll start to get a little bit active.
That he should. I do like that Echoes has gone for a 1-2-2 build. So he's trying to, almost like way old Shaker, pre-Facet Shaker, almost for core Shakers. Just kind of trying to get the presence out. A nice snipe here from Planet though. Snags away to Bounty before Thompson can top up. So just again, getting away with some resources. Might pay with its life though.
Easy cute. Let's continue moving in, but ultimately we'll have to leave it be. Mid. They are going to try and make the jump in with the Planet.
How is Planet
going to
alive?
be okay for now. I don't know. I don't quite know how Planet's made it out of this, but he has. No, he hasn't. I take it back. He is not.
And that took a while. Eventually they do find it. And tips out from Whisper. I mean, look, Erica's just playing like a monster. Level 6 now, level 5 in the Spectre. Desolate damage 33 per hit when you're isolated away. It's so much output. 6-minute power rune. Unlucky.
Going to be picked up for Thompson. Thea Lacour going to have to take the haste rune from Sylph. Again, things are pretty smooth this far for the side of Team Resilience. I mean, considering the Spectre start you had, you're sitting very happy right now. There's Resilience, and there's not really much in the way of slowing Erica down at this point.
Oh, they're going to steal some stacks with a slam here. LGD, they built this up. It's recovery for Whisper,
but Thompson's going to show up, but there's not really much he can do about it apart from soak some XP. He's going to try and at least punish. The TP away, though, it's going to be enough. That's a bit of a shame. DZQ, meanwhile, also finding Thea Lacour. They'll find the trade here with Whisper. But it really does feel as though Team Resilience just getting away with so much. I mean, I believe a lot of the large creeps on the Ancient stack were at least left there after the Echo, so you know, you get to clean some of those up as Thompson, but that's, you know, I'm grasping for straws here, John.
Oh, Yuma.
Erica? Yuma is going to go down. Planet able to secure. Maybe they can kill Erica. Whisper's trying desperately. ZZQ's around though, and that makes it very hard as Erica wants to keep going. Theolacore still trying to kill off the Spectre.
Oh.
Do they have enough? They don't. No, they do. Thompson gets it. The boulder smash is enough. That was an uphill miss, I do believe, from Theolacore. ZZQ also chased down Thompson. Finding some great trades here. Something that you felt they desperately needed on LGD.
They really need to find these kills. It's a huge shot in the arm here for Whisper, who again has had a pretty rough lane. Clears out the stacks while he's there. Hits level 6. He's got some presence now on that Timb. Do have massive stacks though on the side of Resilience as well. So they still have a lot to clear out. 6 stacks to our, what is that, 8? I can't quite count, but it looks like 8 on the side of LGD. Not quite matching up, but they did contest quite well in Resilience anyhow. And you've gotten yourself a pretty free lane coming out there for New. He's going for the Octarine Rush on our Largos. They are looking for mid.
Okay, Jake. Gonna get taken down nice and easy. Echoes will happily take his life away. It's just that the early game is so strong for Team Resilience. They're already grouping up in this mid lane, knowing the chances are LGD can't really do too much about it. Echoes has the Echo back up and available as well in case he needs it, but naturally there's no real fight to come here from LGD.
Dire's middle tower.
Even more stacks now being created as well by Planet. So even more gold to go the way of this this Earth Shaker. And that should be his blink just about. You love to see it.
So much gold here. Good old Echoes, come on. Slam, slam. Yeah. So satisfying to watch that. The only satisfying thing to watch in neutral farming. Not quite enough for the blink, sadly. Close enough. Close.
You know, he'll get there. He'll be alright, don't worry.
Yeah, eventually. Still kind of a strong start for the side of Resilience. For LGD though, and you are getting a decent enough start here for Yuma. Although...
Oh, you know, I mean, they're now going to find a freebie. So New does get caught with his pants down at the top lane. Again, Thompson's been doing fantastic work with this Earth Spirit. Like, he's been very, very active on this hero, and he's been making all the plays happen in the side lanes. Naturally, it does come at a cost. He's not really getting his own farm secured too much, but he's going to do what he's going to do. The side lanes have been pretty atrocious here on the side of LGD. Thompson looking to perhaps set up onto ZZQ as we are going to have a pause from Thompson. A very cool pause, I might add.
And it is, but Echoes is lining up for Fissure Block.
He's not even like, this Earth Spirit's not even centered, John. Do you see that? He's not even centered.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Look at that. That doesn't look right. That
looks fine to me. Looks fine to me.
Hey, I wouldn't have made that mistake. ZZQ.
Shut up about that.
Thompson.
No more.
He's gonna die. Well, they'll find at least a Bane. In fact, they do find King Jungles as well.
Stop it with the AI, Mike. It all started here. The open AI bots in Dota. It started here, Mikey. Stop it, please. I want to buy RAM. I want to buy RAM, Mike. My PC is dying. There's not even. It's not even the price. It's just not in stock, dude. I can't find DDR4 in my city. I'm not even joking. It's not here. There's no DDR4. What's wrong with you? My PC's chugging.
There is, John. Just look at look for a data center, John. Nearby
you're right.
surely.
Oh,
jumped in. Ooh. Oh, this is a great setup. Echoes. Oh, he's gonna love himself for that. Double kill for Echoes. I'll tell you, Team Resilience, they are playing such a lovely early game against LGD. They are playing such a clean game right now.
They are. And again, like, this team was such a big surprise when they played on that LAN in Kazakhstan. They showed up, they went pretty far. All the Chinese teams, again, kind of outperformed. To be fair, maybe, again, the competition wasn't quite the same level as you'd see at the international course. Still a good showing for the region.
Sure, John.
Oh, yes, of course.
I'm referring to you, by the way, John.
Yes, I know. Yuma.
Oh! Echo. Yeah, Yuma. Getting taken down. I don't want to be rude to the other casters, John. They were great. You know, just you.
It's just me. I know. They know as well, you know. They know.
Do they?
They had to take a John Xfire play-by-play. What do you think? They know. They know it was pretty bad.
I apologize about that, by the way.
Oh gosh, that was a fun time, Mikey. It's
I love your
brand of
play-by-play.
fun.
I
Oh
love
yeah,
your
because it
play-by-play,
makes you feel good about yours, doesn't it?
That's Look at you reading my mind now. Look at you. Look at us.
So simple, man. You're so simple-minded. I know what you're thinking. You know?
Yeah.
You know?
You're in my
I know what
head,
you're
John.
thinking as well. You know, we're not getting any 6-7s. Oh no! How about the marketing for my voice line?
Stop. See how mad they got at me about it? They're like, oh, MLP's cash scrapping. Like, oh.
Yeah. They were
Sorry,
like,
guys.
they were like, my boy MLP. I'm so ashamed.
So was I. Right? I got 2 kids. Let me make some money. Let me make a little bit of money. Let me like 1 lad a year. Top lane. No, I mean, the nightmare's nice, but it doesn't really mean much. New's actually just going to turn right back around onto KJ. KJ, unfortunately, is not going to be making it out. Gets a nice little kiss there from New. Planet, going to finish off the job, and well, at least they got CZQ down to the bot lane. Any kind of trade right now for LGD, I want to say is a win. You know, it has been a tough start to this game, number 1 for LGD. That is.
I mean, the key timing for LGD now is really when Yuma hits that Desolator Blink, right? Like we talked about the trifecta of items on the TA before. I think now you're probably just gonna have to settle with the 2 items, just the Deso plus the Blink. No waiting around for Dragon Mats to get the jump. Oh, nice slam.
They do indeed. Thompson's going to go down. Mid lane, King Jungles has been caught once again. He will also drop, unfortunately. You know, chases on for more. Whisper. He's going to make it out.
Stacks again.
Not the
Not
stacks.
the stacks. Another stolen set of stacks. And they've not been able to do the same on LGD either. So that's a big thing. If they were also playing aggressive on the enemy triangle, this wouldn't be as rough. But they've been stuck on their side of the river for the most part here. At least I believe Whisper did snag a few of those creeps, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But again, it's a rougher start for LGD than you'd want to see for the lineup. They still have this timing. There's still this combination down the line of Soulbind, Double Grip, of this Kaya and Ultra Tanky. Timbersaw just ripping all of these heroes to shreds, but it does feel like we're still a ways off from that timing. Again, for Team Resilience. And they have a lot of tools lining up here as well, though.
Roll in. They are finding themselves an amazing target now in the form of Erika. Thompson, again, setting up another fantastic kill for his side. And that's the one you're really careful. Seeing that down, Spectre die.
He's been putting in the work on our Earth Spirit, getting that activity out for the team. He's the only hero that can really make these plays as well. I mean, Whisper's at the point where he can confidently join in with a Kai Sanj, some durability's there, a lot of damage is there, but the Earth Spirit is the one just kind of finding these openings, making it work, getting some good Inkswell combinations down the line from Tio as well. So they do find a nice kill, stalling out that Radiance timing a bit mid.
And a jump, Fiend's Grip, ZZQ. Does it get taken down? Thompson's going to show up as well now. Trying to deal with this Tombstone, but it is going to remain protected. It seems as though they're going to have to lose Theodore Lacour. So a 1-for-1 trade in the end anyway. And just if they found that Tombstone, maybe they could have forced the fight, but without it going down, they just can't do too much. At least they are buying plenty of time for Yuma, and as you can see, Yuma now top of the net worth board on the TA. So happy days for him at least, as Nightmare. We'll catch out Echoes, but he's got plenty of help around. Planet's going to show up. Bushwhack will land onto the Bane. And unfortunately for KJ, there's nothing he can do about it. He will drop.
And he's buying space, right? That's the access point to go out and catch Yuma. So the TA is again given some space to get that farm game going, although not much.
Oh, they even found Yuma. They have found Yuma. Echo Slam committed, did no damage, but it doesn't really matter. It's just to set up. Erika will happily take his life away, and Well, that's your highest net worth hero on the board right now. Just getting demolished here by the side of Team Resilience.
And that is concerning. You're only about 600 gold away from Echoes having his full Ags, so he's got the Blink, he's got the Enchant with him to get in and out of these fights. You're pretty much at the Radiance timing now for Erica as well, if I recall right. Like, he was fairly close last time we checked. Should have that Radiance set. They get another catch.
They are going to find themselves a quick one onto the Grimstroke. He did get his Soulbind off Thompson. He's trapped in the middle of all this. Thompson cannot roll away, though. A lot of damage being dealt with this Magnetize, but it's not quite enough in the end. And now Whisper also in trouble, getting pulled by the catchy lick. He'll drop to boot. 3 down for the price of 1 in the mid lane. Another fantastic fight for Team Resilience. LGD desperately trying to make these fights work, but still not proving to be anywhere near enough.
No. They just need so much more. I think once you have Yuma able to join in, the game does shift a little bit. It just gets concerning, because that's also around the timing where you should start to get something like your Shard up here on the Undying. You start to get some saves. See that replay again. They get the catch they'd want. They just instantly break off this angle for a Grimstroke. And yeah, the Magnetize is doing a lot of damage. It's Thompson alone in a vacuum. Like, there's no way you can hold back. The sustain coming in from you is just uncontested. And that's just enough to keep them alive. A nice lick as well in the end. Provides that bonus kill on Whisper. And now you've got the Ags up for Echoes. All right, so he's jumping around. He can find the backline nice and easy. There's not a lot of ways you can stop that. And once Echoes finds a target, you've always got the Haunt. You've got the Shadow Step here on Eric if he's close enough.
Oh boy, Thompson. Also caught again, Thompson. I mean, Echoes, he's just been so good. He's already got the Ags up. So what a game for Earthshaker. He's just got everything he could ask for. Just complete domination from Team Resilience. It really has just been an impossible game for LGD. From minute 1, you know, the Spectre's been feeding on you. Echo's just taking how many stacks away over and over again. It's just been a perfect game for them.
Yeah, they've had such a good read, not just in executing their lane, but like you said, finding these objectives on the map, checking that triangle, stealing out all these stacks, multiple stacks across not just the triangle, even on, say, normal jungled stacks as well. They've done a fantastic job of, like, managing the recovery process at the side of LGD. And LGD, I mean, again, they're doing a good job on Yuma, keeping the farm game up. It's going to be the trifecta of Blink, Deso, BKB. But it's the same issue. Once that BKB is up, ZZQ, he's working onto the mech instead of the Shard, maybe hoping for a free take of the Tormentor soon. And getting lucky on that one. You've got Armor already coming in for New, going for the Lotus, has the Octarine up. You've got the Spectre that's going to get the Manta, has gotten a lot of value from the, what was it, 2 minutes, 48 second earn, if I recall that number, right?
Yeah.
Which is kind of insane. But they've gotten really everything you can ask for. Amp damage for Echoes, perfect rune control as well. He's going to look to make a play. He had Arcane when he slammed, so he has it back up again.
There you go again. It's just so easy now as well. Like, what are you meant to do? As soon as they see you, you've got this jump in from Echoes and the follow-up from our Spectres.
Illusion's
seeing
melting. Jeez.
Oh, just KJ can do nothing. Nothing but watch himself die. It's just so sad. Nothing they can do about it.
Yeah. Not a lot, really. BKB up on Whisper is a start. So maybe you can actually stand, get something done. We haven't really seen the combinations coming to play. We've seen some Inkswell combos with Thompson and Whisper. We haven't really seen double grip, double enfeeble. Roshan now being started here by the side of Resilience. It's not the quickest Rosh in the world. See if the side of LGD can actually find an angle here.
They can try. They've got to try something. Roll in, Thompson. Timing is good. He actually gets the Roshan kill, so that is something. Erica still picks up the Aegis anyway, and now the Echo committed by Echoes. Though he is starting to melt the Fiend Grip, holding him down. They actually take down the Earthshake. Onto New narrowly avoiding the Whirling Death and Chains. Meanwhile, Yuma dropping really low now. So make the jump in once again with their Undying, but they don't have quite enough. Yuma does make it out. And LGD, they'll lose Thompson, but they'll find at least 2 for their trouble. They even secured a Roshan kill. So not all too bad at all.
That's a big moment for the side of LGD. I think the one thing that catches them off guard in Resilience is actually the Soulbind grip finally coming into play, right? Because you grip up both Echoes and New, so you cut away the Largo healing, which is a big part of how they're able to play so aggressively forward there. And that just kind of sets you back, especially with Grimstroke into Largo, right? If you're on your ultimate form, if you're playing a song and you get silenced up, you just can't hit. So you are just fully silenced. You get a free refresh on the Grimstroke on top. And all of that can really just stack together to make it a little bit rougher here for New until he does get some way to protect. Again, we see that great movement out, Thompson sniping that kill, but you do get a decent enough slam there from Echoes hanging in the side. It's just, again, it was just a bit too close with New. You get the hold, the Phantom's Embrace, plus the grip going, and that's just enough to cut off. And BKB is the big difference maker here for Whisper. It's just a lot tankier, doesn't need to concern himself with as much. Yuma gets 2 charges up in the Deso now for free. So things are looking a little bit better. BKB up for Thompson also helps set things up. Tormentor will be taken away. And if you are lucky, if this is ZZQ's shard, that could add a little bit of a complication into this game. And the Tombstone saves, you don't have the highest attack speed heroes here. Only the TA can kind of handle that, and it does go to ZZQ.
It does indeed. The one you really wanted on anyway. Happy days once again. Team Resilience just getting everything they could possibly ask for in this game 1. LGD not out of the game by any stretch of the imagination, but they do need some time. At least Yuma and Whisper have done a great job in keeping up here, even catching up on the net worth. Thompson gonna roll in. Soulbind and Double Nightmare is out. Fiend Drip not flying out quite yet. In fact, they are gonna have to just step back a little bit. New being chased down by Whisper should go down and does. 1 for 1, but certainly in the favor of LGD. So it seems like Erica trying to see if he can find anyone for his trouble. Still has the Aegis up. But LGD, they will successfully retreat out of here. And it seems though Team Resilience will have to do the same.
We're starting to face some control issues here on the side of Resilience, because they're very reliant on Echoes actually landing out at least a good fissure. And the slam's just a little bit of a bonus on top. The biggest issue has been that Soulbind. I think Thompson actually broke it with a kick away as well. But you're getting all of these connections, the double Nightmares, the double Phantom's Embrace alone is big, and then if you get the double grip, as we saw in the Roche fight, it does change the game. It does feel like you'd want probably something like a Lincoln's on multiple heroes as your easiest bet to kind of get out of dodge. Whether or not you actually get the space to start to build up multiple Lincolns, and we'll have to see. Maybe, you know, this could be a game for Largo Lincolns. I think over Lotus Orb, right? So you get your shard, you theoretically just get 2 Lincolns up, and then you're kind of safe. You can play that aggressively up front. You don't need to worry about the Soulbind. At least you're still gonna have to worry about grip and everything else, but should be safe enough in comparison if you get the space to farm that up, because you are getting big on LGD. Whisper, top net worth, and the BKB is the big difference maker here. And really, the big difference maker in terms of just what these off lanes achieve is you're seeing that direct comparison. All right, like the Timbersaw is much more aggressive. It's up front. With the Largo, yeah, you have some damage. You know, your Croak of Genius can start to spread some good damage around. It's just this isn't like the most straightforward Croak of Genius kind of game, right? It's not like you're playing with Earth Spirit that just reapplies it with Magnetize. You constantly get that debuff. You don't really have that. Maybe you get one reapplication with Slam, Enchant, and Fissure, and some Aftershocks every now and again, but certainly not in the same way as we were seeing in our last Largo game. So let's see if that can kind of be maximized. I don't really see an angle for it to do so. They are smoked up in Resilience anyhow, though. Again, they are a very resilient team, as their name implies.
They are. They're going to move forward again. Whisper, closest target they have to them but he's going to chain away just fine. Echo's continuing to rush forward, might actually run into Yuma instead, which is an even better target, and they will. They had him under vision. They had a great ward, watching him the whole time. Thea Lacour also being caught by Erica. It's a bit of a cherry on top, but well, you got the main target you really wanted. It's a bit unfortunate for Whisper too, because he probably would have rather broken the smoke and saved Yuma's life. Unfortunately for him though, he does chain away and saves his own life, but Yuma will be the one to get caught.
Yeah, big kill that you were looking for resilience. Kind of, again, gets you back in the game a little bit. You still maintain that 8k lead anyhow. Again, the tempo is still somewhat in LGD's way, but you are finding ways to equalize. I see equalize. Again, you maintain that lead. You get the catch.
They are going to try onto Thompson this time, but with his BKB, he's going to be okay.
Ah.
Oh. Yeah, no chase. They're just going to leave him be. No problem.
I was going to say, it looks like Thompson's going for a Crozier as well. Yeah. Yeah, he is. So, Crozier, Earth Spirit rolling up. Doesn't need to worry about the right clicks coming out there from, say, our Spectre as they jump Echoes.
Yeah, Echo's going to be forced to BKB, respecting the damage output of Whisper. Now Whisper, he's proving to be a pretty big menace on this Timbersaw, top of the net worth board, and certainly pretty intimidating as the Timbersaw. Saw a lot of value for the Timber pick as well, don't forget, with all these strength heroes on the side of Team Resilience. But they have not been making it very easy for the poor man.
Nope. Made it as difficult as possible, but has managed to get his game back at the very least. Again, I'm so curious about how effective Thompson's Crozier on the Earth Spirit will be, because it's really good stats for Earth Spirit. He rolls in. If he gets if he's going to be right click down, he just pops it. He gets that putrefaction aura redirected to him, so he gets bonus HP regen. Just reapply Magnetize, roll around like a maniac. This is pretty big. I like it. Again, it's been great seeing Krellis actually start to get some recognition, because okay, without these stats, it felt a little bit worse. They are trying to get some jumps here, though.
They certainly are. Planet, they're going to go for a run. Thompson, well, at least should be able to find him, but Planet's being a pretty big nuisance with this Scurry. Roll's actually going to connect in the end, and eventually they should have. Planet still trying to get out of here with the sharpshooter knockback. Eventually, he will be dying, but he does buy himself a nice little bit of time. But Thompson able to take that kill. Meanwhile, Echoes playing around with Whisper. Forced to BKB. Whisper will do the same, and now the Fiend's Grip is going to lock him down with the Tombstone. Is not going to allow the Fiend's Grip to do too much. Thompson now has made his appearance. KJ, he will go down, and so will Thea Lacour. Thompson still continuing to try and chase down this Earthshaker. The Echo Slam committed by Echoes. He's actually still alive, with the Catchy Lick still getting his way out of there. Thompson trying to chase, but can't quite catch him. Meanwhile, Yuma, he's been left between a rock and a hard place. Yuma's gone, and they can't quite kill off the Shaker. Echoes will make it out ultimately in the end. LGD desperately trying to find these pickoffs, but it's just not happening.
No. And that timing's perfect. The damage coming out now from Erica is just massive. Every single time. He's just standing there. He's finding these isolated heroes. The Radiance burns, making it a little bit tougher for Yuma to try to weave in and out when the shield does break. Get the Aegis going now on our Spec. Nice happy days so far for Resilience. Again, they're hitting their own spikes quite nicely here. For the side of LGD, I mean, we saw the Krellis come in there from Thompson. It does look annoying. It's just not nearly enough for him to actually just do all the work for the team. Right? Like, he gets slammed as well. I think that's one thing. Good recognition from Echoes. It's like, yeah, he's in ghost form. Just dish some magic damage, make it awkward for him to keep chasing. And kind of holds them back a good amount here. And even the wasted grip, right? Like, we talked about this Tombstone Shard. It's once again proving its worth.
They're not going to find Planet. Planet, though, they're actually going to roll away from him, not feeling confident to finish him off quickly enough without the team coming in to help out.
Radiant's
comes Echoes. Thealacore once again being spotted, and well, Soulbind's going to be thrown out, but it is not going to save the life of Thealacore. Unfortunately.
No. I mean, and you've got to take these fights in almost a very specific manner for LGD. I think the ideal is just having Whisper up front. If Whisper's not the one getting jumped first, you kind of just have to bail out. Because you lose Grimstroke, you lose access to double Nightmare, double Enfeeble, double Grip. Oh,
Echo committed as well. Yuma getting caught another time. Echo's just unrelenting with these initiations onto this TA. And just another great kill. Maybe they can at least find you in the mid. But no, it doesn't seem like it.
No. Just not able to get the hunts they'd want. Again, it's the side of Team Resilience just finding the side of LGD, trying to scatter around a map, which it's so tricky to do that when you're up against the Shaker with like 2 mobility items with the Ags plus the Blink and the Spectre. It's just so easy to get that movement on top of a hero, find that kill across the map, go back to farming, go back to pressuring lanes. Octarine now up and running as well here for Echoes, some more uptime for him on the enchants, on the Echo Slams. You do have the full Ags up and running at the very least for KJ. So you do have that upgraded grip. But if you're not gripping the Shaker, then again, there's a lot of AoE to stop this anyhow. We'll have to see how much value you get. Perhaps the double grip starts to become a little bit more annoying here at the least. So there is a little bit more to consider. They're just finding the objectives anyhow. No real contestation from the side of LGD. With the Aegis time still left, and there's no holding them back from just going high ground. We'll still play it a little bit safe, but everything's shoved out in favor except for top.
Gonna set up. No rush here for Team Resilience though. Still well and truly in control of this game, number 1. Look to retreat. LGD. Yuma's really fallen quite far behind now as the TA. It just feels like there's just all this pressure on Whisper to find a way to make this game work. He's got all the gold on his timber. It just hasn't really meant too much in these fights. Yuma narrowly avoiding the side of Team Resilience once again. Thompson. Oh, I think they might have seen him jump in from Echoes, trying to catch him out. Forces the BKB. Doesn't quite catch the Earth Spirit, but won't really mind the BKB commitment.
I mean, if they saw the BKB commitment, I think you're in a very happy spot for Resilience. I mean, you don't have too much time left on the Aegis at the least, so maybe not as much. They still get the jumps.
Yeah, I mean, King Jungles, he can do nothing. Thealacore also looking like he's probably dead, though. A nice kick away from tops. Whisper, he can chain away. Again, no real pressure from Resilience to force this high ground at all. They'll just take a quick KJ kill, and that'll be all she wrote. Back to the drawing board, find a better opportunity a bit later on.
Yep. Again, just play it safe. No need to put yourselves too far forward. Aegis does end up expiring. They have gotten pretty good value out of it, does feel like here. You are cutting the waves nicely on Whisper. He's, again, just trying to be disruptive. Like you mentioned, all the network on him. I'm surprised the solution is Dagon, but, you know, we'll roll with it. Oh, he misses 2 chains, Whisper.
He does miss 2 chains, and he's got no BKB to play with here, though he's doing a lot of damage to Echoes, but Echoes just locking him down for an eternity, it feels like. Whisper is gone. That's your highest net worth hero on the board. Just going the way of Erica now. Not what you like to see if you're LGD.
Yeah. I mean, again, Whisper's just trying to cut waves, open up the map a little bit, allow Yuma to try to keep that scaling up. It's just again, considering the lineup you have in Team Resilience, it doesn't take too long for them to collapse on top, like we saw when Yuma died down bot when he was farming. Right, you have so much reach, you have this Spectre that can just haunt around. And they managed to clear out the Tormentor. They get themselves a nice free shard. I believe that is the shard on New, so he's got the double Lotus to kind of pass around, Corporate Geniuses to pass around. Aggressive move from ZZQ. Even on our Undying feeling frisky now here, Mikey, but LGD. I'm trying to think of an angle back into this game, and I don't think you can really count out like a TA that gets enough farm to try to one-shot some supports. It's just a matter of how are you supposed to approach these fights. They haven't felt ready on the side of LGD in a long time. And now you have to deal with even support BKBs. Like ZZQ has his own up. So all of that control pieces you're looking for, the damage coming out from Thompson, just kind of nullified away here. Which does make it much more difficult for the TA to try to find that space to just right-click away at this point. Maybe some cheeky kicks onto the high ground, perhaps. And again, this double grip with the Yags could be the way, but it's just not been happening.
It's been pretty challenging to say the least here for LGD. Okay, it just felt like it was from the minute 0 when we saw that solo kill from Erica, you know, against Whisper. That just kind of told you how this game was going to go, it felt like. Top lane, looking to set up. Thompson going to move in with Whisper, trying to maybe catch out New, but New pops his BKB, and now they jump right in on to the Grimstroke. There he goes. No chance of survival here for Theo Lacour. Meanwhile, Whisper still trying to set up. Thompson is also continuing this magnetize. They'll grip up the Undying with the Echo Slam from Echo, setting right onto the Earth Spirit of Thompson. He'll buy back. They do at least get Yuma out of there. Now Erica, in the middle of nowhere, wants a way to escape, and it looks like he might just have it. Roll forward from Thompson, continuing to try and catch him, but Echoes with the stuns out, so they do land the chakra, but the chains not going to connect. But Whisper, he gets the blink in with the whirling death. Echoes goes down as well, and perhaps this is a team fight that LGD have been desperately waiting for. They do catch 2 big calls. Planet not going to make it. A triple kill for Whisper. That's the kind of team fight LGD have been looking for.
That they are. You get enough space out to actually get some damage out. A lot of gold flowing their way, and just so much damage coming out there from Whisper and from Thompson. Buyback certainly worthwhile. Unfortunately for the side of LGD, they don't have the cleanest objectives to go for. Roshan not quite up. There's still a tier 1 on mid. That's simple enough to find. And we can take a look at that fight where you do get the isolation play. They instantly blow up to Lacour, but your answers for Whisper are limited, especially when you don't manage to land that break. This Timbersaw is still a massive issue up front. And the grip actually holding back on the tombstone saves here does take a lot of value. I think that might be the way you have to kind of approach these fights now in LGD. Find that backline, take care of that tombstone save, allow yourselves to actually be able to play around with your own control, not care about that save that only your TA can kind of right-click down. It did take a little bit of a long chase to find Erica in the end, but as you find that kill, you equalize the game. Again, you're finding objectives. Starting to get a little bit of a shove in. There's no buyback there on Erica as well. So just the ideal circumstances for LGD, and this is them from a pretty big deficit, mind you, in terms of like map control. High ground hasn't been fully sieged, right? So in that sense, they were always kind of on equal footing. And now with some of these tower takes, like, we managed to open up the map a little bit more in their favor. For the side of Team Resilience, you have to be so careful with your positioning on ZZQ. Like, this is the one guy that just can't afford to be jumped, just because everything relies on him in terms of counter initiation, right? Because you're always going to be fully committing with Echoes. He's always going to be jumping in, looking for slams, looking for fissures, for aftershock plays for the enchant totem. But this Undying has to maintain some spacing. And when you do find an opening like that, you take care of that Undying before he saves the tombstone. It complicates matters there for Team Resilience.
See if LGD can keep this up. we go. Team Resilience moving forward. It's 4-man smoke. Yuma just hanging by the tree line. There's your butterfly pickup now for Erica. They're going to go for a smoke as well. I believe they might have seen LGD smoking up. Pings were out. They seem to have a brief idea of what's going on here. New will front line. There's your smoke break from New. BKB committed immediately. He'll rush forward. The Soulbind immediately committed here, but it means nothing. Theolacor is gone. So is KJ. Both supports just getting destroyed. Meanwhile, an Echo Slam committal. They're going to find Whisper by himself, but Whisper, he has his BKB. Though, no, he can't TP out. He cancels. He cancels, but he's going to die anyway. Seeing the Spectre, he knew he couldn't make it out of there. That'll be 3 for the price of nothing for Team Resilience. And of course, Roshan is there for the take.
Yeah. Big opening for the side of Resilience. And again, this time they find the targets they'd want. Taking care of Theolacor first is nice, but really just taking care of that Bane, taking care of KJ, removing the grip from the game, and just ensures that their hard hole, that one solution they've had, especially for finding and dying, is just out of the picture. You can't take the risk right now as well on Thompson because he did buy back, so it's just so awkward for LGD to try to re-engage. Aegis safety net should start to look into the high ground. Yuma's looking to cut some creep waves away though and steal some farm in the jungle. At least maybe can stall out some progress here, but just gonna play it safe, not gonna show in the lane just yet. Still, you've got the creeps marching in anyhow, you've got the banner down, not much to hold you back here from the side of Resilience. Be so careful now. And the key thing is that Thompson committed buyback in that fight they won. So he might not be comfy enough to take that risk once again, because if he dies back at this point, that's a long time without one key thing that's just been breaking up these fights for you on LGD.
The times are tough still for LGD, but they're not out of it yet here for this game 1. Midrax is going down though. They'll wait out the respawn for Whisper. That'll be Thompson. They'll jump in. Sight devices there from Planet. Nightmare though going to buy a bit of time for Thompson to try and turn, but the Echo Slam on the backside. Still they'll Fiends grip up Echoes, hold him down. Can they take him out though? ZZQ with the Tombstone, saving at least for now. Echoes though still between them, just a horrible position, does go down. Turn back around, Whisper. By himself is still going to make it out, as it seems though Erica, he's going deep. He'll kill Theolacor, but he's going to lose his Aegis. Theolacor will buy back. LGD looking pretty good thus far in this team fight. They'll move on to the Spectre once again. Thompson pretty far forward, but Whisper, he's going to jump in and try to help out as EZQ will finally fall. Back in onto Erica, though. Erica trying to kill off Yuma. Yuma dropping low, does finally go down, but he's not really the problem. Whisper, he'll take down the Spectre once again. Erica goes down and so will New. They'll find a 4-for-1 trade now, LGD. They're holding on.
Yeah, they get some really good punishment going there. The side of Team Resilience almost just maybe getting a little bit overconfident. They do find a backline jump, but there's no coverage there for Echoes. Right, he does get the Tombstone stave in the end. Yuma has the space to clear it out without that much regen coming in for the Shaker. ZZQ just instantly dies, getting that save as well onto our Shaker. Just way too far in the back there for Echoes, and that cost him the game. Or not the game, but that fight for sure. Like, if he stood back, played with Fissures, played with his Shard, Aftershock, just holding them back a little bit more, looking for a cleaner angle, maybe closer to the tier 3 itself instead of behind the racks, would have panned out a little bit better. Whisper, just always on the hunt now, feeling himself on that Tim. His damage is just insane. It takes so much focus out from the side of Team Resilience to find him. Again, it looks like a good start. Right? The Nightmare save stalls it out a little bit. Whisper jumps in now with his Hags into the back, while you also get that same backline movement from Echoes, but he is so much more isolated and so much squishier than Whisper is to make that kind of play. The punish is just almost instantaneous there. And it looked good when you get that initial hold with the Abyssal, but no actual bash comes through. They can't really get the control. And Whisper is just way too tanky again. If they manage to actually get some chain stuns onto Whisper somehow, that might have given them that fight into the high ground, but again, He's just too tanky the way it is. You need echoes there to break up these chains. And he died at the start of the fight.
Certainly did. Again, you gotta give props to LGD just fighting back in this this game number 1. Team Resilience is still well and truly in the lead here this game 1, but I'll be a little bit cautious about these team fights. They do get a little bit awkward. You see, Thompson, he's been having a great old time on this Earth Spirit. That Crozier, I mean, it's doing work. It makes it very hard to actually kill this man off. And again, they're holding out here.
They are.
And good old Thompson, it's like he never retired, you know?
Yeah. He still got it, you know? My streamer, as chat likes to say. As that's what he is nowadays. It's so funny to think about it. And, oh, my favorite streamer is in a pro team. Wow. All right. Wow. Yeah, the Crozier is such cool tech. What a heart as well. It's just so much HP regen up front when you roll in. Just, again, stretching out that durability. Resilience, though, they are smoked up. No rush to instantly swing to if they do win this one out, but it does feel risky. If they don't have the coverage for buybacks here, it's going to be the high ground if they lose out somehow. They just need to snipe the back without risking too much. Yuma?
Oh, Echo Slam committed. Yuma! He's the one to get caught, and now Thompson! Thompson!
Oof.
Not Thompson. Oh, another. KJ's gone a boot. What happened, boys?
Oh!
Jump in, Whisper. He's going to try and salvage this. He's actually doing a lot of damage on his own. Tombstone's going to save a Thompson. They've all brought back. LGD want to try and punish in that exact same position as last time. Chase is on for New. New trying for the TP play out, not going to make it. What a weird set of events.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 minute Thompson and Yuma are dead. Next minute they're buying back and just going for another big fight. At least finding New in all this. That was 3 buybacks committed though. That is pretty expensive for a Largo kill.
It is, and they don't have a rush to fall back to just yet. Again, you're still waiting for the respawn here. That's enough time to actually respawn on you. You're happy enough to force those buybacks out here on Team Resilience. Win probability still leaning heavily towards Resilience's way, 72% if I can read that right. And LGD, they're not out of it. They've shown some good moments here. Whisper's still a monster. But you have to be so careful when you're showing on a map 1 by 1, right? Like even farming in a relatively safe spot, like that was relatively close to the high ground. Just not safe enough when when Team Resilience is out there with a smoke. Still more utility for Thompson. Does get his Aeon disc up. We don't really have a nullifier queued up as well on Erica, so that plus the Crozier can have a lot of bailout opportunities here for Thompson. And for Team Resilience, I mean, it does feel like all they need to do is just find some heroes by themselves, right? Like, the moment someone tries to sneak out for the farm, well, guess what? Haunt in, get the jump out with your Shaker, with his Blink and Enchant Totem. And it is relatively simple once you get that chain control off. The challenge is in finding someone. Every now and again, LGD has been showing in some spots that they probably don't want to be in necessarily. So it's all kind of boiling down to who gets that jump first. Can you find that pickoff you need on Resilience? Can you find a wider team fight, kind of fragment the side of Resilience here from LGD? Either or can kind of lead to a big swing in where this game goes. You're only 1 racks down in LGD. It's not unplayable. It's certainly very manageable here as we're seeing.
How long have we got for tier 5 items, John? I can't see the clock.
That looks like 58:41, but it feels like I'm taking an eye test. I think we're like a minute. No, it kicks me out every now and again.
Okay. That's okay.
Yeah, it should be.
That's
I'm guessing a minute. I will guess a minute. I'm thinking that was 58:40, but now I can't see, so that is fair. Still, we're almost there. I believe we did have someone bobbling. I really don't get to think that item anymore. They've nerfed the heck out of it. You can just take like a pendulum or a Conjurer's Catalyst and be happy. Yeah, it's so bad now. Like 45% amp when you pick it up again. It's like, can you even let us keep the 50% and stack it up to 90? Really? It's like, all right, sure. It's kind of lame.
You're just not a bobbler, John.
I am a bobbler. It just sucks now, Mike. It sucks.
You're not a bobbler.
I am a bobbler. I hold on to my dormant curio for my bobbles. They get the jump.
Oh, they do, they do. Whisper, he's the one that may be getting
gets
jumped
bashed
here.
up.
The bashes are coming in, but Whisper still gets a chain away. Sharpshooter, no, they're going to go for the easy pick off. Take the Grim Stroke. Feel a quarter drop. Thompson will be okay to roll his way out of there. There's your fourth Roshan now respawning. I think you were wrong about the 1 hour mark, John, by the way.
Is it?
Well, I mean, it's not 60 minutes, is it, John?
Oh, yeah, no. Like, there is a counter on the Nico. All right. Into the Roche they go. Gonna take too long to clear this one out. They do have enough damage now on Erica to make this a quick one. That is gonna be time to get the respawn up here onto Lacour at the very least. But not enough. Still a minute away, no buyback. And for LGD, you've got to contend with this again. Refresh on Erica as well. So does have perhaps the double haunt can kind of provide some openings here in terms of just getting some constant kills. We'll have to see. Ag's up and running as well on her Spectre. A lot more to play with inside of Resilience and LGD. And they've done it before. You just kind of need to do it again. Just a good grip, baiting out Echoes all the way to the back, cutting off this Undying, a mix of any of these, and you have a game here on LGD.
Yeah, it's coming. And Wind Waker now up on planet. Bring on the tier 5 items. You know, I think it's, what is this? Does that say 59? I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know anymore, Mikey. It says 50 something. It looks like...
Are you sure?
No, it just looks like a bunch of pixels to me, Mikey. Finer details are lost in my eyes. Hey, I had my eye surgery, alright? You know? It's supposed to improve it, but sometimes it doesn't. It's also been like 3 years, so that's not a valid excuse, but... You know, it is what it is. It's hard to imagine it's been that long, eh, Mikey? Since we went to... Since we've seen each other the first time. Feels like just yesterday.
Sorry, John, I'm just asking AI what the time is in game right now.
Oh,
Bottom. They are jumping in. Erica. No, he's all right. The slow siege has begun.
nice and steady slow siege. Lots of sharpshooters coming out.
Again, although Whisper, he has been stunned up. Echo Slam is committed as well. It's not enough though. Whisper still able to get out of there.
Congratulations. You made it.
Thank you, Lou. We appreciate that. Jump in. Thompson. He's in the middle of everything right now. Erica's got that secondary life. He's happy to get this fight going. Whisper in the meantime, going to try and go for a chase onto our Undying. In fact, they might just have him. ZZQ is going to drop. Whisper, though, dropping really low himself, but still is not going to go down. He'll make it out once again with his chains. Meanwhile, Erica now onto Thompson. Bashes out with the Abyssal Blade. Thompson can't get out of it. He's down. No buyback for Thompson.
No.
He's gone for 2 minutes.
He had a ceaseless dirge there as well for ZZQ, so he's just back in. He doesn't care.
Whisper trying again. Although the bashes are flying out. Whisper is going to go, but he's got buyback. Problem is, your bot rack's now under siege. They'll buy back on Whisper, but it's still going to be a 4v5 scenario in the favor of Team Resilience. There goes your bottom racks. They'll go for the third, upper top lane. It's just such a hard team fight to imagine working out without your mid-earth spirit. But they've got to jump it. I mean, do you just accept that it's going to be Megas? It doesn't seem like they want to.
No.
They'll smoke up, they'll move in. There's your Soulbind out. Whisper again frontlining. They're looking for something like a Fiend Script to fly in, but it's just not there. You just can't get close enough. Still a minute for Thompson to be back up. There's a Divine Rapier now on Whisper.
Ooh.
All right. Oh, you've got to do what you got to do.
Okay, that's spicy. It's on the courier. You better be microing that courier well. Top wave is massive. There's some pressure on the other lanes, but they do get the Megas in the end. Happy days for the side of Team Resilience. Is that going to be a magical rapier? It should be, okay. Spell Amp Rapier up. Can't stack him anymore, but more damage for Whisper. Is that 25% going to be enough? We'll have to see.
Oh, they're going to try and slow down the Spectre as much as they possibly can here. Erica's not looking to back off, but they've got 7 more seconds for Thompson to be available. And here comes Thompson. They do retreat. Thompson, though, moving in. Yuma. Did he actually get Nightmare? He does get something. Was that a bushwhack?
It was the bushwhack from
Doesn't
the short.
matter.
From the edge.
Oh, Erica. Erica's a bit deep, though, John. Erica gets kicked away by Thompson. Erica's down. He's got buyback available. They'll jump on a New as well. New in trouble now. He does get the BKB TP away, though. In fact, no, he doesn't. Thompson gets the kill on the fountain. Holding out.
They are. The damage is looking good. They kind of overstayed their welcome on the side of Resilience. I do appreciate that, though. They don't back off. They try to force some errors, look for an opening. Felt like maybe getting that control into Yuma with the Hoodwink Ags was nice. Just no follow-through, unfortunately, and yeah, you do manage to find opportunities here on LGD. Hanging on for dear life. 54-29. And again, the damage on Whisper is looking good with that Divine. It's just a matter of he has to be so careful, right? Because if he's caught out again and he gets chain stunned perfectly, you're going to be losing a Divine Rapier to like a Shaker who can have a lot of fun with it, a Spectre who could also use it nicely, and that's also just such a big risk. Managed to find at least some outer towers with just creeps shoving out. So a little bit of space out. Not the biggest in the world. Next Roche still some time away. No coverage for some of these buybacks here yet. But the Megas are manageable for LGD at least, right? Like they've got good wave clear. They've got good AoE damage. They can kind of hold up against it. And for the side of Resilience, well, they've got the Megas. You know, they're not as scared of this game. They just kind of need to find one engagement to close it out. Patiently wait for the respawns. And see if they can start to get something done. Erica's back up. Mew's back up as well. Should get things going here with a smoke.
They will try. No, that's our 1 hour mark, I believe, Jonathan. I think so. Here we go. Tops.
Yep.
Gonna be able to get away for now. That's his BKB committed though, and Echoes. He's still on the chase. Whisper though, trying to jump onto the Shaker. Jump away. Whisper's not done. He'll chase for a little bit more. Thompson rolls back in now with the magnetized pop. They're just trying so desperately for this Earth Shaker. Echoes continuing to narrowly avoid them though. Meanwhile, Whisper chains away just barely. He somehow survives with the zombie still chasing him down. They'll leave Thompson alone though. Thompson, he's gonna die, but he's got buyback. He'll commit immediately. This Planet getting jumped somehow though will make it out. I cannot believe Whisper chained out of it.
Yeah. You're just a little bit too far there for Echoes to actually get a good fissure angle out. He does barely make it out with that Divine Rapier. Buyback being forced out in Thompson is a pretty big commitment though. It could pay off if they can secure themselves the next Roche, which isn't too far off now. And see if that's something LGD can kind of work their way outside of their base to contest. And Resilience are in a happy spot to just clear it out themselves when it does come up though. Let's see, I mean, at this point with a buyback on Thompson, Resilience should know that they can afford to try to hunt him down. It's just that, again, no one's going to be leaving that high ground anytime soon. Starting to get that farm into the tier 5s. What can we start to get here for some of our heroes? Arcane Rune as well here for Echoes, a happy boy. Just going to be able to spam those spells out. That's a lot of pendulums on the side of Team Resilience, as I just recognize now. And one bobble. Get the
Excellent.
Minotaur Horn up and running. Still on the bobble here for good old Echoes.
Here we go again. Thompson, he'll roll in. Who have they caught this time around? It's going to be Erika on the Spectre, but the Echo
big
slam
slam.
again. Echoes catching a couple of them in the back. Yuma's already down as well. He'll buy back in the middle of all this, trying to get back to the team fight as Whisper. He's been controlled up, but he gets the chain away. Thompson rolling back in, trying to find this Spectre. Not able to quite catch him. Meanwhile, Echoes, double kill now, killing off KJ on the Bane, though KJ does have buyback. Yuma being saved by Thompson in the meantime. Everyone alive once again. They'll clear out the creep wave in the base. There's your Divine Regalia on tops.
Yeah. I mean, might as well go all in. Still hold on to the Bobble here for the Spell Amp and Debuff Amp on Whisper. Got some Blood Rights and Bullhorn. Books of the Dead. Be cheeky here. Until Aegis goes the way of Erika. Still hanging on as well to some choices here. I think it's just so hard to call if you want to leave your Pendulum, right? As well for you and again for all the Pendulum carriers on the side of Team Resilience. It's just been doing a lot of work in sustaining or prolonging your presence in these fights. It's not an easy one to kind of ditch away. Refresh up for Thompson now. Double magnetize, more remnants to play with. Does feel good for the hero. But again, your backs are still kind of against the wall. With Aegis Cheese, the banner refresh once more in Resilience. They just need to find that one team fight. And they are in control. Even the win probability just extremely their way, of course, LGD. And they're hanging on still. And if they could kind of turn that back, Mikey, that would be quite the achievement.
It could be. Yeah, they've got the chance here, John. LGD holding out. The Team Resilience very patiently looking to make their way up to the high ground. Yu does jump in. They found Yuma. This could be a dieback. The Echoes is with the Echo Slam as well. Yuma's gone. Immediate dieback for the TA. The perfect target to catch. Tier 4 towers both down as well. The Ancient completely exposed now for LGD. Team Resilience still very patient as New now jumping in once again with a Hex out on Thompson, but Thompson, he's going to be fine. Meanwhile, Whisper trying to jump in, but he's been hexed up. Whisper in big trouble, getting fished up as well. It looks like he is set to fall, and he does get caught by the sharpshooter. He'll buy back, but Divine is gone. He'll buy a Blade Mail instead. Onto the Ancient they'll go. It seems as though they've had enough of this game. It's a 3v5 anyway. Whisper's going to jump in another time, trying to burst down a couple, but they'll hold him down. Whisper's going to die back, and that'll be all she wrote. GG is called. Team Resilience. Winning in resilient fashion, John. It took them a while, but they got the job done in the end.
They do. And I guess up against Team Resilience, you don't want to have to end up in a marathon, because these guys, as you said, they are resilient. They'll hold on there. And they do manage to make it work. We saw that stat to close out. I think Erika did the highest hero damage on record for this tournament, I believe, so far. I'm not sure the exact spec
I think it was
of that stat.
120 something?
Yeah, 133,000 if I saw that right. So tons of damage coming out from her Spec. Really strong laning from Spectre as well. You're seeing why this hero is something that you would expect to see a little bit more often. Perhaps, again, dependent on lane. It felt like Whisper with the Timb. Again, there's a world where he kind of crushes the Spectre lane. He just got caught out. He was being chased down early on for that first blood. And then he has the lane into Undying as well, which is not a great feeling. You are seeing our highlights. It's a long game. I expect a lot of highlights here. This was one of those key moments where they did manage to get some good control in the fight, I believe, in favor of LGD. Is this the one where they do snipe Erika at the end? I think it is. And they get the grip off there, cutting ZZQ, preventing the tombstone saves. And it's just at this point where Whisper is the issue, right? Like Yuma does some decent damage, but that Timb with the durability is just way too high. And Whisper's getting away with a lot in this game. Towards the end, though, they were managing to focus their targets down a little bit more on the side of resilience. And again, this team looked good in the most recent LAN in Kazakhstan. Again, a lot of people are arguing, yeah, but you know, maybe the strongest opponents are there. They beat out LGD in pretty strong fashion game one. Not one-sided by any means, but in fairly convincing fashion by, you know, good old outplay. For LGD,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you have to look at going into game two. Maybe just, again, the lanes, right? Because the top lane was fine for Yuma, the bot lane was pretty rough for Whisper, and the mid lane was okay for Thompson, right?
If I may, Jonathan, right, I think one thing I can confidently say is maybe we just ban Undying, right? Because
Yes.
you know, yeah, like it's got like a 90+% win rate over like 10
Yes.
games now on day one.
Yeah.
You know, just don't make it that hard for yourself. You know, it's just this hero is like, I wouldn't say his EZQ is the reason they won, but he sure as hell made it pretty darn hard. You know, if you're going to change something straight off the bat, I dare say it's probably worth banning out the Undying going into game two. Apart from that, I don't know. You saw Erica, John. Minute 0, he solo kills the Timber Sword by just chasing him down with right clicks. Like, what are you meant to do with that?
Yeah.
There's your scoreboard. Like, who's your standout? Who did it for you, John?
Oh man, I want to say Erica, honestly. Like we don't really give the carries too much, but he really played that laning phase. Not just that chase down on Whisper, but all these opportunities to go for these shadow steps, all of these snipes he was doing, the way he was kind of using the haunt, getting one kill in one part of the map, switching to another part of the map. Like he was doing everything right on that Spectre and really showing us why that hero is just insane. 135,773 hero damage here as well for a Spec. And again, Resilience, they're a strong team. They look strong in the most recent LAN. They're showing up here up against a team that a lot of people had to at least go through playoffs already 0-1 and on the path to try to get a 2-0 here for Resilience. Mind you, LGD, not a team that I'd expect to go down without a fight. I would expect this one to go 3 games and either side can take that win in the game 3. We'll have to wait and see what the adjustments for LGD should be, but I do agree, Undying has to be banned out. We were surprised it was allowed to slide through. And maybe just a stronger emphasis on lanes here.
We'll find out what they're going to change up. We'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between LGD and Team Resilience. We'll see you soon. Soon. Very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game number 2 of a best of 3 here between Team LGD and, of course, Team Resilience, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We had another slugfest of a game, another hour-plus game here for day number 1. LGD, unfortunately, unable to push back against Team Resilience, though I'll tell you what, they made it look pretty tough for Team Resilience. I don't think it's going to be quite as one-sided as people may have expected. Although I say expected, Jonathan, you're the only one who really seems to have pointed out how strong Team Resilience can be based off previous results.
Yeah, and again, they really showed up in the last LAN recently. They've managed to really go the distance here, Resilience. So I had high expectations for them coming in. I think it also helps that, again, LGD is playing with a modified roster, right? Like, this isn't the same roster they've been playing with for a while. They have Thompson standing in, you know, with a whole drama with Tai Lung. So it's maybe not LGD at their fullest form as well, right? They have to accommodate Thompson in. Yeah, you know, some kid. They have to accommodate Thompson in. They have to switch their play style up a little bit. And to be fair, it does look like Thompson's fitting in quite fine. So it doesn't feel like that's really the issue here. But we'll have to see, right? We'll have to see if they can get things into gear. Again, they took a game off Falcons today for the side of LGD, so that looked good. So
you okay,
we shall
John?
see. Yeah, no, I have to restart my client again. Sorry.
Oh, John, not again.
I mean, I already did before, but I guess it's just, you know, it's a little bit funky. You gotta sort your stuff, you know. What is it?
You seem
Do I what?
I just feel like making fun of you about the RAM thing you told me the other day. It's just so funny to me. Tell the viewers what happened with your RAM. Just tell them.
All right, my RAM is kind of dying, right? I came from a trip, my mom's birthday. We went to Cebu. When we came back, I boot my PC. It's not starting up. Yeah, thank you. It wasn't starting up, so I took out my RAM sticks and I realized it will run with 1 stick of RAM. But I don't want to do that because that's like, I have like 20, 30 tabs open and, you know, and stuff like that. And I render stuff sometimes every now and again. So I need my RAM. When I stick in both, I can't run them at DOCP, which means I can't run them overclock at 3600 megahertz CL17. It's not even a high timing clock, right? It's not a high overclock on this kit. So it's not pleasant having to downclock it to JetX standard, which is like 2666. It's not fast. It's not fast RAM. I've been playing some games and you feel the difference in some of those games because of texture streaming. So it's pretty awful. I was going to buy either a new kit of RAM or a new motherboard because I think the motherboard must have shorted out as well on the RAM side somehow from like power surges. And I realized I can't find either one. I can't find a motherboard that's affordable. I can't find RAM at all. Like, there is no DDR4 RAM. I can find DDR5 RAM. I can find SODIMMs for laptop DDR4. I can't find desktop DDR4 because the data centers must be fed, Mikey. So, you know, we can get our brain rot memes. You know, you can generate Michael Phoenix as a pony character. If that, you know, I'm going to do that right after as well and send it to you because you love AI so much. You don't, no. Wrong with me. Wrong with me.
Well,
what's wrong with me? What's wrong with you?
If you can't find RAM, John, have you considered asking AI? Oh, it's just fantastic. It's a paradox, Jonathan. Right? You gotta ask AI where you can. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. This is the best. This is the greatest timeline, John. This is amazing.
Yep. Oh, it's great. It's great. Anyway, and
did you get
heads
lobby,
up?
John?
I am out of lobby, and we will go. We are going.
Okay.
We are going.
Thank God.
We're going straight.
Thank God.
So it's not like it helped anyway when I was getting disconnected like halfway through the game, but it was helpful for a bit. And now I will get the Michael Phoenix experience. You know, we'll chill in our program feed together, Mikey. You know, we're happy.
Yeah.
Maybe we
Can you
can
ram
AI
handle?
generate some. Shut up! Ooh, 6-7, 6-7. Oh, it's the easiest comeback. You made it so easy. All I have to do is act like a dummy, and then you're instantly just gonna be depressed because you did this.
Well, you don't have to act.
You did this.
All right, no need to.
Oh,
act,
that's true.
Jonathan,
That's
right?
true.
Don't
Certainly
tire
not an
yourself
act.
out.
I do this in my sleep. You know, it's a medical issue. I believe they're called muscle tremors, and a new kind of muscle tremors. So it's a bit scary, but all for the memes.
What? John, do
All for
you
memes.
know? Well, you don't want DDR5? Should I look it up for you, John?
No,
Do you want me to
because
get some prices?
No, because I'm on AM4. I can't use DDR5 because I'm on a 5800 X3D.
Oh.
I can't stick DDR5 in because it's a
wrong with
DDR4
you?
platform. I don't want to buy AM5 when prices are this messed up, Mikey. I don't want to do it. I'm gonna ride out this PC until it dies, and then I'm gonna die, and then that's it. We're done. You know, it's over.
They're not that expensive. They're not that expensive, John. These AM5 things you keep talking about.
What,
Just
a
Googled it.
what a 7800 X3D? Check the price
Didn't
for me.
you literally beg a sponsor for a laptop and they just threw you one? Like a
Yeah,
good
that's when we had sponsors, Michael Phoenix. they did give me
like,
one.
Why can't
Yes.
you use that laptop? What's wrong with that?
I mean, I
John?
could. It's a
but
good
you
laptop.
won't.
Now you've caught me somewhere where I can't say anything. Why I won't use it? All right, there you go. Good job, Mike. This is called entrapment, by the way. This is called entrapment. This is illegal, highly illegal, Michael Phoenix. You shouldn't be doing this. Entrapment, huh?
Okay, game 2 is where we're at.
Tisk,
Jonathan.
tisk,
LGD.
tisk. Have some shame. You do 167 and suddenly, oh, the law, I'm above the law. I'm going to do some entrapment operations. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Shame on you, Mikey. Shame on you.
Shame on Team Brazilians, Jonathan. First pick Drow Ranger is what we're saying. And can you believe it? There's no Undying ban. Well,
I don't
surely
think-
LGD just take it. Just take it. Just take it.
You wouldn't even think about it. You just take the Undying. Sure, Drow can kind of kill the Tombstone a bit better, sure, but the save, it's just breaking up those chain of events and initiation is big. Tombstone itself is annoying in the laning phase, and in like early to mid-game fights, it's quite annoying to deal with. So, I don't know. Like, you should just take it on LGD. Maybe it feels like LGD is drafting for like Thompson priority, like Thompson first pick, taking something mid, ban to protect. Maybe that's the idea. They did ban out the Earth Spirit. They didn't have first pick overall. They might want something else. They go with the Winter Wyvern first, which makes sense into a Drow, right? You've got the Curse. You've got the Cold Embrace to stave off some damage. And it can kind of stall out these fights. It can make these team fights a bit complicated for Erica in terms of positioning. So I do like the Winter Wyvern coming in. Again, this is a hero that has popped off in the last 2 weeks before TI. So makes enough sense. But now, will you allow Undying True? Because if you don't ban it on LGD, surely you're asking for trouble if you leave Undying here.
I'm sure it's going to get banned. There's no way you give Drow Undying. Like, there's no way LGD would give Undying away with a Drow. That's impossible.
Mike,
what is it, John?
Did you ask AI if it's impossible? Did you ask? Is it possible for a team to leave Undying in the pool?
Would you like me to? I can ask at any time, John.
Why not? Ask it to cast the game. Maybe it'll give us a script to follow here. Some talking.
Don't give me any ideas, John.
Are you literally typing a prompt? Are you
Do you want me
actually
to?
typing?
I will. Is it
I like that you
possible?
look at the camera as well. It's like, do you want me to? It's like, oh man, you're so excited. Did you get some? You have some tokens, don't you? Oh, look at you token maxing, Mikey. Token maxing. Wow. You know, why do we wait? Why can't coaches use like AI to help them in the draft? Right? Just pump out those things. Use AI for the drafting. Why not? Right? That would be such a big deal.
The best
great?
thing is the stats they've got to play off. Like, you got like Bulba as a coach. Like, just pick Storm Pango. Like that's what it's got to learn off, Jonathan. That's what it's got. Do they ban Undying?
I mean, they have to,
They've
right?
got to ban Undying.
Surely you ban it. If you leave it, then you have to pick it. Like, it's either you ban it or you pick it. And at this point for LGD. Maybe we'll get the ban into pick.
10 seconds remaining.
What's the win rate now, I wonder? Like, it's got to be
It's 8 to 1.
90% plus.
It's 8 to 1 because a while ago it was 7 to 1. So it must be 8 to 1. Maybe the other series ran Undying and 1 as well. Could be 9, maybe 10 to 1, depending on how the other series went.
Ember.
So surely you pick Undying, right? On LGD's end?
Team Resilience's 10 to
Okay, you don't pick Undying. Surely you pick Undying and Team Resilience? Because you...
I mean, it's Drow Undying.
Yeah, it's Drow
so
Undying.
busted.
You get Blink, you get Aether Lens, you get your Shard, you save someone from Curse. You just break that up. Like, it's an answer to literally everything here. Just go for it.
seconds remaining.
Like, I don't know why you even waste reserve time here in Resilience.
5 seconds remaining.
Probably because they're in
They
display.
are going to waste reserve time. Yeah, maybe. Like, oh, yeah, they're like not even talking about it. There you go, right? So, Undying straight
I
up,
don't
Drow
understand.
Undying lane. I don't get it
I
either.
don't understand.
It's not like Winter Wyvern and Dark Willow managed the Tombstone any better. Right? Like, that Tombstone's still going to save you for like a second at minimum. Now you get the Centaur as well.
I'm just thinking, like, what are you gonna give Whisper now? Like, you've got Undying Drow in a lane. It's pretty yucky, John. It's a yucky lane.
Huh.
Oh, well, hold on. Let's see. You know, we're not professionals, Jonathan. We don't know what we're doing here. LGD surely have
5 seconds
an idea.
remaining.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
Well,
LGD
wait,
did. They baited out the Husker
Yes.
from Falcons and won against it, so, you know. They were ready for that kind of play. Maybe they're ready for the Undying as well. And the Centaur. And the Drow. Perhaps. I'm curious as well if Team Resilience will consider running the Centaur mid. I know that's been coming into fashion here. Which is funny to me because we saw that like
LGD Gaming.
3 years ago with Gunner. Right? Like he was running the Centaur mid in NA. Get the Enigma out. We've seen this one before. We've seen this
Is
one
this how
before.
you win the lane? Like, Enigma's pretty annoying, but is this how you win the beat the Undying Drow? I mean, I guess.
I don't know, man. Like you still hit this shard timing on Undying, and Black Hole is gonna be useless. Chris is gonna be useless. The lane is, it's okay. Honestly, I think it's kind of okay for Drow, depending on how aggressive you play here with Enigma Dark Willow. But that's more reliant on the Drow being out of position, which I don't see Erica making positional mistakes in lane here. So I think it's actually fine for Drow. It's gonna, at worst, devolve into a farm lane, which, again, in the end, you're still playing into Undying with Shard, who can save you from Black Hole, who can save you from Curse, who can save you from literally everything. So, I know, we've seen this today. We've seen it in the first series on the stream, where Black Hole comes in, just get the Tombstone off, and we do see the Sven, at least, as the answer here from LGD. So, the hero was left unbanned. That's a good answer for Drow. You get plus armor, which isn't pierced by marksmanship. Do allow the puck to slide through, so you get the Echo's puck up. I'm wondering what counteraction you'll get now on LGD for their last pick later on. You can just kind of ban out the rest of the Spirit Brothers. Ember, Earth Spirit already gone. Storm could be taken out. Lena, maybe, is annoying. Beyond that, those are the main ones that really stand out. It's a Ricky, so more direct puck counters being taken care of. But yeah, like the Sven makes a lot of sense, and this is where it starts to feel a little bit better, because you do have ways of just standing strong against a Drow. Sven lane into Centaur might be a little bit annoying, but it can be managed, at least.
Thompson seemed to find the Ricky ban
10
quite funny.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Resilience?
remaining.
I must admit, I'm a little bit envious about the mustache, by the way, on Thompson. You know? I've never been brave enough to run the mustache on its own, John. Because it looks good, John.
I guess. I don't...
Just because you wouldn't understand. You can't even grow facial hair. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't get it.
I don't know. Like, I don't really dig mustaches. So I'm like, ah.
Well, why did...
I mean, you do you. You know? No one's stopping you, Mike, from shaving your beard and just having a mustache. No one's
I'm
stopping
telling you, I'm not brave enough. I'm stopping me, John. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Then there's nothing to complain about. It's you complain about yourself as well. Can't you give it a rest and be happy about something for once, Mikey?
Well, I can't talk to my friend about my mustache anxiety. I can't
I'm telling
talk
you,
to
it's
anymore,
fine if
John?
you want to do it. You know, just go for it. And then you're like, oh, but I'm not brave
anxious,
enough.
John.
Then what's the? Then I'm telling you what, it's fine. You're a good-looking guy. I'm sure you can rock the mustache. It'll probably put you on several lists again. Not that you aren't already, but
What?
you know, or it could take you off the list. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure if it's a plus
I
or
don't know where
minus.
you're going with this. I don't know where you're going, but I'm pretty sure it's not appropriate. I don't know if I like it. Team
There are
Resilience.
lots of lists out there, Mikey. What did I last pick? I mean, we're looking at... Ah, okay.
Hello.
I like this. This is actually really annoying for Sven. The reactive taser play that you and I were seeing, what was it? Was it in one of the Wallahias, right?
That's right.
Yeah, you just go 1-3-1 on... Am I thinking of the right spell in the middle? Is taser in the middle? Yeah, 3 points in taser. And you just run in, and you just disarm everyone, and you do some free damage, and you open it up for the center to play. I mean, mind you, the more straightforward way is like blast off, because you've got the hoof stomp, but I wouldn't mind either one. In the middle of the team fights, this taser is just going to annoy the heck out of Yuma for sure. And they go with Pango to close out. I mean, it is a free Pango game. Theoretically, there's nothing stopping you from the roll. At the same time, I don't think the puck minds this matchup. This is a really stable matchup here for Echoes overall. And I don't know, these lanes, I'm not sure if you've improved on them enough, right? Especially that bot lane. I think there's a lot more for New to play with. He had a weaker lane in game 1, and that Largo was off to a little bit of a slower start. Now with Centaur plus Techies, and that's a much more active lane, especially as you approach level 3. And this is a lane where you can kind of get away without retaliate, right? This is like more closer to a Centaur 2-3-0 lane, which is a lot of output. It's very nice to play with a Techies. Who stomp double edge into blast off? You're just going to find kills here. So I'm not sure about this on LGD. I think Resilience has found themselves some strong lanes, some good solutions. The Sven into Drow is the shining point, and Black Hole can't ever count out a Black Hole. It's just hard to imagine great Black Holes when Tombstone save exists. It's just a really good save. Just cancels that out completely.
It is. It certainly is, John. Let's see how this one goes. Game number 2. I have a lot of question marks around this draft this time around. Which is probably good news for LGD, quite frankly, John. But I do really, I don't know about giving away this Drow Undying. It just doesn't feel like a smart idea to me. Thankfully, I'm not a very smart person, Jonathan. So I imagine it's probably great for LGD going into this game number 2. Mm-hmm. We shall see. We shall see if they've got enough to force us to a game 3 against Team Resilience. But I will say I do love the draft from Team Resilience. I like it.
Yeah. I like the cheeky Techies pickup. I think it was such a fantastic last pick. Sets up for the lanes nicely, can stall out. I mean, granted, it's not like an amazing Techies procs mine game, just because Eidolons will be there to clear it out, so it's not like you're looking at the Infinite Siege high ground. There are a lot of ways to at least stop that from being a reality here. But it is still a pesky hero, and it can break smokes in a way that, you'll know if they're smoked up, if they walk into the mines, makes it harder for LGD to rotate. Again, the laning prowess that the hero has is kind of wild. It's so wild that Taser is the way it is right now. It's just kind of nuts. You can go for 1-3-1 and still be highly effective on that hero. So actually, I feel like this is a really good 0-3-2 lane. Just go for the blast off along with the reactive. Don't even bother with the sticky mine. And just kind of run them down. We'll see. They get the space to do that.
Someone did that. Someone did that at my pub yesterday. I got so upset. So upset.
Like, you were playing against it and it was annoying, or you were playing with it?
No, it was my teammate. It was my teammate. Like, get the sticky mine. It's so good. Oh.
Yeah, but this is a Centaur. Hoof stomp, blast off, reactive. Whoa.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong, John. I'm just saying you brought up some traumatic experiences again.
That's fair.
I like your ideas, John.
That's a bad sign.
Yeah.
It's a bad sign on the side of Resilience.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
We'll see. Hopefully they have different ideas and play normally.
You're going to have your puck on Echoes. He had a great game last game on that Earthshaker. Just so many stacks were taken. Of course, against Thompson, who just can't lose in body blocks apparently on the creep wave.
Yeah.
Echoes. It should have a decent enough time, but obviously Thompson choosing the Pangolier because it does generally pretty well against the puck.
That it does. And you should be able to have a decent time here into level 3 for Thompson. Of course, Echoes has a lot of poke potential here with a range. And we do get a pause.
Mic issue.
Mic issue.
I believe
a while ago we
mic.
had 4 mic. Now it's a mic issue. What's wrong, Mike? Something up?
It wasn't for me, John. It wasn't for me. I want to think it was, but it wasn't. You know, if it was, they would have won. Quite frankly, I'll say that, John.
Mayhaps they would have. Mayhaps.
I'm
Mike.
like that, John. Don't say anything for me unless you're winning. I ain't no loser, John. Not for me. I'll throw you under the bus that quick. I will.
I have a funny story, but I don't think I should tell it in stream. I'll message you about it. But there was a sign at the airport.
Well, why
that said,
not?
There was a sign at the airport that said, "Planning on quitting? Talk to someone about it." And I'm like, I'm not a quitter. Now the context is, yeah, that's the thing I can't tell you. It's not appropriate for the stream, but yeah, I was like, I'm not a quitter. You know, I ain't quitting.
I think
that's
I know.
you, Mike.
I think I know where you're going. I think I know what you're talking about. Thank you for that, John. We've made that joke for a long time in Australia. Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't quitting. You ain't quitting, Mikey. You ain't a quitter, right? You're gonna dig some gold up soon. Some diamonds. You're so close. You're so close, Mikey. You just gotta hang on there.
Bottom.
Nice
Big blast off. It's gonna land on the 2, and with the hoof stomp follow up, it could be a little bit rough for KJ. Is the blood grenade gonna land as well? And that'll be first blood already being drawn by New.
Lovely little combination, and set to get better as time goes on. And this is a lane where you can afford to not go retaliate. You can just go double edge, go for the full magical nuke. You should be able to burst relatively soon. Level 3 is going to be a big spike here for that bot lane of Mew and Planet. See how annoying they can make this lane here on the side of LGE, but you will see the nuisances. Again, reactive taser up on our techies. So you come in, you try to harass, guess what? You get disarmed. Very funny. Good stuff there for the side of Resilience to play. And again, their lane setups just feel so good. Like the mid lane's probably the one that's going to be a little bit rougher. It should be way better for Thompson, and it is holding up for him quite nicely here in the first few waves. Starting to drop a little bit low here, at least on New. So we'll need some regeneration shipped out, and looks like he's just trying to hang on for that helm. Get a little bit of HP flowing. I think the top lane is also just pretty steady as well. Yeah, that's the one where, again, just running Drow, Undying, you can get the zoning out. There's really not much you can do here as an Enigma in terms of, like, punishing. The Eidolons are annoying, yes. Level 1, they're not so annoying yet. Maybe by level 2, level 3 Eidolons, you can start to threaten a little bit more onto our Undying, onto ZZQ, but he is fine just kind of breaking that space, giving room for the Drought to farm, decaying whenever possible. Is starting to run a little bit low on the tank, only has the one Mango to top up. Won't have a smooth ride in trying to contest for Lotuses here later on.
Tombstone drop. They are going to jump the Tombstone immediately though, and they will make short work of it. Thealacore, however, might be handing his life over for this, but no, not quite. Shadow Realm will allow him to keep going, but no, he does go down, unable to really secure. Eventually he does get the kill, but you're going to feed even more gold away. In fact, no. The Fairy Fire will allow the survival of Whisper. As Erica has a quick gander to see if he can find this Enigma. Has the multi-shot if he wants to, and he will. Erica double kill on the Drow. And even with this Enigma lane, it's still not an easy lane. It's still Undying Drow.
Doesn't change that dynamic. I mean, you do have a little bit of an easier time clearing out these early level tombstones for sure. But Eidolon's at least providing some chip damage onto it, but it's still a body in front for the Drought to play around. You're getting some good bait plays out here from ZZQ. Overall, it's just making it a little bit rougher for LGD to, again, find a foothold. The only lane that's kind of gone their way really has been mid. Bot lane has been stabilizing a little bit more in terms of farm, at least. Maybe now with Malefice up, are applying some pressure here.
The core trying to go deep for the kill attempt, but can't quite get it. Shadow Realm damage is going to land onto ZZQ. They couldn't quite find Erica. Still making the best they can out of this lane. It is still challenging though. Erica has once again found himself on top of the CS board on this Drow Ranger. Meanwhile, New not really struggling whatsoever here against Yuma or KJ. CS-wise, it's nothing to write home about, but certainly not really much in the way of a struggle for the Centaur.
Radiant's
No.
middle tower is
He's
under
getting that
attack.
steady build-up he'd want. You're at the point where you can just leave the center alone, get some stacks going. You're seeing the same thing across the map on the other side. Just a few stacks being built up here as well by Dark Willow. So trying to get the resources flowing for both sides. And this is still a fairly tanky lane for you to try to go all-in aggression. In fact, you do actually go for the retaliate anyway here on New. So a 1-1-2 build. And maybe just focusing on perhaps clearing out some farm later, preventing some free hits onto him, which is also a fair idea. Up top, gate usage coming out here.
They've read the
KJ.
movement though. They've read it. Rotation's out. Blastoff's going to connect onto the Enigma. They still have jumped Erica though. Erica might die though. The disarm, no, it's not going to be enough. Erica will go down. Even Thompson now showing up. They'll rotate in the puck, but it might be a little bit too late to the party to actually cancel the TP off in the end. Thompson though can't quite land the stuns here onto ZZQ. ZZQ dancing circles around him now, drops the tombstone, but they're playing without this puck. The TP cancel. A little bit on the awkward side.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The chase will continue, but it's only a techie. You might have really just cleaned up there as the puck if you committed the TP. I'm not sure if he accidentally cancelled or not. Maybe it was cancelled by Thea Lacour, I'm not sure.
Yeah, looked like it could have been potentially. I think there was maybe enough of a gap for a TP to come in. Perhaps they still
off
make a play
again.
though.
Whisper, he just got back to the lane. Oh, has he gone down? Not quite. The chase continuing and they are going to catch him eventually. It's Thompson desperately trying to save Whisper but can't quite do so. Erica thinking about moving in for more. They'll bring in the puck. Have they got the coil? They do, but they lose the vision. Not willing to dive in past the tier 2. They'll leave him be, but Team Resilience still being very, very annoying here in this game number 2. So look to fight over the Shrine of Wisdom as well while they're at it. And it seems like they'll be able to get both of them, no problem. Yuma was trying to contest the bottom shrine, but you still had New around the area. He'll take it for himself. And there goes your top tier 1 tower. In fact, they're just not stopping. Look at the aggression. Coil committed. Thompson gets hit by the blast off and cannot survive. This is starting to look like a similar start to what we saw in game 1. Team Resilience so far just playing a very clean game.
They are. I mean, look at the
More.
positioning from Erica.
They want Whisper again. They're not going to be able to find him this time. But they sure are sending a message to Whisper.
They are. I mean, this Enigma doesn't really have anything to start with. The drums are up, so the Eidolons can maybe do something. There's some aura play here. But it's not like you can pressure a tier 1. They're looking at mid. There's a lot of damage coming out from Thompson. Won't secure himself a rune, but they're not backing off.
No, they're going to find another. You love to see this. This techie's just been so active with this blast off. Constantly making plays as Thompson going to at least try and take his life away, but here comes EZQ. Making life a little bit more challenging as Thompson trying to get the roll off. Does eventually get there. Will need to roll himself out of there as well. They will find themselves a nice little cheeky kill onto the techies at least.
Yep. Not the biggest kill in the world, but take what you can get at this point. Now a little bit of a rough time here for Yuma. Our Sven already forced into that jungle. Doesn't want to lane into the Centaur with a threat that is constantly there now from the side of Resilience. Just with any sort of TP that the Techies has, +1. Like, even just having the Dominator with all of the utility here for New is doing quite a fair bit of work. Making it a little bit awkward. Again, maybe you can start to get stacks in the triangle, but we saw in the last game Resilience was super good in scouting out those stacks. They haven't been able to sneak around in the triangle as much right now, though, in this game. After a swing for those fights, maybe they can invade later on. That win probability is a bit criminal, though. What, 14% for the side of LGD at this point? Yeah, that's kind of wild. We're only in the early stages of the game. It can't be that bad.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It is a rough game state, though, to be fair.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It is. Jump in. So they are going to try and find a techies, and they are going to find Planet.
Get a bit of a freebie. Yeah, not the biggest kill in the world, but they are starting to find it consistently here inside of LGD. You do have a black hole. It looks like Whisper might be wanting something, maybe a gate moving across to set something up, but not really committing. Just looking for free farm coming in, looking for a little bit of shove out. We shall see. So far, having a decent time again on all the cores here for the side of Resilience. YSR04E has basically just been free farming this game outside of a couple of kill opportunities. Going for the Ags rush. You get the cold here down bot, New.
They do new, but nice blast off is out. Thompson, he's trying to get out of there, but he can't do it. Planet is doing a little bit too much. They'll at least get the Dark Willow out of there.
Dire's middle tower.
It's just rough, isn't it? I mean, Planet, he's been doing so much work on this techies. Just a bit too much.
And he is. And again, you blast off, you get the disarm, you can't clear out those prox mines. It's so hard. At least the stacks are secured in this game. Not as many stacks as there were in game 1. All of it going the way of Yuma. A much needed gold injection here for our Sven, who already has at least the mask. It's going into the Echo Saber to blink the BKB. Fairly standard for Sven buildups.
Dire's top tower.
And once you hit that point with at least say, I want to say Echo Saber, BKB, or Blink Echo Saber, you can kind of join these fights. The concern is YSR getting all of this farm into an Ags rush. Mitigating the healing, having more slows, a lot more damage with a pop there from the hypothermia. It is quite a fair big jump here for the Drow, and I like the prioritization here from YSR to go for it over something like, say, Dragonlance, Manta. You know, just looking for that instant impact on team fights is pretty big. Oh,
Black hole.
Great commitment.
They're just going to commit it. Nice quick kill for Whisper. It's been a bit of an awkward game for him. He'll take whatever gold he can get right now. And that was a nice little freebie onto ZZQ, but of course ZZQ will immediately just respawn. You gotta love that as well. That innate, it's just, it's a bit much. Good old Caesar Sturge. I get it, I understand. But it is a bit much. The Lacour.
Got slow.
Blast off's going to land though. Planet once again around the area, as they will also land the Hoof Stomp, and with the mines, they'll get the job done, but Thompson's here to at least trade. Does get one. Would love another. But use a bit of a tanky boy. They'll find his dominated creep instead. And that'll allow the Diffusal Blade now up on Thompson.
Yeah, happy days. A little bit more control, a lot more damage coming out here for Thompson for sure. And he finds that kill before the full Diffusal comes in. Always feels a little bit good to start to find these movements, even without some key items up. Stampede.
Stampede committed, but they do find YSR. Gust is going to make life a little bit challenging though. Whisper can't quite get the job done. Now the rotations, they want to try and punish this Enigma. He's very aggressively just standing at top lane farming, so they will just look for the free kill, and that they will get. Now YSR again able to just narrowly survive, and will be more than happy to escape. Is now new. Bottom lane doesn't have Stampede for himself anymore. Doesn't have any mana either to play with. So Thompson will have his way with him eventually. Nice little trade, and KJ very happy with Thompson.
And again, they're finding some openings here on the side of LGD. Starting to find a couple of core kills themselves, which is always nice. I think, again, the main concern is just how much YSR is just free farming. Like, they don't have wards up top to watch. They're not able to sneak in and try to contest that area of the map. Tomb, Shrine just going to be taken for free as well here by ZZQ. So some nice freebies coming out for the side of Resilience so far. I think he can make that same move on the right side. TP.
Rolling Thunder. Oh, it's going to make it just barely. ZZQ. Gonna go down a very, very narrow window for Thompson to land that Rolling Thunder, but he got there in the end. You love to see that. Immediately goes to look for a little bit more, but can't quite find anyone else. But they'll take it. Nice little freebie onto the Undying once again, and you'll be more than happy with that.
I'd say, okay, there's our Ags up in YSR. The concern now for Resilience is also just how much farm Yuma's been getting. Like, they got good laning pressure out, but they've not been able to follow through.
Echoes. Getting pretty low. Curse is going to lock him down. He still can try to juke and jive. In fact, he's made it.
Is under attack.
He has made it. That's a fair bit of commitment as well. Unfortunately, just not amounting to anything. Here comes Planet now. And Planet, he's getting those minds started. He's going to be seeing that nuisance of the techies' minds has begun.
It's just going to complicate matters as well when you start going around for these smoke plays. Right, you're reaching the point where you have some damage. Look at,
oh my god!
Look at him go! Look at him go, clearing out those wards. That's not a Bogglet, right? Like that's the mage, the tiny mage. Look at him! What a menace! But it's with its dart gun.
The blow dart.
Blow dart, yeah.
Sickening, isn't it, John? Something you'd expect from Australia, I'll be frank with you. Ooh. Coil! Something else you might expect from Australia, John. Dream coil like that. Echoes. I don't know why I said that, John. Blast off is going to come out on Theatre Core. I've been telling you my pub games have been pretty bad, you know?
Yeah. Oh, look at it go! Oh no, not the party! No! Oh. I want that blow dart action. Heck yeah. Oh, look at him.
You may not like
in the river.
But this is what peak Dota performance looks like.
Oh, no,
no!
Yuma, why?
Oh, no.
See, that's the life of a creep in Dota 2, eh? You just die. Horrific.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
Oh!
Yuma might get punished for this, though. And he'd deserve it if he dies here, Jonathan. But Thompson's not going to allow it. They'll find you instead by the looks of it. In fact, they also found Planet. Nice set of pickups for LGD.
Yeah.
Sometimes bad guys do win.
That they do. And sometimes you start to feed a little bit too much here on the side of Resilience. Looking for a snipe, Echoes.
The grenade's going to land on Theatre Core, but he's going to make it. He's all right. Oh. What are you
getting a bit hasty.
You know, you're out there just blowing darts at people, and next thing you know, there's a big masculine man on you.
Take you out. Like, oh well. Hope in life. They got the coil this time.
It's gonna get taken down. Oh, nice curse though, but it's a bit too late. And ZZQ's pretty tanky. Yuma's gonna pop the God Strength, but his Blink Dagger was actually on cooldown. He'll jump in, but misses the Storm Hammer. Very nice juke out from Echoes. KJ, unfortunately, going to be left behind. And it was just a really bad set of events. Like, God Strength popped, but Blink Dagger was on cooldown for another 2 seconds, so he couldn't actually get the surprise blink in. Just unfortunate altogether.
And it is. Still no angle as well for the Black Hole to come in from Whisper. And now the opening for Roshan. Just into the pit. They've got YSR around as well. Not the quickest Roshan in the world. That will happen eventually. They were in a better position here on the side of LGD. It would be a perfect moment for a bit of a black hole, but not quite on the right side of the map. Set instantly smoking out inside Resilience off of Roshan. See if they can get an ambush here. They're on the right path towards top. You take care of Whisper, you take care of that big teamfight threat as well.
Jump in, they're trying. They sat on the initiation though on Whisper. I'm just gonna have to try and settle for the Willow instead. Theatre Core. Probably not gonna be able to make it out of this one. He's gone. At least they get Whisper out of there though. Happy days in that sense.
Yeah.
Bottom. And you do have your drow around. Thompson could look to try and sit up, but he'd need a bit more help than just himself. He doesn't have it, unfortunately.
It is still early days for Resilience, right? They were doing a great job in the laning phase. You still need a little bit more farm to be up in YSR. Feels like the kind of game where you would want that Hurricane Pike to be up. And even a Shard, just to give yourself a platform. Try to cut off the rolls. Get yourself some spacing here in the game. And see if that's something that YSR will consider. You are starting to outfarm here on Yuma. Just the nature of Sven. With all that cleave, all the stacks, all the space he's been getting. Is starting to really ramp up on that big muscular man, as you said. Killing out dart-blowing creeps. Smoke
what are you
out.
talking about?
A lot of you talking. Sven. Killing
Echo?
our little creep.
Oh, they found it. Very nice. The puck will go down. They'll still move in for the fight anyway. A big blast off committal. There it is. With that, they've already lost 1-for-1. Echoes and Whisper both going down. So KJ trying to hide on the high ground. Unfortunately, not the greatest curse in the world, but it's going to be enough to allow him a way out. You call that a win for LGD.
It is. Take care of that slippery puck. You don't really blow anything. I mean, Winter's Curse, maybe it's a little bit annoying to lose out on, but Black Hole's still there.
Stop. John, stop saying the word blow. Stop
Why?
saying the word blow. You've said it too many times in the last few minutes.
Have I?
You know?
All right.
No more.
Well, I don't know what I was saying anymore. That's how simple-minded I am, Mikey. Thank you. Tormentor to be taken. There's a Hurricane Pike. Nah, it's all right. It wasn't anything important. Tormentor
I'm not
gets
really
taken.
sorry anyway.
Yeah, you are.
I'm
Why haven't you hit me with a
facetious.
6-7 yet? Why don't you just hit me with a 6-7 and get it done? Get it done with.
Shut up.
You're just... I know you're angling, and I don't know how you're trying to angle this in, but you are. Just hit me with it and be done. What's wrong with you? Got a serious match here, you know. A lot in the line. And here you are, looking for a segue into 6-7. I'm looking for the segues. I'm making the segues to 6-7. You're welcome.
Oh.
Mo.
Yeah, mid lane. Yuma. Oh, never seen
Not
you
in this spot again.
jump in. No, it's the same spot. Stampede? No, it's not going to matter. Still, they are going to bring in at least their puck echoes, trying to burst down. Topson, as a Black Hole was also committed. They found the Drow Ranger with that. She's still okay though, but the curse is making it a little bit hard for ZZQ, as it seems as though YSR eventually is going to die, and somehow he's still running his way out. On a Topson they'll go. Now Topson, he'll be saved by the Cold Embrace. Surely YSR will die. He finally loses the first life. Topson somehow blinks his way out of there too. A nice fight once again for LGD.
Yeah, a couple of awkward things here for Resilience. Echoes blinks in to a Bramble Maze when he's making that counter initiation play. You get the isolated Black Hole, which not ideal, you know, but it does keep the Drow behind, not able to follow through with the damage you're pumping out on Echoes. The big thing here for Resilience we're seeing is there is a lack of control, especially for Topson. Now, like, you have to be able to chain stun this Pangolier and kill him off. Either you get more damage on, say, your Puck and Drow, or you get more control pieces going here when you do get the jump in, because Topson is getting pretty slippery, and he is pumping out a ton of damage with that diffusal up. Once he gets the full Ags up as well, it's going to be a constant pain to have this Pangolier running around, getting free swashes with a shield every single time. Octarine up now for Whisper as well, so better uptime on the Black Hole, on every single spell. It's gonna feel great to just be able to take fights on higher tempo. And to smoke up from Resilience, they know this is their opening. No Black Hole. If they can get the jump somehow, only a few seconds away from the BKB usage for Yuma though.
They are early. The BKB is still not ready yet. Will be in just a moment. He'll break the coil. They don't have the burst to kill off Yuma. Topson now trying to move in onto Planet, but in fact jumps in the back and has found Echoes instead. That's a great start here from Topson. They'll take down Planet as well. And now ZZQ also dropping as a triple kill for Yuma. But what a setup from Topson.
Yeah. It's the Pango. It's their biggest issue. Like, they're jumping these frontline heroes on the side of Resilience, but they're not able to really spot Thompson. They're not able to scout out. They know they've got to, like, try to play some moderate burst. Even Whisper now getting the confidence to get some damage in here on our scent.
And it looks like they'll probably find him. Bramble's going to lock him down, and with the Bedlam, they'll have more than enough to deal with New now. The LGD looking pretty darn good here for this game too.
They've rallied quite nicely. Resilience had a good start. Now it's time for them to be a little bit more resilient. You know, hold out, maybe get some more items up. The damage game has felt like it's been lacking on YSR. As you see that again, it's a really early jump out from Echoes into the back. They're forced to run all the way back, but now they know the intentions here from the side of Resilience, and they just instantly jump that puck in the back line after he showed way too early. Tombstone also missed on the save. Not sure if that was a factor of... I do believe the shard is up, so I'm not sure if that was a factor of the knock-up, missing the target there. And that little bit of a move ended up making the Tombstone ground targeted, and kind of just whiff. Full ags for Thompson up, a lot more output on this Pangolier.
I'm gonna find a drown. Uh-oh, YSR. In the middle of nowhere, the Tombstone will buy a bit of time for the teammate to try and make it over to help him out. YSR, he jumps out now, but he's still between a rock and a hard place. He is down. YSR being caught in the black hole as now Yuma will also find ZZQ. And they'll move on to New while they're at it. Echo's just trying to chase down Whisper in the meantime, but Yuma's going to find another triple kill. It is very awkward kind of engagements here for the side of Team Resilience. So they're just constantly getting caught with their pants down. And Yuma, he's having a field day now.
He's getting all the gold he could possibly want here on the Sven. Can start to think about his crit item, and he is just going for, seems to be that full Daedalus now. So much more damage left to come out here. Again, the core-to-core matchup for the Drow into Sven is pretty rough. You have to consider the Pangolier as well getting on top of you. You're never going to be able to get full usage out from your marksmanship. You're not going to be able to pierce through when the Warcry is up. Just a lot of armor that Drow isn't really ready to deal with. There's a lot more that you have to kind of get worked up here on the side of Resilience, and they've kind of messed up a lot of these fights. They're showing a little bit too frequently on the map in areas that they're not really prepared to defend and kind of play around with. And the team fight potential in LGD with the black holds from Whisper. Like, yeah, the Tombstone save is nice, but you're being forced to pop it on ZZQ rather early because of how these heroes are getting caught out on the map. Again, still very efficient with the stacking here as well on the side of LGD. There's that full Daedalus into the shard. Once that shard is up, I mean, this Drow is not doing any damage in the middle of the fights. There is no output. So you're gonna have to try to find magic here to play with.
Well, Echo's trying to chip away at Thompson. Again, Thompson been having a fantastic game on this Pangolier. As your comparison between Yuma and YSR. Yuma has been having a much cleaner game this game too. Because it has been very hard for YSR to just stand in the back and actually do any damage. Rolling Thunder to middle, looking for Echoes, and they're going to find him again. The Rolling Thunder, did that hit him?
It looked like maybe. Just
I think it did.
Went out.
It did.
Yeah, it did.
It hit him as he blinked out. Or jaunted out, whatever it was.
Really unfortunate for Echoes, but this game gets so hard to play because this does become all about the puck at some point. Like, the Drow is still good, but again, playing it to Sven doesn't feel great. If you take a fight without the Sven, the Drow feels really good. As long as Thompson doesn't get on top, which is easier said than done. But to deal with the Sven, it's going to have to be this puck. Right? It's going to have to be Echoes. It's going to have to be maybe a blast off, a hoof stomp, a double edge with shard up, a lot of the Ks coming out. Because Sven's just so tanky. And we're reaching that point now in the game where Yuma, with his innate, is close to doing double damage, right? Like, his plus damage is really damn high. You pop the God Strand, he's just doing an insane amount with the Daedalus up. Like, this here is just kind of nuts with a Wrath of God. And it just gets worse as the game goes on. You get more strength items up, you get the Satanic up, the Strength Blink, and he is freaking truck as tanky as a truck too. So for resilience, I know you just have to take these fights a bit smarter. It's just so awkward with the team fights because it's always Echoes starting. We haven't seen New start these engagements himself in a while. Because the ideal is you get the hoof stomp, blast off combo with some mines, then you get the dream coil follow up when someone tries to come in to help. Just not the way it's been unfolding here.
Bottom lane, Rolling Thunder not going to amount to too much. Maybe with the Rolling Thunder down, they could hope to try and force something. They're eventually going to find New though, so it still ends up working out. New eventually caught. Oh, the Planet trying to be a little bit cheeky here against Theo Lacour. Theo realizing that the techies is around here somewhere, although these mines might make it very hard. Meanwhile, though, they find Echoes. Echoes will go down to Yuma. So Yuma, he just keeps finding them one by one. And now Planet eventually will be caught and eventually will die, of course, as Whisper will secure his life. The YSR is going to show up, hoping for a quick one onto Whisper. Whisper going to BKB TP away, and they just have not got it.
Nice timing for the Roshan on the side of LGD, seeing that full commitment bot. There's no way they make it in time to try to contest. So Free Aegis comes in. Love the mines. The classic Techies gameplay. Planet's been having fun at least. At least he is. I'm going to get the secondary life up now on Yuma. And he's had a fantastic time on our Sven. Win probability down to almost a complete opposite. The mines don't even really do anything to Yuma. 70% win probability for the side of LGD, and resilience. I mean, they haven't really had a game. And the laning phase was good. Beyond that, been pretty lackluster. Ever since Thompson got, say, his defusal timing up, it's just been non-stop from him.
Rolling Thunder again being popped. They know that YSR's around there somewhere, and Thompson, he's been very good at finding these initiations, but can't quite catch YSR in time. Not that they need to, quite frankly. They're just in such a strong position here, LGD. Yuma, again, having a fantastic game on this Sven this time around. That'll be your bottom tier 2 tower to drop.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
In the mid lane they'll go to. The tier 2 tower still standing there as well. Oh, Yuma, immediate blink in trying to find another, and he just runs right into Planet, but can't quite catch him in time before the taser does come off. And that'll be your mid tier 2 tower just gone.
It's just so quick with the damage you have in Yuma, with all of this time left in the Aegis. You don't really have a lot of things to do here in these team fights. Heart up on you is a start. A little bit more move speed and durability for him, and the butterfly done on YSR. It's a little bit more damage coming in at the least, but just doesn't compare to the burst that you have here on Yuma with that Daedalus, with God Strength, with Wrath of God. It's just not a threat yet. It feels like you need so much more farm here on the Drow to really get things going your way. LGD doing a fantastic job here in game 2 so far. Especially Whisper, I want to say. Like, he had a rougher lane. You know, there was a lot of pressure coming in with the Drow and dying. He gets the space to recover, understands this is going to be a game where he will have to try to play around Black Hole. And he is doing a fantastic job of it. Going for his full Ags next. Going to have just even to pull in the additional percent-based damage on top of the Black Hole. The gravitational pull, it's going to feel good. Cutting off maybe the Stampede a little bit more. Making things very complicated for the side of Resilience Win in a game that's already very hard to figure out. Right? Like, it doesn't feel like they have a clear idea as to what they can do, how they can start these fights, who to start these fights on. And just kind of left to scramble just a bit here on the side of Resilience.
They're trying. LGD looking like we're going to be seeing a game number 3 very, very soon. And you love to see that, of course, as Yuma getting close down to the MKB build-up. Might run into New as well, but not quite yet. Refresher Orb now also available on Whisper, so your double black hole readily available to go. Make sure you've got plenty of ways to buy time. Like, you've still got a puck on your hands, you've still got a techies. Things can get a little bit cheeky as time does go on, and we could be in for another very long game.
Oh yeah.
If they want to. I mean, we've already had 2 1-hour-plus games today, John.
Yep.
We might be having a third soon. You know, if they can buy out the time.
If they could, I mean,
Dire's bottom tower
Brazilians will try. Obviously, they'd want to try to get a 2-0 if they can. So every single effort coming into this game. Just wondering.
Stampede's going to be popped, but it's just to ensure that they can get away from Yuma.
Even throws out the croaker to get a bit of a stun as well. Why not?
You got to do what you got to do, John. Let him do it.
Let's see. Side of Vice up now as well on our Willow. And good old Tio having more control for the team. Smoke out from Resilience. Oh,
And they're trying. And I'm going to find Thompson, but Thompson, he's pretty tanky. He's going to roll his way out of there. Still holding onto that position. They'll try to take that outpost back.
Dire's middle
Hoping that New will act as a successful bait. KJ inching up. Thompson will reveal himself. Echoes misses out on the initiation he really wanted. Meanwhile, Yuma, I think he might have found himself YSR. In fact, Whisper did as well. YSR, he's barely alive for now on that tombstone, but surely not for long as they will cancel the secondary black hole. YSR somehow makes it out of there. The heals come in just in time. He'll try to help from the high ground, but he's doing no damage here to the Sven. A 2-for-1 trade. Still in the favor of LGD. Somehow that drow made.
Get a really big save coming out. That tombstone stalling just long enough to give YSR the space. Wasting a little bit of that time in the BKB pop by Yuma as well. Getting thrown up in the air with the Yules. I mean, you're still in the happy game state for LGD. Without the Enigma, the high ground push does get a little bit more complicated, but there's also no Centaur for a little bit longer. There's no Dream Coil you have to be worried about. The Drow has no damage, so you really don't care too much. Don't play it safe inside of LGD though. And just eat up all of this farm, cut off the map for the side of Resilience, and keep choking them out slowly but surely. You are right. Again, if this does go into a later game scenario, in a very late game scenario, you can just win games solo, right? If you play your cards right. It's a little bit of a rougher game to do that here. It's certainly still a possibility.
Trying Yuma. He's going to be okay. Thompson once again finding himself a primary target, and they've just blown up Echoes. Oh boy, it's just so tough now. YSR trying to man fight this Sven, and he's actually doing a decent job of it. Yuma, cold embraced up to be saved. Yuma is going to die. What? I mean, it was something. KJ to go down.
Was I seeing this, or was Yuma mid TP? He had
No, he was TPing.
Oh.
Well, hold on, John. I think the idea was that KJ thought he was dead no matter what. Well, let's have a. Do we have a replay? Let's be the judge. Let's be critical, John, shall we?
Sure. I mean, because when you look at that fight, that didn't look like the worst TP spot. Maybe again, just a little bit too low in HP. He was quite low. At the same time, it's like, would the Drow have had enough? We'll see. That looked like a random jump as well from Echoes. I was like, that looked pretty optimistic. Cost him his life. And the turnaround, I mean, that wasn't a sure thing either.
I'm just surprised YSR could actually man fight. Look at this.
He has a Satanic.
Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, he was dead.
He was going to die.
He was dead. Fair. Yeah. KJ had to do it. It looks bad, but it's the only play he had.
Yeah.
It just looks bad. But he wouldn't. Yeah. There's no way that TP works.
No. Pretty optimistic. Big wins for Resilience. Again, showing their resilience. They hang on. They get the opportunity. Echoes has to take that risk, but you've got to take those risks to find a win. So, kind of bounce themselves back just a little bit more into this game. Win probability, close to 50-50. So, almost dead even once more. And what a series, huh? Like, game 1 was a lot of back and forth. Game 2 is a lot of back and forth. We're at 32-22. Quite the number. No, 6-7. Sorry about that, Mike. Maybe we'll hit 67 kills at some point, so you get to be happy.
John.
67 minutes into the game.
How many more days of this do I have?
4? 5.
God.
Somewhere there.
Too many.
Yeah.
Too many.
Well, I don't know what you expected when you told me you were going to make that voice line. Again, you told me straight up, and I told you, yeah, I go for it, but you know, it's cringe. And like, you knew how I would react, Mike. You knew.
You're the one who enjoyed it. I'm the one who hated it. Don't even act like you hated it.
I found it funny because it was pathetic. I didn't find the act itself funny. I found how pathetic it was quite funny. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Techie's effect with smokes. Just break off. Now you know.
Oh, same spot again. This could be a little bit scary. Fun fact, by the way, John, that last Sven vs. Drow team fight, he had a pendulum on Drow. Which is what made the difference, as always. Course. That damn pendulum.
What an item. What an item.
Soon to be a tier 5 item, I'm sure.
If but they got to buff the stats. Can you imagine? Tier 5, but it's 50% damage mitigation. Ooh! Take that every time.
Here we go. Thompson, Rolling Thunder. Find New. Not really, though. New's going to be okay. Awkward initiation, to say the least. And third Roshan's going to be available, so the Rolling Thunder being on cooldown, not the greatest of timing. You do still have Double Black Hole available, though, so I guess you're not too concerned.
Radiant are scanning.
See if they do try to force Roshan.
Radiant's middle tower.
It's still ultra scary anyway, so I highly doubt it.
Yeah. Be risky. I'm starting to get capped out here in YSR as well. Needs the Ag's blessing. Not sure what you really want. I don't know if you just go straight Daedalus or if there's something else. It kind of fits here better. Ought to be just the Daedalus pickup once you get the Ag's blessing. I'm going for the Swift Blade. Alright. There's more Agi. A little bit of mobility, a little bit of a bailout. There's the Satanic being done though on good old Yuma, so got his own. And the Roshan does not take too long for Sven, even without, say, that pickup of, even without the use of God's Strength as well.
Roshan. They're chipping away. There's your smoke up. LGD. They'll try to wrap around through that dire jungle, see if they can get a surprise attack. However, these mines are making it rather impossible. New's going to break the smoke on Thompson. Thompson's still going to jump in with the Rolling Thunder. There's Thea Lacor as well, backing him up, as well as Yuma jumping in, but they haven't got enough to Tombstone. It's going to save the life of New. Now, YSR, I mean, he's trying for Thompson, but Thompson's just going to chase him down. He won't mind whatsoever. Now blinking away. Meanwhile, looks like King Jungle's going to be left behind. Yuma, he's going to find ZZQ in the meantime. Black Hole also committed YSR. He got caught in that. YSR's gone. They'll commit the double Black Hole, but the second one's caught nothing in it. It won't matter though, an ultra kill for Yuma. So commit buybacks now, looking to see if they can secure the life of this Sven while the BKB's down. Yuma, he's going to go for the man fight here against 3 of them, but he can't do it. No buyback available for the Sven. It does cost a hell of a lot for Team Resilience to make that Sven kill happen though. But if they can get Roshan out of it, maybe you call it worth.
Yeah. I think they ought to be able to. There's no threat of Black Hole, there's no buyback here for Yuma, and they do have damage on YSR. Again, very awkward way of taking these fights here on the side.
He's got Rolling Thunder. Thompson's going to try and intervene. He's not going to make it that easy. That's a lot of damage impact onto YSR. YSR, he's going to be Tombstone saved again as Thea Lacor will go down. Thompson can't quite do it. We'll have to leave the area. Roshan Banner going to be left in the Roshan pit for now for the supports to pick up as we'll see Echoes continuing to the chase, gets the Dream Call off onto Thompson trying with the Disperser to run away. Is going to be all right by the looks of it. They can't quite catch him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They've got the safety net they need now to start to find more here on the side of Resilience. See the stress YSR is at, just stretching in his chair. Feeling a little bit better with the Aegis, but again, had to buy back for that last set of fights. Double Black Hole, still some time off. There's still a window where you can try to get more off the map somehow. Want to find some pickoffs. Want to see if they can start to get things going. Still hanging on to the refresh shard here as well on YSR, but should just pass that on to Echoes for sure. The double coil is going to be quite impactful. Just being able to weave in and out here as the puck's going to feel great as well. Let's see. Swinging down bot for another tier 2 take. Waiting for the creep wave to really hang up. LGD, I mean, they could look to play in. One black hole is back up at least, not too long until the secondary.
Down at bottom. Suddenly the game looking like a little bit more challenging for LGD. I mean, you got to give props to Team Resilience. This game has looked rather impossible for most of the time, but they've found a way to slowly bring their way back into it. LGD still look like the stronger team, but just the kite ability that we've been seeing from Team Resilience making it so hard for them. There's your Swift Blink now available on YSR.
Okay, just the boots in the back. Just way more damage now. Again, no big burst, but these fights are dragging long enough that you don't really need a burst. It's still ideal to kill these heroes as fast as possible. There's no real easy answer for the lifesteal that you're feeding off on both of these big cores at this point. I'm so curious to see what Echoes is trying to work into. I know he has the Aeon Disc. Does he have something like the Ags Blessing up? Not quite yet. Going for the Overwhelming Blink. Has the Octarine and Shivas. So maybe you can start to fit the Ags in. Ags Blessing in afterwards. Save him for buyback on top. And maybe a little bit more damage out. Like that Dream Coil does become a threat. Echoes has been doing a pretty good job. I mean, again, he's having to take a lot of risks with these jumps forward. He cut off the supports nicely in the last fight in that top jungle area. We're trying to get a swing across with a gate. They could catch Pig, but...
Oh!
No vision.
Not quite. Not quite. Close call there for KJ. There's your double black hole available here for Whisper. Just need to find the appropriate moment to use it. I mean, they just want YSR most of the time. In fact, they might have the opportunity. YSR still 1 minute 20 on the Aegis though, so rather wait that out if you possibly can. No, Cold Strength pop, new, gonna get jumped. Black Hole, they found YSR in this as well. YSR, he's still got the Aegis up, but they'll try to burst through the first line. They've got another Black Hole ready for this team fight. Echoes, he's jumped on the Enigma. Whisper, he's gonna refresh and wait it out. Meanwhile, YSR trying to get away from Yuma, but Yuma's right on top. YSR is gonna get caught in the Winter's Curse. He is down. No buyback available. There's your Black Hole as well on Echoes. Catching the puck. Thompson, he'll take down another. It's 4 down for the price of nothing here for LGD. Massive kills.
Yeah, big thing that allows that is actually this early kill on ZZQ. You take away the Undying, there's no Tombstone save for any of the black holes. You're just a sitting duck. A really rough position to take those fights as well here for YSR. Right, like on the low ground, stuck right next to a cliff wall. Not a lot of room to try to move around, to try to disengage. Hurricane pikes into the high ground, but just gets cut off by Yuma anyhow. Now it's a 2 against 5 in a high ground defense. there's no solution to this one. Dream Coil is back up, but how do you really stop this push? You can stall, and that is maybe enough to buy a little bit of time. Is it enough time? Doesn't seem like it.
It sure doesn't. There goes your mid-racks. LGD again. A hard-fought game number 2, but they're making it work. The Team Brazilians, they might have one last fight left in them. But it might be up against those mega creeps that they had last time around on their end.
Radiant's bottom tower
It does not seem like LGD intend on leaving anytime soon.
is under attack.
Force a glyph out.
Oh,
Thompson. Oh boy, Echoes. He's going to be saved by the Tombstone again. There's been very good Tombstones played from our Undying. They still need 20 more seconds for their drow range to be up though. YSR not ready yet. New being jumped once again. There's your Dream Core refresh. New just trying to run away, but the chase is on from Yuma. They need to leave now. YSR's coming in just 5 seconds. New, he'll pop the cheese now, looking to Thompson. Thompson, half HP, but still alive, still able to walk out of it. Echo's still trying. YSR now rejoining his team for the fight, but it's all too late.
Dire's
They didn't get mega creeps at least.
no.
So if you're resilient, you're still feeling okay about that at least.
That you are. Again, you are a resilient team. One can play against 2 lanes of super creeps for sure. It's not going to be easy. Again, they had a huge tempo swing, but you just have to be so conscious as to your positioning on ZZQ. Like, if ZZQ is gone, you cannot hope for a wider team fight. You just can't. You need these tombstone saves every single time. You need it to at least cancel off one black hole in that sense. And take just remove that threat as a burst play onto your drow. And without it, there's really nothing stopping this. Maybe if you get, like, say, Ags up on you, but I don't think you have the cast range to actually be outside Black Hole with a full Ags up and Whisper. So that's also kind of not a great way of settling all of these issues. It really just has to be Tombstone to save. Good little smoke break coming out there
Dire's top
from Echoes, but if they snipe a Tworm, that's something. They still have to hold on to the high ground somehow, and sneaking outside their base is extremely difficult at this point for Resilience. Have complete control on the side of LGD. Just have to seal the deal here to drag us to game 3. And again, they've got everything you could ask for. Yuma's got all the damage. The black holes have been pretty smooth here. From Whisper, Thompson's been a complete menace into the back line. They've been finding the targets they'd want every single time. And the answers on Resilience, they aren't really there. You know, like Techie's high ground hold, it can still be amazing, but you've got Eidolons to clear, you've got a Rolling Thunder that can just kind of run through with the magic res and not care too much. There's a lot of ways to mitigate the nuisances on the high ground siege here.
They're holding. Oh, yeah, I guess I wasn't joking when I said another hour plus game here, John. You know, it's all happening today. Whisper. Well, you gotta feel good as LGD right now. Is in the driver's seat. Everything going according to plan. Smoke is out. Team Resilience looking to move out of their base, see if they can find themselves some kills.
Dire are
Into the
scanning.
dire jungle they'll go. LGD, they do successfully retreat in the nick of time.
Dire are scanning.
LGD not going to get caught. Jump in from Echoes. Trying to scout out onto this triangle, and he will do so. It just feels like it's anyone's game, even with those 2 racks being taken.
Yeah.
There's nothing really changed.
Complicated. It's just so complicated for the way of Resilience of coming in, right? Like, in comparison to LGD, you maybe find one random kill, then you kind of just win the rest of the fight. you can always hope for a black hole counterplay. For Resilience, it feels like you have to look for Whisper. You have to be mindful of where the Winter Wyverness would occur. You have to prevent Thompson from getting a good role in these team fights. All easier said than done. And Echoes is trying to scout, he's getting info, but they can't really do anything with that info because it's just hard to figure out how you even approach these fights. Roshan being taken by the side of LGD. Can't even really dip into it either.
They could try, but it doesn't seem like they're going to hang around the area. Roshan, fourth one of the game, going to be picked up by LGD. Happy days. I think I saw an Aghanim Scepter on Yuma now. They're being built up at the very least.
Yep. The blessing.
There you go.
Just more mobility. A little bit of Dispel doesn't hurt as well. So you're reaching pretty much fully slotted up. Sven maybe just lacking some like a Moonshard at this point. Just really start to direct some heroes down. On the side of Resilience, I mean, you have to take these fights so perfectly. Which, it's so hard to see when you don't have room to kind of scout around here. It's only Echoes kind of dipping outside. He is doing decent damage with every single dip he does, but it's just not enough. Oh.
Wrap around from LGD, looking at maybe find YSR. In fact, they did see him. Thompson, not able to catch him in time though. Coil committed. They are going to catch the Dark Willow here, but it's not going to amount to too. In fact, it will. Theo LaCour, he does get jumped, but the Cold Embrace is going to buy a little bit of time for Theo to make his way out. So no, they're going to jump in with New. So that's Theo LaCour down. He's got buyback if he needs it. Meanwhile, Thompson, he got stuck in the little crevice there, but he's going to be okay. Said Yuma, who's he caught? I think he might have caught Planet. But no, that's Thompson fighting Planet. Thompson, not able to quite finish off the job though. Planet actually running away as Thompson. Getting trapped again there for a moment. Meanwhile, YSR trying to clear out the creep wave, but they have found the Megas. So they got away with what they wanted. Mega creeps are up. It doesn't necessarily mean the game's ending anytime soon.
No.
But they have found themselves a hefty advantage here, LGD.
That they have. And for the side of Resilience, again, this doesn't change as much. I mean, you're going to have to correct your creep waves much more often, but you're still seeing the challenges in going in for these fights. How do you actually look for a big kill? They find that one kill on our Dark Willow, on Theo LaCour. It's nice, but it's not enough for you to even look for a full engagement. LGD is being very patient. You know, they're holding out on the Black Hole. They're holding out on pretty much all their safety nets, you know, like they're not taking any risk that they don't have to, because they can afford to play it super safe. Going for the full Daedalus now on YSR, but not a safe spot to be in.
BKB's out, he's going to be fine. Thompson, however, in the middle of nowhere, going to go for a rolling TP away, and he's going to be all right. Yeah, Thompson really has been the bane of their existence on this Pangolier, I'll tell you. It's making it impossible. Echo's on the hunt to see if he can find himself a straggler, but nothing to come of it. Echo's going to be all right.
No. Again, you see the output on YSR. If he can just focus onto a target, he can find kills. It's just, there's just way too many factors to have to consider. If he had Daedalus when Thompson jumped in, might have been a pickoff here.
Well, Coil's out there, gonna find this Wyvern, but it's just a bit too hard to kill. Ooh. Meanwhile, Planet is gonna get taken down. Yuma looking for more. YSR, he's gonna get jumped here by Thompson. Thompson, though, looks to retreat. Rolling Thunder now. Back up, so he'll move back in onto YSR, but can't quite get within range as YSR going to try and turn for the fight. Thompson still going in for more, though. He's going to try and hold his ground here, YSR, but Thompson needs to cheese. He's fine. He'll just reset. Meanwhile, Yuma onto New. New's a bit of a tankier boy. He won't die. Echoes to jump in, trying to pick off at least Whisper on the Enigma, but Whisper's going to be fine. Everyone just so tanky. Echoes still playing with fire. Oh, he's been bashed, but the Aeon Disc, it's going to allow him a way out. Mega creeps incoming once again. YSR.
Planet coming up.
Nice little blink away from YSR. Jump in from New, but New immediately hexed up as the coil committed. They'd love to catch Yuma, but he's still got an Aegis up. He's still going to be able to go for a second. As now the black hole. Whisper, he caught a couple. He'll take down Echo surely. As Echoes finally dies, YSR in the middle of it as well. Can't get away anymore in this Drow Ranger. He's going to fight. He will go down right after popping his BKB to make matters even worse. As YSR, he'll buy back. TP's back in, hoping to find somebody. He'll take down Whisper. That's all he's found so far. Though Yuma's trying to run now. Yuma, can he get away? He's got the BKB TP. He'll be all right. Oh, Ancient's exposed. The game will continue. How long till 60 minutes? I can't even see.
I have no clue. Resilience, I mean, they're hanging on, but the angles for these fights, it doesn't feel great. And the black hole is just doing all the work there. Again, all of that control. And if you just can't get the tombstone save, it's a world of hurt. The damage output is pretty decent, and I think hanging on to this blade mail here for New has kind of paid off, because it is making it awkward for Yuma to actually go onto the centaur now. It's just... It's really not enough. Again, maybe you find a pick off. Like, that's the ideal. If they overcommit somehow, you isolate one hero, you get the focus you need from YSR onto one to find a kill. You can kind of start to see some openings. You even have the Ags being built up by New.
New gonna get caught here by Yuma. Echoes can do nothing to help out. New will die without buyback. I think that was actually a dieback here on the Centaur. Yuma, he's just been so good this game on this Sven. But they are holding out Team Resilience. Here come those tier 5 items.
Yep. Time to bobble up, looks like.
Yeah, we got a bobble up.
Choices here from Tier Liqueur. Got Stygian up here for YSR. So some damage coming in could be helpful, especially considering, again, Warcry and its effects in this match so far. Is it going to be enough? Maybe not. More damage is more damage. Have the E-Blade up on planet now as well, so perhaps the pseudo disarm can bide him some time. Like, try to kite that spam a little bit more. Let's see. It's 4v5 for about a minute. Not the easiest for Resilience. And LGD, if they find this one, this should be the end game. Oh.
Jump in, Yuma. Trying for Echoes, can't quite. Meanwhile, Thompson, have they found a black hole? No. But YSR, he's actually going for the man fight against Sven, and he's doing a good job of it. But you will see Yuma just running his way out as Thompson once again with the control onto YSR, making it impossible for him. The Tombstone will buy some time, though, for the Drought to reset. He will be able to blink away. And they go again. The creeps incoming. They'll deal with the Tombstone. Keep in mind, the Ancient's still exposed. They've got to constantly keep tabs on that. I can't believe YSR has survived. Like, it's just... These Tombstones are just so obnoxious.
They are. And, you know, again, if New manages to farm up the Ags, somehow, that's another tool. Mind you, New has to initiate, though. How frequently he can actually go for these saves, probably not too frequently. Still going to be another tool under the belt kit here. Really nice Wind Waker out from Planet, also just bailing out Echoes for a moment. Just by enough space for the puck to actually get out from that initial stun we saw from Yuma. Still a very, very rough game for the side of Resilience. But hey, we're reaching that point, Mikey. Mine's in the base. You start setting up. You start to look for damage on our puck. Not even the Ags up yet here. So it has the Mjolnir to help clear out some of these Megas. If you hold out long enough, again, Ag's Blessing on puck, Dream Coil. There's some silly stuff that can happen for sure. Like maybe we can even start to think about the Vines if things go on the up and up for Resilience. But that's what it'll take, right? Like Divine Rapier pickup somehow. Ideally on Echoes, but even on, say, YSR. could be helpful, although it doesn't feel like drow damage is an issue at the very least. Get Tormentor for cash now on the side of LGD. Just some free injections going their way. And Resilience, again, being very resilient, still hanging on. LGD,
Yeah.
also, you know, showing a lot of respect. Like, they understand just how close this game can be. They understand what happens if they give an opportunity out to Resilience. They can still kind of rush down the lane and try to end it. And there is still some output here, so do have to play it safe. Don't take any unnecessary risks. We'll be able to line up for Roshan for free. Skin Resilience doesn't have a lot of map to play with. So at least has that. Even more armor now, though, to offset that Stygian. AC up and running now on Thompson. Just again making it a little bit harder.
I've said it quite a few times here, but Thompson is paying a lira. I mean, he really has set this game up very nicely for LGD. The classic Thompson experience here. Really doesn't feel like he retired. You know,
No. No. I mean, he was, you know, he is a streamer. I don't know if that's fully retired. More entertainment, sure, but
he's at a
does the
pro
same
match
thing.
right now, John.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't think it makes a difference to Thompson. He plays his game.
Right.
You know? Every game is it's a game to him. Plays it seriously. Roche not gonna take too long. Doesn't Blood Rite being up now as well here. Really big black holes coming out from Whisper. Is this the one to end the game? Will Resilience find a way to actually hold out against another Aegis? Because it feels like they've dragged this game, I want to say 20 minutes past, maybe 15 minutes past, where you'd expect, you know, a team fight to fail and you just lose your Ancient. But they've held out. They've been very, very smart in Resilience. Can they do it again, though? It's a big ask.
I mean, they're doing something. They are doing something here, John. I mean, it's just been impressive how long these games have been going for so far for day one. Just very back and forth here between these teams this far. They'll hold out now for LGD. They're not looking to try and force anything too crazy too early. Here we go. Recoil being committed. Meanwhile, YSR, they are going to jump Yuma.
That's a lot of damage.
That's going to be his first life gone already. Meanwhile, though, they have caught Echoes out, but the Tombstone once again going to make the black hole completely useless. Echoes will be okay. ZZQ, he'll buy back in the middle of all this. They don't have an Aegis to play with, by the way. I mean, you saw how quickly YSR dealt with the Sven. My goodness.
And you know, we asked the question, can they hold out against another Aegis? It looks like they can. Getting that timely Tombstone save, pretty big deal for ZZQ. You could take the risk here on the side of LGD, but do you want to, is the question now. You've got one more black hole. You've still got God's Strength on Yuma.
Oh, we're going to try another time, Thompson. Scouting out. I don't find too much yet, Thompson. In fact, Yuma almost going down to YSR. It's just so much damage output. Thompson, though, still moving in. Just does not give a crap here, Thompson. Continuing. How long does this roll go on for? Apparently long enough. So he'll just continue running.
Oh!
They'll finally take down Thompson. Oh, my goodness. Stampede popped. Who are they going for? New. He's going to find himself a Willow, but Theolacourt is out of it. Yeah, this is a crazy, crazy game where it almost feels like Resilience are going to just make it happen. Yeah, they're just... YSR is just hitting so hard. And they just don't seem to be able to ever catch him anymore.
No. His positioning's been a lot better. They've been much more willing to throw Echoes up front. Like, look at that damage just from pure right clicks coming in there. Just rips to shreds. And the magic damage coming in here as well from New. Like, the double edge is starting to ramp up as you gain more strength.
How many saves are we seeing from ZZQ as well?
Massive.
Yeah, these tombstones in the middle of the black holes just constantly saving.
That it is. Like that big save onto Echoes. The Wind Wakers from a lot of our carriers here as well. Been huge. How are they they're hanging on well. I mean, LGD, you could argue, kind of messed that up, right? They split off a little bit too much. Yuma's a little bit too far forward by himself. Echoes jumps the back line in a nice, timely manner. So it splits up that team fight, isolates the Sven, wastes the Aegis. The one black hole with Tombstone, because you don't have Sven, no one can hit it fast enough. So you don't even bother committing the second black hole there. And yeah, you hang on. Resilience. I'm staying in there. They still have to find a way to actually get a big kill. That leads into an objective, but so far so good, at least. I mean, it's not over yet. And LGD, it must be very, not demoralizing, but it must kind of make you think twice whenever you lose these fights with Aegis, right? Like, you're like, oh guys, you know, now we have to wait another 5 minutes, we have to wait for next Roche, we have to get all of these tools back up, then maybe we can end this game. It's just challenging. They'll try to force it out though. They'll smoke, they'll take a bit of a risk.
Here we go again. Rolling Thunder's popped. YSR gonna get his BKB off, but they will Abyssal. They'll get the Black Hole as well. But the Wind Waker gonna make it too hard to take him down. Another Black Hole though. YSR's gone, at least for one life, but he'll buy back again. Here we go. Can they get the job done here in this game number 2? Whisper will go down. YSR already finding one of them. Looking for Thompson now. Thompson, he's run right into the mines. Thompson goes down. Meanwhile, Yuma, he does catch out Echoes. Echoes gone, but he has buyback. There's your Winter's Curse as well onto New. But New, he's going to make it. He is okay. They will just commit it to ensure they can disengage. But they can't. They can't finish this game, John. They can't do it. Unless Yuma.
Of course.
He's thinking. He's having a think. Alright. Just finding the right voice line. Fair enough. Hex out. Who have they caught? Oh, my. Yuma.
I appreciate that.
Trying to get a butterfly up.
I appreciate that on Yuma. Standing still, looking for the what voice line. What can pump them up. Chooses that one. Steps away. I mean, the butterfly is nice because you don't have room for the MKB. At the same time, don't you pierce evasion and marksmanship anyhow? I don't know if it's the biggest concern here. Should still have some ways of pumping some damage in, but the HP gain is huge. Saves you a little bit more from Echoes, as he's not fully geared. Again, pierce that evasion himself as much as these Drow with marksmanship, so...
Is under attack.
I mean, that was a direct win. Someone has to defend these tier 4s, surely?
Yeah. I mean, you know, they don't have to. Oh, they will.
Imagine just leaving it and just not even calling GG, just letting the Ancient fall to the creeps slowly but surely. That'd be something.
Yeah, it would be, John, but it looks like it's not going to happen.
No.
You know? Not this time.
Not quite. So, Michael Phoenix.
On the bright side, you know,
Yes.
if this game goes long enough, RAM prices might come down, John.
We could eventually hit... Have we gone past 67 minutes? You know? Have we passed that point?
We can't see the clock.
Yeah, I mean, we could eventually hit 167 minutes, you know? Just wait for triple digits, and then we're like, ah, alright. We could get there, Mikey.
Oh, there's another bobble, John. Look at that.
Oh, we're
You said it
bobbling
wasn't worth.
hard.
You said it wasn't worth, John. Look at
It's
it.
not as good as it was, but...
Comparison is the
Bobble
thief
it
of
up.
joy, Jonathan.
Oh, and you say that to me after you're like, oh, everything sucks. Ugh. And now you're going to be like, oh,
Well, you
be
know.
happy. All right.
I'm not comparing plain food to anything. I'm saying I'm comparing it to trash. That's what I'm saying. You know?
Yeah,
That's the
and it can be. It can also be passable in some carriers.
Thompson. Thompson's not trash, John. Thompson's jumped in. He's found a kill. That's one down. There is buyback, though, in case you weren't aware. Jump in again from Echo.
Why are there so many gems on the ground already? They pick it up with the courier. Oh. Man, that is a lot of gems.
You're a gem, Joe.
Thank you, Mikey. You are too. Especially your voice line. That 6-7 really gets me. What a gem of voice line. Really proud of you for that one, Mikey. Really proud. I'm sure you're proud of yourself too. You should be. You should be. It's an achievement,
Give me
Mikey.
something. Give me something for the cringe, John. Just give me something for the cringe. Let me die, please. Echoes. Oh. Okay, just clearing out the creep wave. Thompson, he's going to jump in another time. Thompson looking to set up onto YSR. We've seen this story before, though. He can't quite do it on his own. There's your workhorse, by the way, in case you didn't notice, Jonathan.
Yep.
Echoes again jumping in. The impossible team fight. Somehow, they're buying time for Planet to respawn normally, by the way. Planet, he's held off. He has not brought back.
No.
Props to Planet.
He's resilient. He is holding on to that buyback. We're getting a lot of value from the team name.
Thompson. He's getting heaps of value from this Pango. He's jumped in another time. Creeps incoming. Eidolon's incoming. They're just throwing everything at the Ancient. Yuma's going to try for it, I think. He just ignore everything. Just try to hit the Ancient. No, he'll take down Yu. Yu is gone. YSR in the middle of all of it. The black hole. Going to lock him down with the tombstone. ZZQ is bought more time, but no, the Ancient's gone. It is gone. The creeps have done it. The creeps have done it, Jonathan. Oh.
Oh, God.
Imagine how relieved you must be. Imagine how relieved you must be as LGD. You might look tired.
Yes.
Thompson's so happy.
Yeah, I mean, Thompson had a fun game. Everyone else were under high pressure. You can see Whisper at the end just looking like he has a headache, trying to think about his angles for black holes, went to refresh.
Oh, he has a headache.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it looked decent for resilience early on. Again, the lanes looked amazing. This Drow and dying was just, you had no game on Whisper. But then I just felt like they kind of lag out as well. Once Thompson had the Fusel, he gets that ball rolling. He works the map, he finds these pickoffs, and Resilience just look like they were a bit lost, right? Like they're not able to take these team fights. They're showing on the map in awkward positions. Their backup call this time around wasn't quick enough. And they got punished severely here by the side of LGD. And big props to LGD, right? Like they play it very smart, very calculated. They don't force the issue on ending the game. They know they have to look for certain conditions. They know it's a challenge to try to find that point because there is output. There is very awkward angles, but they do exist there for the side of Resilience overall. So again, very well played out from LGD to finally get that game closer, but that was very hard fought. Resilience again, they held out for such a long time. They drew it out. I think when we talk about this with a lot of Chinese teams as well, right? When the game goes long and you know your chance to win is super low, you and I have noticed that a lot of Chinese teams do feel like they tend to double down at that point just to try to wear out the enemy team. I don't think LGD is the kind of team to get worn out, but it does feel like that's something that maybe there was some consideration here from Resilience as well, right? Because they must have known their chance to come back from Megas, dig into tier 3s, into Arax, into an endgame was pretty slim. But they hold on for dear life. Just make LGD work as hard as possible. Maybe it will simplify that game 3 for you.
It could, Jonathan. Standout player-wise, I think it was just Tops. I mean, this Pangolier was such a nuisance, this game. Tops, and I had my doubts about the Pango pick. This guy, he was such a headache. It really did look like a Topson pub game. You know, that's the effect of this guy. He just turns into a pub.
Yeah, pretty much it. Like, again, he has a decent enough time mid, not the most amazing. Then he gets his defusal timing and he's able to just run away with the game for the side of LGD. Just gets the job done, gets everything going for them. And for the side of Resilience, again, I think they have to kind of look back at like what they were doing in the mid game. Like the positions they were farming in, it felt like they've left a lot of holes. They didn't have an answer for the Pangolier here, and it ended up looking like a really free game for Topson. So we'll see what adjustments are made for Game 3.
We shall, Jonathan. We'll head to a break and we'll be back with Game 3 between LGD and Team Resilience. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for what is our third game of this series between LGD Gaming and, of course, Team Resilience, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We're in for our third game of what is a real banger of a series. Both first and second game so far going past the 70-minute mark between these two sides. I can only imagine what we're in for, John X5, for our third. You look very deadpan, sir. Is everything okay?
Yeah,
Are you okay?
I just kind of internalized and got ready for another epic game stream. Like, you need to reset. You need to reset, as I'm sure LGD's reset, Team Resilience is reset. We need to reset.
Everyone's reset.
Just a level playing field, a new game, a best of one, to see who keeps who goes down to 0-2 or who goes up to a 1-1 scoreline. Get to have a smoother pad into the international main stage here. We'll have to see. It's been a very close series so far, been very competitive, which is really good to see in our modified Swiss, right? Because normally with a Swiss system, you start to get more even matchups. The more days go along, the more these scorelines start to develop. Already in day one on our 0-1 score, it's this close. Yeah, I mean, it just shows how competitive these teams are at the international. So it's really good to see. See our bans already in, our draft is already underway. We see the Darkseer and the Enigma being banned out here by Resilience, along with the Invoker ban from Resilience as well. LGD taking care of the Treant, the Coddle, the Ember, and the Earth Spirit, leaving the Lone Druid and the Undying in the pool. So some pretty strong first picks for the opening here in Resilience. Will they want to go back into a YSR LD? They'll go into the Drow. They prioritize the Drow. Surprising.
I mean, look, props to YSR. He did make last game pretty hard. I don't think YSR was necessarily... I don't know if you can actually call anyone a problem in that last game. It was a bit of a... It's a weird one, right? Like, Team Resilience, that first half of the game looked incredible for them. It's just...
10 seconds.
I don't know. I guess why not? Back to the Drow we go. The question I have, are we letting Undying come through again?
I mean, LGD did manage around it well enough. They did win that game, but it felt like it was a lot harder than it should have been, perhaps, with the Tombstone saves, right? And the lane, again, like the Undying Drow lane is pretty strong, so... I wouldn't mind if they banned it out here on the side of LGD, but we'll see. Because I don't think Resilience will ban it out, right? I think they'll leave it. I think they'll try to pick it up if they can. So the pressure's on LGD to kind of take care of it.
Surely they will take care of it. I mean, we've just seen these Tombstone saves be so obnoxious. Even if they won that last game, I mean, you just saw how many times that Tombstone came into play, and it just ruined the team fights for LGD over and over again. And it's still a Drow Undying lane. Like, we saw how difficult that can be, even with the Enigma, which they don't have this game around.
Yeah. I do like the spec bans here from Resilience, though. Like, they take care of that Sven, which made us a slower game for Drow with the Warcry. They take care of the Pango, which is kind of really ruined, or not ruined, but made it super hard to play that game from Topson, so they take care of some of the bigger issues. Will you take care of the issue of Undying? Like, was that a concern from LGD? Is it not even something they thought was an issue? Because if they leave it in, that's certainly sending a message that, it's not a problem for them to kind of play into Undying. Even though, again, Whisper's lane was pretty rough. It was a pretty shot-up lane. He only got relief when they were shifting their focus in the laning phase a little bit more, so... Let's see what the call is for LGD. They are digging pretty deep into reserve time in this one, but the most straightforward ban is that Undying.
Wow, that's what I thought last game around as well, And props to them. They won the game regardless of it. They ruined the Undying stats, Jonathan. It was off to such an incredible start. Second loss for Undying throughout the tournament thus far.
Yeah.
Out of probably 50 games at this point. They banned the puck. So they don't want to deal with the Echo's puck again. Which, it's fair. It's fair, but they have left the Undying. It's either they take it themselves or they deal with it once again.
Yeah. It's really, I don't know. Like, if you do go support duo of Undying Winter Wyvern, that honestly sounds pretty rough. Maybe you could go like a Whisper Undying as well. could be an option if you really want to pick it and just not have too little control on hand.
Okay. We're going back to the Dark Willow.
Yep.
So then surely you're just undying. No?
Not quite yet. Go for the Sand King for Echoes on mid. Likely. I mean, you could play it off, but I don't think we've seen offlane Sand King in a very long time, so likely just securing a stable mid. I wonder what they're expecting LGD to play for Thompson into that. They haven't banned out all the Thompson here, it's just the Invoker and the Pango. The Puck alone maybe makes it feasible? I'm not sure. Like, there's some cheeky picks to the left. Maybe Centaur mid doesn't work out as well. Storm can kind of play fine somewhat. You will need a sentry, but you stand back, you static slide, get a couple of overloads. You can still farm up that lane if you want to here.
There it is.
The Undying. I can't believe they had to dig into reserve time for that one though. But there you go.
You keep saying that. You really don't like that.
I really am surprised. No, I get what they're doing. They probably know, all right, we're picking Undying. What are we going to do with the next few bans and picks? What are we planning for a draft? You know, they're just talking.
10 seconds.
But it always feels strange when it's like, yeah, you know you're going to pick this. But yeah, you know, they're maximizing their time to discuss, Mikey.
Yeah, they are. They are indeed, Jonathan. LGD. We'll go for the Magnus. Something weird, something a little bit new here. I imagine that might be our mid Magnus we're looking at. Not 100% sure though. You never know with this this LGD side.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I was trying to think. Could you fit in a Rubik somehow here on the side of Resilience? Like, say a Planet Rubik. I mean, you could still Undying Rubik support duo, but I don't know if you're going to be lacking control. You do have the Sand King, so Echoes can kind of take that up, take that pressure off. Let's see what LGD will want. We'll go to the Zeus, so yeah, maybe the Whisper Magnus coming out here. Then you got the tops and mid Zeus, which
looks like,
you know, the mid Zeus you and I haven't seen. It was popping up again. Recollections of the 5 Divine Rapier game that I believe everyone was subjected to in one of the tournaments in the past few months. Fortunately, not the thing anymore. With Divine Rapier stacking not quite working out that way for Spell Amp. In lane though, this is a really good answer for Sand King. You have consistent vision with the Lightning Bolt. You have decent enough range. You have good damage here. There's always the threat of being jumped, but Heavenly Jump is also pretty darn good in putting yourself away from the Sand King for the Zeus. So I do like it. I think it actually has a pretty decent game. I don't know if it's going to be fully annoyed by the Undying though. Like with Tombstone saves, can be kind of awkward to get things done. We'll go with the Timbersaw pickup next on Resilience. So should be our new off lane, and we're talking about like Timbersaw specialist. New is also a Timbersaw spammer on the off, so it's one of his best heroes on the off lane as well. Keen on seeing if he can have a strong performance here. It's not an amazing Tim game by the numbers, right? There's a lot of magic damage here. Maybe just the lane dominance he wants to play around here.
LGD Gaming's turn
Maybe.
to ban.
Oh, we'll wait and see, Jonathan. We shall wait and see. Final bans to come. We'll see the Ursa removal here against Yuma. So Yuma losing the Sven, losing Ursa. Still has TA if he wants to go down the TA route again, which he just may.
5 seconds remaining.
LGD. Still looking for what appears to be support bans. I don't believe we're going to see anything like a support Sand King coming out. Doesn't seem right. I mean, you could though, right? Like, 'cause it's a bit awkward into the Zeus, but the support Sand King, it just doesn't feel good.
No. I mean, level 1 stun range is just atrocious. And if you try to sandstorm the lane, then you're just griefing your off lane or safe lane. It's double range supports anyhow, so you can't really trade with the supports. I don't think you can really go for it in this game. On the side of Resilience. Ban the Hoodwink. I feel like you gotta pick a Rubik here for Resilience, or... it's kind of awkward, but...
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, 4 melees into Magnus and Winter Wyvern is really awkward, but a Nyx looks pretty good for the game. Outside of the fact that you're locking in 4 melees. They banned a Rubik, which would have been pretty good as well, like we were saying. Lots of spells to steal. Okay, lane. What do you go for in Resilience? Do they shift the Sand King? I really don't. They could, but... I'm trying to think. Sand King Drow is an okay lane? And then you run Undying Tim, I guess? Because Timbersaw and Sand King is also okay? It's okay. It's not amazing. Like, it kind of sucks until level 3, but it is plausible.
Well, think about it now. Team Resilience, time to reveal what they're up to. So 30 seconds reserve time. Nothing wrong with a last pick support here for Team Resilience, and they are going to go down the Mirana route. Mirana, it's been looking really darn good. There's so much damage potential, some nice utility as well. Why the hell not bring out the Mirana?
Yeah, you've got some setup with like Burrow Strike Arrow, so there's some follow through here for Echoes when he does commit. Laning damage is quite good. Again, the Quiver has been feeling great. Starstorm build-up has been nice. Just getting Arrow as a value point at level 1 is fine. And you just kind of harass out the lane is a pretty good answer for it. Question is, what are they laning up against? Are they expecting... They are expecting a Yuma hero. They've banned out some of the bigger ones. Lone Reed getting banned this late is kind of shocking. No Ursa. No Sven. Bloodseeker. All right. LGD's draft is cooking. This is cooking really hard, and I don't think it's bad. I think the Bloodseeker is actually, it's in a weird spot where it has some power spikes that aren't comfy, but you have a lot of heroes you can easily just rupture here. Like you rupture Planet, he's just gonna have to stand still and die. You rupture the Sand King, he's just gonna have to stand still and die. Even New, like all these heroes kind of want to move around in the fights. Just the matchup into Tim feels good. Laning wise, maybe not so much. Like there is a lot of output here. Again, a lot of magical to kind of poke back. But I like seeing this. Like you can afford to go for the Maelstrom build-up. You can skip Battle Fury because you've got a Magnus. I do believe what you normally go for nowadays is like Battle Fury. On Bloodseeker, but you could go for the more aggressive Maelstrom, Mjolnir here, because you have the Magnus on Whisper. The shard timing's decent. The Ags can be nice as well. Like double rupture is always good, so I don't mind this at all. I think it's very unique on LGD, but it gives me a lot of confidence. It's just a matter of can they win out these lanes, because that Timbersaw Mirana lane is pretty strong, right? Like again, there's a lot of damage. You're going to be under extreme pressure in the Bloodseeker every single time. This Timbersaw is just going to walk up, try to Whirling Death. You get right-click down by Planet. It's not comfy. So that is one thing here for Resilience. They can slow down Yuma's game by a huge amount, but if you can get through that, again, farm up Maelstrom, Mjolnir timing with BKB, the Bloodseeker has a pretty decent game here. It's not bad. It's weird, but it's not bad.
Oh, I mean, I appreciate different heroes, Jonathan. I don't like it, but I appreciate we're going to see something a little bit different here going to game number 3. My question to you is not even about drafts, John. Are we going to have another T5 item game? We've already had 3 of them. We've had 3 70-minute games here today, and we still have 1 game to go. Is this going to be another banger of a game here to finish this off this series?
I can see it going that way. It's really hard to tell because there's also a world where you can just kind of collapse in on each other very quickly here. On either side, there's some potential for early snowball on either side here, and you can just kind of take control of the game. Maybe a little bit more so on Resilience's side. Like you get a strong start on you got this Kaya timing quick. and you can make these connections mid. You get this Ag's blink timing on Echo is quite fast, and then you just kind of control the game. So there's that timing. I don't expect that. In a more even game, this could drag on. If it is much more even in the laning phase, much more even in terms of trades, net worth lead doesn't cross, let's say, 2k at 10, then yeah, it could be not longer, but more explosive towards the end kind of game, you know?
Yeah. It should be a fun one, at the very least, I think, is the way to put it. This Plasmon Bloodseeker, it brings up a lot of question marks in my mind, I'll tell you, John. Hopefully we'll have those questions answered as we do get into game number 3. Again, props to both these teams. They've been putting on a fantastic series here for us to watch. Both of these teams taking a game off so much arguably better teams here today at TI. Day number 1 of the group stage, of course. One of them has to lose here today, though, Jonathan. One of them will be 0-2, the other 1-1. Now, LGD, have they cooked a bit too much? Have they burnt the dish, John?
I don't think so. Again, I think... Okay, the level 1 start here for Echoes, going for Stinger, just clearing out the wave, pulling it back, and just getting the free farm. Pretty smart, because he knows he can't really fully maximize Sandstorm. At least not when the levels go up. Quick D-wards and votes, so at least the sentries are neutralized. But it shouldn't be too annoying for Echoes. The bot lane's where it's really interesting. A really good move out from LGD to force the level 1 leap, so no Storm to harass at the least. But there is still some good poke potential here. Alright, like, again, with the quiver, you just kind of poke back when you can onto Yuma. You do have the Arctic Burn, of course, to make it awkward as well for you. There's a lot of back and forth in that bot lane. I think so long as you're respecting the tree line here on Yuma, you should be pretty fine with some farm. Level 3 is where some threat starts to come in, and the threat coming out from Bloodseeker is a lot less feasible. Mind you, but how many low heroes there are on the side of Resilience, this can be a little bit of a boon to the Bloodseeker overall. Like, they're doing a great job of just applying some good harassment across the lanes here to help get a little bit of a boost here on Yuma.
Yeah, we're going to find first blood. ZZQ actually ends up going down. You've got a nice pickup here for Whisper already. Didn't quite see how it happened, but it looks like a bramble maze into a skewer, and it made all the difference.
One of those easy setup lanes. If you catch the bramble and get the skewer back into another bramble, you were also pretty low anyhow at that point. Again, they've done a great job of just getting a lot of heroes low on the map here, and that's exactly what you want to have if you're playing Bloodseeker. Just have a little bit more mobility in the lane, a way of going in and out of the creep wave, finding some safe farm, not exposing yourself to too much harassment. That makes it a little bit easier for Yuma to find his own game, and his start is pretty smooth. You are also getting farm up on you. It's not like the Timbersaw is under any pressure, as he is still relatively tanky, even with all of the Arctic Burn pokes here coming out. So, not really going to hold back that progression on the Tim. And he can actually go for the Whirling Death chain build if you'd want. I don't think you really need to invest too deeply in reactive. You have that. The mid still feeling pretty good for Echoes. This commitment to get the sentries down, making it harder for Thompson to manage the lane, and now you're going to be able to get away with a pull as well. Stack up the waves, maybe farm up a camp as well. Yeah, just a farming lane for Echoes, avoiding the Zeus nuisances. And should have himself a decent time. He's not being slowed down whatsoever by Thompson.
No, he's not. They're having a decent old time, regardless of the Zeus thus far. Skewer again, ZZQ, in the middle of nowhere, once again into the tier 1 tower. He will have the protection at the very least of YSR, but scary times here for poor old ZZQ, as it seems like he will go down regardless. Now YSR in a pretty awkward position, trying to get away, but the Brambles will lock him down, and they'll find another great pickup. Team Resilience playing very far forward.
I'm surprised by how aggressive they're getting. I mean, yes, Drow Undying is a super strong lane, but you can't afford to dive that deep, especially since your Undying already fed a kill away. So you're giving some resources out for them to play with. You are kind of lacking yourself in terms of trying to trade back. Thompson forced to kind of pick up the bounty to sustain with the mana spam he has to have in that lane. Let's go for the 1-2-1. So more into the lightning bolt just to harass back onto Echoes. But our Sand King is still running away in terms of CS. Great job of managing. Neo.
You gonna be in trouble. Yuma, a little bit cautious in the Whirling Death, but it won't make the difference. Yuma securing there with KJ, gonna be pretty happy with that. And so far, fantastic time for LGD in these side lanes. Yuma, he'll be able to survive through the Starstorm committal as well. Not going to be enough with the Cold Embrace out from KJ. And he will be able to sustain himself quite easily with the Thirst.
Yeah. Would have been ideal to hand that kill to Yuma just for a little bit more healing coming out, but maybe a little bit scared that they wouldn't be able to find a kill in time before a Whirling Death would come in. So just take the safe play. No need to take too many risks. A 4-0 start for the side of LGD as Resilience haven't really found a grip in the lanes, and that's where it gets a little bit scary. We talked about this Bloodseeker maybe popping off really fast. It looks like you're kind of setting up for that on Yuma. The mid lane, sure, is a little bit slower here for our Zeus, but the Sand King doesn't need a lot of items to be relevant. They get the catch.
Oh my, YSR caught out once again. Thompson to secure the kill now as Thea Lacour at least maybe dies to Echoes, and he does. But geez, you gotta hate seeing that as Team Resilience. Losing your Drow another time. But you gotta love it if you're LGD.
Yeah. Happy days. Again, they're just constantly punishing every single time you overstep just even a fraction here on the side of Resilience. Playing so nicely with these shockwaves and to skewer with brambles. We've got that level 6 up in Thompson. He gets some good activity with the first Turn of God's Wrath. And the beautiful thing is they don't need to wait for much to do it again.
Oh my, YSR! He's gonna be in trouble another time.
Oh.
Brambles to lock him down. He's gonna have to make the walk of shame now.
Oh boy.
Oh, this is just a horrible start for Team Resilience. This is not what you want to see. Not good news at all, Jonathan.
Radiant are scanning.
The recovery process for Drow is going to be slow going. Again, this is where all these early timings start to get a little bit scary. You've got a Bloodseeker with a runaway lane, although maybe Yuma's overstepping for that little take.
I should eventually get punished for this, though. Nice little juke out on the arrow, but he's in the middle of nowhere now. Not really much you can hope for here as Yuma. Eventually trying for a deny, not going to happen.
Just saying how much Yuma was getting a runaway lane, but decides to risk it for that biscuit in the shrine. And it does get some severe punishment out. Like, that's a big kill for Echoes to find. We're just talking about what Sand King needs. It's the blink into the Ags. Feels like, again, with the lane going the way it has been, it won't be too far behind, along with the massive stacks they've managed to build up here. So Echoes should find himself into at least the blink at a decent spot. You have to swing YSR mid, which doesn't feel amazing into the Zeus.
YSR, you're right. They're going with the Burrow Strike down to Thea Lacour, but it is a lot of damage being dealt the other way onto Echoes. Echoes, they are going to find the kill.
That looks so
they do
awkward
get
with the
something.
Gust pushback. Just, the arrow was perfect. But they had enough anyway to get the kill. And they're getting some punishment. It's a little bit scary to give these kills to YSR, considering how rough his lane was. Again, him swinging mid just to avoid that Dark Willow combination lane. The Brambles are good, but without the Magnus to help reposition, you're not getting the full value in that combination any longer by yourself. New.
Oh, there's your Rupture out. Looks like Mew's going to find himself between a rock and a hard place here and eventually should die, though he's pretty tanky. But they will get him in the end. It will cost them the life of Thea Lacour. But that'll be alright. They won't mind too much. It's certainly a favorable trade here for LGD. Meanwhile, YSR is just casually being chased down by Thompson. Has Thompson gone too far? No, he is not. He'll die for his trouble. I mean, it's well worth it for the Drow kill, surely. Or you just take the YSR kill every time.
And you do. Again, the fact that you're getting a lot of activity out in Echoes maybe is a little bit concerning, right? Because Blink Ag's timing starting to ramp up. They even managed to get the punishment out to
Yuma.
Good old Yuma. I mean, he was low. I think, again, he's trying to get these last hits on these kills. He never finds them, and he doesn't get that first burst healing. So it's been a little bit rougher for him to try to recover farming in lane when the other cores or the other side is relatively healthy. Some good punishment that at least flies out there. But you are giving a lot of room out for Whisper. He's had a free top. He's gotten Mask of Madness as well in this Magnus, just looking for early damage into the Blink Dagger next. I mean, it gets a little bit scary once that timing's up. Yeah, just having the Blink Skewer alone, even without the RP to consider, it's giving you a lot to work with. Arcane Rune for Thompson as well. No Thunder God's Rat anytime soon, though. He's working towards the Ags.
Newt. Well, chase is on for Newt. Brambles gonna lock him down. Rupture will be committed as well, but they've got ZZQs rotated with the Tombstone out. It's just not gonna make the difference for Newt. You just haven't really got much play once the Rupture is committed by Yuma. And then I suppose that is the brilliance of the Bloodseeker pick. It just makes this Timbersaur's life a living hell.
Yeah. Makes it pretty uncomfortable. It's really unfortunate, though. All of these kills Yuman's participating in, he hasn't really found any of them himself. Like, he's dropping a Rupture, he's trying to, you know, again, get a little bit bonus from Turris. At least this time he's pretty full HP. It's not like he's going to be in danger if he doesn't find that kill. See the positioning out here on the side of Resilience. They find one.
No, Arrow's going to fly in. They have found themselves Whisper, but Whisper, he's going to get the RP off. Curse Crown to follow up. They do need some help, though. Thunder God's Wrath not going to quite be enough to finish off at least the Mirana. Stealer Call will be chased down by the epicenter of our Sand King Echoes. We'll find a double kill. Thompson's going to try and trade at least, but the neutral creep denied.
What?
Echoes giving nothing away.
That is massive coming out there from Resilience. Again, the activity we're getting here from Echo is just doing all the work. Just a fraction of damage getting that last hit there onto Echoes as well. And for LGD, and this isn't dire straits, you are losing the net worth lead with all of this movement across the map that has been working out. See, again, I love the decision from Whisper to just go all in. He knows there's no way out. Try to commit, try to look for a kill. And almost finding it, but they don't even really get the cleanup they'd fully want. Unfortunately here for the side of LGD. Just not quite the exchange you'd want. You get the bailout in your Mirana. Resilience, you just get to kind of reposition. You get that last second deny. And again, they've done a great job of just bouncing back after a pretty rough laning start. Again, a very even game here, Mikey. We were talking about it. You were asking, would this game go long? If no one has a big advantage into 10 minutes, it probably will, knowing these teams.
Huh? Yeah, very well could. Thompson, he's going to make the rotation up top. They are going to find Echoes once again. Echoes burrow striking to the low ground, but the chase will be on, and this time, there should be no escape as Thompson able to secure his life. And that's a big one. You love to see that as Thompson. Meanwhile, Thea LaCour having a gander at ZZQ. ZZQ going to be okay to retreat. They're just fine to do so. A very high tempo style of game, though, I might say, Jonathan. Very high tempo.
And it is. Just so much action across the map. And a smoke now coming out from the side of LGD. They've got that blink up and Whisper. So you can get the gap close in. You can get some good skewer back. They could find this play onto YSR.
Now going to drag back YSR once again. Whisper's just been the absolute bane of his existence. His YSR, he just does not have a game in him right now. He is so low in the net worth department, there's no space to farm, and a Drow, one of the notoriously hard heroes to come back with after a bad laning stage. It takes a while. you've got this hyper-aggressive draft of Zeus Bloodseeker Mag on top, so it's not like they ever have to slow down. You know, you kind of want to keep going with this style of draft.
Yeah. You just don't have any reason to stop. I mean, you don't really have any big ults to wait for as well. You don't really need the RP at this point in the game just yet. 100 Gods is just a little bit of a bonus. So you can just constantly rinse and repeat. You're still getting space out for Topson to farm up his full Ags, has the Kaya up. Not too far off, just about 1,700 away. So that timing now for the global crescents of the Zeus also starts to kick in. And you're trying to get some room out for Yuma as well. Maelstrom into Mjolnir build-up on her Bloodseeker is fairly close to the full Mjol, into the BKB and the Shard. And that's where things start to really ramp up quite nicely here. Low, up top.
The Lacour will go down. Nice easy pick off for Echoes.
Are scanning.
That'll be all she wrote. A Blink Dagger now up on Echo, so he's got that nice initiation he's been looking for throughout this game. It's like Yuma's still just taking the time to farm up on this Bloodseeker in the meantime. And yeah, in fairness, he's had a bit of an awkward time on this Bloodseeker. Yeah, it's been a hit and miss, this hero thus far.
Radiant's top tower.
LGD setting up for a power rune attempt. Mid lane having a look to see if maybe they could drag back this Mirana. Like they found another in ZZQ, but the epicenter and the Burrow Strike from Echoes, it's going to be really nice onto two, but do they have enough follow-up? They do. They find Tops and they'll find Whisper. Echoes will go down eventually. It's the Winter's Curse set up now as well, but it's not going to do enough. They'll clear out a 4-for-1 trade in the favor of Team Resilience. Yuma, he came in and cleaned up at least the Sand King, but it's just at such a heavy cost.
Just a bit too far forward there for Topson and Zeus. I don't think you want to put your body that far out when there's when you've got that blink timing up. Again, we're looking for the hunt. Topson just running towards the ruin, but puts himself in a position where he's just right next to Whisper. Doesn't even get the heavenly jump out onto the high ground either. Try to get them to safety, so just constantly in the firing line. Really good read out from Echoes, and he's been putting in all of the work here for the most part on the side of Team Resilience. That and you showing up as well on the attempt to give some damage out. Taking some risky farm spots here on...
Oh, RP committal. Has called one. You're going to see Yuma rush in as well, trying to secure a Timbersaw pickup, but it's not going to be that easy. The arrow landing, putting a stop to Yuma. And this is what I dislike when it comes to the Bloodseeker. It just always feels as though until you've got like a BKB up, you can't really do too much. Jump in for more now, Topson. Caught with the Burrow Strike, the Tombstone drop as well. Topson trying to escape, but just can't do so.
They're bleeding out on the side of LGD after such a strong start. And again, it's off the back of Echoes. He's just showing up everywhere. I love that he diverted back for the Urin Spirit Vessel as well before the full blink. Cutting off some of the regen coming in, just ensuring there's a constant tick of damage coming out. Helping to hold back the side of LGD from feeling too confident with Cold Embrace. Is putting quite a lot of work. See the damage coming out. And the spread has looked fairly similar, right? Like both teams are relying on their mids. For Topson, it's him from across the map. For Echoes, it's him up front. One problem is quite high now.
That's pretty ugly. If you're LGD, that is. The YSR going to get caught once again on the Drow Ranger, and that should help the win probability a little bit here for LGD. ZZQ will eventually go down as well. Yuma able to clean up, and naturally after the Mjolnir, he has queued up the BKB. That feels like around the time where you can actually do something with this hero, but
Radiant's top tower has
it finds a couple nice kills.
And he does. Again, you are very susceptible to being kited around. But he is just trying to find openings. Mind you, it's also relentless here from the side of Resilience, as they are looking.
Now, Thea Lacour will go down. Team Resilience not looking to retreat anytime soon. Just ever since you had that Blink Dagger up on this Echo Sanking, it feels as though they can just go in as a unit and consistently look for these big team fights. Maybe even looking at Whisper top lane. He'll show himself on a creep wave. Echoes does have the epicenter to play with. You do have Yuma around the area though. Yuma looking for a TP out. Will make it. And it seems though Whisper not going to get caught either. ZZQ in the meantime. Needs to go for a run. KJ going to continue the chase. They'll drop the tombstone preemptively, but well, not really much going to come out of it. And in fact, it's just going to be fed the way of Yuma. So happy days again for LGD.
Now, finding a couple of freebies. I think the one thing for Resilience is, again, it's a little bit more room to get New and Echoes up and running. Like we are seeing the Ags commitment early here from New. So wants to play around with Barrier, has his own BKB up and running as well. Set to go on that Timbersaw. Echoes for his part should be looking at either the Ags or the BKB himself. You can't really escape the BKB this game just because you're up against the Zeus. Even though it feels pretty awkward with, say, Rupture, RP. You just can't really play the game without it. BKB up and Whisper. Commitment here.
No, they're not going to commit. They'll hold out. Just the pump fakes. But Burrow Strike is out. They will eventually find Thea LaCour. Echoes will make short work of it. Once again, not really finding any big primary targets. Though I say that, jump in for another support now, finding the Wyvern. KJ going to go down. You know, Echoes, he's been just so great throughout this series as well. Like, just very active on this Sanking ever since the Blink's been up. You really just love to see it.
Yeah. I mean, even before the Blink, right? Like, he's trying to make these moves across the map. He knows he's the only one that can apply pressure. He's the only one that can kind of contest positions, take fights. And playing off the back of the Sanking really nicely on the side of Resilience. For the side of LGD, again, it's kind of going back to a farm game. You've been sitting on the BKB for Whisper for a moment now, but he's not really joining his team. Wants to get that full Harpoon going, wants to and try to get the kidnap plays going, repositional plays on hand. Tormentor to be taken by the side of Resilience. Eventually find it. And the nice little spike if they can get the free shard up onto ZZQ. And it does, again, end up on ZZQ. But he's a happy lad. 2 games in a row where his Undying gets the freebie. Seems good.
Indeed. Yeah, you're in a very peculiar situation now for LGD as well. Like, it just doesn't really feel like they're ready to fight back here. Now, BKB up on Whisper. Yuma's going to show himself in the mid lane. There's your BKB. Now you're looking to fight, perhaps. I wouldn't blame them for just going for a big smoke rotation here with the Bloodseeker off the back of this BKB pickup. And it seems like they will.
Were they caught in the smoke? Was someone showing through the tree line? They might have an idea with all of them running back and forth there. Sneaky ward from Resilience, but doesn't look like they've fully backed up top.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, they're going to be able to retreat and not anyone getting caught yet. LGD is still on the hunt throughout that northern side of the Dire jungle. Not able to find anything quite yet as Echoes. He's going to jump in. KJ immediately bursted down. Not quite the team fight LGD are hoping for. It seems that they're just forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Thompson's still actually being chased down. He won't stick around for any of these camps, thankfully. In fact, I say that he does eventually go for the Ancients. Thinking he was safe. That'll be the buyback forced out from KJ. And that's enough for Team Resilience. They're more than happy seeing that buyback committed.
And again, the sneaky ward. Allowing Resilience to reposition with their own smoke. Get some punishment going. They don't get big kills, but forcing out the buyback's already pretty big. And wasting a lot of time here from LGD.
Jump in they go. Yuma, he's going to try for ZZQ. Does find one. But his BKB slowly wearing out as they'll try for the chase onto the Drow with the skewer back play as well. But YSR is not down yet. He should eventually fall though, and eventually will go down as now Echoes with the epicenter gets Yuma. It's not going to be the worst trade in the world for Team Resilience. They will also find Thea Lacour. LGD, I mean, sure you found the Drow, but I think Yuma dying, it feels like a much bigger deal.
That it is. I mean, you're still ahead of the Drow in terms of net worth for sure, but you're getting a lot more gold flowing the way of Resilience with some bigger punishments. You're losing less net worth heroes on the side of Resilience. You're getting some good punishment going. Feels like you're really ramping into key items so damn fast on Resilience as well. Like full Ags up on you. You have to fight into that barrier active on reactive armor now. It's a lot of HP that you have to kind of dig through. The RP commitment's only onto 1, and you kind of fumble the Rupture Skewer back as well. You don't get to maximize it, so you're forced to walk back in on Yuma to try to get the last hit off. Skewer back.
Skewer back indeed. ZZQ gonna go down. You unable to help as he does just get Yuled up in the middle of all that. A Whisper has been very consistent on this Magnus this game. Just the skill back plays have been fantastic from his end of things. Still, I mean, Team Resilience, I think, not too unhappy. Like, you've got so much growth when it comes to this Drow Ranger. Sure, she hasn't really had much of the opportunity to get that farm going, but, you know, it seems like the farm will come eventually. We've seen this story before. Ags is up at least. Hurricane Pike with it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's an awkward farming position though, pretty deep.
We've seen this a couple of times from YSR. This team is not the closest, so they might actually just try to snag a Roshan or hang around the pit area quite tightly, so look to get a safe objective instead. And the side of LGD doesn't seem to have a clue that it's happening. It will fall for free. Aegis up for YSR. Good safety net for our Drow. Wondering what item is coming in next. Do you go for like the full butterfly? It's gonna annoy the heck out of our Bloodseeker. I mean, Yuma's not gonna be able to get too many hits in. That can make it a little bit awkward for the Bloodseeker. He's trying to slot in the MKB into the build order. Have to see. Still gunning for the Basher here at Yuma. So want some control for the team outside of just relying on RP. A couple of random right clicks can get the job done. Still, Resilience again. They've done a great job of just managing from slower lanes. Like Echoes has done a ton of work in conjunction with our Mirana. So they've been able to get all of the connections they need. We talked about the straightforward combo, burst strike into arrow. It is cleaning shot, although...
Jump in. Echoes. Then a little bit on the deeper end. Skewer gonna be onto ZZQ. That's one down. Echoes trying to channel the epicenter. Does eventually get it off, but he will get taken down by Yuma. A great start to this team fight for LGD. But that's gonna be all she wrote for that one. They're more than happy with the couple kills they do find. They don't want to chase too far for more. And there's really no need to. They'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah. Just go back, farm up a little bit more, and get that full Basher. Get your items up here on Yuma. It's a side of Resilience that I don't think they're under pressure to play quick. Again, I do agree with your points. There is like a late game timing here with your Drow that you can make work. But you do run that risk. And maybe a little bit far forward there on ZZQ on the Undying still.
Jump in. Thea Lacour now going to go down. DKB. Oh, no, the RP is going to catch him. New. I mean, he's a tanky boy, but he's completely surrounded. That's going to be another great pickup here for LGD. And of course, props to Whisper for just being there, able to cancel that TP off. Not going to feel so great for Team Resilience.
No, that's 2 core kills in a row where they get a little bit aggressive on the side of Resilience, but not really as a whole unit. So their angles for initiation aren't all too clean. Again, ZZQ is a little bit far forward on the Undying. So that forced Echoes to back him up. Now you just kind of go for a hit and run on you, but trading your life for a Dark Willow, really not a net benefit whatsoever. And this is Resilience with the Aegis, mind you. Right? Like, they should not be dropping heroes like this with that Aegis up and running. They're not able to group around YSR just yet. He's still working towards his own BKB. He tried to play with a smoke now, and they do have Epicenter ready to go. Maybe they find an angle in. It does feel like you'd want to either burst down the backline or isolate out Yuma. Heck, even Thompson. But those have to be isolated. Otherwise, you have to hunt these supports first.
On mid lane, they're having a gander here. Team Resilience, seeing if they can find an opening for another fight. The triangle, Whisper. Let's get caught. BKB is available though, so he will be able to just pop that and go for a quick run. Unable to finish off the kill. At least they get a BKB forced out here by Whisper.
Yeah. This is just big timing though. Like, they interrupt his farming, but still gets the tempo to hit up the refresh timing on the Mac. They're still trying here.
They are, but it's skew RP plays. Echoes. He's going to go down in ZZQ. Also down. Okay, Whisper, as soon as he sees them, he finds the opportunities to get these skewer backs, and he really has been the standout of this game thus far, Whisper. Very, very annoying indeed. The Team Resilience, you've got to be careful not to give him these opportunities.
And it's just so much easier for Whisper to fully commit. Again, he just gets the fresh refresh. So he knows, all right, I'll just pop RP. There might not even be a fight until the next RP is up anyhow, but if there is, I've got the safety net if need be. Going for the full Silver Edge next, just to be able to sneak around a little bit better, get the break going on you. And this investment onto the Magnus certainly paying off, even just in the laning phase too, right? Like this Dark Willow Magnus lane. The shockwaves into skewer backs, doing so much work to slow down YSR's lane. Aegis expires, you don't really get value inside Resilience. Again, with the Aegis, if we had a graph to compare net worth gained or lost during Aegis, they probably have lost a decent chunk of net worth with the Aegis on. Like, that's not good news. You should be taking more map space, taking more fights. They just never found the opportunities to do so here.
Bottom, at least EZQ once again going to get caught. Yuma will just go for the immediate TP away and does make it. CYSR does show himself eventually, but it's all too late. So a big grip up from LGD. It looks like they still want to go for this fight. RP not currently available, but they're going to find YSR. And with the Rupture skewer back play, he just melts.
What a combo. What
Delicious.
a combination. Not a combo that you see too often in pro games, but hey, when you do, and when it works, it works.
So it's working.
It's such a low cooldown too. Like, it's not something you need to wait for so much. Look at that Rupture damage. Most of it's just coming back from the Rupture. You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Oh.
It's so good. I'm wondering, will you actually look for the commitment into the Ags here, Bloodseeker? Because we don't get that meme Blood Mist anymore. I do believe, well, last I checked, that is double Rupture. It is. It's just more Rupture charges and more initial damage as well, if I recall right. I can't quite read. So, and some good work. Again, there's a lot of heroes that just hate being ruptured. I mean, that's pretty much every hero, but Timbersaw, Mirana, Sand King, you don't really want to sit still. The Drow would Rupture, as we've seen, gets a skewer back, gets deleted. It's a challenging one for sure on the side of Resilience. Their team fight's still good, and there is still this potential for Tombstone save. It just doesn't feel like they're playing as a unit here on Resilience. Like, they found some wins, they break up into farming, and they haven't grouped up properly since. Whereas LGD, they're just set to go again. Just constantly on the hunt.
Oh, BKB forced. Echoes needing to get away, but the RP! Whisper! is there once again. Echo's not going to be too happy about that, and yeah, it is the worst part about it is the fact that that's not even your big combo.
No.
You know, that's the worst part is you don't even need to be concerned about using RP just casually. It just as long as Rupture skill is up, you're happy.
Yeah, I think the other part as well is that we were talking about Whisper having the confidence to just pop solo RPs. It went off cooldown. Right, it took them 2 minutes again, just get a fresh RP. He has refresh still ready. He hasn't popped it. He doesn't need to. But if he does, he's always got that safety net with the refresh pickup. So, again, they're playing around this cooldown timer so perfectly on the side of LGD. Right, they save a secondary big RP if need be. They find the pickoffs. They're applying so much pressure around the map. They're stealing out Tormentors. They're stealing out Shrines of Wisdom. You've got the Basher up and running now for Yuma. Into the full Abyssal he'll go. With a Blink Dagger on hand as well. And this Bloodseeker is becoming a menace.
It's problematic. Slowly but surely it's getting there. So GD, no rush for them. Team Resilience. Once again, grouping up in the mid lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Pings are coming out. I mean, they're looking towards new. Smoke available, but Team Resilience, well, they will pop it. Nobody taking the bait for new. LGD, they look like they might be pretty well aware that the smoke is coming based on their positioning. They'll just hold the high ground waiting and hoping they do come in. RP's up and running, ready to go whenever. Yuma just wants to find a rupture target. They're going to break a smoke. There's your Thunder God's Wrath being committed now. They've got all the vision they could ask for. They just haven't found the primary target they really want quite yet. They'll find Echoes eventually. Echoes has been caught by Yuma. Echoes, he gets tombstoned up, who he saved just barely, but YSR, he was caught by Whisper. Oh, now the RP as well. Echoes down, so is EZQ. New pops the Axe BKB and runs the hell away, but no, the Winter's Curse. Gonna cancel the TP. Oh. And eventually New trying to get away. Probably not going to happen for him as he does go down, and that was a full team wipe.
Oh boy. We never talked about it as well with Zeus, but he did get changes, right? Thunder God's Wrath actually digging through smoke, so you don't get to dodge the damage. You can detect the smoke gank and actually dish damage out. You get some good usage out from refresh as well. Just well timed from Thompson. Reading that movement, again, the entirety of LGD reading that movement quite well. And then they get these repositional plays. Like you're going in and out here for Yuma, you're getting the bashes, you're forcing out the tombstone, you're finding the side angle here with Whisper, flipping the drow. YSR just, once you're out of position on that hero, it's just a death sentence for him. And I love the caution on Yuma. Look at that while he's kind of just dancing around. Like, he understands he can still die to this Timb with all the trees, so he's just kind of measuring himself, gets the bash, backs off, shows a lot of respect for the Whirling Death, lets his team put in the hard work of trying to control up New, and then tries to blink in to steal the hit, as every carry does. Doesn't find it, so there is justice in this world as Roshan is set to fall again. This time going the way of LGD. Swift blink up for Whisper. Like, this man is so farmed up. Like, this Magnus has just delivered the goods. Oppressive laning phase, good timing into the farm, perfect itemization, and perfect reads. There's a reason why, again, Whisper, when you think Whisper, you think of two heroes, Timbersaw and Magnus. Maybe Enigma. Those three heroes. It's three heroes. And you're seeing why the Magnus is one of them.
Yeah, he certainly has been just completely on point here, Whisper. Again, certainly my standout here in this game, number 3.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
LGD, just casually hoping somebody comes to farm that bottom wave.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
Still waiting casually. What is it, John?
forgot to mention as well. Thompson has gone for the Dagon Sonar Zeus, so
Very nice.
good times ahead. A little bit more cast
I
range, you
don't
know.
see why not.
Why not?
You love to see it.
Don't you miss when Dagon gave Spell Life Steal? That was great.
No, I don't miss it.
It was fun.
I
Dagon
hate
pop, right? That was great.
Eh. Nah.
Dagon
No,
Dagon Leshrak, that was great,
Leshrak,
right? Yeah.
No.
No?
YSR? No. No, I don't think so, John. YSR? He's paranoid, YSR. He's throwing out casual gusts just in case. Paranoid man. Will continue farming towards his butterfly in this Drow Ranger, but it's certainly been a much more challenging game here for the Drow.
It has. Swift blink up now as well for Yuma. And he's living the dream.
50.
Full Abyssal up as well. Yes, that's an old meme. Good job, Mikey. Really showing us how up to date you are with the voice line.
Yeah, I was gonna say I should have. Next year I'll use that for a voice line. Huh?
I believe that is trademarked. You know, there is the announcer pack in Dota 2 as well. So
I don't care.
no.
Doesn't matter. Whatever cash grab I can find, John, I'll use. I'm a sicko like that.
Was there cash to grab though? Was there?
Oh,
Was it worth it?
mean, I'll let you know in a couple weeks, John.
For the high ground, they slowly dig in.
Nothing that makes up for my career choice, John. Nothing that makes up for that.
Nothing does make up for it, Mikey.
No.
Look at those lovely siege creeps, protected.
Maybe our
only
friendship
really...
does.
Oh yeah.
All of that. Oh, new.
New.
Careful, sir. Oh, he's going for a trip. He's going for a bit of a holiday, new. The Ags can only take you so far, sir. Like, he is actually still alive, but ZZQ's going to have to give up his life to ensure that his Timber does not die. He has buyback at least on the Undying, and they have bought time for the Butterfly on the Drow Ranger. So YSR, bit of extra damage, bit of extra survivability. YSR, be careful. Don't go for that creep wave, sir. It's not safe. Whisper, smoke broken, big burrow strike in onto two targets. They'll deal with Thompson. That's your Zeus gone. It's a big boy just out of the game now as they even lose the Aegis of Yuma. And he's in the middle of nowhere right now. Whoopsie daisies. That's a bit of an issue. Arrow also going to find another in Theolacor. That's 3 down for the price of nothing. The Whisper at least gets his way out of it.
And he does.
Oh.
You can see the Dota Plus win probability swing from
not too
how high
happy.
it was earlier on. Yeah, a little bit rough for the side of LGD. I mean, beautiful angle again from Echoes. Like he's getting the work done on our Sand King. Yuma in a very awkward spot. Like he pops BKB, tries to run forward. No one was low enough for him to kill.
Radiant's middle tower
I think that was
is under
that's the issue. If someone died, sure, you get to reset. Can maybe try to out.
I'd love a teammate right now, he Whisper. Not gonna have one. Our team Resilience, I mean, they have been very good at just buying themselves time to get back into games, I'll tell you. You now taking down the tier 2 mid tower. It has come to the point now where, you know, the Rupture skewers are cute, but, you know, that's all they're looking like now. I mean, they're just cute.